The world of Dragon Ball Super. By heavens! What is this place? Xue Tian gazed in astonishment at the peculiar peaks and strange stones surrounding him in the desert landscape. Welcome to the world of Dragon Ball Super. I am your ultimate system, and you can operate with your thoughts. What? The world of Dragon Ball Super? Is it the same Dragon Ball that has captivated the globe on Blue Star? A thrill coursed through Xue Tian's heart. Hadn't he just stumbled upon a Dragon Ball CD on the road? How had he been transported here? Could it be that the CD was a product of the system? As a youth of the new era, Xue Tian had indulged in many novels, familiar with the tropes of transmigration and rebirth. He knew that, once chosen, one would typically possess a remarkable golden finger. He had always assumed these tales were fanciful. Never did he expect them to be true, and that he would be the one chosen. Ha ha ha. This is rather exhilarating. His eyes brightened as a thought struck him, and he promptly inquired, "System, do I have some sort of novice gift pack?" "Host, you are quite forward. This is the world of Dragon Ball Super. Anyone who appears can easily overpower me. Without a novice gift pack, I might not even be able to traverse this desert. System. Congratulations, host. You have received a super gift pack 1. Open it. Congratulations, host. You have obtained flight technique, solar flare, Wolfang fist, a random binding wheel, and a combat power of 100 million. Xue Tian looked at the 4 rewards, utterly speechless. What a collection of junk. The flight technique was acceptable, but the solar flare and Wolfang fist were utterly useless. One could be easily countered, while the other had negligible power. However, upon seeing the combat power of 100 million, Xue Tian felt a glimmer of comfort. Thank goodness. A combat power of 100 million means I can swagger around it. Wait, this is the world of Dragon Ball Super. What is 100 million worth here? Among the main characters, anyone could easily overpower me with a mere finger. In other Dragon Ball series, a combat power of 100 million would indeed be formidable. But in Dragon Ball Super, it was pathetically inadequate. As widely known, the power scaling in Dragon Ball Super had escalated to absurd levels, with various extraordinary physiques, unearthly techniques, and bizarre abilities that render traditional combat power inconsequential. Good grief, it seems this novice gift pack is indeed very much for novices, filled with useless items. But what is this random binding wheel? Let's take a look. Suddenly, a colossal wheel materialized in Xue Tian's consciousness, adorned with the images of various Dragon Ball characters: Black Goku, Frieza, King Cold, Piccolo, Goku, Vegeta, Whis, Beerus, Brianna, Xiangpa, the Omni-King, the Grand Minister. Then the wheel began to spin. Why is the wheel spinning? Is it starting? System. Friendly reminder, activating such consumable items means they're used upon opening. Damn, what a scam. I merely wanted to see what this thing was, system. If you wish to know, you can simply ask me why bother opening it. Xue Tian contorted his face on the verge of tears. I appreciate your help, dear system, but could you not have given this friendly reminder sooner? View the effects of the random binding wheel. Effects of random binding wheel. One can randomly bind to any character on the wheel. If either party dies, the other will also perish. Completing the tasks issued by the wheel will the binding. The stronger the drawn character, the more difficult the task will be to the binding. Upon reading this, Xue Tian could not help but express his discontent at the system's sluggish reminder. If one side dies, the other follows suit. This was utterly ridiculous. Fortunately, as long as the designated tasks were completed, the wheel continued to spin. It approached the image of Zamasu, but did not stop, continuing to roll toward Black Goku, Vegeta, Bulma, Android 18, and Android 17. The pointer slowing down increasingly. Am I to be bound to Android 17? If so, that wouldn't be too bad. He's currently a forest ranger, posing little danger. Just as he braced himself to bind with Android 17, the pointer bypassed him and landed on Krillin's area. Krillin was quite fortunate in Dragon Ball, having married the stunning Android 18, yet each time he fought, his fate was grim. He had often been instrumental in Goku's breakthroughs. Krillin, the sacrifice of legends. Good grief, if I bind with him, will his fate of sacrifice become mine as well? Even if Goku and the others win and use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Krillin, can I, a non-resident of this world, also be revived by the Dragon Balls? That is an unknown. Moreover, who can guarantee that Goku and his team will always emerge victorious? In some timelines, Goku and Vegeta have indeed perished, leaving the task of protecting Earth to the mighty Trunks. Spin, spin, spin. Xue Tian clenched his fists, beads of cold sweat streaming down his forehead. The pointer slowed to a crawl, more sluggish than a snail. Just as Xue Tian observed, the pointer ceased its movement, halting at the boundary between Krillin and the Omni-King that a line of glowing text illuminated the wheel. Host is bound with the Omni-King. Binding complete. In an instant, the wheel spun rapidly, presenting the binding task. Defeat the Grand Minister to the binding with the Omni-King. This must be accomplished within 100 years, or both will merge into one, permanently under the Omni-King's control. Merge forever with the Omni-King in control. I'm losing my mind. The Grand Minister is among the top 5 strongest beings in the 12 universes, and later characters are exceptionally powerful. How terrifying must these top 5 be? To defeat him within 100 years is utterly daunting. At that moment, Xue Tian wished he had bound with Krillin. Instead, the task would surely be less arduous. Damn it, this cursed random binding wheel. I shall never open it again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he vented his frustrations, a radiant cascade of colors streaked through space, manifesting before him, enveloping everything in light, only to retract in an instant. 4 figures appeared before Xue Tian. The one in the center was a child resembling an eraser, clad in a half-purple outfit emblazoned with King X King. Flanking him were 2 pencil-thin figures, their eyes perpetually squinted, vigilantly guarding the child. The last figure stood with arms crossed, possessing pale blue skin, a white pompadour, violet eyes, and lips. A light blue halo hovered above his head, and a belt with the character dot was tied around his waist. Omni-King. Grand Minister. Chapter 2. I slapped myself to death. The Omni-King. The Grand Priest. At a glance, Xue Tian immediately recognized the childlike figure of the Omni-King and the Grand Priest with his striking white pompadour. The former stands as the pinnacle of the universe, while the latter serves as the steward of that supreme authority. Each of them possesses the power to govern existence and annihilation across the cosmos. His mind raced with thoughts. Could it be that their visit was prompted by the recent bond he had formed with the Omni-King? Before Xue Tian could voice his inquiry, the Omni-King, in a childlike voice, spoke first. Why do you have a certain connection with me? Previously, he had been engaged in a marble game within the Omni-King's temple when an inexplicable sensation stirred within him, conjuring Xue Tian's image in his mind, leaving him perplexed, prompting him to investigate alongside the Grand Priest. Naturally, Xue Tian could not divulge the truth, so he spread his hands in feigned ignorance. I'm not sure. I too feel a peculiar connection with you. It's as if my demise would herald yours. He admitted that it took immense courage to utter such words, uncertain whether his bold declaration would provoke the Omni-King's guards to strike him down. However, he believed they would not dare, and even if they did, the Grand Priest would intervene, for should he meet with misfortune, it would spell doom for the Omni-King as well. The Omni-King's death could lead to the destruction of the 12 universes in an instant. Xue Tian disclosed this information not for any other reason than to enhance his standing within the world of Dragon Ball Super. In this realm, lacking influence or strength made survival nearly impossible, as one could easily fall victim to violence at any moment. As anticipated, the 2 guards of the Omni-King were taken aback by his declaration, their eyes momentarily flickering with emotion as one raised a finger, seemingly poised to act against Xue Tian. He felt an overwhelming aura of hostility and pressure envelop him. Stand down, the Grand Priest commanded sharply. The guards halted immediately, casting a glance at the Grand Priest. He spoke gently. It appears you are not mistaken. You indeed share a unique connection with the Omni-King. As the guards prepared to strike, the Grand Priest noticed an oddity. While Xue Tian felt fear and pressure, the Omni-King's eyes reflected terror. Clearly, the Omni-King was experiencing a similar sensation. This confirmed that what Xue Tian claimed was true. If one perished, so would the other. Was this individual destined to balance the Omni-King's power, akin to the relationship between the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction? The death of the Supreme Kai would entail the demise of the God of Destruction. Yet, why had he received no prior indication or warning? In a moment of confusion, he resolved to investigate further, pondering why his vast divination techniques had failed to reveal Xue Tian's origins or any pertinent information. May I ask your name? Xue Tian. Xue Tian. It is a pleasure. Please accompany us back to the Omni-King's temple, the Grand Priest invited with a smile. Absolutely not. Xue Tian rejected without a moment's thought. How can I trust that you want to take me back for experimentation or attempt to forcibly sever our bond? He understood all too well that binding himself to the Omni-King was a point of no return, should the Grand Priest attempt to break that bond. His life would be forfeit, as they would not allow a threat to persist. Why? The Grand Priest maintained his smile, though a glint of menace flickered in his eyes. It was clear he harbored thoughts of assassination, yet he dared not act without understanding the situation first. On the contrary, he felt compelled to protect Xue Tian. Feigning nonchalance, Xue Tian lied. No particular reason. I simply do not wish to go. Xue Tian, if you refuse and something untoward occurs, would not the Omni-King also be in peril? For the safety of the universe, you should accompany us back to the Omni-King's temple, the Grand Priest implored earnestly. As a young man of a new era, well-versed in countless novels, Xue Tian saw through the Grand Priest's intentions, finding his grandiloquent rhetoric laughable. I truly do not wish to go. Are you insinuating that you intend to confine me? If that is the case, I shall not hold back. With no freedom to choose, he concluded that destruction would be preferable. I would rather slap myself to death. He raised his hand as if to strike his own forehead. Stop. The Grand Priest panicked. The Omni-King, too, was taken aback. Though his intellect was immature, he sensed the looming dread. He abhorred this feeling. He had always existed in a position of supremacy, capable of obliterating anything within the 12 universes with a mere thought. Yet now, he found himself gripped by fear, an unsettling realization. In a childlike tone, the Omni-King exclaimed, "Well then, if Xue Tian wishes to remain here, let him stay." Indeed, the Grand Priest conceded, feeling helpless. Until he unraveled Xue Tian's identity and the nature of their connection, he dared not act hastily. Instead, he must protect him. Xue Tian did not genuinely wish for self-destruction. He merely sought to assert his stance. Well then, I shall not keep you. The Omni-King waved off the matter, gesturing to his guards. The four of them transformed into a streak of light and swiftly returned to the Omni-King's temple. Grand Priest, immediately ascertain why Xue Tian possesses this extraordinary connection with me. I am quite displeased. As he spoke, he casually crushed a floating, colorful marble, resulting in the instant explosion of a colorful planet in another universe. Understood, Your Majesty. The Grand Priest bowed his head slightly. And until this bond is severed, he must not be allowed to perish. Is there any danger on that planet? The Grand Priest swiftly investigated. None, Your Majesty. The inhabitants of that planet possess a remarkably low average development level, nearly the lowest of all. Though Xue Tian's combat prowess is modest, it suffices against those ordinary beings. Nevertheless, I shall keep a watchful eye over him. 7th Universe, Earth. After watching the Omni-King and his entourage depart, Xue Tian employed his flight technique. Preparing to soar out of the desert toward West City, the most renowned city in Dragon Ball Super, where Bulma and the others awaited not far away. However, amidst the desolate expanse of the desert, he had no idea which direction West City lay. Boom, boom, boom. In his moment of despair, the air erupted with explosive sounds, accompanied by surges of energy. Someone was fighting. Xue Tian instantly reacted, without hesitation, and flew toward the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, he beheld a colossal scorpion, towering 10 meters, assaulting a man clad in a brown martial arts uniform, accompanied by a pet resembling a cat. Isn't that Yamcha and Puar? How did they end up here? Chapter 3, Yamcha, do you admire me? Boom. A colossal scorpion raised its pincers and struck fiercely towards Yamcha, who momentarily found himself unable to lift the pincers. Yamcha swiftly dodged and retreated to a safe distance, exclaiming, "Now's my chance." He raised his right hand, gathering energy with great speed, and shouted, "Super large energy ball." Instantly, a massive energy sphere materialized above his hand, hurtling towards the scorpion's pincers under Yamcha's control. The ground shook. Smoke erupted, obscuring the view between Yamcha and Puar, yet Yamcha felt confident that everything was under control. Turning to Puar, he grinned proudly. That was easy. With my newly invented super large energy ball, no one can resist. Nearby, Xue Tian wore a face of disbelief. Was he really saying that? This so-called super large energy ball was merely a manipulation of energy balls. In the world of Dragon Ball Super, anyone capable of utilizing energy could do so with just their hands. Yamcha, watch out! Puar shouted urgently. Suddenly, a massive pincer was crashing down towards Yamcha's head. Having assumed the scorpion was defeated, he was completely unprepared. Instinctively, he cried out, "No!" Whoosh! A figure surged forward with incredible speed, transforming into a lone wolf, and delivered a punch that collided with the scorpion's pincer. The pincer was sent flying, emitting a dreadful screech as it broke off. Without a moment's hesitation, the scorpion burrowed into the sand, fleeing in terror. Yamcha instinctively patted his chest, still shaken, and after regaining his composure, turned to the one who had saved him. "What a handsome guy," was Yamcha's immediate thought. The savior was none other than Xue Tian. Though he possessed only a combat power of 1 billion, which was insufficient to contend with the main cast, he was more than capable of handling a scorpion and dealing with a supporting character like Yamcha. "Brother, thank you," Yamcha said, approaching and embracing Xue Tian. Xue Tian instinctively took a step back, feeling awkward. Was this guy too familiar? Reflecting on it, he realized that in Dragon Ball Super, few could rival Yamcha's familiarity. Even Son Goku was slightly less so. "Brother, what is your name?" "Xue Tian." "Xue Tian? Quite a nice name." "I'm Yamcha. The technique you just used seemed to be my Wolf Fang Fist, right?" Yamcha asked with a broad smile. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he currently only knew the Wolf Fang Fist. In that situation, had he not used it, he might not have arrived in time. While the Wolf Fang Fist wasn't particularly lethal, it did possess an acceleration effect. "Yes. How do you know my Wolf Fang Fist?" Yamcha asked, puzzled. Xue Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. Just as he was searching for an explanation, Yamcha, with a self-satisfied grin, exclaimed, "Haha, I see. You must admire me. So you secretly studied me and imitated my technique." Not really," Xue Tian replied awkwardly. "Although everyone calls you the Tea God, it doesn't mean I'm that obsessed." However, he chose not to expose Yamcha's delusion. "Haha, you're still shy?" Yamcha chuckled. Xue Tian, wishing to change the subject, asked, "How did you end up in the desert?" Could it be that Yamcha had returned to the desert to engage in banditry again? If memory served, Son Goku had first encountered Yamcha in the desert, where Yamcha had been frightened by girls. Yamcha explained, "I devised a powerful new attack called the Super Large Energy Ball. So I came to the desert to find opponents to test it out. Since you admire me so much, would you like me to teach you what I've mastered?" Xue Tian, feeling exasperated, thought, "When did I ever admire you? No thanks, you should keep that as your trump card." After pondering, Yamcha agreed. "All right. But if you ever wish to learn, just ask, and I can teach you anytime." "Sure." Suddenly, Xue Tian remembered something important and curiously inquired, "By the way, what stage are we in now?" Although he understood this was the Dragon Ball Super world, he was uncertain about the current timeline. Had Beerus already arrived? Or was that yet to happen? Or had Black Goku appeared? Or were they already in the Moro saga? "What stage? What do you mean? I don't understand." Yamcha replied, looking bewildered. Xue Tian bluntly asked, "Has Beerus appeared?" "Beerus?" Yamcha pondered for a few seconds before glancing at Puer. "Do you know him?" "No." Puer shook her head. Xue Tian instantly understood, thinking to himself, "It seems Beerus has not yet arrived. This is just the early stage of Dragon Ball Super." Suddenly, a voice echoed in Xue Tian's mind. Ding. Random task activated. Option 1. Learn Yamcha's Super Large Energy Ball. Reward, 300 million combat power. Option 2. Find Son Goku and Vegeta. Inform them that Beerus will soon descend upon Earth. Reward, Saiyan Bloodline. Xue Tian momentarily froze, surprised at the sudden activation of a task. He had thought the system would require him to gradually train to increase his combat power. But it seemed he had overthought it. With such rewards, perhaps in 100 years, he could indeed defeat the Grand Priest. He sighed in relief and, without hesitation, chose the second task. While 300 million combat power was impressive, it paled in comparison to the value of a Saiyan bloodline. With Saiyan blood, one need not worry about achieving 300 million combat power. It was akin to the difference between a fishing rod and a fish. "Yamcha, can you take me to see Son Goku? I have something to discuss with him." "Oh, you know Goku?" Yamcha asked, surprised. Xue Tian nodded yes. "All right then. I'll take you to see him now." Yamcha immediately activated his flight technique. Xue Tian followed closely behind as they soared towards Son Goku's home. Along the way, they engaged in lively conversation. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at the entrance to Son Goku's home. "Goku." Yamcha knocked on the door loudly. "Who is it?" A woman's voice called from inside. The door opened, revealing a woman in a light red outfit adorned with a red scarf around her neck. "Chi-Chi, this is Goku's friend. He needs to speak with Goku," Yamcha said with an awkward smile. Chi-Chi sized up Xue Tian. finding him quite handsome while also wondering when her husband had made such a friend without her knowledge. Goku and Goten are working in the fields. Over there in the mountains. Whoosh. Who are you? Chapter 4. With a single kick, he could send you and Vegeta's fusion flying. Who are you? At that moment, Goku, dressed in casual attire, arrived with Goten. Upon seeing Xue Tian, he was utterly baffled, scratching his head, as he had never encountered this individual before. Yamcha immediately chuckled and said, Goku, he claims to know you and has something to discuss with you. You know me? Goku replied, his face a mask of confusion as he scrutinized Xue Tian, confirming he had no recollection of this person. If he didn't recognize him, how could Xue Tian possibly know him? Indeed, I know you. You are Son Goku, also known as Kakarot. You hail from planet Vegeta. Your father is Bardock, your mother is Jine, and you have an older brother named Raditz. Though he had ill intentions and met his demise at your hands. Ill intentions? What does that mean? Goku inquired, perplexed, awkwardly rubbing the back of his head. Upon hearing this, Yamcha fell to the ground in shock, then got up and explained helplessly, it means he was a bad person. Goku finally understood. He got it. You are indeed correct, you do know me. Of course, I have come to inform you that a formidable adversary is approaching, Xue Tian stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Goku did not feel fear. Rather, excitement surged within him, akin to a roaring inferno, as he eagerly asked, really? Am I about to face a strong enemy? Xue Tian felt a pang of disbelief at Goku's attitude. How could he be so thrilled at the prospect of a formidable foe? But then he realized, isn't this just Goku's nature? Yes, this is fantastic. Finally, I won't be bored anymore. Tending to the fields has been so dull. Ever since defeating Kid Buu, Goku's days revolved solely around farming, and he felt he was on the verge of becoming an expert in agriculture. Seeing Goku's demeanor, Chi-Chi stepped forward and delivered a light punch to his head, exclaiming, you consume dozens of bowls at each meal. If you don't tend to the fields properly, what will you eat? Always thinking about fighting. Goku dared not retort. Instead, he spoke with a hint of grievance. Chi-Chi, I will tend to the fields diligently. He then turned to Xue Tian, continuing to probe, just how strong is this formidable enemy you mentioned? How strong? Xue Tian echoed. He hesitated to describe Beerus' strength, knowing Goku would find it hard to comprehend, as they perceived their universe as the only one, unaware of the existence of 11 other universes. Other universes, aside from the gods of destruction and angels, also housed countless skilled warriors. Goku's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Xue Tian. Noticing the silence, he pressed on. Is he stronger than Majin Buu? Yes. Let me put it this way. You could handle Majin Buu, but this impending adversary would render you powerless. Even if you transformed into Super Saiyan 3, he could easily flick you away with a finger. Currently, even if you and Vegeta fused, he could send you both flying with a single kick. Xue Tian stated matter-of-factly. His words bore no exaggeration. When Beerus first appeared, Goku, embodying the spirit of a fearless youth, attempted to challenge him and was swiftly put in his place. Later, when Goku gathered the power of 6 Saiyans and transformed into Super Saiyan God, it seemed they were evenly matched, but in reality, Beerus had not exerted his full strength. Even after Goku mastered Ultra Instinct, he could not contend with Beerus. It is no exaggeration to say that if Beerus were to take Goku seriously, he would easily dispatch him within mere moments. Throughout their encounters, Beerus had never fought seriously, nor had he transformed, while Goku and Vegeta continuously shifted through various forms. Yamcha exclaimed, astonished. He knew how powerful the fusion of Goku and Vegeta was. Yet Xue Tian claimed that even their combined strength could not withstand a mere kick from this individual. Xue Tian, are you exaggerating? The fusion of Goku and Vegeta is the mightiest warrior. How could it possibly fall short against that person's kick? Goku also found it hard to believe. Every time they faced an insurmountable foe, fusion had always been the solution. Xue Tian recognized that no explanation would suffice for them at this moment, as Beerus' strength had transcended their understanding. However, his task was not to elucidate Beerus' might, but to inform them of his imminent arrival on Earth. It's no exaggeration. You simply need to know that Beerus will soon arrive on Earth. If you wish to understand his strength better, you may consult the old Kai, Xue Tian suggested. Knowing that Goku and his friends would trust the old Kai's words far more than his own, as he was merely a sudden apparition in their lives. Goku, instead of feeling fear, was filled with even greater excitement. If he is truly that strong, that would be splendid. I thought I had reached the pinnacle of power. But now it seems there is still room for growth. There are higher realms to pursue. Keep pushing forward, Goku. The realm of power is boundless. And its ultimate limit is capability. Xue Tian smiled, his words leaving Goku puzzled. The ultimate limit is capability? Goku questioned, bewildered. Xue Tian chose not to reveal the meaning of his statement, fearing it might dampen Goku's enthusiasm for training. Just focus on the formidable foe that is about to arrive. I'll go consult the old Kai, Goku declared, preparing to use instant transmission to reach the Kaishin realm. Wait, Xue Tian called out. Could you first take me to see Vegeta? I need to inform him as well. Besides, Vegeta knows a thing or two about this Beerus. Goku's interest piqued. Oh, Vegeta knows about him too? Great. Let us pay him a visit. It's been a while since I last saw him. Both of you, place your hands on my back. Dad, I want to go too. Goten chimed in immediately. However, before Goku could respond, Chi-Chi swiftly grabbed Goten. Where do you think you're going? You haven't finished your homework yet. Stay home and complete your assignments, and follow Gohan's example. Stop acting like a delinquent. Always thinking about fighting. Goten wore an innocent expression. As Xue Tian thought of Gohan, he felt a wave of regret. Gohan possessed far greater potential than both Goku and Vegeta combined. Yet in his youth, he had strayed from the path, becoming a scholar and squandering his immense talent. Consequently, his later performances were rather lackluster, even after achieving the beast form, which was far from ideal. Chapter 5. The Terrified Vegeta West City, Capsule Corporation. Bulma, adorned in a bikini, had just emerged from the water, still struggling to regain her footing. Suddenly, a swift sound pierced the air, zing. Goku had used instant transmission, appearing before Bulma along with Xue Tian and Yamcha. Xue Tian, having never encountered such a scene in his past life, was taken aback, blood gushing from his nose. Though she was now a mother, Bulma's physique and skin remained impeccably maintained, exuding an alluring charm that captivated all with her every movement. Yamcha, despite being Bulma's former boyfriend, was equally astonished by the unexpected spectacle. Goku, however, was unfazed by such sights and was about to greet Bulma when she lost her balance and splashed into the pool, sending waves of water cascading around her. Must you be so impolite, Goku, appearing without a warning? Bulma exclaimed, her frustration evident. Yamcha, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness, remarked humorously, wasn't that a warning just now? Bulma shot him a disapproving look, unimpressed by the joke. Xue Tian cleared his throat and suggested, shall we take a seat over there? Goku, confused by Xue Tian's intent, scratched his head and replied, why? Aren't you looking for Vegeta? Bulma, where is Vegeta? Goku inquired. Understanding Goku's persistence, Bulma reluctantly shouted, in the training room. Got it, Bulma. Goku replied to Xue Tian, let us go find Vegeta. The group swiftly flew towards the training room. After they departed, Bulma finally emerged from the water. Truthfully, if it weren't for the sudden appearance of the unfamiliar Xue Tian, she wouldn't have felt so flustered. The sight of an ordinary man bleeding from his nose was enough to make her blush. Upon arriving at the training room, Vegeta stepped out and, upon seeing Goku and the others, paused momentarily before regaining his composure and coldly asking, Kakarot, what brings you here? He cast a disdainful glance at Yamcha, whom he disliked due to his knowledge of Bulma's past with him. Despite his aloof demeanor, Vegeta deeply cared for Bulma, having once confronted the fearsome Beerus on her behalf, even shouting, my Bulma. Goku grinned. He is looking for you. Vegeta turned to Xue Tian and coldly inquired, who is he? Goku, unable to recall Xue Tian's name, awkwardly scratched his head. What is your name? Xue Tian. Xue Tian, never heard of you. Vegeta replied dismissively, turning away in his usual haughty manner. Xue Tian approached him, saying, you are indeed the proud Prince Vegeta. Do you remember the man who humiliated your father? Oh no, it should be called a cat, the Conus Rex cat. Vegeta froze mid-step, his expression locked in a state of shock as memories of his father, King Vegeta, being trampled surfaced in his mind. In the presence of that cat, his father had shown no resistance, too terrified to even breathe freely. Seeing Vegeta's frozen expression, Goku looked on with curiosity. What's wrong, Vegeta? You look awful. Is this cat really that formidable? Yamcha, quick to connect the dots, realized that Xue Tian's reference to the cat was indeed serious, and if true, it must possess immense power. As Goku approached Vegeta, concern etched on his face, he asked, Vegeta, what's the matter? You look pale. Is Xue Tian right about this cat? Xue Tian, is this cat the one you mentioned, Beerus? Xue Tian affirmed, indeed, Goku. This cat is none other than Beerus. Vegeta, he will arrive soon. You should consider how to prepare. Just then, A notification resonated within Xue Tian's consciousness. Ding. Objective 2 complete. Locate Goku and Vegeta. Inform them that Beerus will soon arrive on Earth. Reward, Saiyan Bloodline. Upon hearing the system's alert, Xue Tian felt a surge of joy and immediately activated it. Saiyan Bloodline Fusion. Ding. Congratulations, host. Saiyan Bloodline fused successfully. Current attributes, host, Xue Tian. Techniques, Wolf Fang Fist. Sky Dance. Special skills, none. Race, human, Saiyan. Items, none. Battle power, 100 million. Base battle power, not transformed. Once Vegeta regained his composure, he gazed at Xue Tian with unease. How do you know Beerus is coming to Earth? Goku, still bewildered, asked, who exactly is this Beerus? Why do you seem afraid of him? Vegeta, instead of clarifying, fixed Xue Tian with a fearful glare. He was not afraid of Xue Tian himself, but of the cat. Beerus, you don't need to know. Just understand that Beerus will soon arrive on Earth, and given his nature, there's a high chance he will wreak havoc. Especially with you around, Kakarot. You know what will happen. Xue Tian chuckled lightly. Vegeta, hearing this, shot a furious glare at Goku. Kakarot. Huh, what did I do, Vegeta? Goku replied innocently. What do you mean, what did you do? If Beerus truly comes to Earth, you must not engage him. Vegeta warned. Goku, however, dismissed the warning. Why not? A powerful being like him? I can't resist the urge to fight. I really want to test my strength against him. Humph. Your power is insignificant in his presence. Chapter 6. Sign of Ultra Instinct. Humph. Your power is utterly insignificant before him, Vegeta declared with a frigid tone. Goku, somewhat indignant, retorted, what's with that, Vegeta? We haven't even fought yet, and you're already writing me off as a pushover. Kakarot, I'm warning you one last time. If Beerus truly arrives, you absolutely must not engage him in combat. Do you comprehend? Vegeta stated gravely. His paramount concern was that Goku would be unable to restrain his battle-hungry nature. Should they provoke Beerus, their fate would be sealed in death, and Earth would face annihilation. Xue Tian also wished to dissuade Goku from confronting Beerus. While he possessed the means to ensure Beerus wouldn't destroy Earth and to preserve their lives, he preferred to avoid intervention unless absolutely necessary. He simply desired to complete his tasks quietly, augment his combat prowess, and vanquish the Grand Minister at the earliest opportunity, thereby severing his bond with Zeno. The mere thought of being implicated in Zeno's demise due to someone else's treachery filled him with injustice. If Zeno were privy to his thoughts, he would likely retort, I'm more concerned about you being killed. Vegeta, noticing Kakarot's dismissive and aggrieved demeanor, glanced at Xue Tian and said, Kakarot, I can find someone to spar with you, but you must pledge not to fight Beerus. Huh? Who? Goku asked excitedly, completely disregarding the latter part of Vegeta's statement. Xue Tian furrowed his brow, sensing that he might become an unwitting target. However, he couldn't speak up at this juncture, lest he reveal himself to Goku. Otherwise, he would seek a match with him even without Vegeta's prompting. Guarantee it first. Vegeta clenched his fists and exclaimed. This low-class Saiyan was even more bellicose than himself, which was utterly preposterous. I promise, Goku said impatiently. For some reason, Goku's eagerness made Vegeta skeptical, doubting its sincerity. Yet, he was left with no alternative, short of imprisoning him. But would Goku tolerate such confinement? Obviously not. Vegeta, who is it? Goku was now oblivious to Beerus, fixated solely on finding a sparring partner. Vegeta cast a fleeting glance at Xue Tian, him. He knew that Beerus's impending arrival signified considerable strength, and Xue Tian's aura was also quite impressive. A realization dawned upon Goku. That's right. Why didn't I think of it? Xue Tian, let's spar? Xue Tian was inwardly speechless. He only possessed a power level of 100 million. How could he possibly defeat Goku? It was common knowledge that the power levels in Dragon Ball Super were incredibly inconsistent. When the protagonist group was about to participate in the Tournament of Power, Master Roshi, Krillin, and others experienced exponential growth after a brief training period. Master Roshi, who barely reached Super Saiyan level in the Buu Saga, or perhaps even less, suddenly attained Super Saiyan 2 level, or even higher, after a short training period. The most egregious case was Android 17. In the Cell Saga, he was merely at Super Saiyan level, but in Dragon Ball Super, after some training, he reached the level of Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan Blue. Goku and Vegeta's attainment of this level was due to Whis' guidance and years of combat experience. However, Android 17 achieved this level with only minimal training, which was truly absurd. Consequently, Everyone realized that in Super, there was no real power level to speak of. It was all about abilities, martial arts, and unique bloodlines that determined one's strength. Thus, Xue Tian was certain that his power level of 100 million was insufficient to defeat Goku in his base form, based on the Dragon Ball Super worldview. Even if Goku didn't transform, he was no match for Goku's base form. No need, I'm no match for you. Xue Tian naturally wanted to avoid being abused, and Goku wouldn't hold back in a real fight. He had no masochistic tendencies. Goku immediately tried to persuade him. Hey, we haven't even fought yet. How do you know you're not my match? Let's spar? It's been a while since I last fought. Xue Tian was exasperated. It's been a while since you last fought? And you want to fight me? Are you planning to use me as a punching bag? Ding. Random mission activated. Choice 1. Agree to fight Goku. Reward. Sign of Ultra Instinct. Choice 2. Refuse to fight Goku. Reward. Shining Sword Strike. Upon seeing the two choices in his mind, Xue Tian was instantly ecstatic. Ultra Instinct. It was Ultra Instinct. It was just the sign version, which was a slight pity. If he could obtain the true Ultra Instinct, he would be invincible as long as he didn't encounter destroyers or anyone of that level. Xue Tian knew that Ultra Instinct had several stages. The weakest state was the sign of Ultra Instinct. Then came Ultra Instinct Enhanced, Ultra Instinct Perfected, and finally the true Ultra Instinct, also known as Emotional Ultra Instinct, which required calmness and ruthlessness to unleash its true power. Although it was just the sign version, it was still a divine technique that allowed one to fight opponents stronger than oneself, which should be enough to deal with Goku. Goku was still trying to persuade him. Just spar a little. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I'll only use a tiny bit of my power. As he spoke, he gestured with his index finger and thumb, indicating a minuscule amount. Xue Tian couldn't help but laugh. His words were truly infuriating, and he said them with such a straight face. If he didn't know Goku's personality, he would have been driven to the point of vomiting blood. No wonder Frieza said he hated seeing Goku like this. Alright, if you want to fight, I'll play along. I agree. Ding. Choice 1 completed. Agreed to fight Goku. Reward. Sign of Ultra Instinct. Learning Sign of Ultra Instinct. Congratulations, host, for learning Sign of Ultra Instinct. In that instant, a vast amount of knowledge and combat movements flooded Xue Tian's mind like a tidal wave, and his body felt lighter. This is Ultra Instinct. It's indeed powerful. Although he hadn't used it yet, Xue Tian could sense the terror of Ultra Instinct. If the sign version was already this powerful, how terrifying would the true Ultra Instinct be? Great. Hearing Xue Tian's agreement, Goku immediately adopted a fighting stance without hesitation. Bang! Vegeta shoved him away, snorting coldly. Vegeta, what are you doing? Xue Tian chuckled. Goku, you want to spar here? Are you planning to demolish Vegeta's house? Hee. Goku scrambled to his feet and scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Oh right. Chapter 7. Vegeta's Arrogance in the Wild Desert. Xue Tian, Son Goku, Yamcha, and the Vegeta family arrived at the scene. Son Goku assumed a combat stance, his gaze fixed intently on Xue Tian. I am ready. Are you? Xue Tian took a deep breath, astonished that his first battle upon traversing into the Dragon Ball Super Universe would be against Son Goku, the mightiest of protagonists. He prepared himself for the fight. Come on. With a whoosh, Son Goku's figure blurred, resembling a comet striking towards Xue Tian with astonishing speed. Xue Tian's vision blurred, and before he could react, he felt a sudden pain in his abdomen. Bang! Ah! Xue Tian shrieked, foam forming at his mouth as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a small hill. Witnessing this, Vegeta remained indifferent, his expression laced with disdain. I expected a worthy opponent, but it seems you are nothing but a waste. Yamcha, overhearing this, felt an inexplicable embarrassment and glanced at Vegeta, who didn't even spare him a glance, prompting him to awkwardly look away. Trunks, unfiltered, exclaimed, this uncle is so weak. He was knocked away by Uncle Goku with just one punch. Son Goku, feeling a bit awkward, scratched the back of his head and flew to Xue Tian's side. Are you alright? I only used a little bit of my strength. I don't know why it turned out like this. Xue Tian clenched his fists, feeling a surge of anger despite knowing Goku's nature. Most importantly, Vegeta's words were deeply insulting. If he didn't showcase his abilities today, he would indeed be a disgrace to his fellow traversers. No worries, let's go again. With that, he tightened his fists, his mind racing with thoughts that fueled his fury. Possessing Saiyan blood, he understood the secret to transformation and saw no reason not to utilize it. Ah! He roared, his aura surging dramatically. Vegeta's previously indifferent demeanor shifted to one of surprise. What was this? Why did it feel reminiscent of a Saiyan's aura? Son Goku sensed it too. In an instant, a golden-haired Xue Tian emerged, enveloped in a radiant golden aura, exuding charisma. Goku and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Huh, you are also a Saiyan? Unsure how to respond, Xue Tian shrugged nonchalantly. Sort of. Vegeta, hearing this, coldly retorted, a Saiyan is a Saiyan. If you're not, then you aren't. What do you mean by sort of? You disgrace the Saiyan lineage. Xue Tian cast a casual glance at Vegeta. You seem to have a problem with that. Vegeta, sensing the disdain, soared over, maintaining his icy demeanor. I am the prince of all Saiyans. Your words can only be interpreted as contempt for Saiyan blood. I don't harbor any contempt. I'm merely stating facts. Xue Tian replied, for he was uncertain of his own status as a Saiyan. Given that his lineage was assigned by the system rather than being a natural-born Saiyan like Vegeta and Goku. If one were to categorize Xue Tian's lineage, it would be meaningless to label him as merely human. Vegeta remarked coolly, don't think that by transforming into a Super Saiyan, you can stand against me. In my eyes, you remain a waste. Your current Super Saiyan form is merely the weakest stage. Xue Tian's temper flared. If he didn't teach this Vegeta a lesson, he might truly believe himself to be among his subjects. Even the Omni-King or the Grand Priest would need to converse with him respectfully, otherwise, he could easily crush them. And who was Vegeta to think otherwise? Vegeta, do you think this is Planet Vegeta? Do you still consider yourself a prince above all others? Let me remind you, Planet Vegeta is no more. Even as a prince, you are merely a fallen one. Vegeta was struck where it hurt. Huh, with a fierce roar. He instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan at the second level. Unlike Son Goku, who relished slow, enjoyable battles, Vegeta preferred to eliminate opponents swiftly, relishing the thrill of a quick kill. Thus, he unleashed his full strength from the very beginning. Son Goku, noticing Vegeta's anger, quickly interjected, Vegeta, why are you still angry? Yamcha chimed in. Yes, we are all friends. There's no need for hostility over a friendly spar. But before he could finish, Vegeta shot him a fierce glare, radiating murderous intent, compelling Yamcha to fall silent. Though he had recently developed the super energy bomb, he was acutely aware of his place before Vegeta. Vegeta advanced toward Xue Tian, fists clenched, his voice icy. I will leave you battered. You will know whether I am a fallen prince. Vegeta, Xue Tian is competing with me. Son Goku stepped in front. Without uttering a word, Vegeta shoved Son Goku aside and, without hesitation, launched a powerful punch at Xue Tian. Xue Tian, in his Super Saiyan form, was no match for Vegeta at the second level. In fact, even if Vegeta remained in his base form, he might still not be able to compete. Yet Xue Tian showed no hesitation, immediately raising his arms to defend. Bang! Vegeta's punch struck the intersection of Xue Tian's arms, sending him flying hundreds of meters away, crashing into a hillside. As the hill crumbled, dust billowed into the air, enveloping Xue Tian. Bulma scolded, Vegeta, you went too far? He came to warn you about an impending enemy, and this is how you treat him. Yes, Vegeta, your response was too harsh. Son Goku reproached. Having gauged Xue Tian's overall combat capability earlier, he was clearly no match for them. I said I would leave him battered so he would understand the consequences of insulting the Prince of Saiyans. Vegeta proclaimed proudly. Truly, he was no threat. Even in his Super Saiyan form, he remained utterly defenseless. Whoosh! In an instant, a silvery light burst forth from the shattered stones of the hill. Chapter 8. Defeating Vegeta, a radiant silver light burst forth from the shattered stones of a hillside. Wisps of dust dispersed as a young man. His head crowned with silver hair and enveloped in a shimmering silver aura, emerged step by step. His strikingly handsome face bore an alluring yet somewhat roguish smile, captivating all who beheld him. Even Bulma could not help but murmur in admiration. So handsome. Is this Xue Tian? The figure emerging from the mist, surrounded by the silver glow, was none other than Xue Tian, who had ultimately chosen to unleash the Zizai Ji Gong, Zhao. Initially, he had intended to accumulate some combat experience in his Super Saiyan form, but it seemed unnecessary and he lacked the opportunity. He resolved to teach Vegeta a lesson. The latter was utterly unaware that there are realms beyond his comprehension. Vegeta furrowed his brow, surprised that Xue Tian could assume yet another form. Goku, on the other hand, wore an expression of excitement. Xue Tian has other forms too. How wonderful. He then remarked with confusion, but Xue Tian's aura feels a bit strange, almost elusive. It was not only Goku who sensed this. Vegeta also detected it. Previously, they could distinctly sense Xue Tian's presence, yet now it was intermittent and faint. The reason for this phenomenon was known solely to Xue Tian, as it stemmed from the Zizai Gong, Zhao. This technique belonged to the realm of the divine. Since Xue Tian was not a deity, its execution rendered his aura sporadic and elusive. Had he been a god? The use of Zizai Gong would have resulted in a complete absence of aura. Naturally, even without employing it, a god would not be detectable. Vegeta scoffed coldly. Stop pretending to be divine. Watch as I obliterate you. With a swift motion, he darted towards Xue Tian, unleashing a powerful punch. A smile crept across Xue Tian's lips. Vegeta, witnessing this smile, felt an inexplicable surge of rage. Watch me defeat you with a single blow. He struck, but his fist met nothing but air. Vegeta's heart raced with astonishment. How could he have missed? Goku and the others were equally shocked, having seen Vegeta's fist seemingly connect with Xue Tian, only for him to evade at the last moment. Was it instantaneous movement? No, that did not seem to be the case. Vegeta quickly regained his composure and launched a series of punches. Each time, just as he was about to land a hit, Xue Tian eluded him, slipping past like a fish in water. With each attempt, Vegeta's frustration mounted, and his fists continued to rain down, yet he could not touch Xue Tian. In a fit of rage, he distanced himself from Xue Tian, both hands aimed at him, and bellowed, "Ha!" Instantly, hundreds of energy blasts hurtled toward Xue Tian, as Vegeta refused to believe he could not land a hit. Yet, to his disbelief, Xue Tian calmly walked through the barrage, as if the energy blasts possessed eyes, deliberately avoiding him, making it appear as though Vegeta had not aimed at all. Goku, mesmerized, exclaimed, "Incredible!" Vegeta soared into the sky, arms outstretched, gathering energy. Xue Tian regarded his actions with a dismissive smirk. Goku shouted, "Vegeta, don't!" But in his fury, Vegeta paid no heed to Goku's warning and continued to gather power, roaring. Final flash. A tremendous beam of energy surged toward Xue Tian. Vegeta, watching the beam approach, smirked confidently, thinking, "Let us see how you dodge this. If you perish, it's your own fault for being blind." Just as he believed this decisive attack would vanquish Xue Tian, a captivating voice reached his ears. "Vegeta, your final flash seems to be rather lackluster. Your aim is atrocious." Startled, Vegeta turned to the source of the voice, only to find Xue Tian standing right beside him. Goku stared in disbelief. Amazing. He dodged that too. He had clearly seen Xue Tian about to be hit, yet it appeared otherwise. As Vegeta was engulfed in shock, Xue Tian remarked coolly, "You've had your chance. Now it's my turn." Vegeta's lips twitched in irritation at the remark. Before he could react, Xue Tian delivered a heavy punch to his abdomen, causing him to double over, his Super Saiyan 2 form reverting back to normal. A stream of white foam escaped his mouth, but Xue Tian had no intention of stopping there. He seized Vegeta's arm and struck down again. A piercing scream echoed for miles. Before Vegeta could respond, Xue Tian swiftly grabbed his other arm and delivered another punishing blow. Another agonizing cry resonated through the air. Trunks, watching in distress, cried out, "Dad." Xue Tian then grasped Vegeta's leg and hurled him into the air. In a flash, he appeared in midair, grinning devilishly, and with a casual wave of his hand, declared, "Your ignorance is not a merit of your arrogance. Today, I shall bestow upon you a small taste of punishment." With a resounding kick, he struck Vegeta. Vegeta plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the ground with a thunderous boom, creating a massive crater. His battle suit lay in tatters, and he lay gasping for breath at the bottom of the pit. "Dad!" Trunks rushed forward. Bulma, unable to perform flight techniques, stood at the edge of the crater, watching with concern. Xue Tian deactivated his Zizai Gong state and descended slowly. Goku, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Xue Tian, it's my turn." However, Xue Tian's energy was insufficient to execute Zizai Gong again, primarily due to his low foundational combat power. To have maintained enough strength to defeat Vegeta was already commendable. "Apologies, but I lack the inclination to continue this bout." Goku understood that what was meant to be a friendly spar had nearly escalated into a real battle, which was rather disheartening. Scratching his head, he inquired, "So when shall we compete?" Ding. Random task activated. Chapter 9. Achieving the ultimate flash ding. Random task activated. Option 1. Agree to a duel with Sun Wukong in 3 days. Reward: 500 million base combat power. Option 2. Refuse to duel Sun Wukong, asserting that he is not your opponent. Reward: ultimate flash. Xue Tian never anticipated that the system would present him with a choice at such a critical moment. Faced with the dilemma of combat power versus the ultimate flash, he found himself in a quandary, uncertain of which option to select. Given his current state, he possessed no techniques apart from the Wolf Fang Fist. If a confrontation were to arise, he would undoubtedly require a formidable technique to counter. However, his combat power was presently quite low. If he could enhance it, his prowess would surely grow exponentially after activating his ZZIJYGing. Yet, if he unleashed the ultimate flash while in that state, the sheer force of the attack would be formidable. It was truly a difficult decision. The crux of the issue lay in his lack of resources. Therefore, he resolved to pursue the most effortless solution. Choosing option 1 would require a 3-day wait for the reward, whereas option 2 promised immediate gratification. Thus, he decided upon the latter, pondering whether there might be other choices activated during the 3-day interval. For now, he opted to forego the duel, stating that Sun Wukong was not his match. If he truly wished to defeat him, he ought to train diligently for some time. At his current strength, he was simply inadequate, even in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Sun Wukong was regarded as the strongest among them, yet here was someone claiming that even in his transformed state, he was not a worthy opponent. Sun Wukong harbored no doubts about Xue Tian's assertion. From what he had just witnessed, Xue Tian indeed exhibited remarkable strength. Even against Xue Tian, Sun Wukong felt far from assured of victory. The pivotal revelation occurred during the recent battle between Vegeta and Xue Tian. It appeared that Xue Tian possessed an instinctive ability to evade attacks. Every time Vegeta's punch was on the verge of landing, Xue Tian deftly avoided it, rendering him untouchable. If one could not land a blow on Xue Tian, how could they possibly hope to defeat him? As the crowd remained in shock, a notification resonated within Xue Tian's consciousness. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing option 2. Refusing to duel Sun Wukong and asserting that he is not your opponent. Reward: ultimate flash acquired. Learning the ultimate flash. Ding! Congratulations, host, for mastering the ultimate flash. In an instant, Xue Tian felt an influx of knowledge regarding the techniques of the ultimate flash. Indeed, this technique was impressive. If unleashed while in the state of ZZIJYGing, its power would be amplified exponentially. He wondered how Vegeta would react the next time he employed the ultimate flash. After consuming a Senzu bean, Vegeta's injuries healed, and he stood to regard Xue Tian. His expression slightly altered, though his tone remained icy as he inquired, "What was that transformation you just exhibited? It does not resemble a Saiyan form." Naturally, it is not a Saiyan form. It is a skill known as ZZIJYGing. ZZIJYGing? Vegeta asked, perplexed. Sun Wukong echoed his confusion. They had never heard of such a technique before. However, through observation, they recognized that this transformation was indeed powerful. Despite Xue Tian's low base combat power, once he entered the ZZIJYGing state, he could effortlessly overpower Vegeta. His enhancements were utterly terrifying. Xue Tian chose not to linger further. Farewell, everyone. Until we meet again. Having arrived in the Dragon Ball Super world, he knew he would not be returning anytime soon. Thus, he resolved to find a place to reside. He soared toward West City using his flying technique. As he departed, Yamcha called out, "Wukong, Vegeta, I'm leaving too." He quickly took off with Poir. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta and asked with a smile, "How do you feel, Vegeta?" Vegeta scoffed coldly, interpreting Wukong's inquiry as mockery. "It won't be long before I unravel his ZZIJYGing." Clenching his fists, confidence surged within him as he thought. Once he deciphered Xue Tian's technique, his base combat power would be more than sufficient before him. With those thoughts in mind, he no longer hesitated and swiftly flew home. Sun Wukong, bewildered, wondered what had caused Vegeta's sudden change in demeanor. Yet, he dismissed it, believing Vegeta's nature to be inherently unapproachable. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers, recalling, "Right. Xue Tian mentioned that if one wishes to gather information about Beerus, one should seek out the old Kai." He immediately sensed the old Kai's energy and waved goodbye to Bulma and the others. Whoosh! Bulma watched as everyone departed, leaving her with her son Trunks. Her expression twitching as she gazed in the direction Vegeta had flown. "Vegeta, honestly, leaving without me, Are you not concerned I might not find my way back? Xue Tian arrived in West City, hovering in midair, contemplating where he might find lodging. However, he was devoid of funds. At that moment, he noticed a martial arts tournament taking place below. The host, clad in a suit, was the same individual who had always emceed the events, an unyielding presence, seemingly impervious to harm. Yet now, he appeared considerably aged, lacking the vigor of his youth. The tournament was nearing its conclusion, with the victor being Satan. The audience erupted in cheers, chanting his name with fervor, many nearly fainting from excitement. In the Dragon Ball world, Satan was the most beloved figure. Despite Goku and Vegeta's frequent heroics, few recognized them. In stark contrast, Satan was a national idol. One could argue that Goku's victory over Kid Buu was largely due to Satan's contributions. When Goku sought to gather the spirit bomb, he called upon the entire world. Yet none recognized him or contributed their energy. Ultimately, it was Satan's encouragement that compelled the masses to raise their hands and offer their energy, culminating in the most powerful spirit bomb that obliterated Kid Buu. Upon first watching Dragon Ball, Xue Tian had pondered the necessity of a character like Satan, whose combat prowess was negligible and whose contributions seemed comedic at best. However, as he observed Satan's subsequent impact, he understood his role was to bridge Goku's connections with the people, the spirit bomb facilitator. With him, gathering energy on Earth became effortless, as everyone was willing to believe in him, perceiving him as the true supreme warrior. Look, what is that? Chapter 10. The frantic fans of Satan behold. What is that? At that moment, a spacecraft appeared in the sky above the city, its swirling vortex instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. Satan, too, turned his gaze, bewildered by the situation. Just then, the spacecraft opened its hatch, and a radiant beam of white light descended, accompanied by two figures. These two beings, with blue skin and the bodies of bulls, stood tall and imposing, startling everyone present. Satan was particularly taken aback, especially upon realizing that these two were as robust as 3 or 4 of him combined. Their penetrating gaze fixed upon Satan, causing him to feel a sense of dread. What were their intentions? The blue bull-headed figure on the left spoke. Are you the formidable force that vanquished Majin Buu? Faced with their menacing demeanor, Satan hesitated to affirm this claim. However, with so many witnesses present, denying it would only expose him. Would he still be regarded as the revered Mr. Satan after this? Reluctantly, he mustered the courage to respond. Indeed, I am Mr. Satan. What of it? Greetings, we hail from planet Betel. I am Badfu, and he is Baduo. We have come to challenge the legendary warrior who defeated Majin Buu. Badfu proclaimed, immediately adopting a combative stance that exuded formidable energy, clearly not to be trifled with. Satan, observing their muscular physiques, felt a surge of panic. Their combat prowess was on an entirely different level, and he stood no chance against them. He scanned the surroundings, hoping to spot Goku, Vegeta, or even Goten and Gohan. Yet, the only voices he heard were those of the crowd, chanting his name, Satan. Satan. The embarrassment washed over him, causing cold sweat to trickle down his brow, and he felt as if he might crumble. Noticing Satan's anxious demeanor, Badfu inquired, Mr. Satan, what troubles you? Are you reluctant to compete? At this, Satan sprang to his feet, nervously declaring, impossible. I am merely warming up. Every great battle requires such preparation. How peculiar. No wonder you are the one who defeated Majin Buu. Badfu muttered, utterly convinced, for he recognized Majin Buu's formidable strength and figured that anyone capable of overcoming such an adversary must possess considerable power. A minor eccentricity seemed quite normal for a strong individual. Meanwhile, Xue Tian observed from the sky, a smile creeping across his lips. Oh, Satan, your antics are truly amusing. Yet today, your ability to secure a grand villa rests upon your performance. I believe you will manage. Xue Tian refrained from intervening, sensing that the moment was not yet ripe. As time ticked away, Satan grew increasingly anxious, still failing to spot anyone he needed. The host asked, Mr. Satan, are you ready? Instead of responding, Satan engaged in warm-up exercises, prompting the host to awkwardly state, it seems our Mr. Satan is not quite prepared. Minutes passed, and Badfu grew impatient. Come, let us determine the victor. Satan remained silent, as murmurs of doubt spread among the audience. What is wrong with Mr. Satan? His warm-up has never taken this long. Could it be that he is afraid? Satan's eyebrows nearly shot up in alarm at those words. His face flushed with embarrassment as he anxiously muttered to himself, What to do? What to do? Must I truly fight? If I lose, my esteemed reputation will be tarnished. What of my grand image? In despair, he could not devise a solution. To call for help in front of this many people would mean exposing himself. Just then, a voice echoed from above, and a handsome young man descended rapidly. Xue Tian had arrived. Satan, bewildered, did not recognize him. Who is this? Who is his master? He wondered. Before he could ponder further, Xue Tian stood before him and whispered, "If you wish to keep your secret, give me 10 billion, and I shall help you defeat this extraterrestrial, preserving your illustrious name." 10 billion. Satan gasped, realizing this person aimed to assist him but sought a hefty sum. Decide quickly, Mr. Satan, or I shall claim that you have mistaken me for someone else. Xue Tian chuckled. To Satan, 10 billion was not an exorbitant amount, equivalent to merely 50 million in the real world. Given his status, this sum was trivial, a mere drop in the ocean. Although he felt a pang of regret, he understood that failing to pay would lead to his exposure. 10 billion to safeguard his reputation was worth it. Very well, my esteemed disciple, you have returned at last. Everyone, this is my disciple, who has been training for 3 years and has only just returned. Satan exclaimed, joyfully patting Xue Tian on the shoulder. He was quite the performer, and the crowd's unwavering belief in him was absolute. No one doubted his words. Indeed, master, I have returned, Xue Tian affirmed. Turning to face Badfu, he coolly stated, you wish to challenge my master? You are not yet worthy. First, you must defeat me. Badfu's fury ignited, his face contorting in rage. Arrogant. You are merely Mr. Satan's disciple, yet you speak so boldly. I shall see what skills you possess. Come, let us duel. With that, Xue Tian vanished in a flash, akin to a cannonball, and in an instant, a brilliant light collided with Badfu's abdomen. A dreadful scream echoed, and Badfu collapsed, frothing at the mouth, leaving the onlookers stunned, their mouths agape in disbelief, including Satan, who had never anticipated such overwhelming strength from Xue Tian. Half a minute later, the host announced, the disciple of Satan has triumphed. The crowd erupted in cheers. Satan! Satan! Xue Tian found himself speechless, incredulous at the frenzied devotion of the fans. As Satan basked in the adoration, he raised his arms in triumph, reveling in the cheers that surrounded him. Chapter 11. Knowing he is the god of destruction. Are you not afraid? The incident involving the 2 extraterrestrials was merely a minor episode, yet it proved to be immensely beneficial for Xue Tian. For at least a considerable period, he need not concern himself with financial matters. In Satan's abode, here is your billion-dollar check. Satan presented the check with both hands, albeit somewhat reluctantly. Thank you. In the future, should such matters arise, I would be glad to assist. Xue Tian replied with a smile. Satan's lips twitched slightly at this. At that moment, the plump and diminutive Beerus emerged from the room. Satan, I want pudding. Very well, Mr. Beerus. I shall summon someone to bring it to you at once. Xue Tian cast a few glances at the pudgy creature. Indeed, Beerus was rather adorable. However, this fellow had become exceedingly lazy since aligning with Satan, spending his days indulging in food without a thought for training. It seemed he had never heard of Beerus engaging in any form of cultivation. Beerus regarded Xue Tian with disinterest, plopping down on the ground to continue snacking on various treats. Xue Tian chuckled, utilizing his flight technique to depart from Satan's residence. With the billion he acquired, he spent 500 million on a villa, leaving him with another 500 million. Surveying the grand villa before him, Xue Tian expressed his satisfaction. Not bad at all. In reality, I couldn't even afford a 3-bedroom apartment, yet here I have purchased a villa. With 500 million remaining, I reckon it will last me a lifetime. Changing into swimwear, he dove into the pool for a swim. Ding! Random selection activated. Choice 1. Deceive the old Supreme Kai into believing you are a powerful being unafraid of Beerus. Reward, divine energy. Choice 2. Inform the old Supreme Kai that you have merely heard that Beerus is set to descend. Reward, Majin Buu's bloodline. Oh, how surprising that swimming could activate a selection. Xue Tian mused. Divine energy? If memory serves, this is one of the essentials for attaining divinity. The Majin Buu bloodline is also quite appealing, offering regenerative capabilities and absorption, yet possessing divine energy could lead to godhood. When comparing Buu's lineage to divinity, I am decidedly inclined towards the latter. This world of Dragon Ball Super serves as a stage for angelic beings, gods of destruction, and other formidable entities, with Sun Wukong and Vegeta aspiring to rise to their level, rather than aligning with beings like Majin Buu. In simpler terms, had it not been for the realm of Dragon Ball Super, The Majin Buu bloodline would indeed be commendable. However, when juxtaposed with the divine, it pales significantly. I choose the first option, Xue Tian declared resolutely. Whoosh. No sooner had he made his choice than a beam of light descended, revealing the old Supreme Kai. The East Kai, and Sun Wukong at the edge of the pool, gazing at Xue Tian, who was swimming. Xue Tian, anticipating their arrival, was not at all taken aback by their sudden appearance. The system's activation of the selection hinted that the ensuing events might correlate with his choice. This was a conclusion he had drawn after completing several tasks, leading him to view the system's assignments as a form of reminder. The old Supreme Kai, observing Xue Tian's aquatic antics, kept his gaze fixed upon him, which startled Xue Tian, given the old Supreme Kai's and Master Roshi's notorious lecherous reputations within Dragon Ball Super. Sun Wukong, grinning, remarked, Xue Tian, the old Supreme Kai has a few questions for you. Xue Tian did not respond. Instead, he swiftly soared out of the water and hurriedly donned his clothes, appearing quite flustered. Seeing his frantic demeanor, Sun Wukong queried in confusion, "We're all men here. Why the fuss?" Xue Tian's lips twitched slightly. It was precisely because they were all men that he felt uneasy under the old Supreme Kai's scrutinizing gaze. Had it been a woman, he would not have felt such tension. Nevertheless, Xue Tian did not wish to elaborate, calmly inquiring, "East Kai, what brings you here?" In truth, Xue Tian had a general idea of their purpose for visiting, yet he refrained from voicing it, as he needed to deceive the old Supreme Kai. This elder was wise and experienced. Without a clever approach, he might not be convinced. The East Kai, taken aback, did not expect Xue Tian to recognize him and politely replied, "It is not me. Rather, my ancestor has matters to discuss with you." The old Supreme Kai gazed at Xue Tian with a smile. Xue Tian urged, "Feel free to ask whatever you wish. There is no need to adopt such a nervous demeanor, as it only serves to unsettle me." Upon hearing Xue Tian's words and observing his ancestor's demeanor, the East Kai felt an acute sense of embarrassment. "Xue Tian, my ancestor is simply this way. I hope you can forgive him." Xue Tian, well aware of the old Supreme Kai's character, did not take offense, replying, "Understood." At this moment, the old Supreme Kai inquired, "How did you come to know that Beerus is set to descend upon Earth?" Xue Tian offered a mysterious smile. "I have my methods." "What methods?" The old Supreme Kai pressed. "Do you know Beerus?" Xue Tian continued to play coy. "One might say I do, and one might also say I do not." The old Supreme Kai, intrigued, asked, "So you do know him? Thus, you must be aware of his abilities and his identity? Indeed, is he not the god of destruction?" Xue Tian replied with an air of calmness, as tranquil as still water, yet his tone shocked the old Supreme Kai profoundly. "Knowing he is the god of destruction, are you not afraid?" Before Xue Tian could respond, Sun Wukong and the East Kai, perplexed, interjected, "Who exactly is this Beerus? Why does our ancestor appear so grave and fearful at the mere mention of his name?" The old Supreme Kai's expression twisted momentarily as he recounted, "I was sealed by him for 75 million years. Had it not been for the breaking of my divine sword, I might still be trapped." Recalling this ignited a fury within him, which he directed at the East Kai with a punch to his head. The East Kai looked on with a pitiful expression. "Ancestor, what have I done? Do you have any idea who Beerus is? What kind of being he represents?" The East Kai shook his head earnestly. This prompted the old Supreme Kai to raise his hand once more, but the East Kai had already stepped back in anticipation. "I often urged you to study divine history, yet you persist in reading scandalous tabloids." At this, the East Kai pouted, muttering in exasperation, "But it was you who—" Chapter 12. Sun Wukong having spoken at length, I found myself unheeding. The old Kai glared at the East Kai, who promptly fell silent. The old Kai then began to elucidate. "The being you refer to as Beerus is the god of destruction of the seventh universe. Gods of destruction are a distinct category of divine entities. While there exist gods of creation like the Kaishin, it follows that there must also be gods of destruction. These deities are born solely for the purpose of annihilation, possessing an unfathomable combat prowess. In a sense, they epitomize the pinnacle of power within their respective universes. That said, some universes may witness the emergence of exceptionally powerful races or individuals who can surpass a god of destruction. However, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Purely in terms of combat strength, they may exceed a god of destruction, yet should the latter employ divine techniques, surpassing them becomes an impossibility. He glanced at Sun Wukong as if to emphasize. Thus, Wukong, Should the god of destruction Beerus truly descend upon Earth, I implore you not to provoke him. Otherwise, he may lay waste to our planet, and you, too, could fall victim to his wrath. Eagerly, Sun Wukong retorted, I can defeat him. The old Kai's lips twitched slightly as he delivered a sharp blow to Wukong's head, admonishing defeat? How do you intend to overcome him? Can you withstand his destruction? What is destruction? Wukong inquired, a bewildered expression upon his face. The god of destruction's divine technique can obliterate nearly anything in existence, from a speck of dust to entire planets, even the cosmos itself. Are you capable of withstanding such destruction? The old Kai replied, his tone dripping with disdain. To think you aspire to defeat a god of destruction. You might as well speak of vanquishing the Omni-King. Scratching his head in confusion, Wukong asked, then what should I do? Simply appease him. Beerus has an insatiable fondness for gourmet cuisine. If you present him with delectable dishes, he will likely be content and refrain from any destructive actions. Should you incite his anger, Earth will face annihilation, and not just you, but also Chi-Chi, Gohan, and Goten could perish. Having worked alongside Beerus for many years, the old Kai was well aware of his colleagues' preferences and weaknesses. Sun Wukong, though somewhat understanding, nodded in a manner that suggested only partial comprehension. Xue Tian observed the glint of determination in Wukong's eyes and chuckled softly. This fellow would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to challenge Beerus, just as he would not shy away from competing with Xue Tian himself. While Xue Tian maintained a calm demeanor, he recognized that the stakes would be different with Beerus. The old Kai, fully aware of Wukong's nature, felt a twinge of helplessness, yet he knew there was little he could do. After all, imprisoning Wukong was not feasible. Sealing him away was the only option. Suddenly, Wukong inquired curiously, by the way, old Kai, you mentioned the seventh universe. What does that mean? Are there other universes? The old Kai did not hold back, explaining, the seventh universe is the one we inhabit. There are 12 universes in total, numbered from the 1st to the 12th. The first universe corresponds with the 12th, the second with the 11th, and so forth, culminating in the 6th universe being paired with the 7th, making a total of 13. These paired universes are referred to as twin universes. If there are Saiyans in the 7th universe, you can be assured there are also Saiyans in the 6th. Do you understand? Wukong scratched his head earnestly, responding, though you articulated much, I still do not comprehend. With a resounding thud, both the old Kai and East Kai collapsed to the ground. To articulate so clearly and yet remain oblivious? What a waste of breath. Just know this. Wukong, there are realms beyond realms, and beings beyond beings. Wukong nodded emphatically, clenching his fists. It seems there are formidable beings beyond our universe. I yearn to encounter them and engage in battle. The old Kai, exasperated, cautioned, Wukong, do refrain from stirring trouble. Your disposition is prone to attracting significant peril. If you can simply become the strongest in the 7th universe, that will suffice. Xue Tian, standing nearby, chuckled quietly, pondering how the old Kai would react if he were to reveal that the upcoming Universal Power Tournament was instigated by Sun Wukong, where failure would lead to destruction. The thought alone brought a smile to his face, yet he kept his thoughts to himself, aware that some matters were best left unspoken. After advising Wukong, the old Kai turned to Xue Tian. Since you are aware of Beerus's impending arrival on Earth and show no fear of him, surely you possess the capability to defeat him? Xue Tian refrained from answering directly, instead posing a question, what is your intent? Upon hearing this, Wukong's interest piqued once more. He had felt unsatisfied after failing to challenge Xue Tian and had been contemplating when to seek another opportunity. Now, it seemed he had found one. If Beerus truly aims to destroy Earth, I hope you can rise to protect it, the old Kai implored. He believed that since Xue Tian showed no fear of Beerus and had no intentions of fleeing, he might indeed be Earth's savior. Isn't it against the rules for gods to interfere with each other's duties? If he seeks to destroy Earth, that is his prerogative. Asking me to save it would be tantamount to interference, Xue Tian replied with a hint of amusement. Wukong, befuddled, exclaimed, huh? Destroying Earth is a job? What kind of job is that? Xue Tian chose not to elaborate, knowing that within the Dragon Ball Super narrative, Wukong's intellect often fell short. Among all the Dragon Ball series, only GT showcased characters of remarkable cunning and strategy. In contrast, Dragon Ball Super presented a Wukong who was endearingly naive yet a fierce warrior. The old Kai, momentarily taken aback, had not anticipated that Xue Tian possessed such knowledge of these rules. Who exactly are you? How do you know so much? I am who I am, Xue Tian. The reason I grasp these matters so easily is that I am a powerful being of whom you are unaware. I possess knowledge of both past and future events. You are correct. I do not fear Beerus. In fact, should he encounter me, I can transform him into a docile little kitten. He chuckled, for he was bound to the Omni-King. If anything were to befall him due to Beerus, the Omni-King would certainly exact retribution upon the god of destruction. Chapter 13. Sealed for 75 million years, yet unafraid? Upon hearing these words, the old Kaishin fell silent, scrutinizing Xue Tian with a piercing gaze. Noticing that Xue Tian's combat power was rather modest, certainly inferior to that of Sun Wukong, he pondered whether there was some underlying reason for such audacity. Beerus, with his explosive temperament, was indeed a formidable god of destruction. To suggest that he could be tamed like a docile kitten was utterly absurd, an exaggeration, to say the least. However, the sincerity in Xue Tian's demeanor left little doubt of his honesty. If he were to fabricate a tale, how could he possibly know the divine rules? How could he be aware that Beerus would be arriving shortly? Very well, I shall test him further. If you are indeed as formidable as you claim, enlighten me. What is Beerus currently engaged in? Furthermore, what is his purpose in descending upon Earth? Xue Tian understood that in order to convince the old Kaishin, he needed to reveal some truths. Otherwise, the ancient sage would remain skeptical, and without his belief, completing the system's task would be futile. With measured calmness, he replied, Beerus is presently in slumber, and his arrival on Earth stems from a dream he had about the Super Saiyan God, wherein he envisioned that this being could defeat him. The surviving scions of the seventh universe were limited to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, thus it was only natural for him to come to Earth. The old Kaishin swallowed hard. While he was uncertain whether Beerus's descent was indeed due to the Super Saiyan God's arrival, he was certain that Beerus was, at this moment, fast asleep. The coherence in Xue Tian's assertions compelled him to believe. It appeared that this individual was truly a being of great power, possibly one who emerged during the 75 million years of his imprisonment. Ding. Task selection complete. Deceive the old Kaishin into believing you are a powerful entity, unafraid of Beerus. Reward, Divine Energy X1. Ah, the old man is convinced. Excellent. The old Kaishin continued. You speak the truth. Beerus is indeed still asleep. Moreover, you are correct in stating that the affairs of the gods must not interfere with one another. However, in the near future, I shall be creating Earth, which implies that Beerus cannot interfere with my endeavors or destroy the planet. Therefore, I implore you to protect Earth. It is not I who shall interfere with his work, but rather he who encroaches upon mine. Xue Tian chuckled lightly. Old Kaishin, it seems that even after 75 million years of being sealed, you remain unafraid of Beerus. The old Kaishin trembled internally, gazing at Xue Tian in disbelief. You know of this matter. I have said before, I possess knowledge of all that has transpired and all that is to come. The East Kaishin and Sun Wukong were equally astonished, unable to contain their curiosity. Ah, ancestor, is it true that your imprisonment was due to this god of destruction, Beerus? Realizing that he could no longer conceal the truth, the old Kaishin relented, fully accepting that Xue Tian was indeed a powerful being, perhaps connected to the Time Kaishin. After all, it was highly improbable for someone to possess knowledge of both past and future events without such a connection. He resolved to inquire with the Time Kaishin at a later date to ascertain Xue Tian's true identity. Indeed, it was Beerus. A mere short time after I ascended to the position of Kaishin, during my duties, I engaged in a verbal dispute with Beerus, which resulted in an unpleasant fallout. He subsequently sealed me within the divine sword, and it was only after the sword shattered that I was released. Understanding dawned upon the East Kaishin. Sun Wukong, meanwhile, grasped the gravity of the situation. This Beerus is truly despicable, imprisoning you for so long. The old Kaishin sighed in resignation. What can be done? The combat prowess of a Kaishin is simply not on par with that of a god of destruction. If Beerus were truly enraged, he could effortlessly obliterate a Kaishin with a mere flick of his finger. However, as we are bound as a collective, should one perish, so too shall the other. Thus, Beerus refrains from such actions. Otherwise, I would not merely be sealed away, but rather, I would be dead. As for whether he feared Beerus, he did, indeed, fear being sealed once more. Yet, for the sake of Earth, he was willing to take that risk. Since you are aware of Beerus's actions against me, you must also comprehend the nature of our relationship. Xue Tian understood that the old Kaishin was alluding to their bond as a collective. The old Kaishin, puzzled, inquired, "Is this your source of confidence? If this is your means of survival, then I too would be at risk." Despite his advanced age, he was not ready to meet his end. After spending 75 million years sealed away, he had not experienced the joys of life. There was still so much knowledge to acquire. Several volumes of lore remained unread. "Fear not. I shall not engage in such reckless behavior," Xue Tian assured him, secretly contemplating that he would only harm himself and had no desire to complicate matters further. Upon hearing this, the old Kaishin exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. "That is reassuring." The East Kaishin, curious, asked, "Ancestor, what troubles you? You appear quite concerned." "Mind your own business," the old Kaishin retorted, delivering a swift blow that left the East Kaishin dazed, silencing further inquiries. Ignoring the East Kaishin, he turned to Xue Tian. "Can you truly promise me this? What benefit do I receive?" Xue Tian inquired nonchalantly. He was no saint. Earth did not belong to his world, and the fate of its destruction bore no consequence to him. Thus, why should he expend energy to confront Beerus for the sake of strangers? After a moment's contemplation, the old Kaishin produced a stone from his robes. This stone was cubic, reminiscent of a Rubik's cube, radiating a blue luminescence. "This is the divine origin stone, imbued with boundless power. With your abilities, you should be able to absorb it. Should you succeed, your strength will surge exponentially." As Xue Tian gazed upon the divine origin stone, it struck him as oddly familiar, reminiscent of something he had encountered before. Wait, the cosmic seed in Hertz's possession bore a similar appearance. A cube, albeit in a kaleidoscope of colors, while this divine origin stone was merely blue. Ding. Activating system for random selection. Choice 1. Decline the old Kaishin's request to protect Earth. Reward: instant transmission Kamehameha wave. Choice 2. Accept the old Kaishin's request to protect Earth. Reward: Blade of Judgment. The instant transmission Kamehameha wave. Quite appealing. However, the Blade of Judgment was formidable as well. If memory served correctly, it was the signature move of fused Zamasu, unleashing a torrential rain of judgment from the skies. Powerful and undeniably stylish. Chapter 14. Merging with Divine Energy, Ascending to Divinity. If I were to choose option 1, I would merely acquire the instant transmission technique akin to the Turtle School's Kamehameha wave. However, should I opt for the second choice, I would receive 2 rewards, including the coveted Divine Origin Stone, which is indeed something to anticipate. I choose option 2. Without revealing my inner thoughts, I accepted the Divine Origin Stone from the old Kaishin. Very well, I shall protect this Earth. As for what lies ahead, that shall depend on my whims. Ding. Choice 2 completed. I have agreed to the old Kaishin's request to protect the Earth, and in return, I have received the reward, the Blade of Judgment. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Blade of Judgment. The old Kaishin nodded in approval. Good. I hope you can keep your promise. Rest assured, I will fulfill my commitments. Xue Tian replied confidently. No matter how formidable Beerus is, does he dare challenge the Omni-King? If he truly provokes him, he would have to bow deeply, not daring to even breathe too heavily. Not wishing to disturb Xue Tian further, the old Kaishin declared, "Since you have made your promise, we shall take our leave." The East Kaishin smiled gently at Xue Tian before employing a divine technique, swiftly returning to the Kaishin realm. Gazing at Xue Tian, Son Goku's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Xue Tian, may we engage in a spar now? Since you fear not Beerus, does that imply your strength surpasses his? Allow me to witness just how powerful this Beerus truly is." Xue Tian waved his finger dismissively. No, you misunderstand. While I do not fear Beerus, it does not mean my strength exceeds his, nor does it imply I can defeat him. Upon hearing this, Son Goku was instantly perplexed and inquired, "Did you not promise the old Kaishin to protect the Earth? If you cannot defeat Beerus, how can you safeguard the Earth?" "Goku, that is a secret." Xue Tian replied with a mysterious smile. He was aware that even if he divulged the truth to Son Goku might not comprehend it. However, considering Son Goku's nature, he would likely share this secret with others. It was best to keep certain matters from him to avoid complications. Son Goku, bewildered, exclaimed, "What? Fine. You go rest. I need to recuperate, and we can discuss battling in a few days. Without any rewards from the system, I have no time for a fight with you. You Scions may be a combative race, but I am not so inclined. Why not enjoy life instead?" Contemplating the pleasures of life, Xue Tian mused whether he should invite some lovely ladies over to host a party in the lavish villa he had purchased. Such indulgence was a luxury he had never experienced in his previous world. Yet Son Goku remained undeterred, persistently pestering Xue Tian. Just a few minutes, please. We can keep it light. Knowing Son Goku's tenacious personality, Xue Tian understood that he would not relent on the matter of the spar unless something else drew his attention or a challenge was presented. Goku, do you truly wish to spar with me? Of course I do. Son Goku replied without a moment's hesitation. Then here is the deal. Go defeat Vegeta first. If you can best him, then come find me for a spar. After all, Vegeta is my former subordinate. If you cannot even defeat him, it would be a waste of my time. Xue Tian stated calmly. In truth, he knew Vegeta could not defeat Son Goku, but the gap in their strengths was slight, and the outcome of a fight between them would likely remain undecided for quite some time. It was for this reason that Xue Tian proposed such a challenge, to buy himself some time. Son Goku recognized that he and Vegeta were closely matched in power, and if they were to fight, it would likely be an endless battle. Huh? Fight Vegeta? That would require. But before he could finish his thought, Xue Tian interrupted. What? Are you afraid you cannot match him? If that is the case, do you believe there is still a need for us to spar? Son Goku hastily clarified. That's not it. It's just that when we fight, we won't reach a conclusion quickly. Not reaching a conclusion quickly? Perhaps it indicates you are not his equal, Goku. You should return and train diligently. Come find me when you can defeat Vegeta. I am always ready to spar with you. If you cannot win, then do not even think about challenging me. With that, Xue Tian leaped into the swimming pool, pondering the futility of fighting. Why not simply enjoy a swim instead? Seeing Xue Tian's relaxed demeanor, Son Goku, though exasperated, resolved, very well, I shall go find Vegeta. Whoosh. In an instant, he teleported away. Once Son Goku had departed, Xue Tian swam for a while before emerging from the pool, settling into a meditative posture upon a chair. He checked the divine energy within his system's inventory. Divine energy, a necessary element for ascension to divinity, it is a primary condition for becoming a deity. Xue Tian understood that within the realm of Dragon Ball Super, no individual could attain divinity without divine energy, regardless of their combat prowess. Only by acquiring divine energy could one evolve into a deity and learn divine techniques, with the exception of those like Xue Tian, who were directly facilitated by the system. Son Goku and Vegeta mastered divine techniques, including Ultra Instinct and Self-Ultra Instinct, due to their ability to transform into Super Saiyan Gods. Without this prerequisite, even with Whis' guidance, they would have been unable to learn such skills. Xue Tian pondered if merging with divine energy would enhance his powers when activating Ultra Instinct. With his foundational combat strength, merging with divine energy would undoubtedly allow him to ascend to divinity. In truth, the combat power of deities was not overly formidable. They were akin to the Kaioshin, possessing only certain unique abilities that other races could not master. Based on Xue Tian's estimates, a foundational combat strength of 50 million, or even 10 million, combined with divine energy, could potentially lead to divinity. The specifics, however, remained uncertain to him. Putting aside his contemplations, he focused his consciousness. Activate divine energy. Ding. Host has merged with divine energy. In that instant, waves of energy surged into Xue Tian's consciousness like a tidal wave. He instinctively closed his eyes, witnessing a vortex of energy swirling around him. The sky darkened abruptly, and the expanding vortex gradually enveloped him in a cylindrical formation. At this moment, a wondrous melody resonated throughout the cosmos, a harmonious sound that was both uplifting and solemn. This was the sound of ascension to divinity, a celestial blessing, the divine gospel from the universe. Chapter 15. What form is this? In the seventh universe, in the realm of the Supreme Kai. The Elder Supreme Kai and the East Supreme Kai were enveloped in confusion upon hearing the divine gospel. How could such a divine message appear out of nowhere? With a wave of his hand, a crystal ball revealed the image of Xue Tian merging with divine energy. At that moment, Xue Tian was surrounded by a powerful aura, which had taken on a cylindrical shape, enveloping him as he spun gracefully within. Radiant red light emanated from his body, and as the glow intensified, the surroundings transformed dramatically. The sweltering summer day morphed into a vibrant spring, only to revert back to the blazing heat of summer within a minute, followed by a gentle autumn breeze that scattered withered leaves. Ultimately, a flurry of snowflakes heralded the arrival of winter. In this brief span of 4 minutes, the 4 seasons underwent their transformations, Yet Xue Tian's path to divinity was far from complete. Everything was still unfolding, and his aura grew increasingly formidable. The unfolding events were not only witnessed by the Elder Supreme Kai, but also by the Kais of the universe and King Yama from the realm of the dead. On Earth, everyone observed the spectacle. Vegeta and Goku, who were about to spar, Tien and Kaiatsu, deep in their training, Master Roshi, perusing a magazine, Krillin, preparing for a romantic interlude with Android 18, and Yamcha and Piccolo. Initially, when the sky darkened, they presumed it was the result of someone summoning the eternal dragon with the Dragon Balls. However, as the sky continued to shift and Xue Tian's power radiated, they realized it was not a summoning, but rather something extraordinary occurring. They swiftly ascended towards the villa where Xue Tian was situated. Upon landing, they beheld Xue Tian meditating in midair, prompting Goku to curiously inquire, "Vegeta, what is Xue Tian doing?" Vegeta, visibly irritated, glared at Xue Tian, perplexed by the fact that someone he deemed beneath him could effortlessly defeat him. He chose not to respond to Goku's question. Meanwhile, Piccolo, intrigued, asked, "Do you know him?" Krillin, Android 18, Tien, and others turned their gaze to Goku, who scratched the back of his head and cheerfully explained, "He's Xue Tian, introduced to us by Yamcha. He is quite powerful." Introduced by Yamcha? Powerful? Goku continued, unabashedly disregarding Vegeta's feelings. Indeed, he defeated Vegeta with ease. Vegeta's jaw clenched in frustration, and he shouted, "Kakarot." Krillin and the others stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock at the revelation that someone could so easily conquer Vegeta. They had no doubt about Goku's words, knowing he would not speak falsely. Goku remained indifferent to Vegeta's anger, only fueling Vegeta's resolve to defeat Xue Tian. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he believed his innate abilities were unparalleled. Not only did he find it unacceptable that Kakarot could rival him, but now an unknown Saiyan who denied his heritage had appeared and could easily best him, trampling his pride. Piccolo's expression turned grave as he scrutinized Xue Tian. He pondered whether Xue Tian was friend or foe. If he were an enemy, it would pose a significant threat, as his ability to defeat Vegeta suggested he might surpass even Goku. Though Goku was slightly stronger than Vegeta, he was not at a level where he could effortlessly defeat him. Moreover, Piccolo sensed a profound divine energy emanating from Xue Tian. Could he be a god? Despite not being a deity himself, Piccolo had once fused with the Earth's guardian, allowing him to sense divine power. With Xue Tian currently merging divine energy, the aura was unmistakably potent. Simultaneously, in the realm of the Destroyer, a tall man wielding a staff observed a magical orb. He had long, white, curly hair, blue skin, and purple eyes and lips, adorned with a large light blue halo around his neck. Within the orb, a scene unfolded, displaying Xue Tian merging with divine energy. This man, known as Whis, was the attendant of the Destroyer god Beerus, yet he also served as Beerus's mentor, overseeing his duties and training him while attending to his needs. With a gentle smile, he mused, "How fascinating. Who is this individual? How can he comprehend divinity without guidance? My father specifically instructed me to keep an eye on him and ensure his safety." Recently, his father, the Grand Minister, had summoned him, emphasizing the need to protect Xue Tian from any harm, lest he lose his position as an angel and face eternal confinement. Whis was utterly astounded that an ordinary individual could warrant such concern from his father. Since he could remember, he had never seen his father so serious, as if the fate of the universe hinged upon safeguarding Xue Tian. When he inquired about the reasons for this urgency, his father merely replied, "Do not ask what should not be questioned," leaving Whis with no further inquiries and resolved to carry out his duties faithfully. On Earth, Xue Tian's ascension to divinity reached a pivotal moment as the cylindrical whirlwind enveloping him began to dissipate. Suddenly, a crimson pillar of light descended, the cyclone expanding outward and stirring up formidable waves of energy. The sky darkened ominously, and fierce winds whipped up colossal waves that crashed violently against the cliffs, shattering large rocks into dust and foam, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. Piccolo, Krillin, and the others hastily shielded themselves. Goku could not contain his awe, exclaiming, "So powerful!" Vegeta, though he did not verbally acknowledge it, felt the undeniable strength radiating from Xue Tian, recognizing it as beyond his own capabilities to produce such force. As strange sounds echoed through the air, the sky gradually cleared, and the whirlwind around Xue Tian diminished at an observable rate. Yet, the red glow enveloping him remained unwavering. After half a minute, When the cylindrical cyclone fully dissipated, the onlookers were left in utter astonishment at the sight of Xue Tian. Vegeta found himself at a loss for words. What form is this? Chapter 16. The Super Saiyan God, Vegeta. What form is this? Xue Tian was enveloped in a swirl of crimson energy, with occasional flickers of fine red lightning crackling about him. His hair transformed into a vibrant red, and he appeared strikingly handsome, his skin radiating with an extraordinary luster. Vegeta glanced at Son Goku, but offered no reply. You don't know? How could I? Meanwhile, Piccolo sensed a profound divine aura emanating from Xue Tian, instantly adopting a serious demeanor. Has he ascended to godhood? Is he friend or foe? This transformation undoubtedly represented a divine state. Son Goku, noticing Vegeta's silence, turned to Xue Tian with curiosity. What is this form? It looks incredible. This is the Super Saiyan God. Xue Tian revealed candidly, aware that Son Goku would soon attain this form himself. What? Super Saiyan God? I've never heard of it. Sounds like some kind of deity. Son Goku scratched his head in confusion. Meanwhile, Vegeta's mind was filled with conflicting emotions. The Super Saiyan God represents the god of science, doesn't it? As the prince of planet Vegeta, blessed with the purest lineage, why can't I achieve this transformation? Though Son Goku was unfamiliar with the specifics of the Super Saiyan God, he was eager to ascertain its combat prowess. Is it truly formidable? Judging from the overwhelming aura, it certainly surpassed his own strength, yet he yearned to engage in battle himself. Can you fight me in this form? Son Goku asked eagerly. Xue Tian hesitated for a moment, recognizing that a confrontation with Son Goku was inevitable. All right, since I have transformed into a Super Saiyan God, let us see how this form fares against you. With that, Xue Tian soared through the skies towards the desert. Son Goku hurriedly pursued him, followed closely by Vegeta and the others, all eager to witness the might of Xue Tian's Super Saiyan God form. Upon reaching the desert, Son Goku assumed an offensive stance, brimming with confidence. I'm ready. Let us go. Xue Tian noticed that Son Goku had not transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and remarked, You should transform into Super Saiyan 3. Do you really think you can defeat me in your base form? Son Goku chuckled. All right. He had initially intended to transform gradually to savor the battle, but realized Xue Tian was right. With a mighty shout, a powerful energy surged around him, golden light erupting and enveloping him. His formerly short hair cascaded down to his waist, exuding charisma. This is Super Saiyan 3. I will do my utmost to defeat you. Xue Tian smiled slightly. Then you must give it your all. In an instant, he vanished, his speed reaching extraordinary heights. When the others spotted him again, he had already appeared before Son Goku. With a resounding thud, Xue Tian's fist struck Son Goku's chest, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away, crashing into a mountain in the desert, which crumbled upon impact. Krillin and the others stood in shock at Xue Tian's terrifying power, particularly Piccolo, whose face turned pale with fear. He had knocked Son Goku away with a single punch, and the speed was astonishing, akin to a streak of light. Observing the billowing clouds of dust, Xue Tian knew Son Goku was unharmed. In the Dragon Ball universe, smoke often signified a lack of injury. Sure enough, Son Goku emerged from the golden flames, launching a counterattack with a punch aimed at Xue Tian. However, Xue Tian effortlessly dodged both of Son Goku's strikes. Your speed is too slow. Train harder, and then come challenge me. With that, he delivered a powerful blow to Son Goku's abdomen, leaving him with no capacity for resistance as he was struck solidly. In a swift motion, Son Goku executed a spinning kick, crashing down into the ground and creating a pit several dozen meters deep. Krillin couldn't help but exclaim, Goku is no match for Xue Tian. Vegeta scoffed dismissively, Kakarot. This is what happens when you challenge Xue Tian. Did you think you would fare any better? Yet, within Vegeta's heart, a flicker of hope remained, that Kakarot would triumph over Xue Tian. But if Kakarot did win, wouldn't that imply he was stronger than Vegeta? If Kakarot failed, it would diminish Vegeta's own prestige. This internal conflict was fleeting, and soon he resolved to defeat Xue Tian himself. Piccolo, green-faced, acknowledged, indeed, the gap between them is vast. Xue Tian hovered in the air, observing Son Goku in the deep pit. He knew the fight was far from over. Son Goku's resilience exceeded that of Vegeta, and he could not be subdued so easily. Furthermore, Xue Tian had not used his full strength, having not truly injured him. Son Goku rose to his feet, battered but undeterred, his face alight with excitement as he looked at Xue Tian. You're incredibly strong, but I haven't lost yet. His fighting spirit ignited. He clenched his fists and bellowed. Ah-ah-ha! With that, the air around him compressed, a tempest raging as dark clouds gathered, lightning crackling in the sky. A whirlwind erupted, radiating from Son Goku, who was enveloped in an even more intense golden aura, crackling with lightning that pulverized nearby stones into dust. Son Goku gazed fiercely at Xue Tian, proclaiming, "This is the Super Saiyan 3 at full power." Without needing to be told, Xue Tian understood. In a flash, he teleported behind Xue Tian, launching a punch. Xue Tian casually raised his hand to block the strike. However, Son Goku's other fist landed squarely on Xue Tian's abdomen, striking true. Piccolo and Krillin gasped in excitement. Xue Tian was taken aback, realizing Son Goku was indeed a combat prodigy, adept at employing feints to create openings for attack. Chapter 17. The confrontation with the Sun family. Sun Wukong launched a relentless assault against Xue Tian, his fists raining down with ferocity. However, Xue Tian adeptly blocked every blow, sustaining no significant damage. With a powerful kick, he sent Xue Tian flying hundreds of meters away. Then, he maneuvered his hands to his waist, merging them into a blossom-like formation, focusing energy into a luminous sphere. Kamehameha wave. Boom, boom, boom. Once Xue Tian regained his footing, a smile graced his lips. A clash of energy? The essence of Dragon Ball. How intriguing. I shall partake as well. He spread his arms wide, rapidly gathering energy. At the spectacle, Piccolo and the others were momentarily stunned. Could it be the final flash of Vegeta? Vegeta himself was equally astonished, recognizing that the energy and movements were indistinguishable from his own technique. Indeed, final flash. Boom, boom, boom. The two energy waves collided with tremendous force, both warriors entering a state of energy confrontation. Suddenly, Xue Tian recalled a saying from Dragon Ball, "Never engage in a clash of energy with the Sun family." Now, he was not merely facing any member of the Sun family, but Sun Wukong himself. What would the outcome be? Sun Wukong roared, channeling all his energy. Xue Tian felt little pressure, yet he did not wish to squander his stamina. With equal fervor, he shouted, A terrifying wave of energy surged forth. The Kamehameha wave was devoured at a visible rate, and despite Sun Wukong's strenuous resistance, his efforts were in vain. Within half a minute, he was overwhelmed, his body crashing through several mountain peaks. Boom, boom, boom. Xue Tian's figure flickered, appearing beside Sun Wukong. He released his Super Saiyan God form and extended his hand, saying, "That's enough." Sun Wukong, disheveled and ragged, grasped Xue Tian's hand and expressed, "Thank you. You are truly incredible." Xue Tian smiled modestly. "It's nothing." The two flew back to join Vegeta and the others. Krillin quickly produced a Senzu bean for Sun Wukong. "How did you achieve your Super Saiyan God form?" "I want to transform into a Super Saiyan God too," Sun Wukong eagerly inquired. He understood that his defeat stemmed from the inferiority of his form compared to Xue Tian's. If he could also transform into a Super Saiyan God, perhaps he would not have lost so swiftly and might even match Xue Tian's strength. This query piqued not only Sun Wukong's interest, but also that of Vegeta and Piccolo, all of whom yearned to attain the Super Saiyan God form. However, they knew that since it was called Super Saiyan God, only Saiyans could achieve it. They all gazed expectantly. Xue Tian hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal the secret to Sun Wukong. He then turned his attention to Gohan, asking, "Gohan, has Videl become pregnant?" If Videl was not pregnant, they could not gather the 6 Saiyans with hearts of justice, making the transformation into a Super Saiyan God impossible. As for his own sense of justice, Xue Tian was uncertain and preferred to inquire about Videl. Gohan appeared bewildered, unsure why Xue Tian posed such a question. The others were equally perplexed. What did this have to do with transforming into a Super Saiyan God? Gohan shook his head. "I don't know." Sun Wukong scratched his head, voicing the confusion shared by the group. What does Videl's pregnancy have to do with becoming a Super Saiyan God? He was utterly baffled. Indeed, if you wish to transform into a Super Saiyan God, your daughter-in-law must be pregnant. So, Gohan, make an effort, Xue Tian said with a mysterious smile. Why? Why must it be that way? Sun Wukong pressed, struggling to grasp the connection between Videl's pregnancy and achieving the Super Saiyan God form. The others were equally bemused. Perceiving no correlation between the two, Xue Tian raised an eyebrow. Do you still wish to become a Super Saiyan God? Of course. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Since you desire it, There's no need to ask so many questions. If you didn't want it, I could tell you now. Xue Tian replied coolly. Although Sun Wukong was not particularly astute, he sensed Xue Tian's annoyance and refrained from further questioning. Instead, he cheerfully encouraged his son, Gohan, hurry back and ensure Videl becomes pregnant. Gohan was left speechless, unsure how to respond, merely offering a mild complaint. Xue Tian intended to return and study the effects of the Divine Essence Stone. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. At that moment, Bulma interjected, wait, I have an important announcement. Oh, the group turned to Bulma. Sun Wukong, with his usual naivety, chimed in, Bulma, what is it? Are you pregnant? Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing to silence Sun Wukong. Bulma, equally incensed, clenched her fists and retorted, what nonsense. I was going to say that in 1 week. I will be hosting a birthday party. A birthday party? Bulma, how old are you? Sun Wukong inquired directly. Bulma huffed, waving her finger, humph. Don't you know it's impolite to ask a woman her age? Sun Wukong, oblivious to such social nuances, merely chuckled awkwardly. Xue Tian, however, was taken aback. Bulma's birthday was in a week? This meant Beerus would descend upon Earth soon. He distinctly remembered that Beerus arrived on the day of Bulma's birthday party. Android 18 tossed her hair and asked, Bulma, if you're throwing a birthday party, there must be a grand prize, right? Xue Tian then noticed that Android 18 was present, her beauty radiant and alluring, exuding a captivating charm. It struck him how fortunate Krillin was to have won her affection, a stroke of luck that seemed almost surreal. Nevertheless, he dismissed such thoughts, prioritizing the enhancement of his strength. Without power, all else was futile. Xue Tian, you must come. Chapter 18. Expecting Xue Tian, you must come when the time comes. Bulma said, looking at Xue Tian. This caught Xue Tian off guard. He hadn't anticipated that Bulma would specifically mention it to him. However, he didn't believe that Bulma was captivated by his charm. If Bulma had not been married, he might have entertained that notion, but given her marriage, that possibility was virtually non-existent. Although Bulma was often headstrong and somewhat unreasonable, she remained unwavering in her devotion to her husband, Vegeta, and to her family. Of course, thank you, Xue Tian replied. Bulma's invitation wasn't due to his attractiveness. Rather, she recognized his formidable strength and understood the value of cultivating a good relationship with someone of his caliber. Everyone, I must take my leave. With that, he employed the instant transmission technique and soared towards his villa. After his departure, the others began to leave in succession. Upon returning to the villa, Xue Tian sat cross-legged and retrieved the god crystal bestowed upon him by the old Kai. He held it in his palm, scrutinizing it closely. What could this object possibly do? Having watched countless episodes of Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Super, he had never heard of a god crystal before. This was a first for him. He released his energy to sense any changes, but found nothing remarkable. Was he deceived by the old Kai? That seemed unlikely. If he were being duped, he could easily rescind his agreement with him. That would render it all pointless. System, what purpose does this god crystal serve? He inquired. System, cannot disclose, you must explore it yourself. Cannot disclose? Perhaps you are simply unaware. I think I shall rename you from the ultimate system to the ignorant system. Xue Tian provocatively retorted. The system, taken aback, responded, nonsense. I am well versed in celestial and terrestrial lore. There is nothing unknown to me within the Dragon Ball universe. Especially not a mere god crystal. Is that so? Since you claim to know how to use this god crystal, kindly elucidate its purpose. If you cannot, then you are indeed the ignorant system, not the ultimate system. Xue Tian continued to provoke, adopting a demeanor that was infuriatingly smug. The system, now flustered, explained. The god crystal requires divine energy for comprehension to unlock its mysteries. As for whether one can grasp its secrets, it faltered mid-sentence. Realizing Xue Tian had outmaneuvered it, it quickly added, Host, you are quite cunning to have tricked me. How have I tricked you? I merely expressed a degree of skepticism. However, now that you have revealed some information, I shall trust you. Let me test your claims. With that, he abruptly disabled the system's interface, ignoring it completely, which left the system speechless. Typically, Xue Tian lacked divine energy, so he transformed into a Super Saiyan God and employed divine energy to engage with the God Crystal. As predicted, upon infusing the God Crystal with divine energy, it began to shimmer brilliantly, revealing lines of text. God Crystal, a stone imbued with boundless power, containing an overwhelmingly formidable divine technique known as the Divine Seal, capable of sealing all things in existence. Xue Tian absorbed the text that materialized from the God crystal, becoming increasingly captivated. Surrounding him was a swirling aura of divine energy, which multiplied within his body, steadily augmenting his strength. The following day, Xue Tian opened his eyes, gazing at the God crystal in his hand, astounded. Truly, this is an artifact of the divine. The energy contained within is immense. After a night of absorption, my combat power has significantly increased. Previously, he possessed a combat power of 100 million. How much had it risen now? He checked his status. Host, Xue Tian. Techniques, Wolf Fang Fist, Instant Transmission, Final Flash. Special Skills, Ultra Instinct, Sign. Super Saiyan God. Divine Seal, Super Saiyan Level 1. Race, Human, Saiyan. Items, none. Combat Power, 500 million. Combat Power is the base level, not the transformed state. It was astounding. After just one night's absorption, his base combat power had soared by 400 million, and he had not yet fully absorbed the divine energy within the God Crystal. It was no wonder that Master Rashi, Android 17, and others had become exceptionally powerful with such rapid training in Dragon Ball Super. Indeed, the Divine Seal was remarkably effective, though he still needed to master it. After making this observation, Xue Tian swiftly executed a peculiar hand gesture towards a stone table within the villa. A surge of crimson energy erupted, forming a locking mechanism that instantly secured the stone table. With a forceful clench of his fist, a resounding boom echoed as the stone table exploded into dust, dissipating into the ether. The Divine Seal is truly impressive. Suddenly, Goku appeared before Xue Tian using instant transmission. Xue Tian was puzzled. Why had this man returned? Was he preparing for another fight? Goku, do you need something? Goku replied eagerly. I've sent Gohan and Videl to get checked. We'll soon find out if Videl is expecting. Ever since Goku learned that the transformation into a Super Saiyan God was related to Videl's potential pregnancy, he had been on edge, anxiously waiting at Gohan's home. He hoped that they would hurry to the doctor, but Videl had been too busy with work the previous day to go. After much persuasion from Goku, they finally agreed to get checked early this morning. Consequently, Goku rushed over to Xue Tian as soon as they arrived at the hospital. Xue Tian, his face filled with exasperation, thought, this is quite excessive. But then he remembered Goku's nature. He was indeed a martial arts enthusiast who would do anything to improve. Let it be. We shall await the results. However, deep down, Xue Tian suspected that Videl was indeed pregnant, especially since Bulma's birthday was in a week. If he had reminded her, Videl would undoubtedly announce her news at the birthday party. The timing was uncanny, and he felt confident that she was expecting. At that moment, a voice called from the air. Hi, Dad. Gohan and Videl flew down. As they landed before Goku, he anxiously inquired, So, Gohan? Is she expecting? Videl blushed, her gaze fixed on her toes, appearing somewhat bashful. Gohan nodded with joy. Yes, she is. Wonderful. Goku exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Chapter 19. If you do not agree, I shall take your place. What splendid news. Son Wukong nearly leaped for joy. His daughter-in-law, Biddy, was finally with child, and he would soon discover how to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Xue Tian had anticipated this moment. It was no surprise that Biddy was expecting. Concerned that Xue Tian might doubt him, Son Gohan presented a report. Mr. Xue, this is the pregnancy test result. Biddy is indeed pregnant. Xue Tian, however, did not take the report, but merely nodded. I am already aware. Impatiently, Son Wukong inquired, So, how can I transform into a Super Saiyan God? He was brimming with eagerness. Ding. Mission selection activated. Option 1. Assist Son Wukong in achieving his transformation into a Super Saiyan God. Reward. Resurrection of the Divine. Option 2. Decline to aid Son Wukong in his transformation, informing him that he will be taught in due course. Reward. Dark Ceiling. Resurrection of the Divine. Dark Ceiling? Goodness, these rewards are truly remarkable. What does Resurrection of the Divine entail? And what of Dark Ceiling? Interpreting their names suggests they pertain to revival and sealing, respectively. Given that I have already mastered the Divine Sealing, the Dark Ceiling should not differ significantly. If that is the case, selecting Resurrection of the Divine seems more advantageous. Furthermore, I had previously promised Son Wukong that I would inform him once Biddy was pregnant. I cannot go back on my word. I choose option 1. Very well. I shall now reveal to you how to transform into a Super Saiyan God. You must seek out 6 Saiyans with hearts of justice. When 5 of them impart their righteous essence to one, that Saiyan will become a Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong grasped the explanation and quickly began counting on his fingers. Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and you, Xue Tian. No, I do not count. Xue Tian promptly rejected. Sun Wukong found himself in a predicament. What? If you do not count, then we only have 4. We cannot find 6. Seeing his father's bewildered expression, Sun Gohan interjected. Father, there's also you. Sun Wukong sheepishly scratched his head. Hee, I forgot. I should indeed count, but that only brings us to 5. We still need 1 more. At that moment, Biddy gently caressed her belly and shyly added, I should count too. With this revelation, Sun Gohan understood immediately. No wonder Xue Tian had inquired about Biddy's pregnancy. She was indeed included. With her child, a being of justice was conceived, for every newborn possesses a heart of righteousness. Yes, Biddy counts, and this must have been Xue Tian's intent in asking about her condition. Yet Sun Wukong remained somewhat confused, though he felt no desire to delve deeper. As long as he could transform into a Super Saiyan God, that was sufficient. I will go find Vegeta, Trunks, and Goten immediately. No sooner had he spoken than he used instant transmission to locate Vegeta and the others. In less than 3 minutes, Vegeta, Goten, and Trunks were brought to him. Excitedly, he turned to Xue Tian. It's done. They are all here. Vegeta, however, was less than pleased and demanded, Kakarot. What is the meaning of this? He had questioned Sun Wukong earlier but received no explanation. Instead, Sun Wukong had hastily transported Trunks and himself here, leaving him quite disgruntled. Sun Wukong clarified, I am about to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Xue Tian said that with 6 Saiyans, I can achieve this transformation. Vegeta stared blankly. What nonsense is this? 6 Saiyans can transform into a Super Saiyan God. As a Prince of Saiyans, I have never heard such an absurdity. Did Xue Tian tell you this? Yet, when he transformed, he was alone. Xue Tian elaborated, it requires 6 Saiyans with hearts of justice. When 5 of them impart their righteousness into one, that Saiyan can become a Super Saiyan God. In simpler terms, if you 5 Saiyans can bestow your righteous hearts into Sun Wukong, he will achieve the transformation. With this clarification, Vegeta quickly grasped the situation. He crossed his arms, displeased, and retorted, Humph, why should I assist you in becoming a Super Saiyan God instead of myself? Sun Wukong felt a pang of grievance and attempted to console Vegeta. Do not be so petty. Once I succeed, you will have your turn. We can help you transform into a Super Saiyan God as well. Then both of us can achieve it. Vegeta remained obstinate, still crossing his arms. Humph, why should you transform first? I want to go first. Understanding Vegeta's nature, Xue Tian knew that without a little provocation, he would remain stubbornly opposed to helping. Vegeta was unwilling to allow Sun Wukong to transform before him, as it would imply a superiority he could not accept. However, Xue Tian needed to complete the task, and the sooner the better. Thus, he decided to provoke Vegeta himself, effectively assisting Sun Wukong in his transformation. Wukong, since Vegeta refuses to help you, I shall take his place. Really? Splendid. Sun Wukong exclaimed, his face alight with joy, completely disregarding the murderous glare from Vegeta. Vegeta glanced around, stating dryly, even with you, that only makes 5 Saiyans. He assumed Biddy did not count. Sun Wukong, counting again, replied, Trunks. Xue Tian, Biddy. That makes 6. Xue Tian can replace you. Vegeta frowned, directing his gaze at Biddy. She counts as a Saiyan? Of course. Biddy is pregnant, and within her is a Saiyan child, so she definitely counts. Sun Wukong explained. Vegeta's lips twitched slightly as he realized the truth. Xue Tian's initial inquiry about Biddy's pregnancy was indeed for this purpose. It appeared that Xue Tian had not originally counted himself. After Vegeta's refusal, he stepped in. Noticing Vegeta's twisted expression, Xue Tian reiterated, Vegeta, if you assist Sun Wukong in successfully transforming, then you shall be next. If you refuse to help him, and I take your place, they might not aid you in return. So, do you wish to become a Super Saiyan God? Or would you prefer to remain beneath Sun Wukong in power? Chapter 20. You are not yet a true Super Saiyan God, alright. I'm coming. Vegeta huffed in displeasure. Although reluctant, he yearned to transform into a Super Saiyan God, desiring to surpass Kakarot significantly. If Kakarot could achieve this transformation while he could not, it would surely mean that his combat prowess would pale in comparison to Kakarot's. Having witnessed the formidable power of the Super Saiyan God, He understood that it transcended the various stages of Super Saiyan by a considerable margin, placing them on entirely different tiers. A smile danced at the corners of Xue Tian's mouth. He knew that Vegeta needed a little provocation to engage. You six. Hold hands and channel your righteous hearts into Son Goku. The six did not waste time, grasping each other's hands and tuning into one another. However, 3 minutes passed with no discernible change. Goku could not help but speak up. Vegeta, do you still lack a righteous heart? Given Vegeta's past desire to annihilate Earth and defeat Goku and others, he immediately began to doubt Vegeta's intentions due to the lack of response. Vegeta roared, shut up. He was aware of his unsavory past, but that was long ago. The man he was now had people to protect and a happy family to cherish. He could never revert to such darkness. Xue Tian interjected, Vegeta has no issue. What you speak of is a bygone era. It's merely that your method of sensing is flawed. You must immerse yourselves completely in this connection and truly understand one another's thoughts in this moment to channel your righteous energy into Son Goku, thereby assisting him in becoming a Super Saiyan God. Close your eyes, relax, and clear your minds to attain a state of emptiness. Following Xue Tian's advice, the six shut their eyes, banished extraneous thoughts, and within 30 seconds, they entered a state of pure emptiness. In an instant, they were enveloped in waves of golden Super Saiyan light. Their aura surged, and seeing this, Xue Tian realized they had succeeded, but this was merely the prelude. The main event lay ahead. Within a mere 3 minutes, their collective might peaked, radiating red light from their hearts, which flowed through their interlinked hands and into Goku. As the righteousness intensified, a tempest arose, plunging the surroundings into darkness, with dust and debris swirling as if the heavens were collapsing. In that moment, a circular pillar of energy enveloped Goku, reminiscent of Xue Tian's previous transformation, evolving through the seasons. Upon completion of the transformation process, Vegeta and the others felt drained, instinctively releasing their hands, while Goku was shrouded in a crimson aura. His hair turned red, and his skin appeared fairer, as if he had regained a youthful vigor. Super Saiyan God. Goku clenched his fists, exhilarated. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan God? It's truly astounding. He felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him. This newfound power was unlike anything he had experienced. Even when he absorbed the Earth's spiritual energy and gathered the spirit bomb to confront Bu, in his heart, he was certain that in this form, he could easily vanquish Kid Bu without needing the spirit bomb. A simple Kamehameha would suffice. Vegeta, witnessing Goku's excitement, felt a surge of irritation. Why was it not him experiencing this transformation? If only he had been the first to become a Super Saiyan God, how different things would be. Kakarot, you are insufferably smug. Hurry and let me transform into a Super Saiyan God. Vegeta, don't be so impatient. Goku replied, then turned his gaze to Xue Tian, suggesting, Xue Tian, let us have a spar. Xue Tian, face-palming at the absurdity, thought, you just became a Super Saiyan God, and you want to fight me? I have no inclination to battle. I possess a system that allows me to complete tasks effortlessly, elevating my power without the need for strenuous combat. Such arduous endeavors are better left for Goku and Vegeta. You are not yet my match. Focus on your training for now. Though you are now a Super Saiyan God, you have yet to unleash its true power. Goku, bewildered by the notion of not realizing his full potential, asked, why not? Xue Tian explained, your ability to become a Super Saiyan God stems from the collective righteous hearts of those 5 and your own. However, you still lack the divine essence. Divine essence? What is that? Goku asked, perplexed and hearing of it for the first time. The divine essence is one of the essential prerequisites for becoming a god. Only by possessing true divine essence within you can you achieve the status of a genuine god and embody the true Super Saiyan God. While you may appear as one now, you do not possess your own divine essence. It would be more appropriate to describe your current state as a false Super Saiyan God. Xue Tian rambled on, while Goku scratched his head in confusion, muttering, I don't understand. It's too complicated. I can't grasp any of it. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at Goku. Kakarot, it's clear you are not yet a true Super Saiyan God. You lack this divine essence. How could you not comprehend this? I wonder how you have trained yourself to this point. Goku chuckled awkwardly, unperturbed by Vegeta's remarks. So what must I do to become a true Super Saiyan God? Xue Tian smiled gently. It's simple. You need someone to train you in acquiring divine essence. Who? You? Goku asked eagerly. Xue Tian, please train me. Goku exclaimed with excitement. Xue Tian waved his hand dismissively. No, no, no. You misunderstand, Goku. I cannot train you, but rest assured. The one who can train both you and Vegeta will appear soon. Who is it? Goku inquired, brimming with curiosity, while Vegeta shared his intrigue. Having presumed it would be Xue Tian himself. Beep. Selection completed. Chapter 21. Secrets must not be revealed. Ding. Completing Choice 1. Inform Sun Wukong on how to transform into a Super Saiyan God and assist him in achieving this transformation. Reward. Resurrection of the Gods. Finally, it dawned on me. Why was no reward given? It turns out there was a delay. System, could you perhaps be more efficient next time and deliver rewards promptly? Learning Resurrection of the Gods. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired Resurrection of the Gods. Vegeta and Sun Wukong observed Xue Tian's prolonged silence, unable to contain their impatience. They eagerly inquired, Xue Tian, who is it that can train us? Xue Tian snapped back to reality, realizing they awaited his response. With a mysterious smile, he replied, secrets must not be revealed. The others were utterly perplexed. Noticing their bewilderment, Xue Tian lightly tapped his forehead. Recognizing that perhaps only those from the real world could comprehend his words, those from the Dragon Ball Super realm would surely not understand. To put it simply, he could not disclose anything now. What is meant to come will arrive in due time. And what is not meant to be will not come regardless of how fervently you anticipate it. Focus on your training. Even if you cannot yet wield the true power of a Super Saiyan God, with sufficient training, you will not be far off. Once you cultivate divine energy, your mastery over the Super Saiyan God form will become increasingly proficient. Upon hearing Xue Tian's words, Sun Wukong and Vegeta ceased their inquiries, acknowledging that further questioning would yield no fruitful results. Vegeta turned to Sun Wukong and declared, Kakarot, it's my turn to transform. Quickly lend me your hearts of justice to assist me in becoming a Super Saiyan God. Is it that time already? I haven't fully experienced the power of a Super Saiyan God yet. Sun Wukong lamented. The agony of not engaging in battle after transforming was unbearable, especially with no targets to fight against. Vegeta retorted sharply, enough with the chatter. Fine. With a deep breath, Sun Wukong reverted from the Super Saiyan God state and extended his hand. Come, let us bestow upon you the power of justice. Babidi and the others, looking utterly drained, exclaimed, I can't go on. I'm completely exhausted. Trunks looked at Vegeta with pleading eyes and said, Dad, I'm spent too. I feel so fatigued. Gohan suggested, Uncle Vegeta, perhaps we should let everyone rest for a bit? There's no rush. After all, there are no enemies around. Vegeta's lips twitched in annoyance. While it was true there were no enemies, he had yet to experience the power of a Super Saiyan God himself. If he had felt it, he might have been able to transform without needing the hearts of justice next time, and he held considerable confidence in that notion. However, seeing Trunks' distressed expression and Babidi's weakness, he reluctantly conceded, scolding Trunks, what a bother. He then utilized the instant transmission technique and flew away, not even sparing them a glance. After his departure, Sun Wukong did not hurry to leave, but instead approached Xue Tian to inquire, Xue Tian, if I wish to transform into a Super Saiyan God again next time, will I still need to rely on their hearts of justice? That is a question you must ask yourself. Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned, unsure of what was meant by that. Ask myself. He scratched his head, feeling embarrassed, and asked, what does that even mean? I don't quite understand. Your words are too profound. In truth, Xue Tian could not articulate it clearly either. He merely understood from his knowledge of the manga that once Sun Wukong acquired the power of the hearts of justice and trained under Whis for a time, he would be able to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Therefore, in Xue Tian's view, the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan God primarily hinged upon training, with the most significant factor being oneself. Of course, having someone to guide you is beneficial. At this moment, Xue Tian had indeed led them to the threshold. Whether they could master it depended on their own insights. He had neither the inclination nor the energy to teach, especially not someone like Sun Wukong, who would be incessantly entangled in battles. That was not the life he desired. He simply wished to undertake tasks, enhance his combat prowess, and ultimately defeat the Grand Minister to sever his ties with the Omni-King. There is nothing overly profound. All you need to grasp is this. Dedicate yourself to training and contemplation. While your emotional intelligence may be lacking, your understanding of cultivation is commendable. If such words were directed at Vegeta or any other, it would undoubtedly incite their displeasure. However, with Sun Wukong, it was necessary to express it thus, otherwise, he would not comprehend. Moreover, he would likely accept it more readily. As anticipated, Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully. I see. Then I shall immediately seek the Elder Kai for training. Go ahead. Sun Wukong was not one to hesitate. He utilized instant transmission to head to the Kaioshin realm. Once Sun Wukong departed, the others gradually left as well. In the entire villa, only Xue Tian remained. With a sense of leisure, he settled into a recliner, sipping tea contentedly. It was quite pleasant to enhance combat power without the arduous necessity of training, simply by completing tasks. This system suited him splendidly. Haha. If only a couple more tasks would come in, that would be splendid. I am very willing to undertake tasks, but teaching disciples? No, thank you. Unless the rewards are exceptionally good. Ding. Choice 1. Defeat the fused form of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Vegeto. Reward. 10 summon tickets 1. Ding. Choice 2. Utilize Resurrection of the Gods to revive a being with a power level exceeding 100 million. Reward. 10 summon tickets 1. Xue Tian suddenly sat up. Oh, the task has indeed been activated. Is this system finally functioning efficiently? Moreover, the reward is 10 summon tickets. Quite nice indeed. If I were to summon a destroyer or something, wouldn't I be on the path to the pinnacle? However, the question remains, which task should I choose? Both rewards are identical. It merely depends on which task is more feasible to accomplish. Defeating Vegeto, while Sun Wukong and Vegeta are merely at the Super Saiyan level. Should they fuse, their power would undoubtedly multiply. Battling Vegeto in the form of a Super Saiyan God would not be an easy feat, and there is a good chance I might not win, rendering the task unachievable. After all, my base power level is only 500 million. If I were to employ Ultra Instinct, perhaps I could manage, but to complete Choice 1, I would need to convince them to fuse and then defeat them, which is quite troublesome. It seems that Choice 2 is the more manageable option. Chapter 22. The Resurrection of King Frieza. Option 2 merely requires the use of the Dragon Balls to revive a being with a combat power exceeding 100 million. But whom should I resurrect? Who meets this criterion? Xue Tian pondered carefully. It seemed that there were no beings with such power that had perished. Should he eliminate Vegeta and then revive him? If Vegeta were to learn of Xue Tian's intention, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Thank you." At that moment, Xue Tian sensed the presence of a spacecraft above Earth. A spaceship? Could there be some unforeseen circumstances? Above the Earth, a colossal spacecraft loomed. Inside the command room sat a short, stout figure clad in battle attire. His blue skin glistening as he proclaimed with glee, "Finally, we've arrived at Earth. Once we gather the 7 Dragon Balls, we can resurrect King Frieza, and he shall lead us to dominate the universe." Ha! This blue-skinned individual was named Sorbii, a remnant of Frieza's forces. Flanking him were a red-skinned minotaur named Zasami and a gaunt figure named Tagma. Both were also loyal subordinates of Frieza, possessing considerable combat prowess. Tagma, in particular, could be deemed the foremost warrior of Frieza's legion. Sorbii regarded his companions approvingly, stating, "If King Frieza is resurrected this time, I shall commend you both before him. I will grant you several planets, and you shall enjoy endless wealth and glory." "Thank you, Advisor Sorbii," the two expressed gratefully. Sorbii, glancing at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "According to the radar, the 7 Dragon Balls have gathered together. It is truly a stroke of fate." Unbeknownst to them, the location of these 7 Dragon Balls was within Bulma's home. With her birthday party approaching, she had prepared a grand lottery. Whoever won the ultimate prize would receive a Dragon Ball. Indeed, it is the minions of Frieza. A voice suddenly echoed through the air. Sorbii and his companions froze, glancing around in confusion. Who goes there? A handsome young man stepped through the entrance, and it was none other than Xue Tian. The trio did not recognize him and furrowed their brows, demanding, "Who are you to intrude upon our spacecraft? Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I can assist you in achieving your goal without the need for Dragon Balls." Xue Tian replied calmly. He sought to resurrect a being with combat power over 100 million, and reviving Frieza would suit his purpose perfectly. Upon hearing this, Sorbii chuckled, relaxing his demeanor. "Ah, so you wish to join us, drawn by the illustrious reputation of Frieza's forces. Excellent. Ha ha." Xue Tian suddenly burst into laughter, leaving Sorbii and his companions bewildered. Unsure of the jest. "What is so amusing?" they queried. "I find it laughable that you believe such a trivial band could contain me. Xue Tian retorted unabashedly. With his system, there was no need for him to languish within Frisia's ranks. Besides, with his bond to the Omni-King, none would dare harm him. If necessary, he could ensure their mutual demise. Sorbiai's expression twisted with fury as he shouted, "You dare to belittle Frisia's forces. This is a profound insult to our king. Sasami, seize him." Yes, the red-skinned minotaur charged at Xue Tian without hesitation. However, as he lunged forth, Xue Tian's figure vanished. "I am right here." Xue Tian reappeared in midair, grasping Zasami's horn and executing a shoulder throw, slamming him into the ground. As Zasami attempted to rise, Xue Tian placed a foot on his back, coldly warning, "If you wish to live, refrain from making any foolish moves, or I shall ensure your demise is most gruesome." Realizing the overwhelming disparity in power, Sorbiai and his companions activated their combat power detectors, only to witness the numbers skyrocketing beyond 100 million. Bang! The detectors exploded in an instant. The trio stood aghast at the sheer terror of it all. Zasami and Tagma's strengths were hardly superior to those of the likes of Zabon. How could they possibly contend against Xue Tian, whose base power exceeded 500 million? Seeing their shock, Xue Tian delivered a swift kick to Zasami, sending him flying. Before advancing towards Sorbiai, the latter trembled in fear, questioning how such a formidable individual had emerged on Earth. Hadn't the strongest been Goku? Xue Tian seized Sorbiai and unceremoniously hurled him from his command seat, taking his place and stating coolly, "As I mentioned, I am here to assist you in achieving your aims. Otherwise, given your capabilities, do you truly believe you can resurrect Frisia? Those 7 Dragon Balls are within Vegeta's residence." At the mere mention of Vegeta, Sorbiai quivered. Having previously worked alongside him, he understood the latter's ruthlessness. Until Frisia was resurrected, it was best to avoid provoking him. If the Dragon Balls were indeed at his home, acquiring them would prove challenging. "I shall now aid you in resurrecting your king Frisia." Although Sorbiai was oblivious to Xue Tian's true intentions, the prospect of resurrecting Frisia was enough for him. Once the king returned, all aspirations would be met with obliteration. Xue Tian extended his hands, a surge of green light emanating forth as he swiftly performed a series of intricate gestures. The green radiance intensified rapidly, enveloping the entire command room within mere seconds. Divine Resurrection activate. Boom. The entire space trembled, prompting Sorbiai to inquire, "What is happening?" Whoosh. As he spoke, a brilliant green light erupted, forming a pillar within which a figure began to take shape. At first glance, this figure bore a striking resemblance to their king. Sorbiai's anticipation surged. Could it truly be the king? As the green light dissipated, a fully resurrected Frisia stood before them, astonished by his surroundings. Moments ago, he had been cocooned in the afterlife, listening to the vexing songs of little sprites, only to find his soul abruptly transported here. The experience was nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 23. Do you wish to be permanently sealed or free? Upon encountering Frisia, the trio of Sorbiai immediately expressed their reverence, exclaiming, "Lord Frisia, you have finally been resurrected." Frisia recognized Sorbiai instantly, striding forward with an icy demeanor, his footsteps echoing ominously. "Sorbiai, why did it take so long for my resurrection?" Sorbiai, upon hearing Frisia's inquiry, was filled with panic and hastened to respond, "Lord Frisia, it is because we have been tirelessly reorganizing the Frisia force. You are aware that ever since you were slain, the Frisia force has suffered devastating losses. I intended to seek the Dragon Balls directly, but they are in Vegeta's home, and I am not his match, hence the delay." At the mention of Vegeta's name, Frisia's expression darkened, and he seethed. "That traitor Vegeta dares to conspire with Son Goku against me. I shall have them torn to shreds." Frisia then turned his gaze to Xue Tian and inquired coolly, "And who might you be? Were you the one who resurrected me?" Given Sorbiai's earlier words about the Dragon Balls being in Vegeta's possession, it was clear that Xue Tian had not sought them for that purpose. Frisia had witnessed Xue Tian conjuring green light with his hands, and with his keen intellect, he deduced that Xue Tian was indeed responsible for his revival. To his astonishment, he realized that apart from the Eternal Dragon, there existed another being capable of resurrection. This revelation intrigued him, yet he recalled that the Eternal Dragon was also a creation of the Namekians. If a mere creation could resurrect beings, then it seemed plausible that another individual could do the same. Xue Tian replied nonchalantly, "Who I am is of little significance. Since you have been resurrected, I shall take my leave." He began to depart. Frisia, momentarily taken aback, questioned with curiosity, "Oh, are you not a member of the Frisia Force?" Before Xue Tian could respond, Sorbi, recalling Xue Tian's earlier formidable demeanor, hastily interjected, "Lord Frisia, this individual claims that our Frisia Force is merely a quagmire unworthy of him." Frisia's anger flared at this, and he glared at Xue Tian with a sinister smile. "Do not presume that your resurrection of me grants you the liberty to insult the Frisia Force. Am I mistaken in my assertion? The Frisia Force is but a puddle of muck, and you think such mire could accommodate me?" Xue Tian retorted with an air of indifference, showing no regard for Frisia's authority. Frisia's brow furrowed slightly as he raised his hand and unleashed a beam of energy toward Xue Tian. Whoosh! Yet, Xue Tian effortlessly evaded it. "Ah, how unexpected. You managed to avoid it," Frisia remarked with interest. Xue Tian's gaze remained cold. "Frisia, you would do well to contemplate your actions. I can resurrect you, but I can just as easily send you back. Or do you prefer to remain in that realm, listening to those little sprites sing?" The mention of the sprites ignited Frisia's fury. His eyes locked onto Xue Tian as he bellowed, "You will perish." Pointing at Xue Tian, he concentrated a beam of death energy. Whoosh! Yet, in that instant, Xue Tian's form vanished, and the deadly beam instead punctured the spacecraft. Where did he go? Frisia was taken aback. Bang! Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and realized that Xue Tian had appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch that left him gasping. "I warned you to consider your actions carefully. I can resurrect you, but I can also send you back." Frisia had only faced such humiliation before Son Goku, which fueled his deep-seated hatred for Goku. Now, experiencing a similar indignity from Xue Tian, he could not contain his rage. "I will have you destroyed," he roared, instantly transforming into his final form, his power surging as he launched a fist towards Xue Tian. Xue Tian raised his hand and formed a peculiar gesture, unleashing a torrent of red energy that coalesced into a locking mechanism, swiftly ensnaring Frisia. Divine Seal. Frisia found himself immobilized. "Ah, what is the meaning of this?" Xue Tian replied coolly, "Frisia, since you do not value the opportunity one have provided, you shall remain sealed forever." Frisia bellowed in protest, quickly attempting to gather his energy to break free, but soon realized his efforts were futile. No matter how he strained or amassed power, he could not escape the Divine Seal, for its strength far surpassed his own. Sorbi was in a state of utter panic. Having just witnessed Frisia's resurrection, would he now face eternal sealing once more? How could they dominate the universe under such circumstances? As an advisor of the Frisia Force, he felt compelled to intervene. "Esteemed sir, Lord Frisia did not mean any offense. He has merely been confined in heaven for too long and is feeling a bit anxious. Please grant him another chance." Xue Tian's indifferent gaze fell upon Frisia as he posed the question, "Do you wish to be permanently sealed within this lock? Or do you desire freedom?" The proud Frisia had never been treated in such a manner. He longed to assert that he would rather be sealed forever than bow down. Yet being sealed immediately after emerging from heaven was utterly unacceptable. Moreover, what difference would it make to be sealed in this lock compared to being in heaven? He could not bear the thought of enduring that sensation again. If he were to be sealed here, how would the members of the Frisia Force perceive him? Would they bother him incessantly like those little sprites? The very thought repulsed him. Ultimately, he lowered his noble head. "Very well, I choose freedom." With a casual wave of his hand, Xue Tian dispelled the locks that bound Frisia. Though he was now free, Frisia harbored deep resentment towards Xue Tian. He understood all too well that he was no match for him. Yet, he was not disheartened. Having spent so long in heaven, he knew these individuals had undoubtedly grown stronger. What astonished him most was that he had never encountered Xue Tian before. From where had this person emerged? "Who are you? If you refuse to join the Frisia Force, why resurrect me? What are your intentions?" Chapter 24. The rewards of 10 consecutive draws. In a calm tone, Xue Tian remarked, "I feel good." Without further ado, he soared out of the spaceship. Witnessing his departure, Solbei immediately inquired, "Lord Frisia, this individual is exceedingly mysterious. I believe it would be wise for us to avoid provoking him." Frisia cast a sharp glance at Solbei, who instinctively shrank his already minuscule neck, his face a mask of fear. "Solbei, do you understand?" Solbei hastily replied, "Please, Lord Frisia, do continue. I have never undergone training in my life. My combat prowess has solely been enhanced through battle. Imagine the limitless possibilities if I were to train. At that point, not only could I vanquish Son Goku and Vegeta, but I could also eliminate this enigmatic figure. You shall await my arrival," Frisia proclaimed with a triumphant grin. envisioning the fruits of his training and the moment Xue Tian would kneel before him. Upon returning to his villa, Xue Tian was greeted by a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing option 2. Utilize the resurrection of the gods to revive a being with a combat power exceeding 100 million. Reward: 10 consecutive draw treasure chest x1. The 10 consecutive draw treasure chest. How delightful. After completing numerous tasks, this is my first time obtaining such a treasure chest. May it yield some extraordinary items. He inhaled deeply, wishing for fortune to favor him. Let the treasures be revealed. Ding! The 10 consecutive draw treasure chest has been successfully opened. You have received Senzu Beans X3, Instant Transmission X1. Thank you for your patronage X3, Void Bloodline X1. Self-Extremity Technique Level 1 X2. Marvelous. There are indeed splendid items. Instant Transmission and Self-Extremity Technique Level 1, though it is somewhat regrettable to receive 2 of the latter, which is redundant. He mused over the Senzu Beans and the thank you for your patronage. What is this Void Bloodline? I seem to have never heard of it before. Yet, with the myriad bloodlines in Dragon Ball, it is impossible to know them all. No matter, I shall assimilate it first. It should not be lacking. Learning Instant Transmission. Ding! Congratulations, host, for mastering Instant Transmission. Learning Self-Extremity Technique Level 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, for mastering Self-Extremity Technique Level 1. Assimilating Void Bloodline. Ding! Congratulations, host, for assimilating the Void Bloodline. A torrent of memories, energies, and instincts surged into Xue Tian's mind. After the assimilation of the Void Bloodline, he sensed a profound transformation occurring within his body and its internal functions. Following the successful integration of the Void Bloodline, he noticed a shift in his consciousness. As if his thoughts had transcended the confines of the 12 universes, a sensation most peculiar. In less than a minute, he experienced a newfound epiphany. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. This Void Bloodline is truly remarkable. It has existed since before the universe came into being, during the era of the Void, when everything was shrouded in obscurity and devoid of form. At the very heart of this void, the essence of nothingness coalesced, giving rise to a unique individual endowed with the Void Bloodline. This individual, through sheer will, birthed countless existences, establishing order, including various races such as the angelic race, the king of all, and the gods of destruction. As these races evolved, they forged the universe. Astonished by the influx of information, Xue Tian exclaimed, "The Void Bloodline is indeed extraordinary. It appears to be the mightiest bloodline within this Dragon Ball super realm." He pondered, however, what effects this bloodline might possess. Science can transform, the king of all possesses destruction, and the gods of creation wield creative power. What then is the unique effect of the Void Bloodline? He was acutely aware that such a formidable bloodline must possess some extraordinary effect, which he had yet to uncover. Just then, he felt a churn in his abdomen, and his body began to undergo further changes. With a keen sense, he perceived his human bloodline being absorbed by the Void Bloodline in an instant. But the process did not cease there. His Saiyan bloodline too was swiftly absorbed. In the vicinity of his abdomen, a small, nebulous world emerged, reminiscent of the universe, yet distinctly different, as this miniature realm shimmered with vibrant colors, emitting dazzling light, a phenomenon absent from the cosmos. Could this be the Void World? Xue Tian's conviction solidified. The knowledge he had acquired indicated that the Void World was indeed characterized by such qualities, an expanse of indistinctness adorned with radiant lights. Having assimilated the Void Bloodline, this manifestation was undoubtedly a confirmation. It seems that the primary effect of the Void Bloodline is to consume other bloodlines, thereby augmenting its own power. It stands to reason that the Saiyan, angelic, and human bloodlines emerge from the creations of those bearing the Void Bloodline. Thus, absorbing these bloodlines would undoubtedly enhance his strength. In essence, the Void Bloodline had dispersed its power to create these other bloodlines. Reclaiming that power would only serve to bolster his might. Xue Tian was quite pleased, as he could distinctly feel his strength surging. As for whether his combat power had increased, that remained uncertain. Checking host status. Host, Xue Tian. Techniques, Wolf Fang Fist, Dance of the Sky. Special techniques, Free Extreme Technique, Instant Transmission, Self-Extremity Technique, Level 1. Racial Bloodlines, Void. Items, Senzu Beans. Combat Power, 500 million. This is the base combat power, not accounting for transformations. 500 million combat power. Yet I can clearly sense my strength has grown considerably. What could be the reason for this? Is it merely an illusion? He mused. What, then, is the second effect of the void bloodline? Could it simply be the consumption of other bloodlines to enhance one's own strength? That seems rather far-fetched. System, enlighten me on the second effect of the void bloodline. What purpose does it serve? The system's mechanical voice responded. Please, host, explore and perceive it for yourself. I am not authorized to disclose such information. Not authorized to disclose. He scoffed. It seems you are unaware of the truth. You, system, appear to be quite limited in knowledge. The system became flustered. Humph. There is nothing the system does not know regarding the void bloodline. Chapter 25. There exists no system oblivious to the intricacies of the void lineage. Host, you truly are a remarkable individual, attempting to provoke me through taunts. I have now taken the liberty of blocking you. Only upon your silence will I consider lifting this barrier. Xue Tian promptly exclaimed. What? System, you cannot be so heartless. I am your host, after all. The system remained silent, clearly having already muted Xue Tian. Damn it, it seems the block is indeed in place. How frustrating. Xue Tian muttered under his breath. Choosing to disregard the situation, he was confident that it wouldn't be long before he comprehended the majority of the void lineage's effects. Simply due to his extensive knowledge of the Dragon Ball universe. Stretching languidly, he settled into a recliner for a peaceful slumber. The following day, Xue Tian awoke naturally, finding it was already 11 o'clock. This sleep had been profoundly restful, a stark contrast to the incessant blaring of an alarm clock in the real world, where he was trapped in a monotonous cycle of work and home life, merely existing for the sake of sustenance. Living here seemed rather pleasant, at the very least. He need not fret over tardiness or mounting debts. As he rose, he spotted Vegeta standing with arms crossed at a distance. When did he arrive? Xue Tian had been so deeply asleep that he hadn't even noticed Vegeta's presence, feeling as though he had shed all burdens, free from worry about the morrow. However, he recognized that in this perilous Dragon Ball Super world, such carelessness was a dangerous habit. Although he had mastered the Ultra Instinct technique, allowing his body to evade on its own accord, he had only grasped the basics. True mastery would require a transformation that he had yet to achieve. Vegeta stated coolly. It's 8 o'clock. Oh, so you've been standing here for 3 hours? That's quite unlike you, Vegeta. Xue Tian chuckled as he leapt into the pool to wash his face and swim. From what he knew of Vegeta, it was highly improbable for him to wait so patiently for someone, especially while that individual slept. Unless, of course, he had a pressing request, one that he deeply desired. Vegeta wasted no time in articulating his intent. I wish to learn the form or techniques that surpass Super Saiyan God. Xue Tian instantly understood, realizing why Vegeta had been willing to wait for 3 hours. After Vegeta returned home the previous day, he had felt a pang of discontent. Why should Kakarot be the first to transform into Super Saiyan God? Was it not due to his prior visit to Xue Tian? If he had only gone first, it could have been he who attained that form. Thus, he sought out Xue Tian, but his pride initially held him back. He felt such a request would tarnish his princely image. Yet, the image of Kakarot transforming into Super Saiyan God ignited his determination to surpass him. Ultimately, his yearning for power and the desire to outshine Kakarot triumphed over his pride. I'm sorry, I cannot assist you. Xue Tian replied while swimming, uninterested in teaching anyone. Why not enjoy a swim and perhaps admire some beautiful women instead? He was weary of being surrounded by burly warriors, drenched in sweat, as if he were to engage in a contest of strength. Vegeta insisted, you can. You must have the knowledge. After swimming a couple of laps, Xue Tian inquired slowly. What makes you so certain I possess such knowledge? That form you transformed into before, Ultra Instinct. Surely you can teach me that? I believe Ultra Instinct is superior to Super Saiyan God. I can learn it. Vegeta asserted earnestly. Xue Tian emerged from the pool, responding with a calm demeanor. As for Ultra Instinct, you might as well abandon that thought. Are you unwilling to teach me? Vegeta questioned, puzzled. This is not a matter of willingness. It is simply that you cannot learn it. Ultra Instinct requires a state of ease and relaxation, a quality suited only for individuals like Goku. You will not be able to master it. Vegeta's eyes widened, burning with indignation as he clenched his fists. No, that is impossible. How can only Kakarot learn it? I am the Prince of Science. Kakarot is merely a low-class warrior. I am undoubtedly stronger. Xue Tian anticipated his anger and explained calmly. This is not about strength. It pertains to character and personal journey. Given your current disposition, You are not suited to learn Ultra Instinct. Though Vegeta's face reflected denial, deep down, he began to concede. He roared in frustration. If Kakarot learns your Ultra Instinct, does that not imply I can never surpass him? He vividly recalled the overwhelming power of Ultra Instinct. In its presence, he felt utterly powerless. The thought of Kakarot mastering it sent shivers down his spine. Xue Tian understood his concerns and reassured him. No, no, no. Goku can indeed learn Ultra Instinct, but that does not mean you are weaker. While you cannot learn Ultra Instinct, there are other techniques you can master. Vegeta's eyes brightened with excitement. What techniques? Self-instinct. Xue Tian reclined back, gently swaying. Vegeta was bewildered, having never heard of self-instinct, yet the name resonated with him, reminiscent of Ultra Instinct. Self-instinct. What is that? It sounds similar to Ultra Instinct. Xue Tian shifted slightly. Why does my shoulder feel so sore? Did I strain it while sparring with you? Vegeta twitched, visibly flustered. Strained? How is that possible? You were the one delivering the blows. I was merely on the receiving end. Had it not been for the Senzu beans, you would have incapacitated me. You think I am unaware of your thoughts? Though highly reluctant, Vegeta knew he had to endure for the sake of strength. He approached Xue Tian and began to massage his shoulders. Ah, are you giving me a shoulder rub, or do you intend to dislocate my arm? Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment and anger, yet he restrained himself. For the sake of power, he bore it. Contorting his face as he gingerly massaged Xue Tian's shoulders, applying a feather-light touch as if he were brushing against water. Your pressure is so light. It could hardly crush a mosquito. Adjust your attitude. If you wish to massage, do it properly. If not, then leave me be. I require rest. Chapter 26. A peculiar choice. Vegeta's chest heaved with fury, his countenance flushed with rage. Humph, if it weren't for the pursuit of strength, as a proud Saiyan prince, I would not engage in such trivial matters. Yet, despite these thoughts, his hands were quite earnest, increasing in force. Yes, this is the right intensity. I must master it well. Xue Tian commended. Vegeta continued to squeeze, and, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired. May I ask what is the difference between the self-extreme technique and the free-extreme technique? You mentioned I could learn the self-extreme technique. What is the reason for that? Xue Tian elucidated. Though the self-extreme technique and the free-extreme technique may sound similar, they are fundamentally opposed, even diametrically different. Opposed? Vegeta echoed, puzzled. The free-extreme technique emphasizes freedom and tranquility, requiring a calm mindset. Once mastered, it allows one to react instinctively, without cerebral deliberation. When we fought last time, you should have sensed it. Although you were about to strike me, your body instinctively evaded. That was your body's natural response. Do you still believe you are suited for the free-extreme technique? Can you maintain a tranquil mindset? Vegeta shook his head. If that were the case, he truly could not comply, for his temperament was fiery and proud, making it impossible for him to settle his mind on any matter. Xue Tian swallowed, feeling a bit parched. Observing this, Vegeta promptly offered him a glass of lemonade. Quite considerate of him. Xue Tian continued. On the other hand, the self-extreme technique focuses on self-centeredness, allowing one to act without constraint, liberating oneself to pursue desires without oppression or preconceived notions. Once learned, it enables destruction and enhances combat power. Of course, this destruction is progressive. As your mastery of the self-extreme technique increases, so too does the magnitude and scope of what you can destroy. This progression resembles the stages of Super Saiyan. First, second, third, each stage more formidable than the last. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was elated, raising his fists and exclaiming, the self-extreme technique is tailor-made for me. Ha ha. Xue Tian chuckled in response. You merely meet the conditions for the self-extreme technique. As for being tailor-made, you might be overthinking it. If anything, one could argue that this technique is designed for the god of destruction. Vegeta had heard tales of Beerus, the god of destruction, and knew that when he was displeased, he would wreak havoc without a second thought, utterly terrifying in his indifference. Such individuals were indeed perfectly suited for the self-extreme technique, as Xue Tian had suggested. Not wishing to dwell on it further, Vegeta simply desired to master the self-extreme technique, confident that he could defeat Beerus or anyone else in due time. Please teach me the self-extreme technique. For Vegeta, who rarely uttered the word please, expressing it twice today felt odd. He typically commanded others with authority. Such a display was unprecedented. Had Goku been present, he would surely remark on Vegeta's newfound courtesy. Xue Tian mused silently. pondering whether he could directly transfer the self-extreme technique from his system to Vegeta. If feasible, he could later recruit a few female disciples for massages, a far more pleasant experience than having someone with calloused hands like Vegeta do it. Asking the system about this would likely yield a response about self-exploration. Given your evident sincerity and eagerness, I may impart the self-extreme technique to you. However, whether you can grasp it depends entirely on you. All right, Vegeta replied excitedly. Xue Tian swiftly formed a peculiar hand gesture and placed a hand upon Vegeta's forehead, simultaneously instructing the system, apply the first level of the self-extreme technique to Vegeta. Beep. The first level of the self-extreme technique has been successfully activated. Vegeta has learned the self-extreme technique at the first level, with an initial proficiency of 0. Xue Tian was left bewildered. An initial proficiency of 0? What does that mean? It was not like this when he learned it. System, can you explain this? Of course. If the host learns it, the proficiency automatically maximizes. However, when imparting it to others, they must develop their proficiency independently. They only grasp the fundamentals. Ah, that makes sense. This confirms that the items and techniques in my system can indeed be utilized by others, which is quite beneficial. Retrieving his hand, Xue Tian calmly stated, "It's done." Vegeta felt a torrent of knowledge flooding his mind, all pertaining to the self-extreme technique. Incredible. Is this truly the self-extreme technique? It surpasses my previous understanding. I shall train diligently, Vegeta declared, clenching his fists. Without delay, he soared back to his home. Once Vegeta departed, Xue Tian stretched lazily. It's time to explore this Dragon Ball superworld. He ascended into the air, landing in the bustling streets of West City, and began to wander. This city, aside from its advanced technology compared to the real world, is nearly identical in every other regard. Upon further reflection, it was only natural, as this world was modeled after reality, making its resemblance unsurprising. Beep. Mission selection activated. Option 1. Recruit a female disciple with a minimum attractiveness score of 85. Reward: Universal Instant Shuttle. Option 2. Recruit a male disciple with an attractiveness score below 40. Reward: Male Enhancement Item 1. As these two choices materialized in his mind, Xue Tian fell into a silence that lasted a full 15 seconds. A male enhancement item? What on earth is that? Why am I even curious about it? Slapping his own face, he dismissed such thoughts. I will decisively choose option 1. What? Option 2? The system teased. System, are you trying to sabotage me? I said option 1. The system immediately complied, just joking. Enough with the jokes. Serve me properly instead of indulging in frivolities. If I were to select option 2, I would be in tears. I have no time for idle chatter. I need to find a suitable female disciple. Hurry and complete the task. The system retorted coldly. Stop pretending. Chapter 27. This dashing young man certainly resembles a swindler. Suddenly, a melodious voice pierced through the air. A striking woman with blue hair tied in a bow shouted, her lithe figure clad in a golden t-shirt and ultra-short shorts, showcasing her long, fair legs. Panic etched across her face as two burly men on motorbikes snatched her bag, fleeing swiftly. Her delicate demeanor exuded an air of innocence. The two robbers, noticing the pursuing blue-haired woman, mocked her. Ha ha ha, you think you can catch us? What a dreamer, as she chased them to the entrance of a restaurant. A pungent odor wafted through the air. Achoo! The blue-haired woman sneezed, and in an instant, her hair transformed to a golden hue. Her expression shifting from panic to one of ferocity and coldness, her demeanor morphing from that of a gentle maiden to a commanding figure. Without hesitation, she retrieved a capsule from her pocket. With a pop, a rocket launcher materialized in her hands, which she swiftly hoisted onto her shoulder, aiming it at the two robbers. The thieves and the onlookers were filled with dread. How could the gentle, frightened woman have transformed into such a ruthless individual? If not for her unchanged appearance, one might think she was a different person altogether. With no sign of hesitation, she pulled the trigger. Boom. The blast obliterated the two robbers into countless fragments. The crowd erupted in chaos. The golden-haired woman scoffed, "To steal from me is to seek death." Soon, the sound of sirens filled the air. Witnessing this scene, she quickly utilized a universal capsule to conjure a vehicle and sped off, pursued by several cars, including that of Clin. Upon seeing the woman's transformation, Clin was taken aback, recognizing her as Lanchi. Before her sneeze, she had been a gentle, beautiful, and kind woman. Post-sneeze, she became a ferocious being. Kim Senin had once attempted to cure her of this affliction, but to no avail, which left everyone perplexed. Xue Tian, too, recognized Lan-Z and quickly employed his flight technique to follow her. Clin, spotting Xue Tian, was momentarily stunned. Why was he chasing Lan-Z? Had she done something to provoke him? If that were the case, Lan-Z was in danger. Though Lan-Z lacked martial arts skills, she was heavily armed, yet her weapons posed no threat to Xue Tian. Contemplating this, Clin decided to park his vehicle and pursue her using flight. Moments later, Lan-Z had reached the outskirts, where Xue Tian waved his hand, sending a ki blast to cover Lan-Zi's escape before swiftly catching up to her. The golden-haired Lan-Z gazed at Xue Tian, mistakenly believing he had come to apprehend her. Raising her rocket launcher, she fired. Boom! Clouds of smoke billowed forth. Satisfied, she smiled and blew gently. However, as the smoke cleared, Xue Tian stood unfazed, his clothing untouched. Lan-Z was taken aback. Had the rocket not hit him? She had clearly seen it connect. How could this be? Was he akin to Sun Wukong and his companions, possessing extraordinary combat prowess? As she prepared to fire again, her hair instantly reverted to blue, adorned with a red bow, restoring her previous innocent appearance. Staring at the rocket launcher in her hands, she paused, realizing that her transformation had occurred again due to her sneeze. Hastily, she discarded the weapon and, looking apologetically at Xue Tian, said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to harm you." Xue Tian approached with a smile. "It's quite all right. I harbored no ill will." Wait. A stern voice interrupted as Clin soared in, having witnessed Xue Tian approaching Lan-Z, fearing he might harm her. Knowing Xue Tian's combat capabilities, Clin understood that if he intended to kill Lan-Z, she would stand no chance of escape. He hoped to persuade Xue Tian instead. Clin landed before Xue Tian, earnestly stating, "Mr. Xue Tian, this is my friend Lan-Z, whom I share with Wukong. She can be a bit peculiar. If she acted irrationally toward you, I beg your forgiveness. Please don't harm her, as she cannot control herself." Xue Tian replied nonchalantly, "Who told you I intended to kill her?" He was currently tasked with a mission that involved finding a disciple, and with Lan-Zi's striking appearance, she would undoubtedly score above 90. Taking her as a disciple would ensure the mission's success. Moreover, he found Lan-Z quite appealing. Upon first encountering her character in Dragon Ball, he had mused that marrying her would be akin to marrying two distinct personas, one gentle and nurturing, the other fierce and commanding. Clin instinctively remarked, "But you were approaching her. Approaching her to kill her? What kind of logic is that? Do I need to be close to her to harm her?" Xue Tian retorted, bemused. Realizing his misunderstanding, Clin awkwardly scratched his bald head and apologized. "I'm sorry, I misjudged the situation. I thought you intended to harm Lan-Z, but she really is a victim of her circumstances. I understand she is gentle in her blue-haired state and quite volatile when golden-haired." Xue Tian casually acknowledged this, surprising Clin. This secret is only known to those familiar with her. You just met her and already figured it out." Xue Tian did not elaborate further but turned to Lan-Z with sincerity. "Lan-Z, I see great potential in you. A divine light radiates from your crown, marking you as a rare martial arts prodigy. If you become my disciple, I shall ensure you evolve into a cosmic-level powerhouse. What say you?" Chapter 28. Successfully acquiring a female disciple. Lan-Z was momentarily bewildered, utterly confused, and had no idea how to respond to the sudden proposal of apprenticeship. If she were indeed a martial arts prodigy, why had Master Roshi never mentioned it? Krillin immediately interjected, "Lan-Z, if you wish to cultivate, you can take him as your master. He is incredibly powerful. Even Goku and Vegeta cannot match him." Lan-Z gazed at Xue Tian in astonishment. Yet, no matter how she looked at him, the handsome and charming Xue Tian gave her an odd sensation, as if he were a charlatan. How could Goku and Vegeta not be his opponents? However, she also understood that Krillin would not deceive her. "Lan-Z, what do you think? Become my disciple. As long as you do, I will impart upon you various formidable skills, and you will no longer need to envy the imposing figures of others. You can become one yourself." Xue Tian continued to entice her. He knew that Lan-Z had admired Tenshinhan primarily because she had been captivated by his impressive presence at a martial arts conference. In a sense, deep within Lan-Zi's heart, she had a fondness for cultivation, but perhaps she had relinquished it due to certain factors. Xue Tian's words and deeds stirred her heart, prompting her to ask, "Is cultivation arduous?" "Becoming my disciple will spare you from hardship. There is no need for daily training like Goku and Vegeta. You may do as you please." Xue Tian replied with a smile. He contemplated that if she did not cultivate, it was merely her reluctance to endure the rigors of training. Nevertheless, if she truly became his disciple, the training would not be excessively grueling. The system would reward her with suitable enhancements. Regardless, I must first complete this task. With the system in place, transforming her into a cosmic-level powerhouse would be a trivial endeavor. Upon hearing that cultivation would not be strenuous, Lam-Z hesitated no longer and nodded in agreement. All right, I am willing to become your disciple. Good. Now, call me master so I can hear it. Master. Xue Tian replied with delight. That single word truly resonated within his heart. Ding. Task completed. Acquire a female disciple with an attractiveness score of 85 or above. Reward, Cosmic Instant Transmission. Without hesitation, Xue Tian immediately learned the Cosmic Instant Transmission. Learning Cosmic Instant Transmission. Ding. Congratulations to the host for mastering Cosmic Instant Transmission. Since Lam-Z and Krillin were present, he refrained from demonstrating the technique, cheerfully stating, now that you have become my disciple, let us return to my residence, where I will teach you some skills. Lam-Z did not rush to agree, saying, I have always lived on Kame House. I need to bid farewell to Master Roshi. Of course, that is only right. Xue Tian replied with a smile. He then turned to Krillin, would you like to see Master Roshi? After considering it, Krillin thought it would be good to visit Master Roshi, reasoning that since they had already skipped out, he might as well face the reprimand. I will go as well. Come, I will take you both flying. He believed Xue Tian had some hidden abilities. Xue Tian instructed, place your hands on my shoulders. Previously, when he was with the Super Saiyan God, Master Roshi had visited his villa, so he recognized the aura of Master Roshi. Wait, can you also teleport? Krillin asked in surprise. Xue Tian chuckled. Is that difficult? Krillin awkwardly smiled, reflecting that considering Xue Tian's combat prowess, it might not be challenging for him. But for the rest of them, it was indeed quite difficult. Among their group, only Goku could perform such feats. Even Vegeta struggled to learn it. Whoosh. The three of them instantly arrived at Kame House. Master Roshi was lounging in a chair, engrossed in an adult magazine, completely unaware of their arrival, occasionally emitting lewd chuckles. Appearing rather indecent, Krillin felt somewhat embarrassed witnessing his master's behavior. Xue Tian, however, was unfazed as he understood Master Roshi's character well. Upon hearing someone call his name, Master Roshi finally reacted, huh? He looked up to see Lam-Z, Krillin, and Xue Tian. With a nosebleed, he exclaimed in surprise, what brings you here? Xue Tian explained, Lam-Z has already taken me as her master. I am here to take her to my residence and bid you farewell. What? Master Roshi was taken aback, realizing that Lam-Z had indeed chosen Xue Tian as her master and was leaving. Although he felt a twinge of reluctance, he considered that Xue Tian was undeniably formidable, capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan God, and that even Vegeta and Goku could not contend with him. Having such a person as Lam-Z's master was certainly advantageous, far better than her remaining here. It is an honor for her to become your disciple, Master Roshi said, putting away the adult magazine and slowly rising. With heartfelt sincerity, he advised, Lam-Z, as you follow Xue Tian, you must diligently cultivate. With his guidance, your strength will undoubtedly increase. Lam-Z responded. Master Roshi had many more words to share, but upon reflection, he felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy in expressing himself. As if 1,000 words could not convey his thoughts. He realized Lam-Z was not going far. She would merely be staying at Xue Tian's residence, and if he missed her, he could always visit. Go ahead, Lam-Z, Master Roshi said, retreating into the house. Krillin was momentarily at a loss for words, awkwardly explaining, Xue Tian. That's just how he is. Lam-Z has always been at Kame House, and now that she is leaving, it is only natural he feels a bit of reluctance. Xue Tian, however, did not dwell on it. I understand. Do you still wish to chat with Master Roshi? If not, we shall depart. Krillin thought for a moment and decided that Master Roshi needed some solitude. Thus he expressed, no more chatting. Let us return to West City. Lam-Z spoke up, Master Roshi. We are leaving. As she said this, she placed her hand on Xue Tian's shoulder. In an instant, they disappeared. Once they had left, Master Roshi emerged from the house. Deeply sighing, they are gone. Now, Kame House is left with only me and Old Turtle. Yet perhaps, this is your true home. At Xue Tian's villa. Upon returning, Krillin remarked, I still have work. I must take my leave. All right, go ahead. After his departure, only Lam-Z and Xue Tian remained in the villa, and an awkward atmosphere ensued. Xue Tian was unsure of what to say, while the gentle and demure Lam-Z felt equally lost for words. Xue Tian considered that as her master, he ought to take some initiative. Clearing his throat, he said, why don't you take a moment to familiarize yourself with the environment of the villa and choose a room that you like? Lam-Z responded softly, okay. She too felt the awkwardness of their first meeting, especially since she had pledged herself as a disciple without any prior acquaintance. Chapter 29. How has combat power been enhanced? As she entered the villa, Xue Tian suddenly felt something was amiss. He had taken her as his disciple, yet it seemed there was little he could teach her. He couldn't help but slap his forehead, realizing that had he known better, he wouldn't have imparted the Ultra Instinct technique to Vegeta, but rather reserved it for his own student. However, considering Lam-Z's personality, could she truly wield the Ultra Instinct? In her blue-haired, gentle state, it was certainly out of the question. In her golden-haired form, however, it was undoubtedly feasible. Her golden-haired state was inherently wild, self-centered, and impulsive, making it quite suitable for training in Ultra Instinct. In contrast, her blue-haired, gentle demeanor was more apt for the Divine Instinct technique. Suddenly, Xue Tian's brow brightened. It appears that Lam-Z is indeed the perfect candidate for cultivating both Divine Instinct and Ultra Instinct. Unintentionally, he had acquired an excellent disciple, highly attractive and gifted. It was a pity that he had given the Ultra Instinct to Vegeta. Had he known, he would have saved it for Lam-Z. Nevertheless, with the system, he would eventually obtain it. He decided to check his status. Host, Xue Tian. Techniques, Wolf Fang Fist. Sky Dance, Final Flash Special Techniques. Divine Instinct, Ultra Instinct Level 1. Cosmic Instant Transmission Bloodline. Void Bloodline. Having absorbed human and Saiyan bloodlines. Items, Senza Beans. Combat Power, 900 million. This combat power represents the basic level, not the transformed state. Xue Tian was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, how peculiar. Why is my combat power at 900 million? Wasn't it 500 million before? Could it be the result of merging with the Void Bloodline? Yet, I felt no increase in power during the fusion yesterday. Is it possible that the Void Bloodline continuously enhances combat power? Or perhaps any combat engagement could elevate it? Contemplating these thoughts, Xue Tian wished to inquire with the system, but he knew that this old entity would offer nothing but vague suggestions to explore on his own. So he decided against wasting time. Utilizing instant transmission, he appeared in the Kaishin realm. The old Kaishin was lounging on the grass, blissfully perusing a magazine featuring beautiful women, while the East Kaishin stood guard nearby, accompanied by his servant, Jebet. Upon seeing Xue Tian's sudden appearance, the East Kaishin was filled with curiosity, unsure of the reason for his visit, yet approached him to ask, Mr. Xue Tian, what brings you here so unexpectedly? Xue Tian smiled slightly, replying, nothing of great importance. Just here to unleash a few techniques. The East Kaishin looked perplexed, struggling to comprehend his meaning. Before he could gather his thoughts, Xue Tian faced the opposite direction, extending his arms and bellowing. Final flash. Boom. Half of the Kaishin realm was obliterated. The old Kaishin, startled by the deafening explosion, was left bewildered, while the East Kaishin stood in shock, utterly confused as to why Xue Tian had suddenly destroyed their realm. What is the meaning of this, Xue Tian? The old Kaishin exclaimed, jumping to his feet. Xue Tian calmly explained, nothing at all. With that, he instantly transported back to his villa. The old Kaishin and the East Kaishin exchanged glances, bewildered by the sudden chaos. East Kaishin, next time Xue Tian attempts to wreak havoc in the Kaishin realm, you must subdue him. The East Kaishin felt both awkward and troubled. With my strength, can I truly defeat him? Charging at him would only result in a beating. Surely, there's a more reasonable way to handle this. Whoosh! At that moment, Son Goku appeared in the Kaishin realm, surveying the half-destroyed domain in confusion. East Kaishin, what has transpired? Why is your realm reduced to half? Hearing this, the East Kaishin awkwardly replied, just now. Xue Tian appeared here out of nowhere and unleashed a final flash. Oh, I see, Goku said with a smile. East Kaishin, I'm here to train. He did not pursue the reason behind Xue Tian's actions, assuming it was similar to his own purpose for being there. The East Kaishin, looking utterly embarrassed, replied, Goku, perhaps it would be best if you trained elsewhere. Our Kaishin realm is only half intact. If you continue to stir things up, the other half may disappear as well. Please return once we've repaired it. And how long will that take? Beerus is set to arrive on Earth in just a few days, and I need to master Super Saiyan God to battle him. At this, the old Kaishin's displeasure flared, as he jumped up, scolding, What are you saying? You intend to fight Beerus? Goku, looking bewildered, replied, "What's wrong? Did you not promise me that you wouldn't engage Beerus in battle? Why do you say this now?" The old Kaishin pressed his head down. Goku bent his head, scratching his neck in confusion, asking, "Huh? Did I?" Thud. The old Kaishin collapsed to the ground, limbs twitching in disbelief. What kind of memory is this? Is it true that Saiyans only exhibit strong memory when fighting, and not otherwise? Meanwhile, Xue Tian returned to his villa without hesitation, immediately checking his status. Host status, Xue Tian. Techniques, Wolf Fang Fist, Sky Dance. Final Flash Special Techniques, Divine Instinct, Ultra Instinct Level 1, God Sealing, God Revival, Cosmic Instant Transmission Bloodline, Void Bloodline, having absorbed human and Saiyan bloodlines. Items, Senza Beans. Combat Power, 900 million. This combat power represents the basic level, not the transformed state. Why is this combat power still at 900 million? Wait. Even if the Void Bloodline is exceptionally powerful, it cannot possibly increase my combat power by 1 billion just from unleashing a technique. Inspecting the value behind 900 million revealed, 928 per million. Upon discovering this figure, Xue Tian unleashed a ki blast into the sky, propelling it beyond Earth, where it exploded in space. Boom! What is happening? Have the Earthlings discovered us? Exclaimed a large blue-skinned figure adorned with an ivory necklace from the command room of a spaceship. Unbeknownst to Xue Tian, his ki blast had inadvertently struck a spacecraft. He meticulously observed his combat power, which had risen from 928 4 million to 928 8 million. Chapter 30. Breathing can enhance combat power. Upon witnessing the fluctuating values of his combat power, Xue Tian was elated. What a formidable void bloodline! Merely by casually unleashing a ki blast, his combat power surged from 928 4 million to 928 8 million, an impressive increase of 400,000. If this were a genuine battle, could the enhancement not reach several billion? Yet, since merging with the void bloodline, he had not engaged in any real combat. He had only released a few ki blasts to assist Lan Shi in fending off pursuers, and nothing more. Based on his current experiments, it seemed implausible that those few ki blasts could account for an increase of 400 million in combat power. What could be the reason behind this? He checked the combat power value again, 928 9 million. Huh, how did it increase by another 100,000? He had not done anything. Could it be that simply breathing also augmented his combat power? As long as he was alive, could his combat power continue to rise? Incredible. After contemplating this, Xue Tian resolved to conduct an experiment. How would he go about it? It was simple. He would wait for time to pass. 1 minute later, Xue Tian immediately focused his consciousness. Check combat power. 930, 1 million. Astonishing. In just a minute, his combat power had risen by 2 million. This void bloodline was truly remarkable. If merely breathing could enhance his combat power, how much more would it increase if he engaged in physical activity or participated in a real fight? If his assumptions were correct, then a significant portion of that 400 million increase in combat power must have stemmed from absorbing Saiyan bloodlines, with the remainder attributed to his breathing. Excitement bubbled within him as he considered these possibilities. Truly, the void bloodline, originating from the realm of nothingness before the universe, was extraordinary. He found himself eagerly anticipating the other effects of this bloodline. With these two already so impressive, what might the others entail? Above the Earth's atmosphere, a frog-like alien wearing white armor approached to report, "Lord Oyer, the spaceship's engine has been damaged. We must land for repairs. Please advise." Oyer shouted angrily. "These Earthlings are truly insufferable, bombing our spaceship. Outrageous. Lord Elec instructed me to observe them, but it seems there is no need for further observation. Let us eliminate those aboard and sell this planet for immense profit." Oyer was one of Elec's subordinates, known for his brutal and coarse demeanor. He had received orders from Elec to scout Earth and report back, with plans to turn the planet into a colony before selling it off. Elec had established the Zeta Group, collaborating with Frisia for various tasks, yet Elec harbored ambitions to usurp Frisia and claim the title of universal ruler. The Zeta Group was not lacking in strength. One of his subordinates, Jiaz, was touted as the most likely to surpass Frisia. Hearing Oyer's words, a subordinate cautioned, "Lord Elec has warned us that this mission is merely for observation. We must not act rashly." After all, the former universal ruler Frisia faced repeated setbacks here and ultimately met his demise. "We should tread carefully." Oyer shook his jiggling flesh dismissively. Frisia? That is merely a relic of the past. The universe now bends to the will of Lord Elec and the Zeta group. His failures here only reflect his incompetence. They signify nothing. Descend to Earth. I must uncover who released that key blast. I have yet to take action against Earth, yet they have already struck against us. Such audacity. His subordinate, aware of Oyer's temperament, chose to remain silent. It was better to comply now. Oyer had a point. Frisia was a figure of the past, and much time had elapsed since then. Oyer and his comrades had significantly enhanced their powers, far surpassing Frisia's era. Dealing with these Earthlings would be a trivial affair. This beautiful blue planet would soon fall under our dominion. Ha ha ha. Yes. Proceed to the control room and prepare for descent. In Xue Tian's villa, as Oyer's spaceship breached the atmosphere, he distinctly sensed the arrival of an extraterrestrial vessel. What was happening? Could it be Frisia's ship? No, Frisia had just departed. It couldn't be him. Regardless, it mattered little who it was. He had no missions to undertake and had no desire to move. He reclined comfortably in his chair. At that moment, Lam-Z emerged, gazing at Xue Tian lounging in the chair. Master, I have chosen my room. May I stay in the one on the left? Of course. Don't say just the left room. Even if you wish to stay in mine, that is perfectly fine. Xue Tian replied nonchalantly. Lam-Z's cheeks flushed a shade of crimson, clearly misunderstanding his words. Sensing her potential misinterpretation and its impact on her perception of him, Xue Tian quickly clarified, Lam-Z, I meant no other intentions. You may choose any room you like, even mine if you prefer. Master, I understand. But why would Lam-Z want your room? She replied gently. Very well, Lam-Z, feel free to do as you wish. There is no need for restraint. Xue Tian encouraged. Curious, Lam-Z inquired. Master, when will you teach me how to cultivate? Xue Tian was momentarily taken aback. When to teach? Any time would be suitable. However, she desired a method that was not strenuous. What could be easy? The void bloodline? Indeed, his void bloodline was remarkably effortless, even breathing enhanced combat power. Yet, such a gift was not easily attained. Moreover, he currently possessed nothing suitable for her in his system backpack. He needed to devise a fitting cultivation method for her. He regretted giving the self-maximization technique to Vegeta. The more he pondered, the more regretful he became. Xue Tian cleared his throat and began, cough cough, regarding your cultivation. Boom, boom, boom. Before he could finish, a deafening explosion erupted, and a tremendous force surged from the direction of the grasslands. Lam-Z's attention was instantly captured. Master, what is happening? Chapter 31. I am his disciple, Master. What has happened? Lam-Z inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Well, I'm not entirely certain either. Xue Tian replied with a calm demeanor. In truth, he had a hunch. It was likely an alien invasion, and the explosion was the commotion caused by extraterrestrial forces. After all, he had previously sensed the arrival of a spacecraft, indicating the presence of aliens. However, he had no desire to involve himself in trivial matters unless the system activated a mission which would pique his interest. Based on his calculations, given the current events, the system would surely activate a task. Thus, even though curiosity nudged him to investigate, he opted to wait for the system's activation. Ding! System task activated. It's here, Xue Tian exclaimed with delight, confirming his earlier speculation that the system had indeed initiated a mission. Choice 1. Showcase his combat prowess before his disciple, proving his strength. Reward. Lam-Z Gift Pack X1. Choice 2. Remain uninvolved and continue to nap in the villa. Reward. Turtle Breathing Technique. Lam-Z Gift Pack? Turtle Breathing Technique? The Lam-Z Gift Pack was likely tailored for her use, precisely what he needed. As for the turtle breathing technique, he had never heard of it. Merely the name suggested it was quite ordinary, perhaps a simple breath-holding technique. If it truly was a breath-holding skill, it would serve little purpose for him. Without hesitation, he chose the first option. Turning to Lam-Z, he declared, Come, let me take you to see what has transpired. Before she could respond, he grasped her hand and soared toward the direction of the explosion. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the explosion site, a vast grassland where a spacecraft lay parked. Surrounding the vessel were hundreds of aliens clad in white battle armor, with a particularly large and corpulent blue-skinned being at the forefront. This figure was none other than Oyer. Sun Wukong, Tianjin Fan, and the others are here too. Lam-Z exclaimed in surprise upon spotting them. However, she quickly realized that they always seemed to appear during such events. When she saw Tianjin Fan, her eyes sparkled momentarily. This was a man she had once held dear. yet it had been many years since they last met. Tianjin Fan, in turn, noticed Lan-Z but showed no change in expression. His focus was solely on his training, with little regard for women. Seeing his indifference, Lan-Zi's gaze fell, her heart heavy with disappointment. Xue Tian observed her expression and remarked with a gentle smile. "What is this? Are you still somewhat attached to Tianjin Fan?" Lan-Z was taken aback, surprised that her master was aware of her feelings for Tianjin Fan. Though a hint of shyness colored her cheeks, she self-deprecatingly replied, "I did indeed like him once, but he never reciprocated. In his eyes, only cultivation matters. As time has passed, my feelings have faded significantly. Now, seeing him again evokes a sense of strangeness." Xue Tian nodded slightly, understanding her sentiment. In reality, her feelings for Tianjin Fan were not love, but rather admiration. It was a moment of his valor or action that had captivated her, leading her to conflate admiration with love. Yet, it was not truly the case. Nonetheless, for a woman to marry someone she admires is a commendable pursuit. Alas, the flower may yearn, but the stream flows indifferent. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before she no longer felt anything for him. "I no longer have feelings for him." "You still harbor some feelings for him, albeit faint," Xue Tian asserted. Lan-Z took a moment to reflect and indeed recognized a lingering sentiment for Tianjin Fan. However, she was certain that if he were to profess his love now, she would not accept it. After all these years, despite her gentle nature, she possessed a distinct individuality concerning love. Curiosity piqued, she asked, "Master, why do you think I won't feel anything for him in the near future? Let me ask you, was your initial attraction to him sparked by witnessing his valiant combat at a martial arts competition?" Lan-Z gasped, taken aback by his insight. She felt exposed, as if her innermost thoughts were laid bare before him. "How did you know?" she asked. "Do not forget what you call me," Xue Tian replied with a mysterious smile. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Yes, she called him master. If he were not capable, how could he hold such a title? Regardless, she marveled at his ability to discern this particular detail. Could he possess prophetic abilities? "Master, do you have the gift of foresight?" Xue Tian smiled enigmatically. "You could say that. Impressive. Since you possess such abilities, I no longer doubt your words," Lan-Z thought, her admiration for her master growing. Perhaps it was true. She would soon forget Tianjin Fan entirely. Sun Wukong and the others took notice of Lan-Z and Xue Tian and greeted them. "Hey, Xue Tian. Lan-Z, long time no see. How is it that you are here, and in the company of Xue Tian?" Vegeta expressed curiosity as well. Lan-Z was often overlooked among them. Her presence was minimal, and her arrival was indeed surprising. "Hello, Wukong. It's been a while. Xue Tian is my master. We heard the explosion and came to investigate." Lan-Z replied gently. Krillin, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta were astonished. "What? Xue Tian is your master? Is there a problem?" Lan-Z, puzzled, asked if there was something amiss with Xue Tian. Sun Wukong, scratching his head with envy, remarked, "No problem. It's just that Xue Tian is incredibly powerful. Being his disciple will surely lead to extraordinary experiences. He even taught me how to transform into a Super Saiyan God." "Super Saiyan God? What is that?" Lan-Z inquired. Bewildered, Sun Wukong struggled to explain, mumbling, "It's a new form for Saiyans, I suppose, more like a divine state. I'm not entirely sure, heh. Alright then. But who among you is responsible for damaging my spacecraft?" Chapter 32. How do you know everything? I inquired. "Who among you has damaged our spacecraft?" Oyer, noticing that Sun Wukong and others were engrossed in conversation and dismissing him, felt his temper flare. How could a mere inhabitant of Earth disregard him? Did they truly believe that defeating Frisia entitled them to ignore everything? Sun Wukong, bewildered, replied, "Damage your spacecraft? We didn't harm your spacecraft." In a fit of rage, Oyer retorted, "We were flying through space when suddenly a key blast struck us, damaging our ship. Apart from you few, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and number 17, who else on Earth could have done this? Yet you still refuse to acknowledge it." Sun Wukong, surprised, exclaimed, "Ah? You know us. If your ship is damaged, you can ask Bulma for repairs. She is quite skilled." Upon hearing this, Xue Tian was taken aback. He had casually released a key blast into space, and it had coincidentally hit Oyer's ship. What misfortune! Yet, what was Oyer doing in Earth's skies? Wait, he recognized the names of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Had he investigated them? Was he observing Earth and everything on it? Considering that Oyer was a subordinate of Elec, the leader of the Zeta Group, known for planet destruction and reselling, collaborating with Frisia and various nefarious organizations, his presence above Earth boded ill. They must have been eyeing Earth for some time. Their inaction could stem from knowing that Frieza met his demise here, and that Sun Wukong and Vegeta were not to be trifled with. Oyer disdainfully declared, "Who said we needed your help for repairs? Our technology surpasses yours by countless measures. Initially, I intended to observe you for a while before invading Earth. But since fate has brought us together, I shall seize Earth now. It shall be a gift to Lord Elec for his birthday, ha 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 ha." Although Sun Wukong was not particularly astute, he quickly grasped that Oyer was no benevolent figure. "So you're not a good person." Oyer spread his arms and laughed heartily. "Ha ha, I never claimed to be a good person. Prepare to meet your demise. I am eager to see how the Earthlings managed to bring Frieza down." Sun Wukong and the others stared at Oyer in astonishment. "You know Frieza?" Before Oyer could respond, Xue Tian interjected. "He is a member of the Zeta Group." Zeta Group? Sun Wukong and the others were perplexed. Vegeta, momentarily surprised, remarked, "The Zeta Group." Vegeta, you know about the Zeta Group?" Sun Wukong asked curiously. Vegeta explained, "I've heard of it, but their reputation seems decent. They primarily assist in the revival of certain planets. Moreover, their strength is not inferior to Frieza's forces, but I am unaware of the specifics." Sun Wukong, with his characteristic naivety, asked, "Is that something you heard while you were with Frieza? But if they were helping to revive other planets, they should be good people. Why would they want to invade us?" Vegeta's lips twitched in annoyance. He loathed it when Kakarot brought up his past, snapping, "Kakarot, can you be quiet? Why would I know? Just look at his demeanor. He clearly doesn't seem like a good person." Sun Wukong sheepishly scratched his head. Oyer was not surprised that Vegeta knew of the Zeta Group, but he was taken aback by Xue Tian's knowledge. "Who are you? How do you know about our Zeta Group?" Xue Tian smiled slightly, exuding an air of mystery. "I not only know about your Zeta Group, but I also know that your leader is Elec, and that you have subordinates like Jars, Maki, and you, Oyer. While your group presents itself as engaged in the revival of planets and legitimate businesses behind the scenes, you collude with the cosmic tyrant Frieza to engage in unsavory dealings for illicit profits." Oyer stared at Xue Tian in shock. You know all this." The others realized the true nature of the Zeta Group. Sun Wukong couldn't help but exclaim, "That's truly wicked, worse than Frieza." Xue Tian agreed, stating, "While Frieza is overtly malevolent, the Zeta Group operates in the shadows. Simply put, one is a villain, while the other is a duplicitous hypocrite. A villain can be avoided, but a hypocrite can disguise themselves and strike when you are most vulnerable, making them truly insidious." Oyer, grinning with pride, was unperturbed by the accusations of villainy. "Ha ha, thank you for the compliment. We are indeed wicked. Now, I shall turn your world into a subordinate planet and sell it to the intergalactic merchants, ha ha." Sun Wukong stepped forward, prepared to confront Oyer. "Wait." Xue Tian used instant transmission to appear before Sun Wukong, blocking him. "I will handle this." Sun Wukong was confused. Vegeta was also bewildered. They believed Xue Tian was not fond of fighting and had a laid-back demeanor. Why the sudden inclination to engage? Seeing their surprise, Xue Tian smiled gently. If it weren't for the system's mission, he wouldn't wish to fight either. Who would want to work up a sweat? Oyer, sensing Xue Tian's readiness to confront him, demanded, "Who are you? How do you know so much about our Zeta Group? Or is it that one of the planets we destroyed was your home? Is that why you harbor such animosity towards me?" This suggestion piqued the curiosity of the others, as it was not entirely implausible. After all, Xue Tian was not fond of conflict, and now he was willing to engage, leading them to believe he must have a vendetta against Oyer. Xue Tian responded nonchalantly, "Your imagination is quite vivid." Chapter 33, Frieza has been resurrected. "You possess quite the imagination," Xue Tian remarked indifferently. Oyer, perplexed, inquired, "Did I say something wrong?" Furrowing his brow, Xue Tian's lips curled downward slightly as he spoke with disdain. "A mere Zeta Group thinks it can disrupt my homeland? What a fanciful notion. Since you are so curious, let me enlighten you. My knowledge of the Zeta Group does not stem from any animosity towards you. Rather, it arises from my awareness of past and future events. Do you honestly believe I would be unaware of a trivial entity like the Zeta Group? My intention to confront you is solely due to my distaste for your kind." Oyer, filled with anger, realized that this individual before him held the Zeta Group in utter contempt. "Humph, you dare to look down upon us, the Zeta Group." Xue Tian shrugged nonchalantly. "Isn't that quite natural? In the face of Frieza, you all cower. After Frieza's demise, your aspirations for cosmic dominance have remained unfulfilled. Do you truly believe such a paltry group deserves my respect?" These words seemed to strike a nerve with Oyer, who shouted furiously, You are simply courting death." With a thunderous roar, his colossal form charged towards Xue Tian like a super tank, displaying power and speed akin to a Super Saiyan at its first stage. To ensure his safety, Xue Tian swiftly activated his Ultra Instinct, enveloping himself in a silver aura, his hair transforming to a shimmering silver. In a fleeting moment, he evaded Oyer's assault. With a swift kick, he sent Oyer crashing down. Boom! A resounding impact echoed as Oyer plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater. He lay within it, feeling something surge in his throat before spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of astonishment as he gazed at Xue Tian hovering above. How is this person so formidable? He effortlessly sent me flying with a mere kick. How did he evade my attack just now? Vegeta and Son Goku, having witnessed Xue Tian's prowess, were not the least surprised by his ability to send Oyer flying. However, Lan Shi, having never seen such power before, was awestruck as she observed Xue Tian clad in his Ultra Instinct state, radiating a silver glow, effortlessly defeating the alien invader. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. "Master, you are so impressive." At that moment, Xue Tian loomed majestically over Oyer, exuding an air of sovereign authority, as if all present could do nothing but bow their heads in humility before him. "Oyer, during Frisia's reign, you were unable to dominate the universe. Now, you stand even less chance." Hearing this, the onlookers were momentarily bewildered. Krillin turned to Piccolo, asking, "What does he mean by that? What does it imply about Frisia's reign?" Piccolo, deep in thought, appeared to connect the dots, but was skeptical. Has anyone used the Dragon Balls recently? After a moment of contemplation, Krillin shook his head. "No. If someone had used them, we would have sensed it." Piccolo nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the appearance of Shenron would be unmistakable, and they had not experienced any such phenomena recently, aside from the darkening skies caused by Xue Tian and Son Goku transforming into Super Saiyans, which was unrelated to the Dragon Balls. Oyer, still reeling from confusion, proclaimed confidently, "Humph. The universe will eventually belong to the Zeta group." Xue Tian, recognizing Oyer's misplaced confidence, felt compelled to inform him of Frisia's resurrection. After all, such a grim reality could not remain concealed from Oyer. "Oh, is that so? It seems you have not misinterpreted my words. To be blunt, Frisia has indeed been resurrected." At this revelation, all present were momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. Krillin's face paled as he recalled the moment Frisia had mercilessly hurled him into the air, reducing him to mere ashes. Piccolo's expression turned green with fear. Frisia had left a lasting shadow in his heart. He acknowledged that while many formidable foes had emerged after Frisia, like Cell and Bu, Frisia remained the first truly formidable adversary he had encountered, leaving an indelible impression. "What? Frisia has been resurrected? How come we had no prior knowledge of this?" Son Goku exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, Frisia has returned," Xue Tian affirmed resolutely. Vegeta, initially taken aback, quickly regained his composure, stating calmly, "So what if he is resurrected? Should he dare to show his face, I can easily obliterate him. Let him descend into the depths of hell." Given Vegeta's current strength, he could indeed annihilate a freshly resurrected Frisia with ease, especially considering he had acquired a modicum of Ultra Instinct mastery. He was unafraid, but Oyer was not so reassured, exclaiming in terror, "You must be lying. If Frisia had truly returned, how could we have remained unaware? My superior informed me that Frisia's kind, the Frost Demons, have never undergone training. Should they train, their combat power would escalate rapidly. Thus, while we possess strength surpassing Frisia, we are cautious in confronting him. You have already accepted the truth. Why continue to dispute it?" Xue Tian replied with a faint smile. His purpose in revealing Frisia's resurrection was to instill despair in Oyer, and he could see the hopelessness reflected in his opponent's eyes. Having achieved his goal, he pressed on. "Oyer, even if Frisia has returned, I care not for your aspirations. I only know that you are about to meet your demise." In an instant, Xue Tian switched to his first stage of Ultra Instinct, the silver aura and hair transforming into a pale violet, emanating a ferocious energy that suggested anyone who came into contact with him would be annihilated in an instant. Terrifying indeed. Witnessing this transformation, Vegeta exclaimed, "This is Ultra Instinct." Seeing Vegeta's excitement, Son Goku and the others were bewildered, asking, "Vegeta, what is this Ultra Instinct? Why does the name sound somewhat similar to Ultra Instinct?" However, this state seemed to contrast with the original Ultra Instinct. Vegeta, with a mysterious smile, replied, "Just watch closely, and you will understand." Chapter 34. As soon as Vegeta's voice fell, Xue Tian conjured a sphere of destructive energy, roughly the size of a basketball. With a grand gesture, he hurled it toward Oyer with great fervor. Upon seeing the destructive energy ball, Oyer attempted to evade, but for reasons unknown, he felt an inescapable pull. Boom! The destructive energy ball collided squarely with Oyer, erupting into nothingness, which then transformed into countless specks of starlight, ultimately vanishing completely. What? How could this be? Son Goku and the others sensed that this energy attack was unlike any they had encountered. Even if their own energy blasts obliterated a foe into dust, they would not dissipate into starlight. Yet Xue Tian's attack disintegrated into a celestial display, as if Oyer had never existed at all, leaving them utterly perplexed. Vegeta smirked with satisfaction, teasing, "This is the power of the self-extremity technique." Destruction. What is the self-extremity technique, Vegeta? Son Goku, no stranger to Vegeta's proclamations, felt a wave of confusion. Could Vegeta also wield this form? Yet, he had never witnessed Vegeta demonstrate it. Based on his understanding of Vegeta, if he could indeed perform the self-extremity technique, he would have showcased it immediately, astounding them all. The fact that he hadn't suggested he had yet to master it. Son Goku accurately assessed Vegeta's capabilities. Although Vegeta possessed some knowledge of the self-extremity technique and had a slight comprehension of it, he could not truly control it or transform. However, from Xue Tian's transformation, Son Goku could sense that it was indeed the self-extremity technique. Having witnessed the destruction wrought by the self-extremity technique, he felt a surge of excitement, imagining that it would not be long before he could harness such terrifying power, at which point none, not even Beerus, the god of destruction, would stand against him. The thought of defeating Beerus and becoming the second strongest in the universe thrilled him. Why not the first? Because that title belonged to Xue Tian. He was self-aware enough to acknowledge that as long as Xue Tian was present, even if he bested Beerus, he could never claim the title of the universe's strongest, especially since the self-extremity technique was taught to him by Xue Tian. Moreover, based on Xue Tian's performance, he was convinced that Xue Tian possessed more than just the self-extremity technique. He likely had other formidable abilities as well. If Xue Tian were privy to Vegeta's thoughts, he would surely comment on his self-awareness, but would also find it rather presumptuous for Vegeta to think he could defeat Beerus with merely the first level of the self-extremity technique. Noticing Vegeta's silence, Son Goku approached anxiously, asking, "Vegeta, what exactly is this self-extremity technique? How do you know about it?" "Because I can," Vegeta replied proudly. "What? You can use the self-extremity technique?" Son Goku exclaimed, astonished, his jaw nearly dropping. Such a formidable form, and Vegeta could wield it. However, Son Goku quickly regained his composure, his excitement bubbling over. "Vegeta, let us spar. Use the self-extremity technique." Vegeta's expression turned awkward. He could not yet transform into that state, merely knowing how it was done. If Kakarot were to find out he was merely boasting, he would surely be mocked. Contemplating this, he coldly retorted, "I have no time to spar with you," and promptly activated his flight technique to leave. As he departed, he mused, "Kakarot, just wait. Once I master the self-extremity technique, it will be time to teach you a lesson." The members of the Zeta Legion, witnessing their leader Oyer's defeat, were thrown into a panic. They hastily boarded their spacecraft, frantically fleeing in their small ships. In less than 3 minutes, only a single spacecraft remained, devoid of any extraterrestrial presence. Xue Tian had achieved his goal. Releasing the state of the self-extremity technique, he flashed before Lam-Z and said, "It is time for us to return." "Yes, master," Lam-Z replied, filled with admiration. "You were so impressive. With a single kick, you vanquished the alien intruders, leaving the remaining soldiers terrified and fleeing." Taking Lam-Z's hand, he utilized instant transmission. Returning to the villa, observing Xue Tian's use of instant transmission, Son Goku was taken aback, stammering, "Wow, Xue Tian can use instant transmission too." Remembering Vegeta's mention of the self-extremity technique, which also involved instant transmission, he immediately pursued. Inside Xue Tian's villa, Lam-Z exclaimed, "Master, you were so cool just now. Especially with those two forms, one silver and the other light purple. They looked amazing." Her eyes sparkled with excitement, her right hand waving as if she had defeated Oyer herself. Feeling slightly bashful from his beautiful disciple's praise, Xue Tian coughed twice. "We must remain low-key. My power is not merely this. I possess even greater abilities that you will understand in time. Yes. Lam-Z nodded enthusiastically. Ding. Selection completed. Display your combat prowess before your disciple, prove your strength, and receive a reward. Lam-Z Gift Pack X1. Gazing at the Lam-Z gift pack in his system inventory, Xue Tian felt quite satisfied. Just as he prepared to open it for Lam-Z, he sensed a ripple in space, and Son Goku suddenly appeared. Huh, what brings you here? Without hesitation, Son Goku inquired, Xue Tian. What is this self-extremity technique that Vegeta mentioned? What is it? It is simply the self-extremity technique. Xue Tian discerned Son Goku's intent immediately and responded with a chuckle. Son Goku scratched his head, wondering if he had failed to articulate his question clearly or if Xue Tian had misunderstood. Can you possibly? Before he could finish, Xue Tian interjected, Goku, do not even think about it. You cannot learn the self-extremity technique. Son Goku assumed Xue Tian was unwilling to teach him, rushing over and leaning close, whispering, just teach me. How can you say I cannot learn if you haven't even tried? Xue Tian remained unmoved, shifting his focus. Son Goku turned to Lam-Z, pleading, Lam-Z, please convince your master to teach me the self-extremity technique. Xue Tian shot a glare at Son Goku. This guy might not be the brightest, but when it came to learning techniques or combat, he was incredibly astute, knowing to seek Lam-Z's assistance to intercede. Lam-Z hesitated. Master, why not teach Goku? If he learns it, he can better protect Earth. Lam-Z, it is not that I refuse to teach him. It is simply that he does not possess the qualifications to learn this technique. It requires someone cold, ruthless, and self-centered, like Vegeta. Chapter 35. The Lam-Z gift package. It is not that I, Master Xue Tian, neglect my teachings. Rather, he simply does not meet the qualifications to learn the Ultra Instinct technique. Immediately following this, Xue Tian meticulously elaborated on the conditions required for cultivating the Ultra Instinct. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and Lam-Z fully comprehended that Sun Wukong indeed lacked the prerequisites for mastery. Mr. Xue Tian, are there any martial arts techniques suitable for me? Sun Wukong inquired. A twitch of irritation crossed Xue Tian's lips. Was he attempting to take advantage of me? Do not even think about the Ultra Instinct. You should focus on mastering the Super Saiyan God form first. You have yet to grasp the Super Saiyan God. Yet you wish to delve into other martial arts techniques? Why not just ascend to the heavens instead? Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging the validity of Xue Tian's words. Then I shall first practice the Super Saiyan God. Once I have mastered it, you can teach me the Ultra Instinct. Before Xue Tian could respond, Sun Wukong vanished in a flash, utilizing instant transmission. Xue Tian was left speechless. Sun Wukong truly was a rascal. He had not even had the opportunity to decline before Sun Wukong departed. Could it be that he had mastered the art of wooing women, ensuring they are never given a chance to refuse? Shaking off these thoughts, he opened the Lam-Z gift package within his consciousness. Open the Lam-Z gift package. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Ultra Instinct, Xia, a God-level battle energy capsule, and a God-level exclusive Lam-Z battle suit. In an instant, Xue Tian's backpack was filled with Ultra Instinct Stage 1, Ultra Instinct, Xia, the God-level battle energy capsule, and the God-level exclusive Lam-Z battle suit. Wow, this Lam-Z gift package is quite impressive. I do not even possess an exclusive battle suit, and yet Lam-Z has one. And what on earth is this God-level battle energy capsule? Regardless, he decided to first impart the Ultra Instinct and Ultra Instinct, Xia, to Lam-Z before investigating further. With a smile, he looked at Lam-Z. Did you not previously inquire when I would teach you martial arts? Upon hearing this, Lam-Z excitedly asked, Master, do you plan to teach me martial arts now? After witnessing Xue Tian's impressive combat stance, she had been eager to learn, though she worried he might refuse her. Now, it seemed her concerns were unfounded. Indeed, Xue Tian replied with a grin. Lam-Z's joy was palpable, but she soon voiced her concern. But master, what if I cannot learn? I fear I may be a bit slow. A faint blush adorned her fair cheeks, and with her sparkling eyes, she appeared particularly delicate and enchanting. Xue Tian reassured her, fear not, there is no need for extensive study. I shall integrate what you need to learn directly into your mind, allowing you to grasp the essence effortlessly. Lam-Z found this notion intriguing. She had never heard of such a method during her time with Master Roshi. Xue Tian raised his hand and placed it upon her forehead. I shall now impart to you the Ultra Instinct and Ultra Instinct, Xia. The Ultra Instinct is to be utilized in your blue-haired form, embodying your gentle state. while the Ultra Instinct shall be employed in your golden-haired form, embodying rage, self, and spontaneity. System, apply Ultra Instinct. Xia and Ultra Instinct Stage 1 to Lan-Z. Ding. Application successful. As Xue Tian withdrew his hand, Lan-Z felt a surge of memories flooding her mind like a tidal wave. Lan-Z, do you perceive the Ultra Instinct and Ultra Instinct? I do, Master. Lan-Z replied enthusiastically, nodding vigorously. Xue Tian chuckled. With martial arts techniques, one cannot overlook the necessity of a battle suit. System, apply the God-level exclusive Lan-Z battle suit. Ding. Application successful. A radiant silver glow enveloped Lan-Z, and a magnificent silver battle suit adorned her figure, rendering her strikingly heroic. This is your God-level battle suit. Lan-Z exclaimed joyfully. Master, I adore this battle suit. The moment I put it on, I felt a connection with it. That's wonderful. Xue Tian replied with a smile. Ah, Lan-Z exclaimed in astonishment. This startled Xue Tian momentarily as he inquired, what is it? Is there something amiss? That cannot be. This is a God-level battle suit designed specifically for you, Lan-Z. There should be nothing wrong with it. Realizing she had alarmed her master, Lan-Z quickly clarified, no, Master, there is nothing wrong. It is just that this battle suit is so extraordinary. It possesses 3 distinct forms. 3 forms? Xue Tian asked, intrigued. Although he knew the battle suit was exceptional, he was unaware of its specific functionalities, as the system had indicated he would need to explore them himself. Lan-Z animatedly explained, yes, the 3 forms are speed form, power form, and radiant form. The speed form enhances speed but weakens attack power. The power form amplifies strength but reduces speed. However, my favorite is the radiant form. In radiant form, both speed and strength are balanced, and one can harness numerous special abilities, albeit at double the stamina cost compared to the other forms. Moreover, even if this battle suit is destroyed, it can reconstitute itself after an hour. Xue Tian was astonished. He had not anticipated the battle suit to possess such formidable capabilities. Even if shattered, it could regenerate, truly worthy of its God-level designation. By the way, what of the battle energy capsule? What effects does it possess? Yet, given that it was part of Lan-Zi's gift package, it must hold great significance for her. As Lan-Z admired her battle suit, she concentrated and withdrew it into her body, controlling it effortlessly. Master, I cannot express how much I adore this battle suit. Patience, Master has another gift for you. Another gift? Lan-Z exclaimed in surprise. Having already received the Ultra Instinct Stage 1, Ultra Instinct, Xia, and this exquisite battle suit, she felt immensely satisfied and was taken aback by the prospect of yet another present. Her master was truly exceptional, handsome, skilled, and considerate of his disciple. How fortunate she felt to have encountered him. Xue Tian communicated with the system, retrieving the God-level battle energy capsule. Ding. Retrieval successful. Before them appeared an energy capsule. Xue Tian approached to examine it. The capsule's instructions indicated that lying within it would automatically enhance combat power and improve martial arts proficiency, requiring no external energy for use. My goodness, this device seems tailor-made for Lan-Z. She need not toil over rigorous training. All she has to do is lie inside each night to reap the benefits. Chapter 36. Xiangpa. Lan-Z also caught sight of the description of the Divine Combat Power Energy Chamber, and in an instant, her mind lost the ability to direct her actions. She stood there like a wooden puppet, her eyes fixated in a daze upon the explanation of the energy chamber's function. This directly resolved her cultivation dilemma. Her master knew she was reluctant to engage in arduous training, hence he specifically gifted this to her. Overcome with emotion, she exclaimed, Master, you are too kind. In the heat of the moment, she impulsively kissed Xue Tian on the cheek. This left Xue Tian momentarily flustered. Lan-Z herself was taken aback by her own actions, feeling that her excitement had overwhelmed her self-control. Her face flushed crimson like a ripe chili pepper. Her shoes shuffling awkwardly on the floor, caught in a state of extreme embarrassment, unable to move forward or retreat. Xue Tian also felt the awkwardness dissipate quickly, as he understood that Lan-Zi's kiss was merely a result of her excitement, devoid of any ulterior motives. After all, he had bestowed upon her so many precious gifts. Even Sun Wukong would likely cling to him and shower him with affection in return. Thus, it was entirely within reason. I will now relocate this energy chamber to your bedroom, where you can lie down and enhance your combat prowess whenever you have the time. All right, Master. Lan-Z replied shyly, nodding in agreement. After transferring the energy chamber to her room, Xue Tian stepped out alone, while Lam-Z eagerly entered to experience its effects. Reclining on the chaise longue, Xue Tian instinctively touched the cheek that had just been kissed, muttering to himself, "This little girl." He pondered the efficacy of the divine combat power energy chamber. If it proved effective, it would not be long before Lam-Z ascended to the ranks of beings like Sun Wukong and Vegeta. After all, this energy chamber was said to enhance one's mastery of martial arts techniques. Thus her proficiency in self-cultivation would undoubtedly surpass that of Vegeta. Suddenly, an amusing thought crossed Xue Tian's mind. How would Vegeta and Sun Wukong react when they discovered that Lam-Z surpassed them in strength? He found himself looking forward to it. He even mused about how Beerus would react if he were to be defeated by Lam-Z upon his arrival. Would it not be utterly comical? However, he quickly realized that Lam-Z would not be able to defeat Beerus in the short term, even with his extraordinary assistance. After all, Beerus was due to arrive in just a few days, and how could Lam-Z possibly reach such heights in such a brief span of time? No matter how formidable the energy chamber was, it could not work miracles. Otherwise, he could effortlessly create a divine team capable of sweeping across the 12 universes. Oh, I have yet to test the function of this universe instant shuttle. I shall give it a try, he thought. Immediately, he activated the universe instant shuttle. In an instant, images of the 12 universes and the King's palace, along with the realms of the Supreme Kais and destroyers, flashed through his mind. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to visit Universe 6. Selecting a random location within Universe 6, he activated the shuttle. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Xue Tian found himself amidst the cosmos of Universe 6. He surveyed his surroundings and murmured, "Is this truly Universe 6? Universe 6 and Universe 7 were balanced universes. Universe 7 was home to the Scions, and Universe 6 also had its own Scions. Should he seek out the Scions for some amusement? After a moment's reflection, he dismissed the idea, opting instead to employ the Universe Instant Shuttle once more, this time aiming to explore Universe 1. As information about it was scarce in Dragon Ball Super, he yearned to see it with his own eyes. "Hey, who are you?" A gruff voice suddenly boomed. Before him stood a stout, purple-skinned cat who inquired with mild curiosity. He was short and rotund, with a short tail. His upper body was bare, adorned with a black and white patterned cloth around his neck, gold bracelets on his arms, and a pair of loose red pants. Accompanying him was a tall woman with bluish-green skin, long white hair, and a staff in her right hand. Xiangpa, Vados. Xue Tian immediately recognized the pair. The stout, feline figure was none other than Xiangpa, the destroyer of Universe 6, while the beautiful woman beside him was his attendant and mentor, Vados. Xiangpa's eyes widened in surprise as he squinted and asked, "You know me?" Xue Tian smiled. Lord Xiangpa's reputation precedes him. How could I possibly be unaware? Vados raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Xiangpa relished the praise, puffing out his protruding belly and laughing heartily. "You certainly know how to flatter me. However, you do not seem to be from our Universe 6. Just moments ago, Xiangpa and Vados were traversing the cosmos in search of delectable treats when they sensed a disturbance in the surrounding space emanating from Universe 7. Curious, they came to investigate, only to find a striking human." Xue Tian recognized the implications of Xiangpa's inquiry. He must have gathered evidence, and typically, a destroyer does not require reasoning or evidence unless confronting the king. He decided to admit, "Indeed, I am not from Universe 6. Are you from Universe 7? Xiangpa pressed further. Xue Tian shook his head. "No." This caused Xiangpa to furrow his brow. "Not from Universe 7? Yet I distinctly sensed you arriving from there. If you are not from Universe 7, then from which universe do you hail? What brings you to Universe 6? Do you have some ulterior motive?" Xue Tian pondered momentarily. He could technically be classified as a traveler of that universe. However, could he convey that to Xiangpa? Clearly not. Moreover, even if he did, it would be beyond Xiangpa's comprehension. "I am a cosmic traveler. I am uncertain of my home universe." Xiangpa scratched his pudgy face with a nail, skeptically questioning. "A cosmic traveler? How did you traverse from Universe 7 to Universe 6? Without a shuttle or some extraordinary ability, it is impossible. If you possess such special abilities, do you harbor some ulterior motives?" Xue Tian found the situation amusing and explained, "My only purpose is to explore the universe. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." "Wait, you intend to depart without the permission of this destroyer? Do you not hold the gods in sufficient regard?" Xiangpa retorted, suspicion lacing his tone. "Furthermore, I suspect you might be involved in something peculiar." Chapter 37. Enough nonsense. Destroy me quickly. The destroyer god Xiangpa expressed his suspicion. I suspect you may be engaged in some nefarious activities. He scrutinized Xue Tian from head to toe, as if attempting to see through him, which greatly displeased Xue Tian. It felt akin to being targeted by a ravenous wolf, ready to pounce and tear him apart at any moment. Xue Tian replied calmly, I am merely a cosmic traveler. I implore you, Lord Xiangpa, do not make things difficult for me. I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa's suspicion deepened. He stepped forward, his voice icy. Though your words are pleasing to the ear, this destroyer god must still annihilate you. I cannot allow your schemes to come to fruition. Seeing that Xiangpa did not believe him, Xue Tian's patience began to wane. Oh, is that so? Xiangpa's mood soured instantly, his expression darkening to one of deep displeasure. What attitude is this? I am a destroyer god. Do you think I lack the courage to destroy you? Ding. The selection task was activated. Option 1. Allow Xiangpa to destroy you. If he succeeds in annihilating the host dies. If he refrains, the task is successful. Reward, pseudo-immortality. Option 2. Defeat Xiangpa. Reward, dominance ring. Both rewards were enticing, yet option 2 appeared infinitely more challenging. Given his current strength, how could Xue Tian possibly hope to overcome Xiangpa? After a moment of contemplation, he resolved, well, since I cannot accomplish option 2, I shall opt for option 1 and gamble on Xiangpa's reluctance to destroy me. Life is but a fleeting moment. Death leads to transcendence. With his choice made, Xue Tian's figure flickered. Oh, planning to flee? Do you believe you can escape this destroyer god's grasp? Xiangpa laughed, but suddenly sensed something amiss as Xue Tian appeared before him, less than half a meter away. Confused and startled, Xiangpa questioned, Are you provoking a destroyer god? Since it is so, then I shall grant your wish. He raised his hand, conjuring a violet sphere of destructive energy. Instantly, everything around them fell into an oppressive silence, which transformed into a profound sense of dread in less than a second. You are the first to seek death before me. Xue Tian's eyes betrayed no emotion as he responded coolly, enough with the chatter. If you truly have the audacity, then come forth. Bardas observed Xue Tian's demeanor with intrigue. What manner of individual was he, seemingly unafraid of destruction? Beneath Xue Tian's calm exterior, however, lay a tempest of anxiety. He was gambling on the notion that the Omni-King had arranged for someone to protect him, that the Grand Priest was monitoring him. Should he perish, the Omni-King would too, and the entire universe might face obliteration. Xiangpa's lips twitched in disbelief. He had anticipated Xue Tian to plead for mercy, yet instead, he urged him to act swiftly, exuding an air of fearless resignation. This left Xiangpa perplexed. Did Xue Tian truly wish for death? Regardless of the uncertainty, Xiangpa's anger had been ignited. Destruction. With a swift motion, he hurled the sphere of destructive energy toward Xue Tian. As Xue Tian closed his eyes in resignation, he cursed inwardly. Had the Omni-King truly failed to send aid? Had the Grand Priest overlooked him? Or did they doubt the bond with the Omni-King? Should he counter? Yet, even if he attempted to retaliate, he knew he could not withstand Xiangpa's destructive force. Resigned, he thought, fortune favors the bold. Just as the destructive energy sphere was about to strike, a brilliant blue light of angelic power erupted, obliterating the sphere. Bardas. Xiangpa's gaze shifted to Bardas. Realizing the divine intervention came from her, Xue Tian opened his eyes, overwhelmed with relief. Finally, help had arrived. He had genuinely feared that they would disregard the Omni-King's life. Xiangpa, about to inquire about the identity of the savior, was interrupted as a spectrum of light emerged, revealing Whis standing not far from Xue Tian, facing both Xiangpa and Bardas. Whis! Xiangpa exclaimed in surprise, suddenly realizing that it was indeed Whis who had intervened. Xue Tian was taken aback, realizing that his protector was none other than Whis, rather than the Grand Priest he had anticipated. However, reflecting on his situation in Universe 7, it made perfect sense. The Grand Priest would undoubtedly assign Whis to safeguard him, given that Whis was the strongest entity in Universe 7. While Whis did not engage in direct combat, Xue Tian was acutely aware that he was the pinnacle of strength in Universe 7, far surpassing even the destroyer god, Beerus. Indeed, Xue Tian suspected that these destroyer gods were not even a match for the various angels. As for the truth of this matter, he could not say for certain, having never witnessed an angel in battle. However, based on the performances of Bardas and Whis, it was evident that their prowess eclipsed that of Beerus and Xiangpa. Whis, what are you doing? Chapter 38. Confronting Xiangpa. What are you doing, Weiss? Xiangpa exclaimed, waving his hands in dissatisfaction. Weiss replied with a composed smile, Lord Xiangpa. You cannot destroy him. Why not? Xiangpa retorted, digging into his ear dismissively. Weiss, this is Universe 6, not Universe 7. And it seems that your race of angels lacks the authority to interfere with the work of the destroyers. Lord Xiangpa is absolutely correct. We angels indeed do not possess the right to meddle in the affairs of the destroyers, Weiss calmly stated. But this individual cannot be destroyed. Why? Xiangpa questioned, utterly perplexed. Logically, Weiss had no grounds to obstruct him. Traditionally, angels never interfered with the actions of destroyers, merely overseeing to ensure they did not slack off. Why the sudden intervention? Moreover, Weiss was an angel of Universe 7. Bardos, too, found this perplexing. Why was her brother behaving in such a manner? The angelic race adhered to strict regulations. Weiss smiled faintly. I do not know. It is simply that this person cannot be destroyed. Xiangpa, visibly annoyed, retorted, Weiss, you are being unreasonable. I advise you to leave promptly and return to Universe 7 to serve Beerus. Weiss issued a direct warning. Lord Xiangpa, should you attempt to destroy him, I will be forced to act against you. Xiangpa was taken aback. After years of interaction with angels, it was the first time he had heard of one threatening a destroyer. This was not due to the angels' inability to defeat a destroyer, but rather the established rules dictating their relationship. Angels could not interfere with a destroyer's responsibilities, nor could they engage them in combat. If a destroyer were to be slain, the angels would enter a state of slumber until the emergence of a new destroyer, remaining dormant otherwise. Are you serious, Weiss? Xiangpa finally reacted, his irritation palpable. Weiss affirmed. Absolutely. Xiangpa, enraged, declared, even clay figurines possess some stubbornness. How much more so a destroyer? Purple flames erupted from him, casting a chilling aura over the vicinity, enveloping the area in an oppressive silence. Weiss remained unfazed, maintaining his serene demeanor, unaffected by Xiangpa's fury. Bardos, who had been silent until now, interjected, Lord Xiangpa, Weiss is my brother. For my sake, could you extend him a favor? Xiangpa turned to Bardos, retracting the destructive energy surrounding him. Nonchalantly, he replied, Since you put it that way, Bardos, I shall grant you this favor. In truth, he had no desire to create conflict with Bardos. Historically, angels and destroyers had never clashed, and should this matter reach the Omni-King, he could face dire consequences. While he believed himself justified whenever issues arose, the Grand Minister would invariably advocate for the angels, and the Omni-King tended to heed the Grand Minister's counsel. Thus, it was preferable to avoid conflict if possible. However, as a destroyer, being compelled by Weiss felt like a blow to his pride. Now that Bardos had provided an exit, he was glad to take it. Bardos, perceptive to Xiangpa's internal struggle, found herself more curious about her brother's unexpectedly resolute stance. The angels should not be involved in such matters. There was clearly something amiss, and she would need to inquire further with Weiss later. Hey, Weiss, since your sister Bardos has said so, I shall let this matter go. I will not destroy this individual. Thank you, Lord Xiangpa. Weiss graciously acknowledged. Indeed, angels typically showed great deference towards destroyers, unless during missions or other pressing matters. Weiss approached Xue Tian with a smile, saying, Mr. Xue Tian, you are free to travel wherever you wish. Xue Tian waved his hand dismissively, replying, Forget it. I have no interest. He secretly thought to himself, showing up so late nearly frightened me to death. I have no desire to travel now. I even suspect you arrived intentionally late. Xue Tian was well aware of Weiss's cunning nature, having witnessed Beerus being duped by him on numerous occasions. Xiangpa was astonished. Who exactly was Xue Tian to disregard Weiss so openly? Weiss had saved him, and gratitude was expected. If Xue Tian were to learn of Xiangpa's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff. What is there to be grateful for? Would arriving sooner have killed you? Bardos's eyes darted around, lost in thought. Ding. Selection completed. Option 1. Urge Xiangpa to destroy him. If he is destroyed, the host dies. If not, mission accomplished. Rewards, pseudo-immortality. Learn pseudo-immortality. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired pseudo-immortality. Ding. System task activated. Option 1. Survive by luck. Feel grateful. And quickly leave. Reward. Super speed. Option 2. Intimidate Xiangpa with a warning, making it clear he is not to be trifled with. Reward. Pseudo-dominance. Super speed? Isn't that a technique of TIS? It was impressive at first, but it can be countered easily. It's rather pointless. However, This pseudo-dominance seems intriguing. Moreover, I am quite displeased with Xiangpa's actions. As a traveler with a system, being threatened and nearly killed without any response feels utterly humiliating. Does this truly honor the identity of a traveler? Regardless of whether I choose this option, I must act. Selecting option 2. Xue Tian rubbed his eyes casually and warned, Xiangpa, you are a destroyer, and indeed possess sufficient arrogance, but not every individual is someone you can provoke, nor does everyone deserve your wrath. Xiangpa was momentarily stunned, unable to believe that the one who had barely escaped would dare to speak to him in such a manner. This was exceedingly audacious. Bardos, too, was taken aback. Who was Xue Tian to exhibit such assertiveness? He showed no respect even to the destroyer Xiangpa. Why was her brother aiding him so? Could it be that he was? Chapter 39. The Speculation of Beerus. A bastard child? How could my brother wish assist him so? Could he be the illegitimate son of our father? Is he also of our angelic lineage? As this thought crossed Beerus's mind, she immediately shook her head gently, dismissing it as impossible. Her father was not that kind of individual. Even if there were an illegitimate child, he would not conceal it. Moreover, she sensed no trace of angelic essence in Xue Tian, leading her to conclude that he was not one of their kind. Whis was somewhat taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, smiling behind his teeth. Apart from the Omni-King and the Grand Priest, he had never witnessed anyone speak to the God of Destruction in such a manner. Typically, those in the presence of the God of Destruction appeared as if they were facing a formidable enemy, yet Xue Tian's demeanor was utterly astonishing. Whis also recalled his father's directive. No matter the circumstances, he must ensure Xue Tian's safety. This was a direct order. It was precisely for this reason that he had been so resolute earlier. Upon realizing this, Xiangpa's expression turned fierce. He was already in a foul mood. And now his irritation escalated. He raised his hand, preparing to gather destructive energy once more. Whis swiftly waved his staff in front of Xiangpa's hand, offering a soothing remark. My lord Xiangpa, please bear with it. Xiangpa's lips twitched in frustration. It felt humiliating. As the God of Destruction, he commanded respect throughout the sixth universe, yet he found himself belittled by a newcomer of uncertain origin. Most importantly, Whis was shielding him. He could not afford to appear entirely powerless before Whis. Ding. Choice completed. Intimidate Xiangpa to make him aware of his formidable nature. Reward acquired. Pseudo-dominance. Using pseudo-dominance, Lin Machin felt a shift within his body, experiencing a delightful surge of vitality. Whis smiled at Xue Tian and said, Mr. Xue Tian, perhaps you should retreat for now. Having received his reward, Xue Tian was disinclined to engage further. With his current strength, he could not teach Xiangpa a lesson. It seemed pointless to engage in mere banter. He activated the Cosmic Instant Shuttle, locating his villa in the seventh universe. With a swift motion, his figure vanished as if he had never existed. After his departure, Xiangpa, visibly upset, questioned, Whis, what is the meaning of this? Why assist this Xue? Xue something? Xue Tian, Beerus interjected. Whis, with a charming smile, replied, I cannot say for certain. Whis, what kind of attitude is that? Have you been spending too much time with that fool Beerus, that you've forgotten how to speak? Xiangpa crossed his arms, his face flushed with anger, his teeth grinding audibly, revealing the extent of his fury. Whis chuckled softly. My lord Xiangpa makes a valid point. Let us attribute this matter to Lord Beerus. My lord Xiangpa, sister, I must take my leave. Beerus nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Whis did not linger, transforming into a streak of light and departing. According to his calculations, Beerus would awaken shortly. Once he had left, Xiangpa, puzzled, asked Beerus, do you know why Whis is helping Xue Tian? Is it perhaps at Beerus's behest? My lord Xiangpa, I am uncertain. It might be possible, Beerus replied with a playful tone. However, her thoughts diverged from Xiangpa's. She believed Whis's actions were not motivated by Beerus. The angelic lineage was solely responsible for the well-being of the God of Destruction. And even if they enjoyed a cordial relationship, they would not act on the God of Destruction's behalf. Thus, there was only one plausible explanation. Whis must have received instructions from their father, the Grand Priest, or perhaps even from the Omni-King himself. The affairs of the Omni-King were primarily managed by her father, so it was likely this was an order from him. But why would her father instruct Whis to protect Xue Tian? Whis himself seemed perplexed by the reasoning. After a moment of contemplation, Beerus decided to let it go. She turned to Xiangpa and asked, My lord Xiangpa, shall we seek out some delicacies? Xiangpa, deflated, replied, I have lost my appetite. I shall return to rest. The following day, Xue Tian emerged from his room, where Lam-Z was preparing breakfast. Upon seeing Xue Tian, she greeted him warmly. "Good morning, Master. Breakfast is ready." "Very well." Xue Tian approached the table, admiring the sumptuous spread before him: milk, bread, eggs, and a small bowl of noodles. He couldn't help but think that taking on a female disciple had its perks, and the gifts he had given Lam-Z were certainly worthwhile. At the very least, he could see a return on his investment. For Xue Tian, concepts such as the first level of self-extremity or the self-extremity of infinity were no longer of concern. He found investing his surplus in someone capable of yielding tangible returns far more rewarding. In his view, this was far more worthwhile than investing in Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Though they were the two main protagonists of the Dragon Ball universe, he could not simply distribute his benefits unconditionally to them. He was neither a sage nor their master. Why should he feel compelled to do so? Moreover, even if they sought him as their teacher, he would not be particularly pleased. What could they possibly offer him? Aside from creating additional burdens, they appeared to serve little purpose unless their apprenticeship could afford him some advantage. A disciple like Lam-Z, who prepared daily meals and offered massages, was infinitely more appealing. For such a disciple, he would be more than willing to share any surplus he had. As Xue Tian sat down, Lam-Z joined him and excitedly exclaimed, "Master, I spent the night resting in the God-level combat energy chamber, and today I feel light as a feather, brimming with strength. I have even grasped a little of the self-extremity and the self-extremity of infinity." Xue Tian nodded in approval. "It seems that the God-level combat energy chamber is quite effective. Would you like to try it, Master?" Lam-Z asked sweetly, her charm captivating. "Ah, no need for me. That chamber is designated for your use. Master does not require it." Xue Tian replied with a smile. Using the God-level combat energy chamber would be a waste for him. His mastery of martial arts techniques was already at its peak. As for his battle power, it would naturally increase without the need for assistance. A few bursts of energy blasts would likely yield more power than an hour spent in that chamber. Chapter 40. The Clash of Strength between Vegeta and Lam-Z. After finishing breakfast, Xue Tian and Lam-Z arrived in the courtyard, where he demonstrated the ultimate instinct and self-instinct techniques. Indeed, her progress was substantial. She could maintain the ultimate instinct for a full minute and condense destructive energy the size of her fist with self-instinct. Although Lam-Z had mastered the ultimate instinct and the first level of self-instinct, she had not yet learned the art of flight or high-speed movement. Under Xue Tian's meticulous guidance, she learned these skills in just 10 minutes. Excitedly soaring in the air, Lam-Z exclaimed, "Master, you are incredible. You taught me in just 10 minutes." Xue Tian replied, "It is not merely a reflection of my prowess. Rather, your comprehension is commendable. With your mastery of both the ultimate and self-instinct techniques, learning these basic skills is quite effortless for you." Though she understood the truth in his words, Lam-Z recognized that her abilities were primarily due to Xue Tian's exceptional skills. Just then, two formidable auras approached swiftly. Without even glancing up, Xue Tian knew who it was. Lam-Z sensed it as well. "Master, it seems Goku and Vegeta are coming." "Indeed," Xue Tian affirmed, and upon hearing his confirmation, Lam-Z was astonished. "Wow, I can actually sense it." Soon, Son Goku and Vegeta arrived, and upon seeing Lam-Z flying in the air, they were equally surprised. "Wow, Lam-Z, you can fly now." "Yes, Goku." Lam-Z replied joyfully. "Are you here to find my master?" "That's right. I've already mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan God," Goku declared. Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, added, "I've also grasped the self-instinct technique." He shot a challenging glance at Goku, clearly underestimating him. However, Goku was unfazed by the provocation, well aware of Vegeta's nature. The three of them flew over to Xue Tian. "Mr. Xue Tian, I can transform into Super Saiyan God now. Could you teach me the ultimate instinct technique?" Goku eagerly inquired. Xue Tian recognized their potential. Although their Saiyan lineage was average, their comprehension was remarkably good. In the realm of Dragon Ball Super, their heritage was overshadowed by the likes of the Angel race, the God of Destruction race, and others. In truth, the performance of any of these races was not inferior to that of the Saiyan bloodline. "Vegeta, do you wish to transform into Super Saiyan God?" Xue Tian asked. To which Vegeta promptly replied, "Of course. Mastering more forms is undoubtedly beneficial." "Goku, do you remember that you promised once you transformed into Super Saiyan God, it would be Vegeta's turn next?" Xue Tian questioned. Upon hearing this, Vegeta turned to Goku with a look that suggested he might retaliate if Goku denied it. Goku scratched his head, recalling the promise, and chuckled. Yes. Are you ready to transform into Super Saiyan God now? Of course. Vegeta snapped. All right. You both go ahead and transform into Super Saiyan God first, and then we shall continue, Xue Tian instructed. Goku, a bit reluctant, replied, Mr. Xue Tian. Since I can already transform into Super Saiyan God, please teach me the ultimate instinct technique. However, Xue Tian did not possess the ultimate instinct at that moment and was reluctant to impart his knowledge. He found the prospect of teaching a tedious task. Vegeta, not demanding to learn anything specific, arrogantly stated, I've also mastered the self-instinct technique, Mr. Xue Tian. Could you please assess my current proficiency? His purpose for coming here was to showcase his abilities and prove his worth. Xue Tian, with a glint in his eye, stood up. Here's the deal, Goku. If Vegeta's mastery of self-instinct surpasses that of my newly accepted disciple, Lam-Z, then I will teach you the ultimate instinct. If not, you shall wait until I feel inclined to teach you. Really? Goku replied, somewhat dissatisfied. What? Do you doubt Vegeta's comprehension? Or do you believe he is inferior to Lam-Z? Xue Tian taunted. These two often bothered him, and he relished the opportunity to provoke them a bit. Meanwhile, the impending arrival of Beerus did not concern Xue Tian. He was ready to confront him if necessary. Before Goku could respond, Vegeta shot a fierce glare at him and declared, Humph. She is merely a newcomer to Master Xue Tian's tutelage. Can her comprehension truly surpass mine? Kakarot, do you not trust me? Are you seeking to challenge me to demonstrate the might of my self-instinct? Goku considered this notion, reasoning that Lam-Z, being new to training, would likely not surpass Vegeta. He remained silent, tacitly agreeing to their contest. Vegeta, without further ado, summoned his energy, enveloping himself in a shroud of purple flames. The surroundings grew cold and oppressive, the air thickening with intensity. In an instant, Goku felt Vegeta's formidable aura and exclaimed, Incredible. Chapter 41. If Beerus were to discover that Vegeta could also attain self-mastery. How impressive! Goku exclaimed with excitement, unable to restrain himself as he clenched his fists, filled with a sense of eagerness. Vegeta raised his fist, gazing at Xue Tian with exhilaration. This is my first level of self-mastery, Xue Tian calmly remarked, merely superficial, failing to unleash true power. Vegeta's lips twitched in irritation, his pride wounded by such a dismissive critique. Noticing Vegeta's discontent, Xue Tian smiled faintly. What's the matter? Are you unsatisfied? Very well, then let your strength speak for itself. Destroy that artificial mountain. He pointed towards a nearby artificial mountain in the courtyard, standing only 6 meters high and approximately 3 meters wide. Vegeta, feeling underestimated, was incensed. Upon hearing Xue Tian's challenge, he wasted no time in gathering destructive energy, forming a small orb the size of a thumb on his fingertip, and directed it towards the artificial mountain. Boom! The destructive energy struck the mountain, instantly shattering a stone into countless fragments. The stone measuring merely 20 centimeters long and 8 centimeters wide. Goku gasped in astonishment. Incredible! This destructive energy is akin to what Xue Tian unleashed. Although he merely obliterated a small stone, Goku was still astounded, for he understood that this destruction was categorically different from the explosive force of a ki blast. While a ki blast could reduce the stone to dust, this destructive energy entirely erased it from existence, as though it had never been there. The levels of power were not even comparable, thus witnessing Vegeta's capability to destroy such a modest stone left Goku profoundly impressed. Vegeta, too, felt a surge of satisfaction, pride gleaming in his eyes. Xue Tian smiled faintly and addressed Lam-Z. Lam-Z, let them witness your self-mastery. Lam-Z stepped forward, facing the artificial mountain. However, at that moment, her calm blue-haired demeanor prevented her from utilizing her self-mastery techniques. This was no issue, as Xue Tian casually infused a gust of air into her nostrils, prompting her to sneeze. Achoo! Instantly, the gentle Lam-Z transformed into her golden-haired persona, her delicate appearance morphing into that of a commanding woman. With an air of confidence, she looked at Vegeta, a cruel smile gracing her lips. Vegeta, do you really think your self-mastery can compare to mine? Watch closely and witness true self-mastery. Vegeta's anger flared at Lam-Z's words, his gaze fixed intently as he awaited to see what she was capable of. With a powerful shout, Lam-Z enveloped herself in a purple aura, streaks of violet lightning crackling within it. The sheer intensity of her presence clearly surpassed that of Vegeta. This realization unsettled Vegeta. While Goku began to comprehend that Lan-Chi's command of self-mastery might indeed exceed Vegeta's. As the two speculated, Lan-Chi extended her right hand, conjuring a sphere of destructive energy the size of a fist. Vegeta understood all too well that her ability to accumulate such destructive energy indicated her mastery of self-mastery surpassed his own. Yet, he felt a twinge of resentment. How could this human, who had only recently become her disciple, grasp self-mastery so swiftly, surpassing his own understanding? With a fierce cry, Lan-Chi hurled the destructive energy sphere towards the artificial mountain. A resounding explosion shattered the mountain, reducing half of it to a cascade of stardust, completely vanishing from existence. Witnessing this, Vegeta's lips twitched uncontrollably. Despite recognizing Lan-Chi's superior mastery, he could scarcely believe she had obliterated half of the mountain. Goku, equally astonished, could hardly close his mouth before slowly exclaiming, "Lan-Chi, you are amazing. Would you care to spar with me?" At this moment, Xue Tian interjected, "Goku, why are you always thinking about sparring? Beerus is about to arrive, and you should be honing your mastery of Super Saiyan God instead." While it is true that Saiyan blood grows stronger with battle, relying solely on brute force without comprehending the nuances of combat is futile. One may possess great battle power but lack the requisite skills and forms. In truth, Xue Tian understood that Lan-Chi was not a match for either Goku or Vegeta at present. Although she had grasped some aspects of self-mastery, her combat abilities and stamina were insufficient to rival them. The prowess of self-mastery, while formidable, did not exempt one from the vast disparity in battle power. Furthermore, Lan-Chi currently lacked the stamina to sustain self-mastery for an extended duration. However, he refrained from revealing these truths, knowing how proud both Goku and Vegeta were, especially Vegeta. Without a dose of humility, they would remain oblivious to their limitations. Goku felt a hint of shame after being admonished. For him and Vegeta, Xue Tian was the epitome of strength. Being chastised by someone they regarded as the strongest instilled a sense of respect, especially since they were eager to learn further from him. Vegeta, on the other hand, felt disheartened, grappling with the perplexity of Lan-Chi's superior grasp of self-mastery. What could this possibly mean? She was merely a human, one who had never truly engaged in combat, typically relying on firearms and artillery. Observing their states, Xue Tian urged, "Enough, you two. Quickly strive to comprehend your skills, aiming to attain a commendable state before Beerus arrives. Otherwise, in your current condition, you would stand no chance against even a fraction of Beerus's power." He silently anticipated the day Beerus would arrive, curious to see his reaction upon witnessing Vegeta and Lan-Chi's self-mastery. What expression would he wear if he were to discover Goku had also mastered self-mastery? A smile crept across Xue Tian's face as he envisioned Beerus's comically bewildered expression. It appeared he would have to carve out some time to teach Goku about self-mastery. Goku, having never witnessed Beerus's might, found it hard to believe. "Ah, is Beerus truly that formidable? I can already transform into Super Saiyan God." Xue Tian smirked knowingly. His strength exceeds all comprehension. Aside from his master, he is currently the pinnacle of combat power in the 7th universe. Vegeta, having experienced Beerus's might firsthand, paid no heed to Goku's naive remarks, especially as he was still reeling from Lan-Chi's impressive display. He promptly activated his flight technique. Soaring into the air and commanding Goku below, "Kakarot, hurry and bring Gohan and the others to my home. I must transform into Super Saiyan God." Chapter 42, Bulma's Birthday Party. The awakening of Beerus. A few days later, the guests gathered to celebrate Bulma's birthday. As the wealthiest individual in the Dragon Ball universe, her birthday party was nothing short of extravagant, hosted aboard a magnificent luxury cruise ship capable of accommodating thousands. Attendees included not only the main characters of Dragon Ball, but also familiar faces such as Puar, Oolong, and the Pilaf gang. Of course, Xue Tian and Lan-Chi were also present. During the past few days, Lan-Chi's combat prowess had significantly improved, and Xue Tian had taught her the Kamehameha technique. Meanwhile, Xue Tian himself had completed numerous tasks and received ample rewards, elevating his base combat power to an astonishing 4.2 billion. At this moment, he reclined on a sun lounger, observing the guests arriving for the celebration, marveling at the unexpected turn of events that had led him to traverse into the realm of Dragon Ball Super. "Master, would you like some pudding?" Lan-Chi inquired, standing beside him and offering a spoonful of pudding. Opening his mouth, he swallowed it in one bite, feeling a surge of happiness. His female disciple was indeed a treasure. He mused inwardly about the possibility of taking on another female disciple, one on each side, one feeding him pudding while the other offered grapes. What a delightful thought. If he were to consider another disciple, who might it be? In the vast universe of Dragon Ball Super, was there anyone as gentle as Lan-Chi? Contemplating the female characters in Dragon Ball Super, he found none matched Lan-Chi's gentleness, especially with her blue hair. Was it possible that Caulifla, in her normal state, also exuded a certain softness? However, she had a more rebellious air about her. If she were not so fierce, he might consider her. If he were to surpass Beerus in strength, perhaps he could take Whis as his disciple, an angelic mentor who was not only gentle, but also possessed unmatched beauty. Yet, such aspirations felt somewhat unrealistic at present. Defeating Beerus would require immense effort and time. Master, are you not going to join them? Lan-Chi asked, puzzled. Xue Tian shook his head. I think I shall remain here. If you wish to chat with them, go ahead. Lan-Chi considered this. But her loyalty to her master prevailed. After all, he had taught her so much, and she felt compelled to honor him. Sensing her thoughts, Xue Tian chuckled. It's all right, go mingle with them. It's good to strengthen your bonds since you don't see them often. Really, master? Lan-Chi asked cautiously. Seeing her apprehension, Xue Tian laughed. You look so worried that one might think I don't allow you to socialize. Go on, I also wish to rest for a while. He spoke truthfully. Soon Beerus would arrive, and a fierce battle was imminent. He had previously considered confronting Beerus directly, even contemplating self-sacrifice as a means to defeat him. But he realized that such an approach was unwise. If he were to confront Beerus, it would be prudent to wait until the opportune moment. He could not remain tethered to the Omni-King forever. He needed to challenge the Grand Priest, to defeat him, and truly seize control of his own fate. This way, his strength would not solely depend on the system. Should he encounter worthy opponents, he would need to participate in battles as well. In his heart, he calculated that perhaps fighting Beerus would lead to a significant increase in his combat power, and he sensed that even if he did not engage directly, the system might present him with a related task. Therefore, he resolved to prepare himself mentally. Only by doing so could he face whatever challenges lay ahead. All right, master. I will go chat with Bulma and the others. If you need anything, just let me know. Go ahead. After she departed, Xue Tian closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Android 18 and others were engaged in animated conversation with Bulma. Son Gohan arrived with Bra, and the two congratulated Bulma. Bra, not seeing Vegeta, inquired, Aunt Bulma, where's Uncle Vegeta? How can he miss your birthday party? Bulma clenched her fist in irritation. He's off training again, claiming he's mastered some self-control technique. Doesn't he realize Beerus is a threat? Son Gohan, ever understanding, replied, Uncle Vegeta is only doing this for the sake of Earth. I've heard that Beerus is formidable, but both he and Dad have mastered Super Saiyan God. They should manage against Beerus. Bulma, wishing to steer the conversation away from Vegeta, waved her hand impatiently. Let us not talk about them. The party is about to start. I've prepared a special gift for you all. Whoever wins will receive it, and I assure you, you'll love it. A glimmer of anticipation crossed Android 18's usually stoic face. She had been eagerly awaiting this special gift. Chi-Chi also hoped for something valuable. Perhaps a fortune would come her way, as Goku and Goten's appetites were insatiable, making it hard to keep up with their demands. Meanwhile, in Universe 7, in the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus suddenly awoke. With a mere flick of his hand, he unleashed a powerful explosion, obliterating a nearby planet. Whis approached Beerus with a smile. Lord Beerus, you're awake. Beerus sat up, a white sheet draped over his lap, his expression clouded with confusion. Whis, I had a strange dream. Oh, what kind of strange dream, my lord? You seem rather pensive today. Normally, you wake up ready to eat. Beerus shot a glare at Whis, gritting his teeth. Whis, it seems you have much to say. Not at all. Whis replied, maintaining his composed demeanor. Beerus gently rubbed his forehead. I dreamt that someone could defeat me. Someone can defeat Lord Beerus? Whis paused, taken aback. But then a thought crossed his mind. Could it be Xue Tian? Beerus nodded, perplexed. Yes. It was someone with a name like Super or something. Chapter 43. Beerus sets forth to Earth. Indeed, it was a name that included Super something. Beerus lightly tapped his forehead with a claw, struggling to recall, yet a vague image of a figure enveloped in crimson flames emerged in his mind. With striking red hair and an undeniable charm, perhaps even more handsome than himself. Naturally, he would never voice such a thought. Whis, on the other hand, conjured a silhouette in his mind but refrained from speaking, for the Grand Priest had tasked him with safeguarding this individual. To utter a word would only incite conflict between the two, a complication he wished to avoid. My Lord Beerus, it was merely a dream, nothing more. After such a prolonged slumber, experiencing bizarre dreams is entirely normal. Beerus cast a skeptical glance at Whis, unconvinced by his reassurances, and made his way towards the prophetic fish. If there is any truth to this, I shall simply inquire of the prophecy fish. He approached a fish tank, where the prophetic fish was partially submerged. With a casual tone, Beerus inquired, "Prophetic fish, I just dreamt of someone who could defeat me. What was that name again? Something like Super something?" The prophetic fish pondered for a moment, remaining silent before beckoning with its stubby fin, an understanding gesture known only to Beerus and Whis. Beerus, with an icy demeanor, commanded Whis. Understanding the cue, Whis swiftly waved his staff, conjuring a peculiar and unappetizing dish to present to the prophetic fish. Both the prophetic fish and Whis had indulged in culinary delights during Beerus's slumber, knowing well that to elicit prophecies, one must first appease with delectable offerings. "Speak," Beerus urged indifferently. The prophetic fish, satisfied, responded, "The Super Saiyan God." Upon hearing those words, Beerus immediately connected the dots, clapping his hands in approval. Indeed, that is the name, the Super Saiyan God. But where is this Super Saiyan God located? The prophetic fish, exasperated, replied, "I am merely a prophetic fish, not a tracking radar." Beerus's expression darkened. Yet the Super Saiyan God must surely be a Saiyan. After uttering this, the prophetic fish dove into the tank, savoring its meal. Although it did not disclose the whereabouts of the Saiyan God, its words sparked a realization within Beerus. This Super Saiyan God must originate from the Saiyan race. He mumbled to himself, "Saiyan, where might this Saiyan be? Why does it feel so familiar?" In a flash, he soared to a stone table, deep in contemplation, trying to recall where he had heard of the Saiyans. Whis, sensing the moment and wishing to intervene, opted to hold his tongue, preferring to avoid a potential encounter between Beerus and Xue Tian. Whis understood that to locate the Saiyans, they must seek out the prince of planet Vegeta, who currently resided on Earth, where Xue Tian also happened to be. An encounter between the two could lead to unforeseen complications. Moments later, Beerus exclaimed, "Ah, I remember now. The Saiyans inhabit planet Vegeta. Years ago, I had instructed King Vegeta to gather pillows. Once he found a suitable one, he sought to keep it for himself and presented me with a rather mediocre pillow instead. I taught him a lesson, yet still felt unsatisfied, prompting me to order Frieza to annihilate planet Vegeta." Beerus mused aloud. However, those Saiyans should have been no match for Frieza and were likely all exterminated. Yet, why would I dream of such a thing? Could there still be surviving Saiyans? After a lengthy soliloquy, he turned his gaze to Whis, pressing, "Tell me, Whis, are there any Saiyans still alive?" Whis hesitated for a brief moment before smiling and responding, "Yes, there are two known surviving Saiyans, Prince Vegeta and another low-class warrior, Kakarot." Although he had not intended to divulge this information, he recognized that even if he remained silent, Beerus would likely inquire with the prophetic fish. So he decided to reveal the truth. "Oh, the Prince Vegeta is still alive? How surprising. It seems Frieza did not entirely eradicate them," Beerus remarked calmly. Yet from his understanding, Frieza was not one to leave loose ends. This Prince Vegeta must possess some measure of skill. Whis continued, "Frieza did intend to eliminate them completely, but was instead outmaneuvered by Prince Vegeta and that low-class warrior Kakarot." Oh, Beerus's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Such a reversal of fortunes for the so-called Cosmic Emperor, defeated by the Saiyan race. It appeared that this Cosmic Emperor was merely a title without substance. "Whis, where are they now?" "On Earth." "Very well. Let us journey to Earth. I am most curious to see if this Saiyan prince can indeed transform into the Super Saiyan God, the very figure from my dream who would defeat me." Whis could not suppress a bittersweet smile. Knowing that his greatest concern had come to fruition, Beerus was indeed set on traveling to Earth. "All right. By the way, how long will it take to reach Earth from here?" Beerus inquired. 35 minutes. Such a lengthy duration? Beerus was somewhat dismayed. Despite Whis's speed, the journey would take 35 minutes. It seemed Earth was quite distant from the realm of the destroyers. Whis jested, "Does Lord Beerus find the distance excessive? Perhaps we should reconsider our journey." Sensing something amiss, Beerus scrutinized Whis, earnestly questioning, "Whis, why do I have the impression you are reluctant to go to Earth? Has something occurred?" Whis, of course, could not reveal Xue Tian's existence. as he was unaware of Xue Tian's identity, only knowing his father had given strict orders to ensure Xue Tian's safety. Such matters were not to be disclosed to Beerus, for the Grand Priest had instructed him to keep these matters confidential and focus on his assigned task. With a chuckle, Xue covered his mouth. Oh, it's merely because Lord Beerus finds the distance unappealing. Thus, I suggested we forego the trip. Beerus regarded him with a peculiar gaze. We shall go. I am eager to discover what manner of being this Super Saiyan God is and the strength they possess. Xue, prepare provisions for our journey. Yes, my lord. By the way, Lord Beerus, the distance to the Xiangpa realm is not far from Earth. Shall we pay a visit to the Xiangpa? After a moment's contemplation, Beerus replied, that could be beneficial. I can inquire about the specifics concerning Vegeta and Kakarot. Xue intended to utilize the visit to the Xiangpa as a means to divert Beerus's attention from Earth, hoping to prevent their journey altogether. The two set forth, vanishing in a flash of light from the realm of the destroyers. Chapter 44. The Dilemma of the East Xiangpa in the Xiangpa realm, the Old Xiangpa. Engrossed in a study material, exhibited an unmistakable air of irritation as he flipped through the pages repeatedly, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. This left the East Xiangpa utterly perplexed, for his ancestor had never displayed such behavior while perusing books. Curiously, he inquired, Ancestor, what troubles you? The Old Xiangpa did not conceal his feelings and explained, I sense an unsettling premonition within me, as though something ominous is about to unfold. The East Xiangpa, dismissive, responded with a light-hearted chuckle, what could possibly happen? Isn't this all rather mundane? Bam! The Old Xiangpa, without hesitation, delivered a punch. He rebuked, do you doubt my intuition? My premonitions have never been wrong. He then raised his gaze toward the direction of the Destroyer God realm, murmuring, could it be that Lord Beerus has arrived? He recalled that Xue Tian had mentioned the Destroyer God would soon descend upon Earth. Previously, he had felt no such sensation, but today, it was undeniably present. Coupled with Xue Tian's words, it seemed highly probable that Lord Beerus was indeed coming. The East Xiangpa, feeling aggrieved, retorted, if he comes, so be it. We are all gods, why be so frightened? Upon hearing this, the Old Xiangpa was prepared to act, while the East Xiangpa, already anticipating his ancestor's reaction, quickly distanced himself. Nevertheless, the Old Xiangpa continued his admonishment, true, we are all gods, and you are correct that we share an equal status, but the combat prowess of a destroyer god is far beyond our capabilities. If we provoke his wrath, the consequences could be dire. He trailed off, unable to voice the shameful fate he envisioned. The East Xiangpa, witnessing the Old Xiangpa's demeanor, realized what he was alluding to, a potential ceiling that could last millions of years. However, he refrained from speaking up, acutely aware that doing so would only earn him a punch. Suddenly, the space around them shifted, causing the Old Xiangpa's heart to race. Could it be that Beerus had arrived? Upon seeing the newcomer, he let out a sigh of relief and irritably asked, Goku, what brings you here? The visitor was none other than Goku, who had arrived via instant transmission. Instead of joining in the festivities for Bulma's birthday, he had come to the Xiangpa realm to train. Old Xiangpa, I've mastered some aspects of Ultra Instinct and wanted to test its power here. He sheepishly scratched the back of his head, knowing that every time he came to test his strength, he ended up causing considerable destruction. Had it not been for the Xiangpa's creative abilities, their realm would have been obliterated long ago. Understanding Goku's intentions, the Old Xiangpa's lips twitched in annoyance. He had thought Goku was concerned about him, but it turned out he was merely seeking to wreak havoc. He waved his hand dismissively, leave at once. My realm cannot withstand your antics. If you wish to experiment with your powers, do so elsewhere. Had it not been for our ability to create, our home would have long been reduced to nothing. The Old Xiangpa urged Goku to depart, not out of fear of destruction, but rather concerned that Goku might cross paths with Beerus. If they were to encounter each other, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos, particularly since Goku was aware of Beerus's formidable strength and would not pass up the opportunity to challenge him. The only outcome would be utter devastation. Goku, puzzled by the Old Xiangpa's sudden surliness, protested, don't be so stingy. It's merely a test. I won't cause any harm. He continued, I have harnessed some of the powers of Super Saiyan God, and I wish to know just how strong they are when combined with Ultra Instinct. The Old Xiangpa paid him no heed, insisting, you must leave. You are not welcome here today. Before Goku could respond, both the East Xiangpa and the Old Xiangpa suddenly fixed their gazes toward the direction of the Destroyer God realm. The The East Kaishin instinctively remarked, "What a powerful divine aura. Could it be that Beerus has arrived?" "What? Beerus is coming?" Goku exclaimed, filled with excitement. The old Kaishin shot a fierce glare at the East Kaishin. If looks could kill, the East Kaishin would have perished countless times over. Internally, he was exasperated, having urged Goku to leave to avoid a confrontation with Beerus, only for the East Kaishin to reveal the very information he wanted to keep secret. "Thank you for your help," he thought bitterly, realizing his blunder. The East Kaishin quickly backtracked. "No, I didn't say that. Goku, you must have misheard. You should return. We have much creative work to do." However, Goku was not easily swayed. "No, I distinctly heard that Beerus is coming." "East Kaishin, why are you lying?" The East Kaishin felt a sense of despair, wishing he could vanish. Caught between a rock and a hard place, he felt utterly trapped. Acknowledging Beerus' impending arrival could offend the old Kaishin, but denying it made him seem deceitful. Indeed, the aura emanating from Beerus was terrifying. Even before his arrival, the mere sensation of his presence instilled an undeniable dread. The old Kaishin, unwilling to elaborate further, urged Goku again, "You must return. If you find yourself bored, seek out Vegeta for a spar. He has been training diligently and would welcome the challenge." Yet, Goku remained resolute, clenching his fists with excitement. "No, I will wait here for Lord Beerus' arrival. You both can sense his aura, why can't I?" Looking skyward, he felt nothing. The old Kaishin, exasperated, thought, how could a mere human possibly sense a goddess aura? Meanwhile, on Earth, aboard Bulma's luxurious yacht, Xue Tian suddenly opened his eyes, gazing toward the direction of the destroyer god realm with a calm demeanor. "So, it has finally come to pass," he murmured. Chapter 45. Beerus, who wishes to see me? In the realm of the Kaishin, the old Kaishin persistently urged Goku to depart, yet the latter, like a stubborn mule, showed no intention of leaving and repeatedly insisted on challenging Beerus. "Goku, you should heed the wisdom of your elder. It is imperative that you leave at once." There must be a valid reason for his insistence, the East Kaishin implored. Goku's obstinacy was unparalleled, surpassing even that of the most obstinate creature on Earth. However, they were not unfamiliar with Goku's nature. Whenever he learned of a challenge, he resolutely awaited his opponent. Time and again, Goku had gone to great lengths to ensure his adversaries could fight him at their peak, even nurturing their strength himself. His fervor for combat was indeed fanatical. Rubbing the back of his head in frustration, Goku exclaimed, "No way, East Kaishin. I want to see what this Beerus is really like. Why can't you let me meet him?" Just as the old Kaishin was about to respond, a sudden voice echoed through the air, "Who wishes to see me?" Startled, the old Kaishin instinctively took a step back, his wrinkled visage becoming even more creased, resembling layers of flabby meat stacked together. As the space rippled, a streak of light descended from the heavens, radiating brilliance akin to the Milky Way cascading down, resplendent and dazzling. "He has arrived." The old Kaishin swallowed hard, his expression tinged with despair, realizing that Goku would indeed meet the god of destruction, Beerus. As the light passed, a purple feline figure stood before them, its eyes gleaming with intensity. Accompanying it was a tall, blue-skinned man wielding a staff, adorned with a divine halo, wearing a smile that starkly contrasted with the cat's demeanor. "Oh, old Kaishin, you've come out," Beerus remarked in surprise, having assumed the old Kaishin was still sealed away. Clearly, something had transpired for him to emerge. Otherwise the divine sword would not have shattered. The East Kaishin scrutinized the two figures before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from Beerus. Though they were of the same divine rank, the aura surrounding Beerus effortlessly eclipsed his own. He had never fathomed the existence of such an immensely powerful god at his level. Before the old Kaishin could speak, Goku approached Beerus, extending his hand with an exuberant expression. "Hello, I am Goku. Are you Beerus? Or is he Beerus?" He gestured towards Whis. Whis chuckled. "He is indeed Lord Beerus, while I am merely his attendant." His laughter was filled with joy, for it had been ages since anyone had directly addressed Beerus without the honorific. And Goku's boldness was a refreshing change. Seeing Goku's impudence, the East Kaishin swiftly stepped forward, pulling Goku aside. "Goku, this is quite disrespectful. Lord Beerus is the god of destruction of the seventh universe, and addressing him by name is impolite. You must refer to him as Lord Beerus." He bowed apologetically to Beerus on Goku's behalf. "My Lord Beerus, I sincerely apologize. Goku is simply that kind of person. I hope you can forgive him." Goku, however, remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, perplexed. Huh? Isn't it the same? The East Kaishin shot him a significant glance, and, seeing that Goku remained unmoved, he gave him a gentle shove. Although Goku did not fully grasp the necessity of the honorific, he smiled and greeted, Lord Beerus. Beerus regarded Goku with mild amusement, finding him adorably naive, and inquired, is he your servant? His question stemmed from sensing a faint divine aura emanating from Goku. Each god could have an attendant, and with two Kaishins present, it was only natural to assume they had two divine servants. The East Kaishin clarified, Lord Beerus, he is not our servant. He is merely a... Before he could finish, the old Kaishin interjected, he is just a traveler. We should take our leave. He urged Goku to depart. Yet Goku's emotional intelligence was far below the old Kaishin's expectations. Why are you pushing me? He protested. The old Kaishin nearly wished to strike Goku, as his hints had been painfully obvious, yet Goku remained oblivious to the urgency of the situation. Beerus was caught on to the old Kaishin's unease, and suddenly, Beerus recalled Goku's earlier statement about wishing to see him. Goku, did you just say you wanted to meet me? Goku eagerly nodded. Yes, Lord Beerus. I've heard tales of your formidable strength, and I wish to challenge you. Whis was momentarily taken aback. Did you just say you wish to challenge Lord Beerus? Such audacity is commendable. In all my years serving Lord Beerus, this is the first time I've encountered someone so bold. Beerus himself was astonished that someone would dare to challenge him. Did Goku not realize his own standing? Did he not understand that his dissatisfaction could lead to the destruction of planets within the seventh universe? The old Kaishin's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. His worst fears materializing, Goku had indeed proposed a contest with Beerus. He desperately sought to redirect the conversation, asking, Ahem, Beerus, what brings you here to find me? As expected, Beerus's thoughts shifted, and more importantly, he was in no mood to dwell on Goku's challenge, as he had come with a purpose. Observing Goku's endearing foolishness, he found little inclination to engage unless provoked. I have come in search of the Super Saiyan God. The old Kaishin's heart quivered. What could Beerus want with the Super Saiyan God? Goku, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Oh, you know about the Super Saiyan God, Lord Beerus? Chapter 46. Do you still wish to be sealed for 75 million years? Lord Beerus is aware of the Super Saiyan God. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Son Goku was momentarily taken aback and asked with a smile. Beerus, surprised, glanced at him and responded, From what you imply, do you know the whereabouts of the Super Saiyan God? The old Kai sensed the gravity of the situation and quickly interrupted Son Goku. Goku, don't you need to return to play Mahjong with Chi-Chi? You should hurry back. Unfamiliar with the meaning of Mahjong, Son Goku had no intention of leaving, as he was eager to challenge Beerus. According to his nature, having encountered a formidable opponent was an opportunity not to be squandered. He had long desired to spar with Xue Tian, but Xue Tian's power far exceeded his own. The last encounter had left him thoroughly bested, and recalling that experience made it clear that he was no match for Xue Tian. Nevertheless, he had heard Xue Tian speak highly of Beerus's strength, and naturally wished to gauge Beerus's prowess for himself. Was it truly as formidable as Xue Tian had claimed? Beerus, well aware of the old Kai's intentions, expressed his displeasure. Old Kai, do you wish to return to your sword for another 75 million years? Perhaps after another 75 million years, you may never need to emerge again, basking in your twilight years. The old Kai instinctively took 2 steps back, feeling affronted. However, considering Beerus's might and demeanor, he chose silence, managing only a bitter smile. Son Goku, people of Earth, we have already aided you. The rest is now in your hands. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, Xue Tian. He had given Xue Tian the godly essence, who had promised to protect Earth once Beerus arrived. With this possibility in mind, he felt a sense of relief and picked up his beloved magazine to read. The East Kai, puzzled by the old Kai's demeanor, inquired, Ancestor, are you not concerned about Earth's fate? The old Kai shot him a glance, and the East Kai, sensing the potential danger, quickly dodged to the side, just as the old Kai's fist came crashing down. If you wish to meddle, then do so. Do not blame me for failing to warn you. Destruction is the duty of Beerus. If he chooses to destroy, none can stop him, unless his mind changes, or someone else influences him. Let us observe the fate of Earth, and see how that individual fares. The East Kai, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped the implication. Indeed. The ancestor provided Xue Tian with the godly essence, and he promised to safeguard Earth. Given Xue Tian's character and strength, he likely would not go back on his word. They had learned in recent days that Xue Tian had taught Son Goku and Vegeta the Ultra Instinct and Self-Actualization techniques, both divine skills. A person capable of imparting such techniques must possess extraordinary strength. Furthermore, they had inquired whether Son Goku and Vegeta could rival Xue Tian, although Vegeta remained silent. Son Goku earnestly stated that Xue Tian was exceedingly powerful and that they were no match for him. For reasons unknown, the East Kai felt reassured. Ceasing to hinder Son Goku, and considering that Beerus might not even go to Earth, it was quite possible that they would spar within the realm of the Kais. Alleviating their concerns, reflecting on their prior worries seemed somewhat excessive now. Seeing the old Kai engrossed in his magazine, Beerus felt a slight sense of pride. Though they were of the same divine tier, he remained the superior destroyer god. Despite his inner arrogance, his expression remained calm, as no one, save for Whis, could decipher his thoughts. Son Goku, speak. Where is the Super Saiyan God? Son Goku scratched his head. The Super Saiyan God is not an individual. What do you mean? Beerus queried, confused. Not an individual? Is it a group? If it were indeed a multitude, he recalled dreaming of the Super Saiyan God being a formidable opponent, perhaps even capable of defeating him. Son Goku clarified, the Super Saiyan God is a transformation. A transformation? Beerus murmured. Yes, I can transform into a Super Saiyan God. I have mastered this form. His tone carried a hint of pride. Reflecting on how he had harnessed this power in just about a week since first tapping into it with Vegeta's assistance, he felt a thrill of excitement. Upon hearing this, Beerus's interest piqued. Oh, is that so? It seems I need not seek the Super Saiyan God any longer. Come, transform into a Super Saiyan God and show me. Son Goku, now exhilarated, clenched his fists, assuming an offensive stance, and exclaimed, Lord Beerus, are you preparing to spar with me? Beerus chuckled lightly, finding Son Goku amusingly naive. So eager to challenge him, clearly unaware of the true power of a destroyer god. To engage him in combat, Son Goku would first need to demonstrate his capabilities. Recognizing Beerus's consent, Son Goku felt emboldened, believing he could now attack. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, level 1. Beerus raised an eyebrow. Is this the Super Saiyan God? It seems quite different from what I envisioned. Son Goku scrutinized Beerus's stance and grinned, Lord Beerus, this is not the Super Saiyan God. This is merely the first level of Super Saiyan. It is one of my transformation forms. You appear to have vulnerabilities everywhere. I shall commence my assault. Suddenly, Beerus burst into laughter. Vulnerabilities everywhere? This individual truly knows nothing of a destroyer goddess power. Let him witness the might of destruction. With a flick of his slender finger, he beckoned Son Goku forth. Eager and unhesitant, Son Goku charged forward. Bang! Just as he closed in on Beerus, the latter slowly raised his hand and lightly flicked his fingertip against Goku's forehead. Son Goku cried out, hurtling backward and crashing into the ground, creating a crater upon impact, reverting to his normal state in that instant. In awe, he realized just how powerful Beerus was. When he had sparred with Xue Tian, it hadn't been nearly as formidable. Beerus had merely flicked his finger and sent him flying. Beerus remarked nonchalantly, this form of yours is inadequate. Shakily rising to his feet, Son Goku acknowledged that the first level of Super Saiyan was no match for Beerus. In that case, allow me to demonstrate my more formidable form. A powerful cyclone erupted from Son Goku, dispersing everything around him. The wind swirling violently as the flora on the ground was sent flying in all directions. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's hair elongated, cascading down to his waist, while his body was enveloped in a golden aura, crackling with electricity, signifying an immense surge in power. This is the Super Saiyan 3. Lord Beerus, take heed. Whoosh. Chapter 47. How much power does Beerus exhibit? In the wake of his declaration, Son Goku, in his Super Saiyan 3 form, surged forward with incredible speed, launching a punch towards Beerus. With a swift flicker, Beerus effortlessly evaded the attack, taunting, in your current state. This is insufficient. You continue to disappoint me. He then struck down with a knife-hand blow onto Goku's shoulder. Bang! Ouch! Goku was once again sent crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater several meters wide, swiftly reverting to his normal state. The force behind this strike was evidently greater than before, as Beerus had stated. He was still unimpressed by Goku's strength. He had anticipated a more formidable opponent, yet Goku couldn't even brush against him, let alone defeat him. Turning away, Beerus remarked, It seems we must seek out Vegeta and that Kakarot on Earth. This Son Goku is lacking. He then turned to Whis. Did you not mention that only 2 Scions remained? Why is this Son Goku here? Whis, seemingly aware of something, merely smiled and chose to remain silent. Goku, with his fingers digging into the ground for support, struggled to rise, saying, Lord Beerus, I am Kakarot. Huh. Hearing this, Beerus turned slightly but quickly expressed his disappointment. You are Kakarot. It appears you are nothing special. In that case, Prince Vegeta must be lacking as well. With determination, Goku utilized the instant transmission technique and floated into the air, addressing Beerus's retreating figure. Lord Beerus, this is not over. It seems I have underestimated you. Initially, I only used Super Saiyan 1 against you. Now, I shall unleash my full power. A thunderous roar erupted, causing the surrounding air to shift dramatically. The atmosphere of the Kaioshin realm became tumultuous, with swirling cyclones intensifying in force. Upon sensing this energy, Beerus paused and turned to face the raging Son Goku, whose power was rapidly escalating. In mere seconds, he surpassed the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3, yet this was merely the beginning, as divine energy began to radiate from him. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, and Beerus, visibly excited, exclaimed, Divine energy? It seems he can indeed transform into a Super Saiyan God. I eagerly await this new state. Lord Beerus, are you not concerned he might defeat you? Whis jested. Beerus paused momentarily, then replied, Defeat me? Whis, do you believe that is possible? Even if he possesses the strength from my dreams, he could never conquer me. You should know this. Whis nodded with a smile, affirming, Indeed. While he may not comprehend how you fought in those dreams, he is well aware that you would undoubtedly be far more formidable in reality. After all, dreams can be unpredictable, with power fluctuating beyond one's control. With another resounding shout, Goku transformed, his hair turning red, appearing youthful, enveloped in crimson flames. His battle attire shifting to red as well. Lord Beerus, this is the Super Saiyan God. Come, let us fight. Intrigued, Beerus remarked. Would it not have been wiser to assume this form sooner? Why resort to such inferior transformations? Now, this is somewhat entertaining. Let us proceed. With a fierce cry, Goku launched himself like a comet, striking Beerus in the abdomen, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away. The old Kaioshin, despite his ongoing studies, couldn't help but glance over. Astonished to witness Beerus being struck, it was utterly unbelievable. Suspended in midair, Beerus regained his composure, surprised that Goku had managed to land a hit. Interesting. A smirk crept across his face. Goku, seasoned in battle, recognized that Beerus had yet to unleash his full strength. He was determined to draw out Beerus's true power for a decisive confrontation. If Beerus were to discern Goku's current thoughts, he would surely commend his ambition, albeit acknowledging that such aspirations were unattainable at this moment. With renewed vigor, Goku utilized instant transmission to appear beside Beerus, unleashing a flurry of punches. Yet each strike met with empty air, failing to inflict any harm. In response, Beerus seized Goku's arm and executed a shoulder throw, casting him thousands of meters away. Pointing towards Goku, a violet beam of energy shot forth. Boom, boom, boom. Goku swiftly dodged to the side, launching himself back towards Beerus with a series of rapid punches. This time, rather than evading, Beerus engaged him in a clash of fists. Bang, bang. The two battled fiercely, neither yielding. Whis observed from below, smiling. Lord Beerus merely took a nap, and such intriguing events unfolded. It is quite remarkable. An ordinary individual without divine energy can transform into a Super Saiyan God and contend with Lord Beerus. While it is true that Beerus has not yet revealed his full strength, this is already impressive. The old Kaioshin approached Whis, his curiosity piqued. Whis, has Beerus truly not utilized his full power? I recall he possesses far more strength than this. Indeed, yet this Saiyan named Goku is already formidable enough to challenge Beerus. He is indeed one of the rare strong beings in Universe 7. Indeed, Goku is exceptional. But how much effort has Beerus expended? Whis paused for a moment before responding. Less than 1%, I would say. The old Kaioshin fell silent, astonished. The East Kaioshin stood in disbelief. Chapter 48. Beerus, who is Xue Tian? Meanwhile, on Earth, Xue Tian reclined in a chair, his gaze directed towards the realm of the Supreme Kai. He absent-mindedly touched his nose, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, It seems Goku has already engaged with Beerus and transformed into a Super Saiyan God. Beerus, enjoy yourself. There is also a Vegeta who has mastered the Ultra Instinct waiting for you. After all, you once trampled on his father. He must be even more incensed now. Haha. The more Xue Tian pondered, the more entertaining he found the situation. In the Supreme Kai's realm, Goku unleashed yet another powerful punch, only for Beerus to effortlessly evade. With a dispassionate tone, Beerus remarked, "Goku, such attacks and speed are utterly inadequate. Is this truly your full strength? If so, I find myself greatly disappointed." Goku chuckled in response, choosing silence over words. Instead, he summoned every ounce of energy within him to its zenith, launching a punch towards Beerus that moved as swiftly as light itself. This strike drew in the surrounding air, compressing and shattering it in an instant. As Goku's fist connected with Beerus's, a shockwave erupted, reverberating throughout the vicinity. The air, thousands of meters around them, was crushed and obliterated. And any human present would surely succumb to the suffocating pressure. In battles of the gods, mere mortals suffer. Even the Supreme Kai's realm could not escape this fate. The cyclone that swept over it rendered the flora and fauna non-existent, leaving only barren desolation behind. The old Supreme Kai turned to Whis beside him and said, "Whis, please erect a barrier to protect the Supreme Kai's realm. I fear that if this continues, our domain will be utterly devastated, perhaps even reduced to nothingness." Whis, with a hint of jest, replied, "Aren't you the Supreme Kai? Shouldn't you be able to create something?" Despite the playful banter, he raised his staff and conjured a protective shield around the entire realm. Goku's relentless punches continued to rain down upon Beerus, yet they were entirely ineffective, failing to land a single blow. With a resounding crash, another collision occurred, propelling Goku backwards several meters. He maneuvered his hands to his waist, forming a lotus position, rapidly gathering energy as he shouted, "Kamehameha!" A brilliant beam, stretching over 10 meters wide and capable of infinite extension, surged towards Beerus. However, Beerus merely blinked, appearing above the Kamehameha wave, observing it pass harmlessly by. Goku was taken aback. He had initially believed that even if his Kamehameha couldn't defeat Beerus, it would at least inflict some damage. Yet now, it seemed he hadn't even grazed him. At that moment, Beerus raised his index finger, a purple energy sphere materializing atop it, initially the size of a basketball. However, as he lifted it, the sphere expanded dramatically to a diameter of 40 to 50 meters. With a swift motion, it hurtled towards Goku. The size was daunting, and its speed left no room for Goku to evade. He braced himself, his hands pushing against the immense force, struggling to hold his ground against what felt like countless mountains, or more accurately, the weight of innumerable planets. Feeling himself being gradually overwhelmed, he realized that if this energy sphere descended upon the Supreme Kai's realm, it would surely explode, potentially claiming both his life and that of the realm. Feeling a surge of defiance, he exclaimed, "No, Beerus is indeed formidable, but I sense I have not yet reached my limit." With a mighty roar, he unleashed a tremendous surge of power, pushing back against the energy sphere that had been driving him down. In that moment, his mastery over the Super Saiyan God form deepened, allowing him to harness its strength more effectively. Beerus, suspended in midair, watched in astonishment as Goku's power surged, realizing that his previous assumptions about the Super Saiyan God's strength had been mistaken. There was indeed untapped potential within this transformation. Goku bellowed, channeling all his might, causing the entire Supreme Kai's realm to tremble. Cosmic vibrations resonated through the universe, subtly altering the alignment of distant celestial bodies as Goku's unleashed power influenced them. With a final cry, he redirected Beerus's energy sphere back towards him. Seeing the sphere return to him, Beerus exhibited no anger. Rather, his eyes sparkled with anticipation and intrigue. Reminiscent of the moment he witnessed Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan God, he raised his hand effortlessly, swatting the rebounding energy sphere into the cosmos, where it exploded with a resounding boom. In an instant, the catastrophic energy from the explosion engulfed surrounding planets, reducing them to mere cosmic dust, as if they had never existed. The inhabitants of those worlds would never comprehend the nature of their demise, whether it was natural disaster or divine intervention. Yet such matters were far from the concerns of Beerus and Goku. Gasping for breath, Goku regarded Beerus, who smiled faintly and remarked, "Impressive. You've exceeded my expectations. I initially thought that one strike would suffice to eliminate you, but it appears my calculations were slightly off. This is indeed entertaining." Goku, still panting, replied, Lord Beerus is as formidable as Xue Tian described. Truly, you are beyond my capacity to confront. Xue Tian, Beerus echoed, perplexed. Whis, overhearing Goku mention Xue Tian, interjected. It seems the situation may be a bit precarious. The old Supreme Kai, not understanding Whis' intent, pondered why bringing Xue Tian to face Beerus would be a problem. Wouldn't it be better? Was he concerned about the collision of their powers? Indeed, both wield immense strength, and should their forces clash, not only would Earth be obliterated, but other planets might follow suit. Even the entirety of the seventh universe could face annihilation. Suddenly, the old Supreme Kai regretted summoning Xue Tian for Earth's protection. Had he not done so, perhaps only Earth would have faced destruction. But now the fate of the entire seventh universe hung in the balance. Whis glanced at the old Supreme Kai, seemingly aware of his apprehensions, and reassured him, "Your concerns are unfounded." "Oh, then what do you mean by precarious?" The old Supreme Kai queried, bewildered. "Surely, my fears cannot be trivial. The combined might of these two could indeed threaten the very existence of the seventh universe." Whis merely smiled, remaining silent. He had not confided in even his sister, so why would he disclose anything to the Supreme Kai? Moreover, he too was eager to uncover the true nature of the situation. Sun Wukong replied with a smile. "Indeed, Xue Tian, my Super Saiyan God, is the one who taught me to transform. Not only that, but he also possesses numerous formidable abilities." Beerus prodded his chin with his finger and remarked, "So, this Xue Tian is also a Super Saiyan God. Moreover, his strength should surpass yours?" "Yes, his power is indeed greater than mine," Sun Wukong affirmed. Beerus's face lit up with joy as he waved his hand and declared, "Very well, then I shall seek him out." No, that's not permissible. Chapter 49. Lord Beerus is truly powerful. No. Sun Wukong immediately halted Beerus, leaving the latter in a state of confusion. If this Xue Tian was indeed formidable, why not let him seek him out? Why was it not permissible? "Because you have yet to defeat me," Sun Wukong said with great enthusiasm. This remark nearly amused Beerus. The Destroyer God, who remained unperturbed in the face of calamity and unflinching even when a fierce tiger approached. He reflected on how, over countless millennia, his expression had remained unchanged, always appearing detached and indifferent. Yet now, he found himself genuinely entertained by this curious Sun Wukong. Intrigued, Beerus regained his composure and remarked, "If that is the case, I shall oblige you. Come forth and unleash your full power. If you remain in your current state, I can assure you that it will not suffice." Initially, he believed Sun Wukong to be the strongest, intending to engage him in a leisurely battle to draw out his potential. However, upon learning of an even more powerful Xue Tian, his interest in battling Sun Wukong waned. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong's insistence that he must defeat Beerus to pursue Xue Tian delighted him, as he had long wished to demonstrate the power of the gods, lest Sun Wukong remain ignorant of it. Realizing that the god of destruction was now serious, Sun Wukong steeled himself, preparing to fully manifest the Super Saiyan God form he had recently comprehended. As he had propelled Beerus' energy ball outward moments ago, he felt a deeper mastery of the Super Saiyan God form. Perhaps employing a different approach would yield slightly easier results. Assuming an offensive stance, he understood that the one who struck first possessed a distinct advantage. Sun Wukong was not one to squander such an opportunity. In terms of combat experience, he was unmatched. With a powerful roar, his crimson aura intensified, swirling around him as his energy surged, revitalizing his previously exhausted body to its peak condition in an instant. Not only that, but an immense fighting spirit surged within him, unlike anyone Beerus had previously encountered. Typically, those who learned of his status as the Destroyer God lacked the will to resist, often submitting to him without a fight. "Intriguing," Beerus murmured, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. "Lord Beerus, here I come." With that, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of light, charging forward with a terrifying velocity. His fist aimed at Beerus. However, Beerus effortlessly evaded the attack. Sun Wukong was taken aback, completely unprepared for the fact that his punch had been dodged. He had pushed his power to its utmost limits and had attained a higher proficiency in the Super Saiyan God form. Logically, he should have been able to strike Beerus. Yet he felt weaker instead. In reality, it was not that he had grown weaker, but rather that Beerus had become slightly more serious than before. This small degree of seriousness dramatically enhanced his capabilities. Upon realizing this, Sun Wukong promptly readjusted his stance and launched another punch. Yet again, he faced the same outcome, easily evaded by Beerus. It's time you witnessed the power of a god, Beerus stated indifferently. Otherwise, you remain utterly oblivious to it. After dodging Sun Wukong's attacks with ease, Beerus lifted his foot, a surge of terrifying energy coursing through his slender leg. Though his leg appeared delicate as bamboo, a single kick could obliterate 10 planets. With a resounding thud, he kicked Sun Wukong in the abdomen, sending him flying over a kilometer. However, Beerus had already appeared behind Sun Wukong, seizing him and tossing him aside as if he were a mere chick. Sun Wukong, in excruciating pain, struggled to stabilize his body but found it impossible. He then saw Beerus raise a finger, aiming at the direction in which Sun Wukong had been flung, unleashing a lethal energy blast that pierced through his chest. Ah! Sun Wukong instinctively screamed, instantly reverting from the Super Saiyan God form back to his normal state. As his body slowly descended, he thought to himself, Lord Beerus is truly formidable. He defeated me so effortlessly. The Super Saiyan God form is nothing in his presence. It seems Xue Tian was not deceiving me. In a sense, Sun Wukong had been instantaneously vanquished by Beerus. Previously, the two had exchanged blows, but that was merely because Beerus had not unleashed his true power, believing Sun Wukong to be the strongest. However, upon realizing that Sun Wukong was not the strongest, his intentions shifted entirely. He had initially planned to seek out Xue Tian directly, but when Sun Wukong insisted on defeating him first, he chose to exert just enough power to easily overpower him. This way, Sun Wukong would be thoroughly convinced. The old Kai sighed heavily. Wukong truly does not grasp the enormity of his situation, daring to challenge Beerus. East Kai, please restore his body shortly. Understood, Ancestor. Whis remarked approvingly. This Sun Wukong is quite impressive, managing to harness a third of the Super Saiyan God form's power. Were his strength to increase by several tiers, he would not be so easily vanquished in this form. However, all of that is now in the past. I truly wish for Lord Beerus to avoid seeking out Xue Tian. The old Kai was perplexed, wondering how Whis knew of Xue Tian, but he understood that inquiring would yield no answers. Suddenly, a surge of divine energy enveloped the surroundings, exuding an overwhelming aura. Whis looked up to see Sun Wukong, who had been plummeting, undergoing a remarkable transformation. A silvery aura began to emanate from him, coalescing into shimmering silver stars. Oh, could this be? Chapter 50 is your Ultra Instinct technique also taught by Xue Tian? Oh, could it be? Weiss looked in astonishment at Sun Wukong, who was plummeting from the sky. From his vantage point high above, Beerus observed the unusual transformation of Sun Wukong, his own surprise evident as he murmured, how could this be? Truly unexpected. It seems the situation is becoming intriguing. Could it be that this is also a gift from that Xue Tian? Suddenly, Sun Wukong, who had been falling, halted midair, gracefully adjusting his posture with the technique of flight. In that fleeting moment, his hair transformed into a silvery hue, enveloped by ethereal silver flames. Within these flames sparkled countless stars, symbolizing a profound power that connected to boundless energy, infused with a trace of divine essence that evoked deep yearning. In an instant, Sun Wukong appeared on the same horizontal plane as Beerus, smiling as he remarked, Lord Beerus, you are truly formidable. It seems that without Ultra Instinct, I stand no chance of defeating you. Beerus, unfazed by his words, inquired with curiosity, is this Ultra Instinct also a technique imparted by Xue Tian? Indeed, it was taught to me by Xue Tian. Sun Wukong replied with spirited enthusiasm. Beerus contemplated quietly, realizing that his suspicions were correct. It was indeed the enigmatic Xue Tian. The existence of such divine techniques was astonishing. When had such a powerful being emerged in the seventh universe without his knowledge? It seemed that during his prolonged slumber, many events had transpired. Could he also master self-instinct? That seems unlikely. Self-instinct and ultra-instinct are fundamentally opposing techniques. One cannot simultaneously master both divine arts. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, lamenting, unfortunately, my grasp of Ultra Instinct is still not proficient. Otherwise, I could attempt to merge it with the form of Super Saiyan God. Beerus chuckled lightly. You dare to dream. Merging Ultra Instinct with other techniques is nearly impossible. This is a divine art. If it were so easily attainable, could it still be called a divine art? Moreover, your Ultra Instinct is merely in its preliminary stage. To reach the pinnacle of Ultra Instinct, you have a long journey ahead. Sun Wukong did not fully comprehend the implications of his words, mistakenly believing that Beerus was merely commenting on his lack of proficiency. Unbeknownst to him, Beerus meant that he was still far from the true essence of Ultra Instinct. Yes, Lord Beerus. Let us battle. I cannot maintain Ultra Instinct for long with my current stamina, but I will fight with all my might to defeat you. With agility akin to the wind, he propelled forward, accompanied by the shimmering silver flames. At these words, Beerus nearly lost his composure, but managed to maintain his calm demeanor. Whoosh! Sun Wukong's fist arrived as anticipated, charged with divine energy, surging toward Beerus with an intensity that could overwhelm even the likes of Tenshinhan. However, his opponent was not Tenshinhan but Beerus, an entity who dismissed the lower forms of Ultra Instinct. Just as Beerus anticipated that Sun Wukong's fist would strike true, the fabric of space quivered. Sun Wukong vanished from his sight and reappeared behind him. Bang! A punch landed squarely on Beerus's back, and in the instant he was propelled away, Sun Wukong seized his hand, forming a knife-like strike that struck Beerus's shoulder with a resounding impact. Ah! Beerus yelped in pain, descending rapidly. Lord Beerus, I return this strike to you. This knife-hand blow was etched in his memory, and seizing the opportunity, he retaliated without hesitation. Sun Wukong's hands moved to his waist, forming a blossoming shape, channeling all his strength into his palms as he bellowed, Kamehameha wave, go. In an instant, Sun Wukong vanished from his position, suddenly appearing before Beerus. The Kamehameha wave he unleashed was not a standard release, but a teleportation-enhanced version, designed to strike with precision and lethality. Understanding that to defeat Beerus, his most potent techniques must land, he was intent on employing the swiftest means to victory. Boom! The azure Kamehameha wave collided with Beerus's chest, sending him flying 1,000 meters away, erupting in a tremendous explosion that reverberated through the surroundings. It was as if an unthinking demon wreaked havoc, threatening to tear the very fabric of time and space asunder. Amidst the swirling smoke, the scene was obscured. But Sun Wukong sensed that even if Beerus had survived, he must have sustained significant injuries. After all, this was a Kamehameha wave empowered by Ultra Instinct, not easily endured, even by a god of destruction. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a sudden movement within the mist resembled a lotus blooming in an instant. Whoosh! A figure resembling a feline appeared, and Sun Wukong immediately recognized him as Beerus. To his astonishment, he could hardly believe that Beerus had recovered so swiftly. Yet rather than feeling dejected, he was exhilarated. The stronger the opponent, the greater the opportunity for his own growth. When Beerus came into view, he appeared entirely unscathed, his attire not even slightly torn, as if the Kamehameha wave had never touched him. In reality, while it seemed the attack had landed, Beerus had deftly neutralized it at the last possible moment. In simpler terms, he had been propelled back, but it could hardly be called a defeat. It was merely Beerus retreating on his own accord. Nevertheless, Beerus appreciated the strength of Sun Wukong's assault, finding it significantly superior to that of the so-called universe tyrant, Frisia. With an expression as still as death, Beerus queried, "Is this all your strength? Do you possess any other divine techniques?" "Divine techniques? None remain," Sun Wukong stammered, scratching his head sheepishly. "None. Then it seems this is where it ends." Whoosh! Boom! Chapter 51. Who is Xue Tian? Bang! Suddenly, Beerus vanished, his presence dissipating without a trace. A gentle breeze swept through, leaving a sense of bewilderment. To the unknowing observer, it would seem as though Beerus had never existed. Goku surveyed his surroundings, intently sensing the aura around him, but found nothing. When he turned back, he was startled to see that Beerus had inexplicably appeared before him. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Suddenly recalling that he was in the state of Ultra Instinct, he felt a slight easing of tension, knowing that in this state, his body would instinctively react to attacks. Whoosh! Just as his body responded, Beerus seized his arm, pulling him close and delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Goku's heart trembled uncontrollably. What was happening? His body had clearly reacted. After striking Goku's abdomen, Beerus did not cease his assault, but unleashed a barrage of punches, stating, "Ultra Instinct is indeed a remarkable divine technique, but you have merely scratched the surface. Moreover, this technique emphasizes evasion. Yet the effectiveness of that evasion relies on your base state, which is rather feeble. Even if you harness the full might of Ultra Instinct, I can easily strike you. As long as my speed surpasses yours, and I attack before you evade, I will hit you. The power of a deity is not so easily mastered." Bang! With that, he landed another blow to Goku's abdomen, a seemingly soft punch that caused Goku to spew forth foam, instantly breaking his base state. Beerus then casually tossed him into the realm of the Supreme Kai. The old Supreme Kai sensed Goku's lingering aura and immediately expressed gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Lord Beerus, for sparing Goku's life." He understood that Beerus was not angered by Goku's prior actions. Otherwise, Goku would have already been a lifeless corpse. Beerus, unfazed, inquired, "Where can I find Xue Tian?" The old Supreme Kai hesitated to respond, but recognizing the inevitability of fate, he acknowledged that if Beerus truly sought Xue Tian, it would be a trivial matter. "Earth, the planet where Prince Vegeta currently resides?" he said, glancing at Whis. Whis nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, Lord Beerus." "Then let us depart," Beerus commanded, placing his hand on Whis's back. "Farewell, Supreme Kai." Whis courteously bid him goodbye, and they transformed into a vibrant streak of light, soaring towards Earth. The East Supreme Kai took it upon himself to restore Goku's vitality and injuries, while the old Supreme Kai pondered for a moment, feeling compelled to inform Xue Tian. He immediately utilized his divine communication technique to reach out to Xue Tian. "Xue Tian, can you hear me?" Earth. On a grand wheel, Bulma and others were joyously celebrating, while Xue Tian lounged in a chair, savoring grapes peeled by Lam-Z. After chatting for a while, Lam-Z felt it was improper to leave her master unattended, so she returned to attend to him. Just as Xue Tian was appreciating the joy of having a female disciple, he heard the old Supreme Kai's voice, responding coolly, "I can hear you. Trouble is brewing." The old Supreme Kai exclaimed, "Is it because Beerus is on his way?" Xue Tian replied nonchalantly, "Have you sensed it already?" The old Supreme Kai asked in surprise, only to realize that Xue Tian had anticipated Beerus's arrival, making the current situation entirely expected. "I'm not just aware of it. I've also detected that Goku has been defeated by him. If I'm not mistaken, the East Supreme Kai is currently healing him," Xue Tian stated leisurely. The old Supreme Kai was momentarily taken aback. It was astonishing. Xue Tian seemed to possess insight beyond his own, as if he had a pair of eyes watching over distant events. "Do you have a way to deal with Beerus?" the old Supreme Kai asked eagerly, hoping not only to protect Earth, but also secretly wishing for Xue Tian to teach Beerus a lesson. "As for a solution, one could say I have it, or one could say I don't," Xue Tian replied with an air of indifference. The old Supreme Kai was momentarily perplexed by this peculiar response. Just as he was about to inquire further, Xue Tian interrupted, saying, "No need to worry about Earth. Having accepted your kindness, I will certainly protect it. With your assurance, I can rest easy," the old Supreme Kai said, ending the communication and opening his divine orb to observe the situation on Earth. Eager to discover how Xue Tian intended to subdue Beerus, the old Supreme Kai had always been curious about Xue Tian's true power. He sensed that Xue Tian was not particularly strong, yet his demeanor exuded an air of mystery and strength. Lam-Z, curious, asked, "Is that the god of destruction Beerus who is coming?" "Indeed," Xue Tian confirmed. "What do you plan to do?" Lam-Z inquired, her voice tinged with worry. Recalling her master's earlier words that he was currently unable to defeat Beerus, which could jeopardize Earth's safety. Seeing her concerned expression, Xue Tian spoke soothingly, "Do not fret. While I may not be able to defeat him at present, as long as I am here, he will not dare to destroy Earth. Let's first assess the situation. If he remains here to enjoy his meal, then let him stay. If he comes to cause trouble, then that will not be acceptable." Lam-Z, having developed unwavering trust in Xue Tian, held no doubts about his words. She had observed that her master never engaged in actions without certainty. Every endeavor he undertook was guaranteed to succeed, as if he possessed foresight and knowledge of all. Whoosh! A radiant streak of light descended, landing directly before them. As the luminescence faded, everyone beheld the figures of Beerus and Whis. However, apart from Xue Tian, none of the others had ever encountered them before. Who is Xue Tian? Chapter 52. Beerus seems quite approachable. Who is Xue Tian? After Beerus made his grand entrance, he directly inquired about Xue Tian, his intentions remarkably clear. Bulma and the others had long been aware of Beerus's impending arrival, and upon witnessing these two sudden appearances, they speculated in their minds whether these figures were indeed Beerus or perhaps other extraterrestrial acquaintances. As the host of the party, Bulma understood that it was her duty to extend hospitality regardless of who arrived. With this in mind, she picked up 2 glasses of red wine and approached with a smile, saying, "Hello, I am Bulma, and I welcome you." Although Beerus had lived for countless millennia, he had never encountered red wine before. The moment the glass was presented before him, his keen nose detected the rich aroma of the wine, provoking an involuntary drool. "What is this?" Beerus inquired with curiosity, momentarily forgetting his original purpose for coming. Bulma, surprised, replied, "This is red wine. You don't know what it is? How could you not know red wine?" "Oh, right, they are not from Earth. It is perfectly normal that they would not know of it." "Red wine. This is the first time I have heard of it." He raised the glass to taste. Upon taking a sip, Beerus's eyes widened. His expression contorted as he seemingly encountered something terrifying, his entire being tensing up. Observing his reaction, the onlookers instinctively grew tense. Although Beerus had yet to introduce himself, they were already aware of his arrival, and their minds were filled with conjectures. Knowing he was a god of destruction, they feared that if the wine did not please him, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. For a moment, Bulma regretted her decision to offer him wine. It felt rather careless. "Ah, what a delightful aroma!" Beerus exclaimed, leaping up and shedding tears of joy. He could confidently say that he had never tasted such a delightful beverage before. On other planets, he had sampled various drinks, but none compared to this exquisite red wine. Seeing Beerus's excitement, Whis also succumbed to temptation, pouring himself a glass to savor. Beerus, meanwhile, grabbed a bottle of wine and gulped it down as if he were a starving soul reborn. This left Bulma and the others astonished. Was he not a god of destruction? One would expect a deity to exhibit a modicum of decorum. Noticing their expressions, Xue Tian chuckled softly, realizing that Beerus had a penchant for indulgence, which could be seen as a weakness. However, it was clear that mere culinary delights could not entirely sway Beerus. As a god of destruction, he was not easily manipulated. He had his own principles. As long as his boundaries were respected, he could be pleased. But should those limits be crossed, no amount of gourmet food would sway him. After consuming an entire bottle and disregarding the others, Beerus downed 5 bottles in total before feeling a modicum of satisfaction. Suddenly aware of the astonished stares directed at him, he sheepishly remarked, "I apologize. This red wine is simply too delicious to resist. Thank you, beautiful lady, for this exquisite offering." Bulma mused to herself that Beerus appeared rather amiable, contrary to the fearsome reputation he bore as a god of destruction. She was not alone in her thoughts. The others shared her sentiment. Upon learning from Xue Tian that Beerus was arriving, they had pondered whether he would be a terrifying figure, perhaps even more ruthless than Frisia, but their current observations suggested otherwise. Especially Whis, who maintained an impeccable politeness, smiling as if he were a long-lost friend. Although Bulma suspected that the man before her was indeed Beerus, her curiosity prompted her to ask, "Excuse me, are you the god of destruction, Beerus?" Upon hearing this, Beerus was taken aback, his surprise evident as he questioned, "Huh? You know me?" Confusion washed over him. How could someone from Earth be aware of his existence? Could it be that Frisia had mentioned him? Yet, that seemed unlikely. For although Frisia feared him, he was far too prideful to leverage such connections. "I do not know you personally, but I am aware of your reputation, Lord Beerus. You are known as the god of destruction, said to wreak havoc when displeased, acting on a whim. However, you appear to be quite different from what I expected." Bulma replied with a smile. The others nodded in agreement, finding Beerus to exude a sense of tranquility and a humorous gluttony. Suddenly, Beerus's demeanor shifted to a chilling severity. He let out a sinister chuckle, particularly unsettling as his violet eyes bore down upon them, evoking an inexplicable sense of dread. "You speak the truth, should I become enraged. Destruction may follow, potentially annihilating planets and entire star systems." No one in attendance dared to doubt Beerus's words. A mere glance from him instilled a sensation of suffocating despair, far more intense than their previous encounters with Cell or Bu. Just moments ago, they had thought Beerus to be quite approachable. But now it seemed that the rumors held a kernel of truth. At that moment, Krillin, who had been diligently preparing octopus balls, rushed over with a plate. His excitement palpable. "Special octopus balls. One of them contains mustard. Let's see who gets the lucky prize. Haha. This must be one of Bulma's friends, right? As a guest. You should try it first." Krillin, having been preoccupied with his cooking, had not heard the previous conversation and mistakenly assumed Beerus was a friend of Bulma. While he had never met Beerus, he thought it entirely plausible, given Bulma's eclectic circle of friends, which included a cat like Puar, a pig like Oolong, and various other extraordinary beings. However, upon hearing this, Bulma and the others grew anxious. An octopus ball containing mustard? If Beerus were to consume it, and be overwhelmed by its spiciness, it could provoke his wrath. They quickly exchanged frantic glances, desperate to intervene. Chapter 53. Because I am quite strong. Bulma quickly cast a glance at Krillin, but he was wholly absorbed in thoughts of the octopus balls, pondering who might be the fortunate recipient. He completely overlooked Bulma's look. Seeing that he was oblivious, Bulma approached Krillin directly and said, "Krillin, why are you bringing out the octopus balls? It's not time yet. Quickly return them." This left Krillin bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. Not time yet? The reward for the octopus balls is merely mustard, not your grand prize. Krillin assumed Bulma had misunderstood, thinking that the grand prize he mentioned was the final super prize she referred to, and thus attempted to clarify. Beerus, upon seeing the appearance of the octopus balls, which looked soft and appealing, was tempted and asked, "These octopus balls look quite delightful. May I try one?" Krillin had intended for Beerus to be the first to sample them, so upon hearing this, he eagerly lifted the plate and replied, "Of course." Beerus promptly took one of the octopus balls and placed it in his mouth. As the onlookers witnessed this, their hearts raced, silently praying that he would not encounter one filled with mustard. The consequences of his anger would be dire for Earth. After swallowing the octopus ball, Beerus's expression twisted into a grimace akin to that of someone tasting bitter wine, leaving everyone in confusion. Was it delicious, or was it distasteful? Had he encountered mustard? His reaction was nothing like that of an ordinary person, who would have immediately reacted vocally to such a flavor. Yet Beerus merely twisted his face, appearing as if he had eaten something unpleasant, though it mirrored his reaction to wine, which was equally baffling. However, should he be easily understood, he would not be the god of destruction, Beerus. Suddenly, a prolonged howl erupted from his mouth, sending sound waves rippling outward, causing those nearby to experience a ringing in their ears. Fortunately, this outburst was not directed at them. Otherwise, Bulma and the others, lacking training and fighting prowess, might have suffered grievously. With his hands spread wide, Beerus, embodying the persona of a gourmet, commented, "The soft flower ball enveloping the super chewy octopus. Why had we never considered such a combination before? The sauce is excellent. I am quite pleased." Whis also sampled one and remarked approvingly, "Indeed, quite delightful. I shall include it in our dinner." Upon hearing Beerus's praise, the tension in the room dissipated, at last. He was not angry. Thank goodness. Bulma felt she had grasped Beerus's character, realizing that delightful food could elevate his spirits. If he was in good humor, Earth would remain safe. With this in mind, she announced, "Lord Beerus, today is my birthday party, and I have prepared a feast for you to enjoy." Faced with such culinary delights, Beerus momentarily forgot his original purpose for being there, responding with a smile, "Thank you for your invitation, madam." Xue Tian, reclining in his chair, observed Beerus's cheerful demeanor and thought to himself, could this be the end of their troubles? This fellow was quite unpredictable. If he was happy, Earth would not be in peril. Thus, everyone settled back down and continued the festivities, while Beerus sat at the same table as the Majin Buu fat. Whis noticed Xue Tian from a distance and smiled in greeting, to which Xue Tian responded with a smile of acknowledgement. Upon seeing Beerus seated with Majin Buu, Xue Tian instantly understood that the plot was unfolding as expected. Majin Buu was to be educated. Majin Buu was devouring food with reckless abandon, showing no regard for Beerus. After savoring an ice cream, Beerus exclaimed how delicious it was, while Whis tasted a pudding, exclaiming, "Wow, this pudding is even more delightful, Lord Beerus." Hearing this, Beerus picked up a pudding, slowly savoring it, nearly leaping with excitement. Truly delicious. However, as he reached for a second pudding, he discovered that a plump hand had already snatched all of them away. The owner of that hand was none other than Majin Buu. Whis, observing this, chuckled and asked, "Could you share a few puddings with us?" Majin Buu paid no heed, stuffing his mouth without concern for anyone else's expressions, causing Beerus to feel increasingly uneasy. Yet considering the enjoyment of the moment, he chose to remain patient while waiting for Whis to intervene. Satan, seated beside Majin Buu, felt embarrassed by Buu's brazen behavior, but was not unfamiliar with such scenarios. He quickly attempted to soothe Buu as one would comfort a child, saying, "Buu, let us share a few with them." Majin Buu immediately rejected this notion, declaring, "No, these are all mine." He then proceeded to lick the puddings clean with his long tongue, leaving a trail of saliva, shocking Beerus. Whis sensed the situation was deteriorating. Beerus' expression darkened as he coldly inquired, "Why would you do this? These puddings clearly belong to everyone. Why hoard them all for yourself?" Majin Buu disdainfully replied, Because I am quite strong. Upon hearing this, Beerus couldn't help but chuckle. How absurd for a mere Majin Buu to boast of strength before him. In an instant, he stood, unleashing an aura of sheer power that directed itself at Majin Buu, creating an atmosphere of impending conflict. Is this your justification? Satan, not one to shy away from trouble, rushed to Beerus, bowing deeply and apologizing. Forgive me, please consider my perspective. Simultaneously, both Beerus and Satan pointed their fingers at him, saying in unison, leave. With a gentle poke, Satan was sent flying several meters away, crashing heavily onto the ship. His eyes glazed over and body stiff, with drool hanging down for quite some distance. In an instant, both their auras expanded, obliterating the table and food into mere dust, accompanied by a powerful cyclone that soared into the heavens, vanishing without a trace. Whis sighed in resignation. Well, this is splendid. Beerus regarded the dazed, pink, rotund figure before him with disdain. Majin Buu, sensing this contempt, erupted in fury, swiftly launching a punch. Chapter 54, The Fan of Beerus. Rampaging Vegeta. With each breath, hundreds of punches were unleashed upon Beerus, yet he effortlessly evaded every single one. The actions of the two combatants captivated all aboard the ship, their eyes wide with astonishment as the worst fears began to materialize. After a barrage of attacks failed to land on Beerus, Buu seethed with rage, bellowing, "Watch me send you flying." His colossal fist surged forward, seemingly ordinary yet infused with the power of the Majin. If this strike were to connect with the former cell, it would undoubtedly send him hurtling thousands of meters away. However, the opponent Buu faced was not the youthful cell that Gohan once battled, but the god of destruction, Beerus, the pinnacle of power in Universe 7, second only to Whis. With a resounding thud, Beerus effortlessly grasped Majin Buu's fist. Buu, who had kept his eyes closed, was taken aback, shocked to find that Beerus could seize his fist so easily. He attempted to retract it, only to discover that it felt as though his hand were trapped in an unfathomable abyss, gripped by an irresistible force. With an expression of indifference, Beerus declared, "I am a god of great magnanimity." As he spoke, he effortlessly lifted Majin Buu and swung him around as though he were mere dough. In less than the blink of an eye, Buu became a blur, more tenuous than the dough itself. One thing, however, could not be tolerated. Subsequently, Beerus released his grip, sending Majin Buu spiraling into the sky like a kite severed from its string. After soaring thousands of meters, Beerus suddenly appeared above him, effortlessly grasping his antennae. Buu let out a pained shriek, flailing his limbs in vain, utterly unable to retaliate. Beerus continued, coldly stating, lacking the requisite respect while disregarding the actions of others. He then hurled Majin Buu like a mere ragdoll, releasing him once more, causing Buu to drift towards the ocean, emitting a wretched cry. Raising his hand, Beerus swiftly concentrated energy into a ki blast, a shadow of a smile gracing his lips as he aimed it at Majin Buu. With a swift motion, the ki blast was unleashed. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted as the blast struck Majin Buu, sending towering waves crashing in all directions. And he plunged into the depths of the sea. Witnessing Beerus's display of power, the onlookers were struck with realization. Beerus was indeed formidable. Although Majin Buu's combat prowess fell short of Goku and Vegeta, it was not by a wide margin. Furthermore, Buu's lineage endowed him with immense strength. Even if Goku and Vegeta were currently stronger, they could not easily vanquish him. In a desperate struggle, no one could predict the outcome. Given that Majin Buu possessed the ability to absorb others, he could potentially absorb both Vegeta and Goku, albeit with some difficulty. This capability was undeniably unsettling. The gathered crowd was well aware of these facts, so witnessing Majin Buu's effortless defeat left them astonished. Bulma, quick-witted and observant, immediately seized a pudding from the side, raising it aloft and exclaiming, "Lord Beerus, there are plenty of puddings here. Please do not be angered." She even struck a pose reminiscent of a servant. Beerus cast a glance, his interest waning, and replied flatly, "I have lost my interest. You may enjoy them yourselves." Unmoved, he recalled the purpose of his arrival. With a cold gaze, he scanned the surroundings, demanding, "Who is Xue Tian?" "Lord Beerus, please, today is my birthday party." Bulma approached the descending Beerus, smiling as she spoke. However, Beerus showed no mercy, responding with chilling indifference, "What of your birthday party? I am in a foul mood, and I shall destroy this planet. Farewell, everyone." As he raised his right hand, a sphere of violet destructive energy coalesced within it, poised to obliterate Earth. Smack! In a fit of rage, Bulma struck him without hesitation. The crowd fell into stunned silence, eyes wide with disbelief, their expressions reflecting utter shock. Bulma, fists clenched in fury, roared, "Can you not exhibit a modicum of courtesy? Today is my birthday." Beerus was momentarily taken aback, unable to process the situation, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets in disbelief. Could this mere mortal, a subject of his dominion, have struck him? For the first time in eons, he felt the sting of a blow from someone under his jurisdiction. Whis, who had been enjoying takoyaki, was equally astonished. Yet, he quickly regained composure, merely chuckling and continuing to savor his meal. Once Beerus collected himself, his piercing gaze locked onto Bulma, sending shivers down her spine. Slowly, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Bulma's face. Smack! Bulma spun through the air, her cheeks flushed, crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away. Had he not felt a flicker of goodwill towards her earlier, she would have surely met her demise in that moment. Though he had shown restraint, the destruction of Earth remained inevitable. "Mom!" Trunks cried out. "My Bulma!" Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from above. Recognizing the voice, everyone felt a wave of familiarity wash over them. Was that not Vegeta's voice? They turned to see Vegeta standing high above, defying the winds, fists clenched, his eyes fixed in a glare at Beerus. He had arrived while Beerus was indulging in takoyaki, sensing the god of destruction's earlier outburst. He chose to remain hidden, wishing to assess Beerus's strength in this moment. Upon witnessing Beerus's countenance, a sense of dread welled within him. As a child, he had witnessed his father being trampled under Beerus's might. Fueled by anger, he had charged forward, only to be sent flying hundreds of meters away, forced to watch helplessly as his father was treated like a mere dog. It is no exaggeration to say that this moment had haunted his childhood. Reflecting on this, his fury surged, overpowering the lingering fear rooted in his past. As he witnessed Beerus strike Bulma, his rage ignited completely. Chapter 55. Your power is weaker than Sun Wukong. The crowd was taken aback by the furious Vegeta, not merely by his anger, but by his exclamation of "My Bulma." Vegeta had always maintained a proud and aloof demeanor towards Bulma, never having uttered a single romantic word to her. A fact that had been a topic of conversation among the women. In their shared moments, the three women had often mused over this. Thus, when Vegeta bellowed "My Bulma" before everyone, it left them astounded, as if they had been served a delightful morsel. Lying on the ground, Bulma felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction upon hearing Vegeta's shout, a smile gracing her lips. If her memory served her right, this was the first time Vegeta had openly shown concern for her. Perhaps the slap she had received was worth it after all. If Beerus were to learn of Bulma's sentiments, would he jest? "Shall I give it another go?" Beerus recognized Vegeta immediately, expressing mild surprise. "Ah? Prince Vegeta. Long time no see." Vegeta, his expression grave and vigilant, glared at Beerus, anger lacing his words. "Beerus, Earth is not a place for your reckless antics." Krillin, upon hearing Vegeta's declaration, could not help but exclaim, "Wow, I can't believe Vegeta is actually protecting Earth." Others shared in his astonishment. Since the battle with Majin Buu, they had noticed considerable changes in Vegeta, who was a far cry from the one who once sought to annihilate Earth. Although he remained cold and proud, a protective heart now resided within him. Master Roshi interjected, "Vegeta is no longer the same. He now holds something far more significant within him." The group agreed with Master Roshi's insightful observation. Despite his lecherous tendencies, they appreciated his wisdom and awareness, especially since he was the mentor to Goku and Krillin. Without him, they would not have achieved their current successes. Beerus, hovering in the air, stood at the same height as Vegeta, his countenance displeased. He remarked coolly, "Years ago, your father sought out the most comfortable pillow in the universe for me, yet he hoarded it and provided me with a subpar one. I crushed it underfoot like a dog. If you speak out of turn today, the consequences will be the same." As the god of destruction of Universe 7, Beerus regarded Earth as merely a speck of dust within his domain. How could he tolerate a mere pest asserting that he could not act freely here? Krillin and the others were horrified to learn that Vegeta's father had once faced Beerus's reprimand. Vegeta's lips twitched in indignation as he had not anticipated Beerus would remember such events and disclose them in front of everyone. His pride as a Saiyan prince was deeply wounded, especially at the sight of Krillin's shocked expression, further inflaming his anger. The fear he had felt towards Beerus was entirely overshadowed by fury now. Clenching his fists, he roared, "Ha! A brilliant red light surged forth, illuminating the area within 1,000 meters around Vegeta, casting a crimson hue over everything. The onlookers shielded their eyes from the blinding radiance. Pilaf and his companions exclaimed, "Ah, how dazzling! What new form is this?" As the light dimmed, they beheld Vegeta's hair transformed into a vibrant red, surrounded by fiery auras. And his battle armor had also turned red. This was the form of Super Saiyan God. Just days prior, with the help of Goku and others, Vegeta had mastered this transformation, achieving a level of mastery comparable to Goku's. Beerus, unfazed, remarked, "Super Saiyan God? I expected you would transform like that Goku from the Kais realm, starting from the first level to battle me. It seems you understand my strength and know that such tactics are futile." Vegeta had always initiated combat with his most powerful techniques, unless his opponent was significantly weaker, in which case he would rely on his base form. After transforming into Super Saiyan God, Vegeta's confidence surged. He had been training diligently, awaiting Beerus's arrival, determined to defeat him. Now, the moment had arrived. Clenching his fists, he declared proudly, "Beerus, I have said it before, Earth is not a place for your recklessness." Beerus, seemingly indifferent, idly scratched his ear with a sharp claw, responding, "Do you believe that in this Super Saiyan God form, you can defeat me? Is that not a jest?" Vegeta was seething with fury at this retort and prepared to charge forward. Suddenly, an explosive roar erupted as the tranquil sea was disturbed by waves hundreds of meters high, and Majin Buu emerged, seething with rage, bellowing, "Ah, I am very angry. I will smash you." With all his might, he charged at Beerus, launching a cataclysmic punch. However, Beerus was disinterested in engaging with him. With a casual motion, he effortlessly blocked the attack and struck Buu on the head, sending him crashing onto the boat. The two were simply not on the same level. Yet, Buu possessed regenerative abilities, preventing his demise, though the blow was sufficient to incapacitate him. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at Buu, pondering how someone of such meager strength could even consider fighting Beerus. The era of Majin Buu had long passed. Vegeta sprang into action, his fist hurtling forward. Beerus remained still, only slightly moving his head to evade Vegeta's strike effortlessly. Vegeta unleashed several more punches, yet Beerus continued to sidestep with ease, igniting a sense of dread within Vegeta. Despite his transformation into a Super Saiyan God, he found himself unable to land a hit. Beerus casually remarked, "Your speed and power are hardly any faster than Goku's in the Kais realm. In fact, I dare say your strength is even less than his." Chapter 56. Behold the true essence of self-extremity technique. One might even assert that your strength pales in comparison. These words from Beerus ignited a tempest within Vegeta's fervent heart, prompting another ferocious onslaught. Yet, the damage inflicted upon Beerus was utterly negligible. With a resounding thud, as Vegeta unleashed another punch, Beerus effortlessly retreated, evading the strike. Before Vegeta could register the turn of events, Beerus retaliated with a swift blow to his abdomen, reverting his Super Saiyan God form back to its ordinary state. A metallic taste filled Vegeta's mouth as blood erupted forth. The onlookers were taken aback. Vegeta's Super Saiyan God form radiated an imposing aura, unmatched in combat prowess, yet it was astonishing to witness him reduced to his base form by a single punch. Just how formidable was Beerus? Earlier, they had witnessed Beerus effortlessly overpower Majin Buu, which had already hinted at his extraordinary combat capabilities. Yet they had never anticipated such sheer terror. With such might, it seemed no one on Earth could withstand him. Even when Goku and Vegeta combined their strengths, they would surely falter against him. Was Earth truly destined for destruction? In an instant, the crowd's gaze involuntarily shifted towards Xue Tian, reclining in his chair. Perhaps he alone could turn the tide. Throughout, his combat prowess remained an enigma. No one truly understood the extent of his strength. It was only known that he had imparted the Super Saiyan God techniques and the self-extremity technique to Goku and Vegeta. Beerus flicked Vegeta's forehead with a finger. Vegeta let out a pained cry, his body tumbling like a ball, crashing heavily into the sea. The water erupted violently, soaring over 100 meters high, showcasing the ferocity of the impact. Beerus remarked nonchalantly, "Prince Vegeta pales in comparison to Son Goku. Goku possesses the self-extremity technique, while you, Prince, seem to rely solely on the Super Saiyan God form. Quite lacking." As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings, seeking the one most likely to be Xue Tian. Upon spotting Xue Tian leisurely indulging in grapes, his eyes widened in surprise. If I am not mistaken, you must be Xue Tian. Indeed, I am Xue Tian. What do you seek from me? Xue Tian inquired coolly, perplexed as to why Beerus sought him out and how he had become aware of his existence. Had someone informed him? Was it Whis? The thought seemed improbable, as Whis, under the Grand Minister's orders, was meant to protect him and had no reason to expose himself before Beerus. After a moment of contemplation, Xue Tian suddenly recalled Goku. Beerus had visited the Supreme Kai's realm prior, where Goku happened to be present. According to the manga, Goku had been educated there, and now, showcasing the self-extremity technique before Beerus, it was only natural for both Beerus and Whis to be curious about who had taught him. With this realization, Xue Tian felt he had unraveled the mystery. Beerus scrutinized Xue Tian with a discerning gaze, making Xue Tian feel as though he were being thoroughly appraised, which displeased him. Did you teach Goku the self-extremity technique and the Super Saiyan God form? Before Xue Tian could respond, the area where Vegeta had been cast into the sea erupted with explosive force, forming a cylindrical column approximately 50 meters wide. A chilling purple light surged from the depths of the ocean, causing nearby creatures to flee in terror, with many fish and sharks succumbing to death without a trace of blood. Whis, momentarily pausing in his meal, remarked, "How unexpected. One possesses the self-extremity technique, while another wields the self-extremity technique." Beerus, suspended in midair, felt the familiar aura emanating from the sea. It was the self-extremity technique he had mastered, albeit Vegeta's manifestation of it was notably feeble, indicating he had only recently grasped its essence. Gradually, Vegeta ascended, enveloped in a shimmering purple aura, and confronted Beerus with clenched fists, declaring coldly, "Beerus, your opponent is me." Beerus, taken aback, mused, "Goku wields the self-extremity technique, while you have tapped into the self-extremity technique. When I witnessed Goku's mastery in the Supreme Kai realm, I pondered whether anyone could achieve the self-extremity technique. Yet, I deemed it impossible. For the self-extremity technique requires self-awareness and spontaneity. It is the essence of self. I never anticipated anyone would truly attain it." He then turned his gaze toward the relaxed figure of Xue Tian, inquisitively asking, "Did you also teach him this?" "Indeed, it was I who taught him," Xue Tian replied calmly, his tone unwavering. "You are truly a remarkable individual, possessing both the self-extremity technique and the self-extremity technique. Simply astonishing." Xue Tian remained silent, as even more astonishing revelations were yet to unfold. Vegeta glared at Beerus, commanding, "Enough chatter. Your adversary is me." Beerus, unfazed by Vegeta's arrogance, discerned a flicker of his own essence reflected in Vegeta, perhaps also in Goku, a fervent spirit, eager to test himself against opponents, even those stronger than he. "Your self-extremity technique is merely in its initial stage. You lack mastery, yet you are already so inflated with pride. It seems this divine technique suits you to some extent. However, at your current level, you are still no match for me. Allow me to demonstrate what true self-extremity technique entails." With that, Beerus's aura surged exponentially, transforming the sky into an abyss of darkness, as howling winds roared and the earth trembled, as if in fear of an impending doom. Lightning flashed incessantly, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an apocalyptic event, while the sea churned violently, surpassing even the might of a tsunami. The once stable ship began to sway precariously. Trunks, filled with anxiety, exclaimed, "Oh no, will the ship capsize?" Whis waved his staff, conjuring a green energy shield to encase the entire vessel, a measure taken solely to ensure his dining experience remained undisturbed. Chapter 57. A swift strike of the hand. The sky underwent a dramatic transformation. Lightning flashed and thunder roared as fierce winds surged, giving rise to multiple tornadoes that engulfed towering waves, triggering a tsunami with an ominous sense of impending disaster. Just as the situation threatened to escalate further, Beerus's mastery of Ultra Instinct became more restrained. He was enveloped in swirling purple energy, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. The purple flames around him crackled with electricity, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread in all who beheld him. The mere presence of his overwhelming power evoked an endless fear. One could only imagine the sensation should he truly engage in battle. Vegeta, though not as terrified as an ordinary person, felt a significant impact on his psyche. Gazing in astonishment at Beerus's current form, deep within, he was struck with awe, pondering if Beerus had indeed perfected his Ultra Instinct to its utmost degree. Noticing the change in Vegeta's expression, Beerus smiled faintly, evidently pleased, and coldly remarked, "Do you see? This is what Ultra Instinct truly embodies. And this is merely the first level. My current state is merely a flawless execution of the first stage of Ultra Instinct." Reclining in his chair, Xue Tian admired Beerus's mastery of Ultra Instinct, acknowledging his prowess. However, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, after living for countless millennia. If Beerus could not even master the first tier of Ultra Instinct to perfection, perhaps it was time for a new god of destruction. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. The fact that such a formidable aura and power could emanate from merely the first tier raised questions about what the second, third, or even higher tiers might entail. Contemplating this, a fervent desire ignited within him. If he could gradually grasp the first tier with sufficient time, he too could master the second and third tiers and ultimately reach the pinnacle of power. The thought thrilled him. One day, he would undoubtedly ascend to Beerus's heights. Given his own lifespan, he felt confident that such an achievement was within reach. Yet, he also recognized a stark reality. His strength paled in comparison to Beerus's. Without any need for combat, the sheer aura emanating from Beerus was enough to demonstrate the vast gulf between them. He sensed that a mere flicker of movement from Beerus could spell his doom, just as Beerus had effortlessly reverted his Super Saiyan God form back to its normal state. Beerus, maintaining a demeanor of indifference, inquired, "What is it? Do you still wish to fight, or would you prefer to step aside while I obliterate this planet?" Vegeta snapped back to reality, his heart racing as he shook his head, finding it almost laughable that he had entertained thoughts of surrendering. Clenching his fists, although he had internally acknowledged Beerus's might, he defiantly declared, "Humph. Even if your Ultra Instinct is formidable, I will still defeat you." With a surge of overwhelming energy, he charged forward, the atmosphere crackling with thunder and swirling with purple energy. As his destructive power laid waste to the surroundings, air itself was annihilated, creating a palpable sense of suffocation and despair. Beerus, surprised, had anticipated that after witnessing his first level of Ultra Instinct, Vegeta would choose to forego the fight, retreating in defeat. Instead, Vegeta dared to engage in battle, much to Beerus's amusement. Without flinching, Beerus met Vegeta's punch with one of his own. Bang! In an instant, a terrifying force of destruction erupted, parting the raging tsunami into hundreds of chasms, revealing the ocean floor thousands of meters below, a testament to the sheer might behind Beerus's blow. The destructive energy was so formidable that should it strike a person, they would surely be obliterated. As the two fists collided, Vegeta emitted a piercing scream, hurtling thousands of meters away, vanishing from sight like a distant star. "Father!" Trunks cried out, unable to contain himself at the sight. Glancing at Goten beside him, they immediately prepared to fuse. Fusion. With a flurry of energy, Gotenks emerged, brimming with arrogance as he looked down on Beerus, proclaiming, "You big bad guy. You're just a tiny pudding. Let us teach you a lesson." With that, he charged forward at breakneck speed. Piccolo, realizing the danger, reached out to stop him, but Gotenks was far too swift, leaving Piccolo helpless to intervene. The moment Gotenks burst through the protective barrier, he felt the air compressing around him. An overwhelming sense of despair and suffocation washed over him. They now understood that Whis' shield had been their safeguard against Beerus's oppressive might. Now exposed to that immense pressure, they struggled to breathe. Yet, fueled by their pride and the recent defeat of Vegeta, retreating would be an affront to their honor. Transcending into Super Saiyan, Gotenks suppressed his feelings of suffocation and despair, launching himself toward Beerus with a determined punch. "You big bad guy, you're just a tiny pudding causing chaos." Bang! Their words caused Beerus to furrow his brow as he effortlessly caught their tiny fists, rendering them immobile. Beerus retorted, "A tiny pudding, you say? Is that so? If you desire one, we have plenty. Why are you upset?" Gotenks struggled to retract his hand. But his current state was akin to that of Majin Buu when Beerus had him in a similar predicament, completely unable to withdraw his fist, as if ensnared by an inexhaustible force. Beerus then brought Gotenks closer, unfastening his pants, and with his index and middle fingers aligned, playfully struck Gotenks on the rear. Thud! Gotenks let out a heart-wrenching scream that resonated through the air, far more anguished than Vegeta's earlier cry. After all, they were merely children, their capacity for endurance limited. Beerus, aware of their youth, chose not to be overly harsh, delivering a light-hearted smack. Thud. Chapter 58. Are you a descendant of the Void Era? Beerus continued to strike, speaking nonchalantly. To you, that's merely a trivial pudding. However, to me, it is the most exquisite delicacy I have ever tasted. Do you understand the significance of the finest cuisine? Bang. Another resounding scream echoed through the heavens. Their posteriors had become exceedingly swollen, and even if they were allowed to move, they dared not budge, for any slight motion would reveal the impending bloom. Beerus, uninterested in further banter, delivered a few more lessons before tossing them onto the ship. Children, stay put. The moment Gotenks hit the ground, the two disintegrated, clutching their behinds and wailing in agony. Piccolo's face turned green with fright. Beerus's combat prowess was truly terrifying. Vegeta, in his Ultra Instinct form, was no match, having been sent flying in a single exchange. Gotenks was treated like a mere child, receiving a spanking that was simply unimaginable. Whoosh! A rush of purple energy surged forth, and upon closer inspection, the source was none other than the battered Vegeta. With a fierce punch, he charged in, shouting, "Do not be arrogant." Beerus remained utterly unfazed, casually swatting away his attack. In an instant, he appeared behind Vegeta, his hand poised like a blade. Son Goku was also defeated by my hand. Now it is your turn. Bang! Vegeta's shoulder was struck, instantaneously dispelling his Ultra Instinct state, sending him plummeting. As he fell into Whis' protective aura, his rapid descent slowed, allowing him to land gently on the ground, which reduced his injuries considerably. However, he lay there, barely clinging to life. The onlookers gasped. Such a singular strike had rendered Vegeta nearly lifeless. Hearing this, Goku realized he too had been defeated by that hand strike. Piccolo quickly reacted, urgently telling Krillin, "Hurry. Feed him a Senzu bean." Krillin rushed over to administer the bean. At this moment, Xue Tian rose slowly from his chair, gazing at Beerus above, and asked calmly, "What do you seek from me, Beerus?" Without hesitation, Beerus inquired, "Are you the god of Super Saiyans?" Xue Tian smirked enigmatically. "Are you asking if I am the god of Super Saiyans from your dreams?" Gasp. Beerus was taken aback, staring in astonishment. "How did you know I dreamt of a god of Super Saiyans?" Lin Machin smiled mysteriously, showcasing his arcane aura. "If I claim to know the past and future, to be aware of the path of development, would you believe me?" Beerus hesitated for a few seconds, scrutinizing Xue Tian, contemplating if he truly possessed such extraordinary abilities. In this vast universe, many beings with unique powers emerged from the void, and destructive power is among the most dominant of these abilities, as exemplified by the Omni-King, who commands the entire cosmos. There existed individuals with special capabilities, those who could foresee the past and future. Yet such individuals had either vanished into obscurity or perished in a great war. The notion of such powers still existing was perplexing. Could it be that the bloodlines of those ancient beings had persisted? It was indeed a possibility, for that grand conflict, while magnificent and terrifying, had left Beerus feeling like a mere speck of dust. However, perhaps some had indeed survived, possessing methods to evade death, or retaining a fragment of their lineage. Was it possible that Xue Tian was a descendant of those ancient beings? If so, it would be prudent to report to the Omni-King and the Grand Minister. Of course, if he could eliminate him, that would be even better. Unbeknownst to Xue Tian, his feigned reason had led Beerus to ponder so deeply. Should he realize this, he would surely say, "Beerus, you are quite the talent. It is a pity you do not work for our realities think tank." To his surprise, Xue Tian found Beerus had accepted his words. He was aware that in the world of Dragon Ball Super, certain races or individuals possessed unique precognitive abilities, albeit limited to mere seconds, incapable of perceiving endless years. Yet, he had glimpsed Beerus's dreams. At least, he had seen countless days of the past. Before Xue Tian could speak, Beerus pressed on, "Are you a person from the Void Era?" Xue Tian was bewildered. What did he mean by a person from the Void Era? Did he refer to the bloodline within him? Indeed, his lineage was of the Void, but possessing such a bloodline did not necessarily mean he was from that era. However, on reflection, having that bloodline could imply such a connection. Yet, seeing Beerus's indifferent demeanor, it seemed he held no fondness for those of the Void world. Although Xue Tian was not afraid of him now, should things escalate, it could become troublesome. With a forced chuckle, he replied, "Not at all." He pondered whether Beerus was judging based on his bloodline. It was time to probe further. Beerus furrowed his brow, coldly stating, "If you are not from the Void Era, how do you possess the power to know the past and future?" Who was your ancestor from that era? Or whose power do you inherit? He thought to himself. No wonder he dreamt of a Super Saiyan God capable of defeating him. If this individual truly were a descendant of the Void era, it was entirely plausible. Reflecting on the Battle of Ur, Beerus still felt trepidation. In the Void era, the universe was not yet fully realized, and from the silence emerged countless formidable beings. Among them were those with extraordinary abilities, some who could perceive the past and future, others who could manipulate time, and yet others who wielded mental prowess. A total of 5,000. Among these 5,000, several stood out with extraordinary strength: the pinnacle of destruction, the master of time, the sovereign of life, and the wielder of the 5 elemental forces. In time, a supreme being of the void emerged, known as the Void Sovereign. He created the 5,000 peak beings, establishing order for them to adhere to, bestowing upon them their respective racial identities. The pinnacle of destruction became the Omni-King race, the master of time became the angel race. The sovereign of life became the undying race, and the wielder of the 5 elements became the elemental race. Having grown accustomed to their freedom, the 5,000 peak beings revolted against his authority, resulting in a great war that nearly annihilated them all, leaving only a handful alive. Among those who survived, only 4 of the original peak beings remained: the pinnacle of destruction, the master of time, the sovereign of life, and the wielder of the 5 elements. Although the other peak contenders may lack the prowess of the 4, each of them, in the present era, possesses the capability to effortlessly vanquish beings such as Beerus. Chapter 59. The Battle of Divine Will. As Xue Tian observed the expression of Beerus, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the beings of this void era are the mortal enemies of Beerus and his kind? If that were the case, acknowledging such a truth would be most unwise. Although he had the backing of the Omni-King and was unafraid of Beerus, who could say if there existed an even greater power behind the scenes? What if he angered a more formidable entity, leading to unforeseen consequences? Most importantly, he was not even a being of the Void era. With a calm demeanor, he stated, "I am not a creature of the Void era. It is you, Beerus, who questions my origins, as if you were preparing to cast upon me some grand accusation. I never expected a dignified god of destruction to engage in such tricks." Xue Tian understood that explaining whether he belonged to the Void era would be futile. He could not simply declare that he was not of this world, for such a statement might further entangle him in Beerus's misconceptions. Thus, he felt compelled to interrupt Beerus's line of thought and divert his attention. The best method being to turn the tables on Beerus himself. As anticipated, this tactic proved effective. Upon hearing Xue Tian's words, a flicker of disdain crossed Beerus's eyes. "Humph. You reside within my 7th universe. Do I truly need a reason to destroy you? However, your claim to know the past and the future has piqued my curiosity. Oh, you presume that because I claim knowledge of the past and future, I must be of the Void era or a descendant thereof. Yet, have you considered another possibility? My mastery of the Zai Ji Gong and the Zi Wud Ji Gong may suggest that I belong to the angel race." Xue Tian replied with a knowing smile. Beerus was momentarily taken aback. He had not contemplated this angle. Based on his previous judgments, it was indeed plausible that Xue Tian could be of the angel lineage or even a member of the god of destruction race. This thought ignited his curiosity about Xue Tian's abilities, particularly how he came to possess such profound knowledge. Regardless of his musings, Beerus dismissed the matter. For his primary objective upon arriving on Earth was to locate the Super Saiyan God and eliminate him. The rationale behind this destruction was simple. He felt threatened and did not wish for anyone within the 7th universe to pose a danger to him. As a god of destruction, the rise of a being more powerful than himself was unacceptable. The repercussions of such a revelation would be dire for his reputation. You are aware of the dreams I experience, so you must also understand the specific contents of those dreams, Beerus asserted. Xue Tian did not hide his knowledge and replied calmly, "I am aware." "Very well. Then let me witness the extent of your abilities that allow you to contend with me." Beerus shot a provocative glance at Xue Tian. Ding. Random task activated. Choice 1. Engage in battle with Beerus. Reward: Divine Golden Body. Choice 2. Defeat Beerus. Reward: Demon Golden Body. Upon reviewing the rewards, Xue Tian did not hesitate to select the first option. The second reward, while seemingly appealing, was far more challenging to achieve. It was virtually impossible to complete at present. Naturally, he would not pursue an impossible task. Choice 1. Xue Tian affirmed silently. Initially, He intended for his disciple Lan-Z to engage Beerus first. However, it soon became evident that he must act himself. Although Lan-Z possessed the Zai Ji Yi Gong and Zi Wu Ji Yi Gong, which might astonish Beerus, the outcome would likely be one of overwhelming defeat, rendering her participation unnecessary. There was no need to strain for an increase in combat power. It would suffice to rest comfortably within the confines of a divine power chamber. Utilizing the void dance technique, he ascended to a position equal to Beerus. Upon exiting Whis' protective barrier, the air felt as if it had been drained, yet it had no effect on Xue Tian. With piercing eyes fixed on Beerus, neither spoke. But their gazes exchanged a myriad of unspoken thoughts, simulating a battle in silence. The onlookers below, puzzled by the stillness, murmured among themselves, "What are they doing? Why is there no dialogue or action?" Whis, who had momentarily paused his indulgence in delicacies, waved his hand, conjuring an image for all to see, an image of Beerus and Xue Tian in opposition. To address the crowd's confusion, Whis explained, although they have yet to engage physically, they have already begun their duel in spirit. This is a form of combat rooted in divine will, accessible only to those with exceptional mental prowess. It was indeed surprising that Xue Tian's mental acuity had reached such heights. After merging with the void lineage, his divine will had become extraordinarily potent, continuously amplifying and intertwining with other forms of mental energy, vast and inexhaustible. This was one of the great strengths of the void lineage. When a person's divine will is formidable, they are less susceptible to madness and external psychic influences. Take for instance Majin Vegeta, in his quest to surpass Son Goku. He willingly allowed Babidi to control him to enhance his power. Although Vegeta consented to Babidi's manipulation, it was ultimately due to his insufficient mental strength that he was successfully controlled. However, had Vegeta possessed a mental fortitude akin to Xue Tian's, even with intent to be controlled, Babidi would have been unable to exert influence and would instead suffer backlash from Vegeta's divine will. Of course, this was merely one of the many benefits of possessing strong mental acuity. It also enabled heightened awareness of one's surroundings. With his current mental prowess, Xue Tian could perceive the actions of any creature on Earth with perfect clarity. Even the minute movements of a centipede would be unmistakably discernible to him. Suddenly, a brilliant crimson light erupted from Xue Tian, his aura surging and reverberating against the atmosphere. The sky darkened, filled with tumultuous thunder and lightning, as the very space around him seemed to strain under the intensity of his presence. Chapter 60. Xue Tian versus Beerus. As the crowd observed the transformation of Xue Tian, they understood that he was on the verge of becoming a Super Saiyan God. With a whoosh, Xue Tian indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan God. His crimson aura and hair far purer than those of Sun Wukong and Vegeta during their own transformations. The deep red hair, skin, and combat attire all exuded a profound intensity that surpassed anything Sun Wukong and Vegeta could muster. Piccolo could not help but murmur, "This must be the true Super Saiyan God." After Xue Tian transformed into a Super Saiyan God, he did not cease his metamorphosis. Rather, he proceeded to invoke the Ultra Instinct technique, merging it with the form of the Super Saiyan God, enveloped in a layer of silvery aura that surrounded his red flames. The two forces combined, significantly enhancing Xue Tian's combat prowess. This was precisely the state Sun Wukong had envisioned, a Super Saiyan God augmented by Ultra Instinct. Had Sun Wukong been present, he would have been utterly astonished, for Xue Tian achieved this feat with remarkable ease. Indeed, it was effortless, as Xue Tian had mastered the Super Saiyan God form to its zenith, alongside the Ultra Instinct technique. Following the fusion of Ultra Instinct, Beerus began to undergo a transformation as well, enveloped in wisps of purple energy, the essence of destruction. Their gazes locked, and simultaneously, they launched themselves from their respective mental realms. The battle of their minds was exceptionally fierce, yet Xue Tian found himself at a disadvantage. Despite the strength of his mental prowess, his actual combat ability fell short of Beerus's, making it impossible for him to surpass Beerus in both mental and physical strength. With a whoosh and a roar, as they extracted their minds from the fray, both warriors leaned forward, their figures suddenly vanishing from sight. When they reappeared, they were merely a meter apart. At that moment, both struck simultaneously. With a resounding clash, their fists collided, sending creaks echoing through the air. From the point of impact, a terrifying energy erupted outward, radiating in all directions. The force of their blow struck the surface of the lake, creating waves that soared thousands of meters high, obliterating countless creatures in an instant. Nearby, the West City coastline was battered by fierce winds, sweeping many into swirling vortices, their screams piercing the air as if heralding the end of the world. On Bulma's yacht, the recently awakened Satan received a frantic call from the television station. The operators inquired about the situation, asking why such chaos ensued. They speculated whether it signified the apocalypse or if some nefarious entity was wreaking havoc. In a moment of perplexity, Satan struggled to respond. The anxious voices on the other end pressed for an answer. "Mr. Satan, are you listening? Hello? Can you hear us?" After a moment's contemplation, Satan resorted to his usual tactic. "This is bad. The situation is dire. The signal is deteriorating. I must confront this extraterrestrial foe." With a decisive click, he hung up the phone. Weiss observed Satan's comical display, unable to suppress a chuckle, choosing not to expose him. It seemed Satan caught a glimpse of Weiss's knowing look, feeling rather embarrassed. In the sky, Beerus and Xue Tian stood firm, neither retreating. However, it was evident that Beerus was not exerting his full strength, as he sought to gauge Xue Tian's true combat capabilities. Meanwhile, Xue Tian pushed his own power to its utmost, fully aware that failing to do so could result in his swift demise at Beerus's hands. Thus, he held nothing back, fighting with all his might. Beerus, having assessed Xue Tian's strength, allowed a smirk to curl his lips as he remarked, "It seems you are not as formidable as I had anticipated. I once believed you to be a being from the Void era, or perhaps a successor of one of its peak warriors, but it appears I was mistaken." The Xue Tian before him, despite his formidable mental prowess, lacked the requisite combat strength, clearly not hailing from the Void era. Those from that epoch, even when severely injured in battle, would not exhibit such weakness. Furthermore, given the arrogance of those individuals, it was implausible they would reside on a mere Earth. While Earth may seem vast to its inhabitants, in the grand scheme of the seventh universe, it is merely a planet of mediocre size. Xue Tian was taken aback that such a single strike could unveil this truth to his opponent. He remained silent, gathering his energy in preparation for the next move. With a swift motion, he charged towards Beerus, fully aware that he was not his equal. However, surrendering or capitulating was out of the question. His character would never allow for such defeat. Even in death, he would ensure that he took someone down with him. As Beerus unleashed a punch, effortlessly blocking Xue Tian's advance, another Xue Tian appeared behind him. Alarmed, Beerus spun around, delivering a powerful blow towards the second Xue Tian. Yet, as his fist struck, it met nothing but air, revealing that he had been deceived. With a resounding impact, Xue Tian landed a solid blow on Beerus's back, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Unrelenting, Xue Tian surged forward, embodying the ferocity of a descending tiger. A flurry of punches rained down upon Beerus. The technique Xue Tian had just employed was called Shadow Shift, allowing him to create 4 copies of himself and instantaneously shift their positions. This meant that regardless of whether Beerus targeted the front Xue Tian or the rear, he would still be vulnerable to attack from the other. Each version of Xue Tian was genuine, not a mere illusion. This technique, akin to an advanced afterimage fist, surpassed it in sophistication and classified as a divine skill. It had been bestowed upon him as a reward for completing a mission just days prior. Upon acquiring this divine technique, he marveled at its potency, as it blurred the lines between reality and illusion. With another decisive blow, Beerus was sent reeling. Xue Tian opened his arms, rapidly channeling his energy. Ultimately, a brilliant flash erupted forth. Chapter 61. Xue Tian shattered into fragments in the climactic moment. A colossal silver energy sphere surged towards Beerus, who effortlessly neutralized it using the same technique he had employed against Sun Wukong, employing the destructive force to dissipate the final flash. Swiftly, he flew before Xue Tian, intrigued as he inquired, "What was that technique you just executed? You appeared behind me, yet it was merely an illusion." Xue Tian, embodying the ideals of a New Age gentleman, refrained from divulging his secrets. He was acutely aware of a vital truth gleaned from numerous novels and television dramas. Villains often meet their demise through excessive verbosity. Their downfall is not merely a consequence of their villainy, but rather their propensity to overshare, revealing both crucial and trivial information that others can exploit. Confident in his abilities, Xue Tian believed that even if he disclosed his shadowy teleportation technique, Beerus would struggle to unravel its intricacies. However, he reasoned that if he remained silent, it would likely remain an enigma to Beerus, at least for the time being. Why jeopardize his own advantage by revealing too much? Lord Beerus, you shall soon discover the answer. Is there any need for such impatience? Xue Tian remarked, crafting a rationale to deter further inquiry from Beerus, fully assured that this would quell his curiosity. And indeed, Beerus refrained from pressing further, albeit with a disgruntled exhale, clenching his fists as his destructive powers surged. A vivid purple aura emanating from him, signifying a substantial increase in combat prowess. How infuriating! You refuse to speak. Yet you believe that I am powerless to unravel your technique? How utterly laughable! Before absolute strength, your technique is nothing but a paper tiger. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Beerus materialized before Xue Tian, who was already on high alert. In an instant, another version of Xue Tian appeared to his left. Utilizing the shadowy teleportation, he evaded Beerus's fist, which had been launched with considerable force. To Beerus's astonishment, despite employing 30% of his strength, he had failed to land a hit on Xue Tian, who was proving to be rather intriguing. However, regaining his composure, Beerus lunged forward, executing a horizontal kick. In that fleeting moment, Xue Tian conjured 4 duplicates of himself, strategically positioning them in the cardinal directions. Beerus's kick connected with only 2 of them, while Xue Tian had already shifted to another location, launching a counterattack. With a resounding thud, a powerful punch struck Beerus in the abdomen, propelling him several meters back. Seizing the opportunity, Xue Tian unleashed a flurry of assaults, each blow landing with precision. Beerus, quick to react, felt his purple aura intensify, enveloping him in a deeper shade as his combat power surged once more, now reaching 40%. Xue Tian sensed the mounting pressure, even with his shadowy teleportation. He could feel his position becoming increasingly exposed. His instincts proved correct, as Beerus's fist descended upon him almost simultaneously. A thunderous impact echoed as it collided with Xue Tian's chest, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away. Beerus swiftly appeared behind him, grasping Xue Tian's arm and spinning him with force, causing his form to blur and disorient him. Feeling that the moment was ripe, Beerus released Xue Tian, who staggered to regain his balance. With a flourish, Beerus raised his right hand, a radiant purple energy sphere materializing at his fingertips, swiftly expanding to a diameter of 50 to 60 meters. With a dramatic flourish, he propelled the sphere skyward, performing a backflip kick that shattered it into countless fragments, raining down thousands of smaller energy spheres upon Xue Tian. Beerus crossed his arms, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity. Let us see if your teleportation can evade this barrage of energy spheres. From their previous encounter, Beerus had deduced that Xue Tian's duplicates were merely a form of substitution. If he could ensnare Xue Tian, he had 2 avenues of approach. Either strike all 4 duplicates simultaneously, thereby nullifying Xue Tian's ability to teleport, or anticipate Xue Tian's next position and act in tandem with him. As the multitude of energy spheres cascaded down, Xue Tian found it increasingly difficult to stabilize himself, resorting to his instinctive evasion techniques. Though his movements were guided by his mastery of the Ultra Instinct, his foundational combat prowess remained insufficient to match the speed of Beerus's energy spheres. Despite successfully evading a significant portion, dozens of spheres struck Xue Tian, obliterating him into countless fragments. The air filled with swirling smoke, obscuring the scene from view. In the King of All's palace, a sudden wave of discomfort washed over him as he played a pinball game. Enraged, he overturned the floating spheres, shattering them in a fit of fury. The destruction of these spheres triggered the catastrophic implosion of 58 celestial bodies across the universe. Noticing the disturbance, the Grand Minister approached with urgency. "Your Majesty, what troubles you?" He channeled divine energy to soothe the king, knowing that a wrathful king of all could lead to unimaginable consequences. Simultaneously, he extended his vast divine awareness, encompassing the 12 universes, ultimately focusing on the scene within the 7th universe, where he witnessed Beerus hovering above a cloud of smoke. Through his divine perception, the haze could not obscure his sight, revealing Xue Tian reduced to mere fragments. The once calm expression of the King of All transformed into one of profound shock. Chapter 62, The Undying Body, Foe, in the 7th universe, on Earth. What are Whis and Beerus doing? The Grand Priest inquired telepathically within Whis's consciousness. Whis was utterly taken aback, realizing that his father, the Grand Priest, had already taken notice of the situation. He hastily responded in his mind, "Lord Beerus has encountered a conflict with Xue Tian. I wished to ascertain Xue Tian's strength, hence refrained from intervening. He was entirely unaware that Xue Tian had bound himself to the Omni-King. Should Xue Tian perish, the Omni-King would follow suit. Naturally, the Grand Priest would not disclose such matters to him. In Wis's mind, he believed that the Grand Priest's directive to protect Xue Tian stemmed from admiration, suggesting a desire to cultivate Xue Tian. Given this context, he felt compelled to observe Xue Tian's combat abilities, as long as he could prevent Beerus from killing him. Yet, he never anticipated that Beerus's energy sphere would obliterate Xue Tian, potentially leading to his demise. The Grand Priest hesitated momentarily. Truth be told, he too was intrigued to learn about Xue Tian's true abilities and the reason behind his inexplicable binding to the Omni-King. In a sense, Xue Tian had ascended to the pinnacle of the universe, akin to the relationship between a god of destruction and a supreme Kai. Should anyone harbor ill intentions toward the supreme Kai, the god of destruction would undoubtedly intervene. They were intertwined fates. If one perished, so would the other. Thus, the god of destruction must protect the supreme Kai. Similarly, the Omni-King would safeguard Xue Tian. Father, I shall attempt to stop Lord Beerus now. Though it may be too late, Xue Tian has already been reduced to ashes. High above, Beerus remained oblivious to Wis's communication with the Grand Priest and unaware that his life was teetering on the brink of oblivion. He silently observed the site where Xue Tian had been annihilated, his gaze devoid of emotion, as tranquil as a still pond. Meanwhile, Vegeta and the others were astounded at Xue Tian's apparent demise. The last hope to halt Beerus had been extinguished. Lam-Z, heartbroken, prepared to unleash her utmost power and confront Beerus. However, Tien Shinhan restrained her, recognizing that the strength Beerus had displayed was far beyond their capacity to resist. Yet, they would not surrender easily. It was not yet time for Lam-Z to act. After all, she was merely a woman. In Tien Shinhan's mind, he still perceived Lam-Z as an untrained individual. An ordinary woman. What could such a woman achieve? Perhaps she would meet the same fate as Bulma, easily cast aside with a single blow. Although he held no affection for Lam-Z, he did not wish to witness such a scene unfold. The Grand Priest gazed upon the remnants of Xue Tian's obliteration and remarked calmly, "Wis, you are mistaken. This is far from over. If Xue Tian seeks to battle Beerus, then as long as Beerus refrains from employing the laws of destruction against him, they may continue their duel. However, their conflict must not bring about the annihilation of the seventh universe." Wis paused briefly. Had Xue Tian not already been destroyed? Why did his father still assert such a thing? Was it possible that Xue Tian was not yet dead? Though he could not discern any signs of life at the moment, he had unwavering faith in his father's words. Most importantly, his father's power was beyond question. If he claimed Xue Tian still lived, then he surely did. "Very well, father." The Grand Priest ceased his communication, seemingly withdrawing from Wis's consciousness, yet appearing to keep a silent watch over the unfolding events between Beerus and Xue Tian. Moments later, a gust of wind erupted from the place where Xue Tian had been destroyed. This wind was not strong at first, merely a whisper, but within seconds, it intensified dramatically. The fragments began to coalesce, reminiscent of the Cell Reformation scene when Majin Buu was defeated. However, these shards were significantly smaller, some no larger than a fingernail, defying comprehension. Vegeta and the others were elated at this sight. Lam-Z exclaimed with excitement, "I knew Master could not perish so easily." High above, under the enveloping tempest, Xue Tian's figure gradually materialized amidst a dazzling array of colors. With a flourish, his ethereal form solidified into reality. He moved his head and waved his arms. Had it not been for his foe undying body, he might have truly been obliterated by Beerus's skeletal might. Truly, the god of destruction's energy spheres possessed tremendous power. This was merely an energy sphere, not a force of destruction. Had the latter struck him directly, he would have had no chance of revival. The foe undying body could not withstand such destructive power, but with true immortality, could he withstand it then? Perhaps, or it might come down to the contest of whose energy proved superior. These were merely Xue Tian's inner musings, as he was far from possessing genuine immortality. Beerus gazed at the emerging Xue Tian in surprise, exclaiming, "I never expected you possessed such abilities. It seems that an ordinary energy sphere cannot kill you. This must be your undying body." Xue Tian chose not to respond, not out of reluctance to speak, but because he felt the power within him surging tumultuously. Indeed, it surged mightily. He sensed that his current base combat power had at least doubled compared to before, an astonishingly rapid enhancement. This void lineage, renowned as the strongest bloodline of the void, truly was formidable. Surely, the Grand Priest's bloodline could not rival his own. In merely 10 seconds, Xue Tian's void lineage fully integrated with his enhanced combat prowess, and the overwhelming surge of power within him diminished. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If he continued to battle Beerus, could he not elevate himself to Beerus's level, or even surpass him? This notion thrilled him. Ding. Selection completed. Engage in combat with Beerus to receive the reward, Divine Body. Chapter 63, Divine Aspect of the Golden Body. With a beep, the first choice was completed, to battle Beerus and earn the reward of the Divine Aspect Golden Body. In an instant, a peculiar technique surged into Xue Tian's consciousness, and a new power coursed through his being. Within his mind appeared a visage identical to his own, yet distinct in essence. This version of himself, although diminutive in appearance, emanated an imposing and commanding presence, radiating a golden luminescence and adorned with a divine golden halo. Truly, it was a celestial spectacle, resplendent and magnificent. Is this the Divine Aspect Golden Body? It certainly possesses an impressive appearance. While Xue Tian remained uncertain of the extent of combat power this golden body would bestow upon him, he was unequivocally aware of one fact. It looked undeniably magnificent. As for the power, he would soon find out, given that his duel with Beerus was far from over. Noticing Xue Tian's silence, Beerus furrowed his brows, feeling a sense of disdain. Even a clay figurine has its worth, let alone himself, the esteemed god of destruction of the seventh universe. With a whoosh, his aura surged once more, enveloping him in a purple flame, an emblem of destruction. Though it symbolized destructive power, it was not an aggressive manifestation. Rather, it was a state enhancing his combat prowess. Much like the golden aura of a Super Saiyan, it lacked inherent offensive capability, merely a representation of latent strength forged from within. Xue Tian, you indeed possess some talent. You've got quite a few tricks up your sleeve, but your foundational combat power remains too weak. In the face of absolute strength, what significance do your methods hold? Unless, Beerus trailed off, leaving unspoken the thought that only the eradication power of the Omni-King could render combat power irrelevant. Xue Tian was unperturbed. Tricks? Allow me to demonstrate my capabilities. Beep. A random task was activated. Choice 1. Defeat Beerus. Reward. 20-fold base combat power. Choice 2. Leverage Beerus to double combat power. Reward. Second stage of time skip. Oh, a task has been activated? How surprising. Xue Tian was genuinely astonished. At this moment, he had merely intended to engage Beerus in combat, treating him as a formidable foe to level up against, yet unexpectedly activated a task. Upon viewing the two tasks, although he was tempted to select the first, achieving a 20-fold increase in base combat power, an astronomical enhancement, he recognized the improbability of accomplishing such a feat. Despite his augmented strength from the Void bloodline, he was not arrogant enough to believe he could defeat Beerus at this juncture. Choice 2. He understood that the time skip technique was the signature skill of Hit, the foremost assassin of the sixth universe, who had once triumphed over Son Goku using it. The time skip appeared to merely be a leap through time, yet in truth, it allowed the user to enter a realm of stasis, traversing a fraction of a second and then striking the opponent with lethal precision. This technique, when wielded by Hit, justly earned him the title of the sixth universe's premier assassin. Xue Tian mused, recalling that the first stage of time skip allowed for a traversal of 0.1 seconds in a parallel time space. During Hit's battle with Son Goku, he could only utilize the first stage of time skip a few times before Goku deciphered it. However, once Hit ascended to the second stage, enabling a 0.5 second traversal, Goku was unable to counter it. In reality, Goku's ability to counter the first stage was not a true resolution, but rather a result of Hit's habitual attack patterns. Those 0.1 seconds were insufficient for correction, allowing Goku to anticipate Hit's moves. Conversely, the 0.5 second duration of the second stage posed a significant challenge to even the most skilled combatants, providing ample time for strategic adjustments. Regrettably, Goku could not overcome this, Xue Tian reflected. In truth, Hit could have defeated Goku with greater speed. But due to the tournament's rules prohibiting lethal force, he was somewhat restrained in his actions. Upon hearing Xue Tian's declaration, Beerus, intrigued, remarked, "Oh, what other techniques do you possess? Reveal them to me. I am eager to see if you can surprise me." Immortal Body, Free Control Technique, Self-Realization Technique, Shadow Transfer, what else do you have? I hope you do not disappoint me. He dismissed the Super Saiyan God and Ultimate Flash techniques, considering them trivial compared to the free control technique. While the Super Saiyan God bore a divine essence, it paled against true divinity. However, should the Super Saiyan God maintain its form without transformation, it would yield a different outcome. Yet, for now, that was impossible. Xue Tian remained resolute, forming intricate hand seals to conjure a complex gesture. As he channeled his divine intent, vibrant clouds of 7 colors appeared around him, and the harmonious sounds of the universe rose, as if something sacred were about to unfold. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they felt an undeniable tremor of astonishment. Clearly, Xue Tian's actions had left them in awe. That gesture he just performed was the divine aspect golden body. Whis pondered in disbelief, recalling that he had yet to achieve the golden body himself. In the current universe, fewer than 5 individuals had attained it. Among the 12 siblings, only 2 had succeeded. Yet here was Xue Tian, seemingly able to do so. No, it must be impossible. He could only be mimicking the gesture. How could he possibly achieve it at his current strength? Chapter 64. The Divine Technique of the Pinnacle. The divine body. Not only did Whis find it implausible, but Beerus also deemed it impossible. Even he, with all his might, could not manifest the divine body. What merit or power did Xue Tian possess to achieve such a feat? It is essential to understand that the divine body requires not only the attainment of divinity, but also immense combat prowess and a profound understanding of the divine body itself. This endeavor is infinitely more challenging than mastering the techniques of ultimate instinct or self-instinct. At the moment of disbelief, Xue Tian unleashed a thunderous roar, divine body. A resounding boom echoed, shaking the very fabric of the universe. Cosmic bodies in orbit around Earth were shattered into fragments in an instant. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, the Elder Supreme Kai and the Eastern Supreme Kai had been vigilantly observing the events on Earth. Previously, upon witnessing Xue Tian being obliterated by Beerus, they felt a deep sense of foreboding, convinced that Xue Tian had met his demise. The Elder Supreme Kai lamented the fate of Earth, reflecting on his misplaced hopes in Xue Tian. However, he could not have anticipated that Xue Tian possessed an immortal body, reconstructing himself and returning to his former state. This revelation rekindled a glimmer of hope in him, especially as he observed Xue Tian forming the intricate seals with astonishing prowess. Though the Elder Supreme Kai's thoughts mirrored those of Whis and Beerus, he began to sense a shift in the universe, leading him to ponder whether Xue Tian could indeed manifest the divine body. The Eastern Supreme Kai, unaware of the significance of the divine body, inquired, "Ancestor, what is this divine body? I have detected the destruction of the meteors surrounding Earth. The power is immense." The Elder Supreme Kai, showing no leniency, struck the Eastern Supreme Kai on the head, scolding, "I have told you to study the divine scriptures, yet you neglect them. The divine body is a divine technique, distinct from ultimate instinct and self-instinct. It is exceedingly difficult to cultivate, capable of manifesting a divine form of varying sizes, from vast as the universe to minuscule as a cell. Regardless of its size, the power it wields is multiplied by immeasurable factors, the exact magnitude of which has never been calculated. It is known to be one of the pinnacle techniques among the divine arts. Who could have imagined that Xue Tian would possess such ability? It seems Earth may yet be saved." The Eastern Supreme Kai, utterly astonished, felt as if his jaw might drop to the ground. The prospect of a being capable of expanding to the size of the universe was unfathomable. They understood the vastness of the cosmos better than anyone. Could it be that humanity might one day inhabit within his very being? Were Xue Tian privy to the absurd notion of the Eastern Supreme Kai, he might have unleashed a powerful reprimand, questioning, "Do you take me for a primordial being?" As the Eastern Supreme Kai regained his composure, he nodded, "It seems Earth may indeed be safeguarded. Beerus should not pose a threat to Xue Tian." To him, if Xue Tian could transform to such cosmic proportions, Beerus would surely be no match, perhaps even crushed under a mere finger. Yet, the Elder Supreme Kai cautioned, "You underestimate Beerus' strength. Moreover, given Xue Tian's current combat capabilities, he cannot yet expand to such cosmic scales. To achieve that level, his foundational combat strength must reach at least that of the Grand Minister. I even doubt the Grand Minister could accomplish it." Then, "Ancestor, what do you mean by saying Earth can be saved?" The Eastern Supreme Kai assumed the Elder's statements implied Xue Tian's potential to defeat Beerus. The Elder Supreme Kai clarified, "From my understanding, Beerus has yet to manifest the divine body. Every deity aspires to achieve this state, seeking unparalleled power. If Xue Tian can truly attain the divine body, Beerus would not wish to eliminate him. Rather, he would seek to learn from him. Although Beerus's pride may prevent him from asking directly, it would not be long before he does so, for the allure of the divine body is irresistible. After this explanation, the Eastern Supreme Kai comprehended fully, nodding in earnest. He resolved to study the divine scriptures, understanding that ignorance would lead him astray. Perhaps, he mused, he too could cultivate the divine body, rendering him unafraid of Beerus. The thought of having to cower before Beerus alongside the Elder Supreme Kai filled him with discontent. Why should they, as deities of equal rank, submit so humbly? If the Elder Supreme Kai were aware of these thoughts, he would surely commend the Eastern Supreme Kai's ambition, lamenting that such aspirations were exceedingly rare, akin to a 1 in a billion chance. Yet, dreaming was futile. It was best to remain grounded. Meanwhile, the Grand Minister, who had been observing Xue Tian's transformation from the shadows, was equally astounded. The notion that Xue Tian, with his humble foundational combat strength, could cultivate one of the pinnacle divine techniques was bewildering. Xue Tian remained a profound mystery, shrouded in enigma, with layers of secrets yet to be unveiled. Previously, the Grand Minister had contemplated sealing Xue Tian, ensuring the safety of the Omni-King. However, he grappled with a serious concern. What if Xue Tian possessed means to bind himself to the Omni-King suddenly? What if he had strategies to delay the sealing process? Such scenarios could jeopardize the Omni-King's safety. After weighing these considerations, the Grand Minister decided to observe for a while longer. For several days, he monitored Xue Tian's seemingly mundane existence, eating, sleeping, and little else. Yet, there lingered a subtle feeling that Xue Tian was anything but ordinary. After all, someone who could silently bypass him to bind the Omni-King could not be inept. Thus, he entrusted Whis to keep a watchful eye on Xue Tian, ensuring that no mishap befell him. Having witnessed Xue Tian's mastery of the divine body, the Grand Minister recognized that refraining from taking action against Xue Tian had been a prudent decision. On Earth, Xue Tian stood amidst the void, as celestial harmonies resonated, heralding the arrival of his divine body. In that moment, a symphony of enchanting melodies enveloped him, radiant colors swirling around, his garments billowing elegantly. With his striking visage, he resembled a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, exuding an aura of magnificence. Beerus and Whis gazed intently, not wishing to miss a single detail of this extraordinary spectacle. Chapter 65, The Frightening Countenance of Piccolo. Boom, boom, boom. Xue Tian clasped his hands together and swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Waves of divine energy surged around him, abundant and rich, surpassing even that found in the king's palace. Whis glanced at Vegeta, who was intently watching the sky, and advised, if you wish to stabilize your Super Saiyan God form, now is the time to ascend and absorb the divine energy that Xue Tian is conjuring. Vegeta cast a skeptical glance at Whis, but for one who ardently desired to enhance his power, doubt was quickly cast aside. He immediately activated his high-speed movement and burst forth from Whis's protective barrier. With his formidable strength, he knew that as long as the attacks were not aimed at him, the residual force could not claim his life. Once outside the barrier, he felt the divine energy enveloping him, invigorating his spirit and steadily boosting his combat prowess. Although this divine energy would not elevate Vegeta to godhood, it would certainly enhance his fighting capabilities more than years of training could achieve. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky beside Vegeta. Entranced by the absorption of divine energy, he was startled and exclaimed, "Kakarot, what are you doing here?" The newcomer was none other than Kakarot himself. Goku chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head, and replied, "Old Kai sent me, saying I could absorb the divine energy Xue Tian is releasing to enhance my strength." Vegeta shot a disparaging glance at Goku, silently cursing Old Kai for his meddling. As Goku absorbed the divine energy, he marveled, "It's incredible how effortlessly my combat power is rising." At that moment, Xue Tian's divine physical form was reaching its climax, ready to be summoned. With a powerful gesture and a booming command, he proclaimed, "Ha! Condense! Boom! Boom! Boom!" A deafening sound reverberated through the air, prompting Goku and Vegeta to instinctively cover their ears, channeling their energy to shield themselves from the overwhelming noise. The magnificent sound grew louder, yet it was not jarring. Rather, it evoked a sense of tranquility that seemed to purify their souls. With a thunderous roar, a colossal figure emerged behind Xue Tian, himself towering at 3,000 meters. Adorned with a magnificent divine halo radiating vibrant colors and beams of radiant light. This resplendent aura enveloped Xue Tian, exuding an air of sacred majesty. Goku, Vegeta, and the others felt an overwhelming urge to kneel in reverence, while ordinary bystanders fell prostrate, fervently bowing and making wishes. Whis murmured, "Such a divine physical form. Xue Tian's abilities are truly remarkable." Beerus, with a serious demeanor, seemed lost in thought. Yet his tone was filled with astonishment. "It is utterly astounding that you have achieved this divine form. I had assumed you merely crafted a few hand seals to intimidate others. Clearly, I underestimated your power." Xue Tian replied calmly, "Did you not wish to witness my abilities? This is but one of them." As he spoke, the towering figure of Xue Tian boomed, shaking the very earth beneath them, causing the surrounding sea to surge violently, as if responding to his voice alone. "Humph." Beerus scoffed, visibly displeased. "Even with your divine form, what of it? Defeating you would still be a trivial task. No matter how formidable this divine form may be, it cannot alter your fundamental weakness in combat power." With a sudden surge of energy, Beerus's purple aura intensified. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch towards Xue Tian. Before the immense presence of Xue Tian, Beerus appeared as insignificant as an ant. Yet he understood that to dismantle this divine form, he must target the core. With unyielding confidence, Xue Tian met the assault head-on, the colossal divine form responding in kind. A punch was thrown, and the very air within a 10,000-meter radius felt the impact, drawing in the surrounding sea and hinting at an impending volcanic eruption. Piccolo, his face paling in fear, gravely remarked, "Merely a casual swing of a fist, and the earth is on the brink of quaking, with volcanic eruptions and tsunamis looming. If a true confrontation arises, this planet cannot withstand their combined might. The earth is destined for destruction." Krillin, upon hearing Piccolo's words, hesitated, attempting to analyze the situation. Meanwhile, Satan, unwilling to see the earth perish, having just become a grandfather and eager to witness his grandchild, realized that he could not allow such a fate to unfold. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of Whis, who had accompanied Beerus. Given Whis's protective energy barrier, he knew that his strength was beyond the ordinary. If Whis intervened, perhaps Beerus would cease his reckless behavior. He turned to Whis, pleading, "Could you please prevent their battle?" Whis smiled gently. Under normal circumstances, he would not intervene. But he held the divine order from his father, the Grand Minister, to ensure Xue Tian's safety. Thus, he could indeed intervene, but at present, he was keen to witness the extent of Xue Tian's divine form's prowess. Additionally, he sought to glean insights from Xue Tian's divine form, hoping to master it himself and significantly enhance his own combat capabilities. "Apologies, but I cannot intervene at this moment," Whis replied. Satan, despondent and unsure of his next move, refused to give up, imploring, "Please, as long as you ensure the earth is not destroyed, I will reward you with endless delicacies." Whis's eyes sparkled with intrigue, an enticing offer. "Fear not, the earth shall remain intact. Enjoy the spectacle of this battle." Chapter 66. The astonishing reunion of Whis and Beerus. Bang. The fist of Beerus collided with Xue Tian, whose colossal golden body retaliated with equal force, sending Beerus hurtling thousands of meters away, disappearing like a distant star. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Beerus reappeared, and at that moment, a massive purple energy sphere coalesced in midair, spanning 100 meters in diameter, crashing down towards Xue Tian's form. Undaunted, Xue Tian welcomed the challenge, eager to test the true might of his divine golden body. With a swift gesture, he summoned a protective barrier and grasped the enormous purple energy sphere. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the energy sphere detonated against Xue Tian's golden body, obliterating one of his arms in an instant. Blood spewed from Xue Tian's mouth. The destruction of his divine form, intrinsically linked to his consciousness, inflicted significant harm upon him. Nevertheless, this injury was not insurmountable. With a focused thought, he formed a hand seal, and to the astonishment of all, his severed arm regenerated instantaneously. The efficacy of controlling the divine body hinged on both willpower and stamina, while its true strength derived from his foundational abilities. Thus, as long as his core remained intact and his energy was not entirely depleted, his divine golden body would endure. impervious to complete annihilation. Once his massive armor formed, Xue Tian lunged toward Beerus. Clearly, Beerus was aware of the divine body's properties. Understanding that as long as the core remained alive, the golden form could not be extinguished. Therefore, the loss of an arm did not faze him, and he prepared to evade. In a sudden leap, he dodged Xue Tian's colossal hand. Despite its size, the divine body was remarkably swift, outpacing Xue Tian's natural speed by many folds. When the initial grasp failed, Xue Tian swiftly adjusted, launching a counterattack. A massive energy orb formed atop his palm. Boom! The kilometer-sized energy blast surged toward Beerus, rendering him minuscule in comparison, as though he had vanished beneath its overwhelming presence. The sheer size of the orb did not diminish its speed, and Beerus, caught off guard, raised his right hand, conjuring a purple beam to counter. With a mighty swing, he generated a competing energy sphere, which quickly expanded to several hundred meters. Boom! The two energy blasts collided, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. In that moment, Weiss waved his staff, conjuring an energy shield that enveloped the battleground, ensuring that the ensuing chaos would not affect the surrounding area. Initially, Weiss had no intention of intervening, desiring to witness Xue Tian's prowess and the capabilities of his divine golden body. Thus, he reluctantly shielded the earth from destruction. Satan and his companions looked at Weiss with gratitude, thanking him. Weiss merely smiled, for his motives were not solely for Earth's sake. He sought the thrill of combat. He wished to prevent a scenario where Xue Tian and Beerus engaged in a relentless clash, given that Xue Tian, being a native of Earth, would undoubtedly be enraged by its obliteration. As the two forces erupted, a thick cloud of smoke obscured the view of the onlookers. Yet it did little to hinder the vision of Xue Tian and Beerus, whose powers rendered them impervious to such obstructions. Xue Tian did not cease his assault. He needed to fulfill his mission and engage continuously in battle. Upon completion, he would contemplate whether to regard Beerus as a mere adversary or a formidable beast to conquer. With both hands forming seals, the divine golden body descended upon Beerus with a tremendous strike. Beerus narrowly escaped. Bang! The strike collided with empty air, creating a violent vortex that rippled through the energy shield, hinting at imminent rupture. Weiss, sensing the escalating intensity, remarked, "Truly, the divine golden body is one of the pinnacle techniques of the gods. Merely its foundational combat prowess yields such devastation. Remarkable." Realizing he could not continue this way without facing dire consequences, Beerus acknowledged that pitting himself against Xue Tian's divine body was futile. It would only drain his divine power and stamina. Utilizing his speed, he swiftly closed the distance to Xue Tian. However, Xue Tian anticipated this maneuver, refusing to grant him such ease. With rapid hand seals and a surge of will, the divine golden body mirrored his motions, moving with such speed that it appeared almost blurry. Whoosh! Boom! Boom! The continuous barrage of energy blasts cascaded down like a torrential river from the cosmos, densely packed, each with a diameter of 1 meter, each formidable in its own right. Should one strike Beerus, the surrounding blast would converge, overwhelming him. Recognizing the threat, Beerus, a seasoned warrior, refrained from underestimating the onslaught. He unleashed destructive energy, coalescing around him as he advanced toward Xue Tian, who was closing in. Xue Tian smirked, finding it far too easy to let him approach. By my will," he declared, forming another seal. Suddenly, 3 copies of Xue Tian appeared flanking Beerus, each accompanied by their own divine golden body. Weiss watched in astonishment, realizing that Xue Tian could execute other special techniques while in the state of his divine golden body, an indication of unparalleled mastery. However, unbeknownst to Weiss, Xue Tian's proficiency exceeded mere mastery. He had achieved perfection. Beerus's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the 4 divine golden bodies, each poised to unleash their combined might, gathering the energies of the world and the cosmos. Chapter 67. The resilience of the void bloodline. As Beerus gazed in astonishment, Xue Tian simultaneously spread the arms of his 4 divine avatars, gathering the energies that permeate the world and the cosmos. From one of the divine avatars emerged the judgment blade. In an instant, a colossal, multicolored shadow materialized behind Xue Tian's divine form, amplifying its already immense presence. This shadow spanned an expanse of approximately 2,000 to 3,000 meters. The 4 divine avatars transformed into these vast shadows, enveloping everything around them in a dazzling display of colors, making Beerus feel as if he were ensnared beneath the flickering lights of a slow-motion bar. This judgment technique was derived from the fused Zamasu, a skill Xue Tian had acquired during a previous mission, and it could be regarded as one of the divine techniques. Powerful in its own right, though not as formidable as the ultimate flash, it nonetheless held its own. Most notably, the attacking range of this judgment blade was extraordinarily vast. No matter how Beerus tried to evade, escape would be exceedingly difficult. Subsequently, the four multicolored shadows morphed into countless shimmering points, akin to the stars that adorn the night sky. With a mere wave of his hand, Xue Tian summoned the strength within his being. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These radiant points descended upon Beerus like a barrage of sharp blades, their speed rivaling that of shooting stars. In an instant, the number of these points surged to millions, even tens of millions, densely packed together. Even if these were not aggressive strikes, they could easily overwhelm anyone, creating a deluge with little effort. Observing this torrent of attacks, Beerus dared not underestimate their threat. While he had previously sidestepped Xue Tian's rapid energy blast with ease, this onslaught posed a genuine challenge, numbering in the millions. Piccolo, Krillin, Android 18, and the others were left in awe at the spectacle, imagining themselves caught in such a terrifying assault, utterly defenseless against its might. In the air, Beerus once again amplified his power, now exerting 60% of his strength. Cloaked in a veil of destruction energy, he spread his arms wide, layers of destructive force enveloping him. He chose not to evade the overwhelming judgment blade energy, aware that evasion was futile. Instead, he resolved to counteract it with his own destructive power. Boom, boom, boom. Millions of judgment blade energies collided with his protective energy shield, instantly dissipating into nothingness, causing no harm to Beerus. Plumes of smoke erupted, and in the blink of an eye, the surroundings transformed into a fog-laden landscape, obscuring visibility for hundreds of thousands of meters, reminiscent of a natural mist. This haze was confined to a radius of 100,000 meters, primarily due to Xwe's protective barrier. Without it, the entire area would have been shrouded in mist. Krillin couldn't help but exclaim, "What terrifying power!" Zzrip. Just as he finished speaking, Xwe's already strained protective barrier burst open with a gaping hole several meters wide. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure descended upon everyone, sending shockwaves through the billions of beings on Earth, their expressions filled with dread as they gazed skyward. Those of weaker willpower prostrated themselves on the ground, paralyzed with fear, unable to move a muscle. If such a small breach could provoke this response, a complete rupture would undoubtedly crush all life on Earth under the sheer force of the four divine avatars. Though Satan possessed some combat prowess, he was closer to Xue Tian than the others and collapsed to the ground, visibly distressed, casting a pleading glance at Xwe. Observing Satan's plight, the others quickly conjured a protective barrier around him, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and the other ordinary individuals. In the air, a mechanical voice resonated in Xue Tian's mind. Ding. Choice 2 completed. Harness Beerus' strength to double combat power. Reward, second level of flash technique. Did I complete Choice 2 so swiftly? Xue Tian marveled, surprised by the system's announcement, as he had scarcely engaged in battle. His energy reserves had barely dwindled, even after a brief rest of mere seconds. His vitality surged back to its peak. The Void bloodline was indeed remarkable, restoring energy as if he were impervious to fatigue. Typically, utilizing a divine avatar would consume half one's energy, let alone employing the shadow shift and unleashing 4 judgment blades. The energy expenditure would be staggering, yet he found himself only slightly drained, recovering within moments. Xue Tian paused for a moment, refraining from overthinking. Learning second level of flash technique. Ding. Congratulations. Host has mastered second level of flash technique. Now equipped with this newfound skill, Xue Tian contemplated allowing Beerus to experience the second level of the flash technique beneath the divine avatar's might. Eager to showcase his abilities, he thought, "Today, you shall witness enough of my prowess." Xue Tian had become quite enamored with the battle. Although the millions of judgment blade energies had not touched Beerus, the latter had nonetheless expended considerable energy. Xue Tian was confident that if the skirmish continued, he could deplete Beerus' stamina. Of course, this hinged on Beerus refraining from unleashing his destructive capabilities. Should he do so, Xue Tian would have no opportunity to respond. Xue Tian understood that while it appeared he and Beerus were evenly matched, it was primarily because Beerus had yet to unleash his full destructive potential. To truly defeat Beerus, one would need either an authentic immortal form or powers magnitudes greater than his own. Only then would victory be feasible. For now, however, it was impossible. He could only siphon energy from Beerus for his own gain. As Beerus observed the cessation of Xue Tian's attacks, he retracted his destructive energy, secretly recuperating to restore his strength. Though unharmed, his energy reserves had significantly dwindled. Watching Xue Tian wield the 4 divine avatars, he cursed inwardly, pondering what sort of monster this individual was, seeming to possess boundless stamina, or was he merely putting on a brave face? Observing Xue Tian's form, Beerus noted he showed no signs of fatigue or any attempts to recover energy, instead appearing invigorated. Xue Tian exhaled, and the 4 divine avatars mimicked his action, releasing a tempest that dispelled the mist. With a thunderous voice, he called out, "Beerus, are you prepared to face my next move?" Chapter 68. I could slap myself to death, Beerus. Do you dare to confront my next move? A deafening voice resonated, echoing throughout the cosmos, even reaching the neighboring planets. Beerus, known for his ferocity and volatile temper, was livid upon hearing these words, his face darkening to a deep purple. It was an utter affront for the god of destruction of the 7th universe to be so questioned by those under his dominion. In an instant, his furious visage morphed into a semblance of twisted amusement, with violet flames flickering in his eyes, unmistakably indicating that he was genuinely enraged. Xue Tian, however, was undeterred by such threats. He refused to believe that Beerus would actually resort to destruction to eliminate him. He was equally skeptical that Whis or the Grand Priest would remain passive. In fact, he suspected that the Grand Priest was already monitoring the situation, poised to intervene should Beerus attempt to strike him down. As Xue Tian formed his hand seals, the space beneath him began to pale and shimmer, transforming into a cosmic panorama. Meanwhile, Beerus began to amass his own power, sensing that Xue Tian's assault would be more formidable than before and not to be underestimated. In the Kaishan realm, the old Kaishan exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad. The universe is gradually vanishing." The East Kaishan, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean by the universe is disappearing?" Observing the changes around them, they noted that the once normal terrestrial space was morphing into a cosmic vista. This signified that the Earth could no longer withstand the might of their powers, on the verge of collapse. If their battle continued, it could spell the annihilation of this universe, plunging it into nothingness. Into nothingness. The East Kaishan gazed in astonishment. Although he had seen little of the divine records, he was aware that the era of nothingness was fraught with peril, devoid of laws, where the weak were preyed upon by the strong, and death was ever looming. Should the Kaishans find themselves in such a time, survival would be impossible, even with the omnipotent Xeno as their ally. For in that era, those lurking in the shadows of the demon realm or other timelines might emerge, leading to utter chaos in the universe. Old Ancestor, are you being somewhat exaggerated? Even with their overwhelming strength, they cannot possibly overturn this universe and usher in the era of nothingness. The East Kaishan cautiously questioned, feeling an impending sense of dread. However, the old Kaishan, remaining calm, responded, "This is merely my speculation. Only the universe and the two of them truly know if they can endure each other's powers. Yet, given Xue Tian's rapid growth and diverse capabilities, such a possibility is not to be dismissed. East Kaishan, you must immediately inform Xue Tian to cease his actions." Understood. Although uncertain whether their clash would indeed obliterate the universe, the potential consequences were too grave to gamble upon. Thus, they promptly contacted Xue Tian. On Earth, in the skies. "Mr. Xue Tian, can you hear me? You must halt your battle at once. Otherwise, the entire Earth will be destroyed, as it can no longer bear the weight of your combined powers. Observe your surroundings." Xue Tian glanced around and noticed that the air had been compressed to near nothingness, the environment turning pale before shifting into a cosmic landscape. He realized that they could not continue this fight, despite his desire for further engagement. Nevertheless, his fervor remained undiminished. The old Kaishan, noting his indifference, urged, "Mr. Xue Tian, you promised to protect the Earth during this encounter. If you destroy it in battle, it would be a betrayal of your word." Xue Tian's lips twitched in surprise. He had nearly forgotten this promise, though he quickly recalled that the old Kaishan had reminded him. "Very well, I suppose I cannot be too stubborn." His overwhelming energy retracted, and the celestial form dissipated, reverting to a normal state. Beerus, taken aback by this sudden change, questioned, "What are you doing? Did you not have more techniques to showcase?" "I was prepared for them." Xue Tian replied coolly, "I indeed have further techniques, but the earth can no longer withstand our powers. I have vowed to the old Kaishin to safeguard it during this encounter. Therefore, our battle is temporarily suspended." Beerus, displeased, coldly retorted, "I am the god of destruction of the seventh universe. In this realm, my word is law. Destroying a mere planet is trivial. This confrontation cannot simply be cancelled at your whim. You lack the authority to make such a decision." With that, Beerus's aura surged once more, indicating he was ready to attack. Both Beerus and Xue Tian were equally irate. "Beerus, do not be ungrateful. Do not assume I fear you. If you truly provoke me, I might as well slap myself to death." Everyone present stood in bewilderment, utterly confused, gazing at Xue Tian in a daze. Was he really implying he would slap himself to death? Shouldn't it be Beerus facing the consequence instead? Beerus, equally perplexed, struggled to comprehend the meaning behind Xue Tian's words, but soon grasped that he had misspoken. Nonetheless, he mocked, "Oh, is that so? How amusing. Then go ahead. Slap yourself to death." In truth, Xue Tian had not erred. Despite any frustration, he could not have miscommunicated his intent. "Very well, I shall indeed slap myself to death." Chapter 69. What's wrong with having a powerful backing? "Very well, I shall strike myself down." With that, Xue Tian raised his hand, aiming it squarely at his forehead, poised to deliver a self-inflicted blow. Beerus, observing his actions, was perplexed. Was this a suicidal threat directed at me? Yet, this ploy would not intimidate me. While I may harbor some curiosity about you, your demise holds no sway over me. Suddenly, Xue Tian's aura surged, his body expanding rapidly, energy swelling like an overinflated balloon. It was an imminent self-detonation. Hidden in the shadows, the Grand Priest was taken aback. This was no jest. Initially, he thought Xue Tian's declaration of self-harm was merely a joke, but it was clear now that he was quite serious. He immediately sent a mental command to Whis. "Whis, what are you waiting for? Hurry and stop Xue Tian. If he truly commits suicide, we shall all bear the consequences." Whis had intended to observe whether Xue Tian would genuinely choose this path, reasoning that if he did, it would not concern him. He was indeed tasked with protecting him, but there was no stipulation against allowing him to take his own life. However, upon hearing the Grand Priestess' urgent call, Whis swiftly appeared before Xue Tian. His demeanor gentle and refined. "Mr. Xue Tian, please, temper your anger. Let us discuss this calmly." Xue Tian was aware that the Grand Priest was lurking nearby, though he had yet to reveal himself. He surmised that the Grand Priest wished to gauge his resolve, to see if he would genuinely follow through with his threat. Yet, the Grand Priest could not afford to take that gamble. He worried that if Xue Tian were to take his life, it would spiral beyond control. Another consideration for the Grand Priest was the potential loss of face. Appearing to intervene in such a manner would diminish his stature. After all, he served the Omni-King, not himself. Xue Tian's deductions about the Grand Priest's motivations were not unfounded. The Grand Priest, being a figure of immense authority in the 12 universes, did not wish to be cowed into submission repeatedly by Xue Tian's threats. Xue Tian, however, was indifferent to this. His aim was simply to elicit a response, and Whis' presence sufficed. Regardless of the circumstances, he had recognized the Grand Priest's apprehensions. Moreover, given the Omni-King's penchant for obliteration, if Xue Tian were to perish, the Omni-King, with his childlike temperament, would undoubtedly erase the entire universe in a fit of pique, leaving no one unscathed. Beerus, observing Whis' sudden intervention, felt a twinge of confusion and irritation. "Whis, what are you doing? If he wants to die, let him. Wouldn't he that solve everything?" The Grand Priest, concealed in the shadows, seethed at Beerus' audacity, wishing he could deliver a swift reprimand. As such thoughts crossed his mind, an involuntary shiver ran down Beerus' spine, a chilling sensation that something dreadful loomed. He was astonished. Why was he feeling this way? As a destroyer god with formidable strength, his instincts were usually precise. Yet he was now stricken with an inexplicable fear. Was it simply because he suggested that Whis should refrain from intervening? The fear he felt could not possibly stem from Whis. Although Whis was indeed more powerful, he would not wield that power against him. Whis maintained his serene expression, replying, "Lord Beerus, Xue Tian cannot die." In truth, Whis was equally puzzled. Why protect Xue Tian if he were free to choose his own fate? This is his will. He pondered silently. Beerus, perplexed, inquired why not. Do you wish to learn his divine form? He then cleared his ears. That divine form is not easily mastered. After years of training and exposure to countless divine scriptures and histories, how could he possibly teach you? Though he spoke dismissively, Beerus himself harbored a desire to learn that divine form, yet he was hampered by pride, especially after clashing with Xue Tian. To now express a wish to learn from him would be tantamount to slapping his own face. Having lived alongside Beerus for many years, Xue understood his thoughts well. Not at all. It is simply that Xue Tian cannot die. Without further explanation, he turned to Xue Tian, calmly stating, Mr. Xue Tian, I implore you to remain calm and lower your hand. Whatever the matter, we can discuss it amicably. If you do not wish to fight, then there shall be no battle, and Lord Beerus will not destroy Earth. Hey, Xue, it seems you are encroaching on my duties. Have you forgotten the Angel S code? Beerus retorted, irked. The decision to destroy Earth was his prerogative and had no bearing on Xue. By stating otherwise, he felt his authority was being undermined. Yet, Xue acted as if he had not heard, continuing to smile at Xue Tian. As long as Xue Tian refrained from suicide, the matter could be handled. Although he had no direct say, he still possessed the ability to thwart Beerus's plans. With the Grand Priestess' endorsement, what did the Angel S code matter? Xue Tian slowly lowered his hand, stating coolly, if you wish for me to refrain from taking my life, then let Beerus apologize to me. He was determined to make Beerus understand that engaging with him was no trivial matter. Strength alone would not suffice. You must apologize. I possess a powerful backing. What of it? If you dispute this, let the Omni-King come to address you. As a traveler from another world, would he not lose face for his kin by not asserting himself? If he were to cower and show kindness, he might as well become a saint. What? Beerus exploded, leaping to his feet, his eyes ablaze with purple flames. Did he mishear Xue Tian, or did Xue Tian err? Xue was kindly trying to prevent his suicide. And here Xue Tian demanded an apology. No, this was a threat. A suicidal threat directed at Xue. Once he regained his composure, he chuckled with a hint of amusement. Xue, he is threatening you with suicide. Xue, too, felt a flicker of displeasure in all his countless years. This was the first instance he had been threatened in such a manner. He contemplated silently. If you wish to take your life, then do so. I shall let it be. However, as this thought crossed his mind, the Grand Priestess' icy voice resonated in his consciousness. Xue, do you intend to defy my orders? Or perhaps Chapter 70. Xue, do you no longer wish to live? Or is it that you do not aspire to be an angel? Do you yearn to reincarnate as an ordinary human, enduring suffering and the cycles of life? The chilling words struck Xue like a thunderbolt. The thought of not wanting to be an angel, of facing the agony and the endless cycle of existence, was utterly terrifying. It meant renouncing his angelic lineage and becoming human. A life constrained by a finite lifespan, burdened with mundane concerns, limited in power. Such notions made him tremble involuntarily. He quickly acknowledged his misstep in his thoughts. Father, I realize my error. I shall stop him immediately. Xue bore no doubt regarding the high priest's words. Despite the high priest's outwardly amiable demeanor, all were aware of his true nature, one who severed desires and emotions with ruthless precision. Compassion and indifference, joy and anger, all hinged upon a fleeting thought. Should he choose to act, his words would manifest into reality. To provoke him would lead only to one inevitable outcome, death. Even if they were the offspring of the high priest, their fate would remain unchanged. The high priest's voice resonated coldly in Xue's mind once more. Xue, I warn you, if Mr. Xue Tian were to take his own life, or meet with any misfortune, you shall sever your own angelic lineage. The sharpness of his admonition, though voiced in thoughts, burrowed deeply into Xue's heart, instilling a sense of unwavering obedience. In that moment, Xue's inner pride was swiftly quelled, and the congenial smile he had maintained transformed into a more genuine warmth, no longer merely a facade. Indeed, Xue had always presented a facade of friendliness and smiles, an act he had meticulously crafted to emulate his father, aspiring to reach such exalted heights. Yet, the chasm between them could not be bridged by mere imitation of expressions and habits. Mr. Xue Tian, your request is acceptable. As long as you do not take your own life, we can discuss anything. Beerus suddenly halted, his eyes wide with disbelief. Xue, have you lost your senses? Do you comprehend what he is saying? He is demanding an apology from you. Can't you see that he is threatening you? Xue smiled softly, gazing at Beerus. Lord Beerus, since Mr. Xue Tian requires your apology, then you should oblige him. Beerus furrowed his brow, his ears nearly twisting in frustration, presenting a rather distorted appearance. The onlookers, observing the unfolding situation, were taken aback by the unexpected shift. After all, Beerus was the god of destruction of Universe 7, a being of unparalleled authority. To compel him to apologize was a task tenfold more challenging than urging Vegeta to do so. Thoughts raced through their minds, as long as Beerus did not obliterate Earth. Why must he apologize? Was this not a provocation? Even the old Supreme Kai, upon hearing Mr. Xue's words, called out urgently. Yet Xue Tian appeared wholly indifferent to his pleas, as if the words had been carried away by the wind. Beerus crossed his arms, unmoved, tilting his face away as he coolly declared, "You expect me to apologize? Absolutely not." Xue Tian's brow furrowed, the corners of his mouth descending slightly. If that is the case, then there is nothing further to discuss. He raised his hand. Whis swiftly interposed with his staff, stating urgently, "Mr. Xue Tian, please grant me a moment. I shall persuade Lord Beerus." "Lord Beerus, you have indeed acted recklessly this time. Please extend an apology to Mr. Xue Tian." In an instant, Beerus dropped his arms, fist clenched, an aura of terrifying destructive power radiating from him as he thundered, "Whis, you not only interfere with my duties but also insult me. After living alongside me for countless years, when have you ever seen me apologize? And why do you heed his words? He threatens you, and you comply? Do you truly believe that if he dies, you will perish as well?" A slight smile graced Whis' lips. Indeed. Boom. Beerus and the onlookers momentarily froze, their hearts racing with disbelief. What is happening? If Xue Tian were to die, Whis would follow him into death. Surely, this cannot be a jest. Beerus found it hard to accept. He had never heard of angels binding their lives to anyone. The gods of destruction were bound to the Supreme Kais, a situation orchestrated by the Omni-King for the sake of balance, and their powers were bestowed by him. However, while angels served the gods of destruction and the high priest served the Omni-King, neither the angels nor the high priest fell under the Omni-King's direct jurisdiction. This implied that the Omni-King could not employ the same tactics against angels as he did with the gods of destruction. Even if he attempted to, would the high priest remain passive? No matter how heartless the high priest might be, these angels were his kin. He would never allow their power to be obliterated by another. Thus, Beerus believed that Whis was merely jesting. "Whis, are you jesting?" "Not at all." Whis replied with a smile, his expression unwavering. Though his face wore a smile, Beerus, having shared countless years with him, recognized the truth behind it. The smile was a mask, concealing a heart laden with sorrow. Whis felt a profound bitterness. After all, he was the beloved son of his father. Yet his father was willing to renounce his angelic lineage for the sake of this individual, forcing him to bear the burdens of existence. It was utterly perplexing. Could it be true, as Lord Parada had once suggested, that this person was the illegitimate child of his father? Even if he were an illegitimate child, such treatment was unfathomable. In that moment, Whis' heart ached. Beerus, caught in a dilemma, could not fathom why Xue Tian's death would be intertwined with Whis' fate. But Whis' demeanor left no room for doubt. On one side stood Whis, on the other, his own pride. How was he to choose? Pride? Or Whis' life? Must he truly apologize? Yet, should he refuse, this individual might take his own life, leading Whis to perish alongside him. Sighing deeply, he turned to Whis, who wore a smile devoid of any evident change or emotion. No hint of his inner turmoil could be discerned, even by Beerus. Yet, deep down, Beerus understood that Whis was undoubtedly heartbroken. At such heights, joy and anger seldom revealed themselves. With a heavy sigh, Beerus ultimately made his decision. "Very well, I shall apologize." Chapter 71, Beerus' Epiphany. In an instant, the pride that resided within Beerus began to crumble, albeit only partially, for the sake of friendship. He relinquished his lofty demeanor as he turned to Xue Tian, his expression icy as he declared, "Although I do not comprehend why your demise concerns Whis, I must caution you. It is imperative that you remain alive. Should you bring about Whis' death, I shall extract you from the depths of hell and subject you to the relentless torment of destructive flames, forcing you to endure the infinite agony of fire. Is that not so?" Before Beerus could voice his apology, Xue Tian abruptly interjected, interrupting his words. Beerus cast a perplexed glance at Xue Tian, bewildered as to why his apology was being cut off. Did he not wish to hear such words? What was the purpose of this interruption? Xue Tian smiled gently, his intention not born from mercy or a sudden awakening of conscience, but rather from the realization that Beerus possessed some semblance of loyalty. for the sake of Whis' life. He had set aside his pride. Having traversed from the real world, Xue Tian was acutely aware of the character traits attributed to Beerus in the anime. Beerus' arrogance rivaled that of Vegeta, and he was, after all, the god of destruction of Universe 7, a being of supreme authority. As the saying goes, he had never bowed to anyone except the Omni-King, never once lowering himself to offer an apology. This act before him was a significant concession, especially in the presence of all Earth's inhabitants. Such humiliation was profound. Yet, for Whis' sake, Beerus was willing to endure it, revealing his capacity for loyalty. Xue Tian found himself favorably inclined towards such a person, recalling a brother in his own life who had once helped him immensely. Though he was not one to show undue compassion or act as a saint, he could not bring himself to bully someone who valued loyalty. Having achieved his goal of eliciting an apology from Beerus, Xue Tian wanted to convey that he was not to be trifled with. Unlike others in Universe 7 who could be easily manipulated. At that moment, Beerus regarded Xue Tian with a newfound respect, recognizing that his dignity had not been thoroughly compromised. Xue Tian continued, "Rest assured, I will safeguard my own life and will not perish so easily. However, should anyone pose a threat, I shall end my own existence with a single strike." Beerus replied, "Why do I sense that the real threat does not lie with others, but rather with your own reckless tendencies? Is it truly wise to speak of ending your life so casually?" Whis looked at Beerus with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Lord Beerus." Truthfully, had Beerus not chosen to apologize in the end, he would have found himself in a difficult predicament. Forcing an apology would necessitate conflict, which he wished to avoid. As Beerus regarded Whis with a cold demeanor, he felt an unexpected shift within himself. He realized that as long as Whis was unharmed, what did his pride matter? The exchange of a little dignity for Whis' life was a fair trade. In that moment, Beerus felt a surge within him, the destructive energy swirling intensely, enveloping him in layers upon layers of power. Bulma, having consumed a sense of being, had fully regained her strength and was taken aback by Beerus' sudden change, exclaiming, "What is happening? Is Beerus truly about to destroy Earth? Did he not just promise not to fight? Is this all due to Xue Tian's insistence on an apology?" However, as the others witnessed the aura of destructive energy emanating from Beerus, they sensed he was not merely angered. Goku and Vegeta felt an unusual disturbance, one that did not seem to stem from rage. Whis raised his staff, conjuring an energy shield to protect Beerus. Xue Tian explained to the onlookers, he is not angry. He has merely attained a moment of enlightenment. Indeed, Beerus experienced an epiphany, not born of fury, but rather the profound realization that his pride paled in comparison to the value of Whis' life. In that moment, he grasped a profound truth, the essence of emotion. Destruction is governed by the whims of the heart, yet Beerus had not transcended the realm of desires and emotions. It could even be said that he had not yet attained the capacity for emotional connection, so how could he truly be devoid of sentiment? Thus, at the moment he comprehended the significance of emotion, he ascended. Emotion leads to detachment, detachment leads to desire, and from desire, one can achieve a state of non-desire. By severing the 6 desires and extinguishing the 7 emotions, one can attain the pinnacle of existence. Upon hearing this, the crowd understood. Enlightenment was not a novel concept for them, though they had rarely witnessed it. So far, only Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo had experienced such moments within their group. If Xue Tian recalled correctly, Krillin would also achieve an epiphany just before the Tournament of Power. During an episode where he and Goku found themselves lost in a dark forest, confronting foes they had previously vanquished, Vegeta, Frieza, Cell, and the Ginyu Force. Each a source of dread for Krillin. Ultimately, however, he achieved enlightenment, harnessing his willpower to face these past adversaries and significantly enhancing his combat prowess. 10 minutes later, Beerus' moment of enlightenment concluded, the destructive energy retracting into his being. He clenched his fists and smiled. I never anticipated that I would experience enlightenment, elevating my destructive power and mastery to a new tier. Whis congratulated him. Congratulations, Lord Beerus. Beerus smiled knowingly, then turned to Xue Tian, incredulously stating, thank you. He understood that had it not been for Xue Tian's intervention, he would not have realized the importance of emotion and thus would not have attained this new level of understanding. Xue Tian, too, was surprised by the unintended consequence of his actions, leading to Beerus' enlightenment and subsequent power increase. The next time they clashed, he would face a formidable opponent. Yet he also recognized his own advancements. Following this battle, his foundational combat strength had seen a rapid increase. And he discovered another aspect of his void lineage, an exceptionally low rate of stamina consumption, nearly allowing for limitless endurance. Do not mention it. This is merely your fortune and opportunity. You should express gratitude for your own choices, not to me. These seemingly simple words resonated deeply with Beerus, impacting him more than expected and further enhancing his regard for Xue Tian. Bulma observed the tranquility returning to their surroundings, proclaiming, "Everyone, come down. The party is still ongoing. And there are grand prizes to be won." Chapter 72, A Winning Chance. Arise, Divine Dragon. As the trio descended, the sky instantly returned to its radiant azure. The tumultuous sea calmed, and a gentle breeze revitalized the surroundings. The group landed on the ship and began to indulge in a variety of exquisite dishes. After receiving a thorough reprimand from Beerus, Bu became considerably more subdued, choosing not to share a table with him. Naturally, the others were also hesitant to arrange for the two to sit together. Satan guided Bu to another side where he could feast to his heart's content. Faced with an array of delicacies, Bu quickly forgot about the earlier scolding, while Beerus, too, found solace in the culinary delights, leading to a harmonious atmosphere filled with joy. After a while, as the sumptuous feast neared its conclusion, the party transitioned to its final segment, the Grand Lottery. Bulma instructed Trunks to bring forth a large spinning wheel, which bore the intriguing inscription of Mystery Grand Prize at its pinnacle. She then explained the rules to the attendees. Spinning the wheel and landing on the mystery prize would signify a win. Those who did not spin would receive a consolation prize of 100 million, while those who did spin would only receive 50 million. Upon hearing the rewards and the rules, Xue Tian couldn't help but marvel at Bulma's wealth, recognizing her as the reigning mogul of the Dragon Ball universe. Truly extravagant and remarkable. Thus, the lottery commenced. The first contestant, number 18, spun but did not win. Although a bit disappointed, the consolation prize was still quite generous. Next was Launch, who also failed to win, followed by Krillin and Piccolo, neither of whom had any luck. Even Goku's turn ended without a win. Vegeta, initially reluctant to participate, was eventually persuaded by Bulma, who insisted that it was his wife's birthday party and he ought to join in the festivities. Ultimately, he spun. Yet fortune did not favor him either. At this point, only Xue Tian, Tien Shinhan, Whis, Beerus, and Yamcha remained who had not yet spun. At Bulma's behest, Xue Tian casually gave the wheel a spin, which surprisingly landed on the mystery grand prize. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Xue Tian himself was taken aback by his good fortune. He was already aware that the reward consisted of the 7 Dragon Balls, which Bulma had painstakingly gathered for her birthday. Bulma proclaimed, "I declare that Xue Tian has won the mystery grand prize. Trunks, please retrieve it." "Sure thing, Mom." Trunks responded. Krillin, adjusting his wig, exclaimed, "Wow, Xue Tian, your luck is incredible. You actually won." The group gazed enviously at him, aware that Bulma's mysterious gift would surely be extraordinary, given that even the consolation prizes were a staggering 100 million. The curiosity piqued even Beerus and Whis regarding the nature of this mysterious reward. A short while later, Trunks and Goten emerged, carrying a tray covered with a red cloth. Upon seeing the tray, the group began to speculate, and Krillin gasped, "Oh, the mystery grand prize must be this." Piccolo chuckled. Only something of great value could make 100 million seem like a consolation prize. Goku, turning to the aloof Vegeta, jested, "Did you collect this?" Their banter resembled that of a married couple, with Goku playfully teasing Vegeta, who huffed in disdain, "Humph. I have no time for such trivial matters." However, Goku, with a serious tone, remarked, "But I just heard you shout, 'My Bulma,' when Lord Beerus reprimanded her." Vegeta's expression darkened, akin to a frostbitten leaf, his face a mix of black and purple as he retorted, "Kakarot." He had always held disdain for matters of love, feeling embarrassed to be exposed in front of others. Meanwhile, Bulma stifled a laugh. Yamcha enthusiastically suggested, "Xue Tian, why don't you take a guess at what this mysterious gift could be?" They assumed that Xue Tian, unfamiliar with their past, would not recognize the significance of the Dragon Balls. With a charming smile, Xue Tian, confident in his knowledge of the Dragon Balls, responded, 7 Dragon Balls." The crowd gasped in astonishment, staring at him in disbelief. "You know about the Dragon Balls?" they exclaimed. "Of course," he replied with a grin. Piccolo interjected. Given his awareness of the past and future, how could he not know of the Dragon Balls? The realization dawned on them. and Krillin sheepishly chuckled. How could we even question him? Curiously, Beerus, lounging with a cold cola, inquired. Whis, what exactly are the Dragon Balls? Whis, like a living encyclopedia, explained. The Dragon Balls are a special set of orbs created by the Namekians. There are 7 in total, and when gathered and the summoning incantation is spoken, one can summon the eternal dragon to grant wishes. Oh, that's quite fascinating, Beerus remarked, his interest piqued. After receiving the Dragon Balls, Bulma urged Xue Tian. Since you know about the Dragon Balls, hurry and make a wish. Xue Tian pondered for a moment, realizing he had no pressing desires. If he were to wish for anything, it would be to elevate his combat prowess to that of the Grand Minister. But he doubted that even the Eternal Dragon could fulfill such a request. After all, if beings of that caliber existed in the universe, there would surely be more than just a handful. What, then, should he wish for? He couldn't simply choose not to make a wish. Having traversed into the world of Dragon Ball Super, it would be a missed opportunity to experience the thrill of making a wish to the Eternal Dragon. At that moment, his gaze fell upon someone, Launch. Suddenly, he knew precisely what his wish should be. Placing the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, he called out, Arise, Eternal Dragon, and grant my wish. Chapter 73 The Trembling Divine Dragon Arise, Divine Dragon, and grant my wish. In an instant, the sky transformed dramatically, dark clouds gathered ominously, and flashes of lightning danced at the horizon, interspersed with glimmers of golden light. Above the 7 Dragon Balls, a plume of smoke suddenly erupted, coalescing into a magnificent green 4-clawed dragon, which swiftly morphed into a golden light, soaring into the heavens. Xue Tian sensed that the dragon possessed little combat prowess, yet within its being resided a unique force, the power of wishes. He could not help but admire the ingenuity and capability of the Namekians, who had managed to create such a power. Now, having entered this Dragon Ball universe, he was eager to experience the act of wishing. Pilaf exclaimed excitedly, The dragon has appeared. I shall make a wish to become the ruler of the world. Little Mai, standing nearby, cautioned, Lord Pilaf, this dragon was summoned by Xue Tian. If you wish, could it not turn against you? Pilaf was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting towards Xue Tian, as the flames of his excitement were doused by a cold reality. He found it impossible to gauge Xue Tian's character. Unlike Sun Wukong, who would spare those who were not truly evil, this individual might very well be capable of violence. The thought of missing this opportunity to wish and attain his dream of world domination caused his mouth to twitch in frustration. Once, he had been on the brink of ruling the world, but when he had previously summoned the dragon, his nerves had gotten the better of him, preventing him from speaking, and ultimately allowing Oolong to seize the opportunity with a wish for a pair of panties. To this day, Pilaf could hardly contain his desire to reprimand Oolong for that folly, realizing that his dream of domination had been thwarted by something so trivial. The green dragon coiled majestically in the sky, its massive form undulating slightly, its gaze fixed upon Xue Tian and the others. Speak your desires. I shall grant your wishes, it proclaimed. The crowd turned their eyes towards Xue Tian, eagerly urging, Xue Tian, voice your wish. The dragon can fulfill it. At that moment, Beerus inquired, Can this dragon truly grant any wish? The dragon, though maintaining a composed facade, responded with pride, Indeed, any wish can be granted. But when its gaze fell upon Beerus, it froze, its tail halting mid-motion, stammering in shock, Beerus, how are you here? Beerus was taken aback, surprised that the little dragon recognized him, his pride swelling slightly. Yes, hurry and grant their wishes. Of course, Lord Beerus. I await their wishes, the dragon replied, trembling and sweating profusely. It had never anticipated encountering Beerus on Earth, especially while being scrutinized from above. It fervently hoped that Beerus would not blame it, and observing Beerus's nonchalant demeanor eased its anxiety. The onlookers were astonished by the dragon's fear of Beerus, their perception of the dragon's once hallowed status shaken. It seemed that the dragon was not as formidable as they had believed. This revelation later played a significant role in Bulma's subsequent summoning of the dragon, where she leveraged Beerus's threat to compel the dragon to fulfill her wishes. The dragon, now stripped of its earlier arrogance, turned to Xue Tian and asked in a calmer tone, Please, state your wish. Xue Tian pointed towards Lan-Z and declared, I wish for you to cure her of her uncontrollable rage triggered by sneezing, transforming it into a power she can freely control. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Unprepared for Xue Tian's selfless wish, They had expected him to wish for something for himself. They could not help but feel that Xue Tian held a deep regard for Lam-Z. Lam-Z, too, was taken aback that her master had chosen to use his first wish on her. A warm sensation enveloped her, akin to the embrace of a fine wine, as her cheeks flushed with emotion. This was what it felt like to be cherished. Amidst her gratitude, a wave of sweet happiness washed over her. Very well. This is a simple matter. The dragon shimmered with light, casting a glow upon Lam-Z, which swiftly dissipated. After the light faded, Lam-Z felt a new control within her consciousness. She could now manage her rage at will. "Thank you, master," she exclaimed joyfully. Previously, she had contemplated wishing for a remedy to her issue but deemed it a waste, especially given her own inability to gather the Dragon Balls. Thus, she had resigned herself to the situation. Little did she know, her sneeze-triggered rage had ultimately been resolved through the dragon's magic. The dragon continued, "Now, please state your second wish." Xue Tian turned to the others, asking, "What desires do you hold? Feel free to make your wishes." "What do you mean? Do you have no wish left?" Bulma and the others were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why he would forego another wish. Xue Tian smiled and nodded. "Yes. The wish it can fulfill for me is complete. No other wish can be granted." Bulma and the others were unaware of the dragon's limitations, believing it to be capable of anything, and immediately exclaimed, "No. The dragon can fulfill any wish you have. There is nothing it cannot accomplish." "Right, dragon?" The dragon hesitated momentarily before affirming, "Indeed." Xue Tian chuckled softly, amused by the dragon's desire to maintain its dignity. However, he was not one to embarrass others. Thus, he simply replied, "Feel free to make your wishes. My own has been fulfilled." For those like Sun Wukong and Bulma in the past, this dragon had indeed been able to grant any wish, as their experiences were limited at that time. However, now, they understood that many desires could not simply be fulfilled by the mere presence of wish power. The dragon, keen on preserving its reputation, proclaimed, "Speak your desires, and I shall grant them all." Chapter 74. How did you comprehend the divine aspect golden body? Xue Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Let us leave it at that. You all can make your wishes." The Shenlong, observing his demeanor, felt its abilities were being questioned and became increasingly displeased. "Are you doubting my capabilities? Speak your wish, or I shall take my leave." It had intended to refer to itself as this divine dragon, but upon remembering Beerus' presence, it quickly retracted. Seeing the dragon's insistence, Xue Tian chuckled. "All right then, transform my base combat power into the strongest in the universe." This, the Shenlong stammered. With its current abilities, such a feat was utterly impossible. Not only could it not grant the title of the universe's strongest, but even the strongest on Earth was beyond its reach. In times past, when Goku and the others were children, or when Raditz had just appeared, such a wish could have been fulfilled. But now, it was simply unattainable. The wish-granting power within it no longer supported such ambitions. Noticing its hesitation, Xue Tian understood it could not fulfill the request. "All right, grant their wishes instead. Bulma and the others, don't waste your remaining wishes." "Okay." Bulma and the others realized that the Shenlong could not fulfill Xue Tian's wish. After some contemplation, Bulma found she had no wishes of her own. As she pondered, Android 18 immediately spoke up. "Bulma, if you're hesitating, let me voice my wish." Bulma could easily guess what 18 desired. It was likely a monetary issue. "What is your wish, 18? "My wish is for 1 billion. Marin has grown up and requires significant expenses. I can help you fulfill that wish, or I shall wish for it myself." Bulma exclaimed joyfully. Upon receiving Bulma's agreement, 18 fell silent and stepped aside, simply enjoying the moment. Bulma then declared, "Shenlong, I wish to become younger and more beautiful." Ultimately, Bulma was merely human. As time passed, she would inevitably age. In contrast, Android 18 was a creation, and aging was not a significant concern for her. It simply occurred over a much longer period. Thus, 18 appeared far younger than Bulma. Each time Xue Tian beheld 18's breathtaking beauty, he couldn't help but wonder if Krillin's wife had saved several galaxies in her past life. "Very well, your wish is straightforward." The Shenlong shimmered and promptly granted Bulma her second wish. Bulma touched her cheek, feeling her skin had become noticeably smoother and tighter, bringing her great joy. With that, she felt her wishes were fulfilled. However, there remained one wish. Looking around, no one seemed to have any desires. But it wouldn't do to waste the last wish. Xue Tian addressed everyone. "Do you have no wishes left?" "No." They all shook their heads. They were at a loss for wishes, as they typically contemplated their desires before summoning the dragon. At that moment, Oolong stepped forward and looked at Xue Tian. I wish to. Xue Tian swiftly swatted him away, sending him flying several meters to crash against the wall. You, a mere pig, should refrain. As a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, Xue Tian could not forget the absurd wishes Oolong had made in the past. To hear such a wish again would be quite laughable, especially since this was his first wish event. It felt like an affront to him. Pilaf, witnessing Oolong's misfortune, felt a sense of satisfaction. He had long wished to strike that pig, but had refrained out of respect for Goku and the others. Now, Xue Tian had avenged him. In truth, Pilaf also wished to ask Xue Tian for a wish, but deemed it unrealistic. He knew neither Xue Tian nor anyone else would allow him to wish for world domination. Moreover, as long as Xue Tian and others were present, he felt his wish was unattainable. Even if he ruled the world, he would still be beholden to their whims, which, while enjoyable, felt somewhat stifling. The Shenlong began to tremble, its voice weakening. Speak quickly. I am on the verge of collapsing. Had Beerus not been there, it would have left long ago. After some thought, Xue Tian proclaimed, since no one has any wishes, I shall make a wish for everyone, including the audience. I hope that in the year of the rabbit, everyone becomes prosperous, that all endeavors are successful, that studies yield fruitful results, that wishes come true, and that there are no worries, allowing each day to be filled with joy and health. The Shenlong's golden aura blazed brightly, beams of dazzling light radiating across the land, reaching every corner of the earth. Even an ant felt the power of this wish. Your wish has been granted. With a whoosh, the Shenlong transformed into a golden mist, dispersing into 7 Dragon Balls, which then sped off in different directions, awaiting another worthy soul. However, these 7 Dragon Balls were primarily claimed by Goku and his companions, becoming their exclusive treasures. Once the Shenlong transformed into the Dragon Balls and vanished, the overcast sky returned to its former state. Xue Tian and the others continued their celebration. Several hours later, after indulging in food and merriment, they sat aside to rest and chat. Whis curiously inquired, Xue Tian, how did you comprehend the divine aspect golden body? Beerus instantly perked up, clearly unwilling to miss any detail, as even the minutest nuance might yield insight into the divine aspect golden body. Xue Tian, of course, could not reveal that it was a reward from the system. Although it was indeed a reward, he had developed his unique insights after mastering it. The comprehension of the divine aspect golden body is not something one can simply wish to grasp. It is an experience that must be intuitively understood. It requires personal enlightenment to uncover its profound intricacies, distinguishing it from the self-extremity technique and the free-flowing extremity technique. While this explanation may sound esoteric, it was the truth. It was precisely for this reason that few had mastered the divine aspect up to this point. Whis nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, but what profundity did you grasp? Emptiness lacks compassion, treating all things as mere fodder. The divine is indifferent to humanity, existing in a state of void, devoid of origin and consequence, acting without action, devoid of deity yet possessing true divinity. This is the essence of the divine aspect golden body. Chapter 75, Your fated encounter has arrived. Upon hearing this, Whis felt a sudden jolt of realization, albeit only a slight one. In contrast, Beerus stood by, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend a single word. Noticing Whis' state, Beerus inquired with a hint of confusion, Whis, have you gained some insight? Whis offered a faint smile, responding, just a smidgen. Then why can't I understand? Beerus lamented, feeling disheartened by his inability to grasp anything from Xue Tian's lengthy discourse. He couldn't help but poke his own head in frustration. Whis remained silent, knowing that if he could comprehend it while Beerus could not, it spoke volumes about the situation. At that moment, Sun Wukong approached excitedly, exclaiming, Xue Tian, can you teach me the divine manifestation of form? Upon hearing Wukong's request, Beerus didn't even lift his eyelids, his tone dripping with condescension as he remarked, do you think the divine manifestation of form is a common divine skill? If it were that easy to master, only a handful of gods would possess it by now. Well, it's worth a try? Sun Wukong scratched his head awkwardly, though it was clear he was eager to learn. Yet, as Beerus had pointed out, Wukong might not necessarily succeed. The divine manifestation of form was far more complex than the effortless techniques of self-extremity or free extremity. Seeing that Xue Tian remained silent, Wukong urged, please, teach me the divine manifestation of form. Xue Tian was at a loss for words. If Wukong were a woman, perhaps his pleading tone would sway him. But he was a muscular man, and such a display seemed absurd. He certainly wasn't inclined to play caretaker to two grown men. Clearing his throat, he announced, Wukong, Vegeta, do you remember when I told you I couldn't teach you? The one who will guide you will appear in the near future. Wukong pondered this carefully, eventually shaking his head. I feel like I've heard that before, but maybe not. Xue Tian turned to Vegeta, do you recall? Vegeta, being far sharper than Wukong, nodded calmly. Yes. He then glanced at Beerus and Weiss, contemplating if they were the very individuals Xue Tian had spoken of. It was certainly plausible, given that they were the only newcomers here. With Beerus's strength, he was undoubtedly qualified to instruct him, especially since Vegeta's own self-extremity technique mirrored Beerus's. Although Vegeta was keen to learn the divine manifestation of form, he understood from the conversation that neither Beerus nor Weiss possessed the skill. Thus, given his current capabilities, how could he hope to learn? While he aspired to enhance his combat prowess, he was not as naive as Wukong, believing he could master the divine manifestation of form. It would be wiser to first perfect his self-extremity. Noticing Vegeta's gaze shift toward Weiss and Beerus, Xue Tian warned, though Weiss is Beerus's attendant. He is also his student, both mentor and servant. The group gasped in astonishment, turning their eyes toward Weiss, eager to discern the truth of this revelation. Weiss, feeling the weight of their stares, chuckled lightly. Do not look at me so. I become shy. Seeing his demeanor, they understood this was no mere jest. The arrogance Vegeta once held was tempered by Xue Tian's influence, and now, with a softened tone, he implored, please, guide my training. In that instant, Weiss recognized something profound within Vegeta's self-extremity technique and realized that with Beerus often napping, he had ample opportunity to teach. With a hint of nonchalance, he asked, guide you? Pray tell, why should I? Ding. Task activated. Choice 1. Disengage from Wukong and Vegeta, preventing them from entangling him, allowing them to successfully become Weiss's disciples. Reward, energy absorption. Choice 2. Prevent Wukong and Vegeta from becoming Weiss's disciples. Reward, basic combat power reading technique. Upon reviewing these options, Xue Tian hesitated momentarily. The basic combat power reading technique. Could it truly reveal an opponent's fundamental strength? However, in the realm of Dragon Ball, what significance did such knowledge hold? It would not unveil an opponent's true techniques. Indeed, one might misjudge their strength, as Vegeta did upon first arriving on Earth, believing Wukong and the others to be mere playthings, only to be astounded by their true power. Had he not underestimated them from the outset, the outcome could have been quite different. Yet, Wukong was the protagonist, after all. Choosing the first option, he decided quickly. If he obstructed Wukong and Vegeta from seeking Weiss's tutelage, they would surely cling to him incessantly. That would create a headache far beyond the scope of a basic combat power reading technique. After making his choice, Xue Tian pointed toward the delectable spread on the table. Vegeta instantly grasped the implication, stating, I can provide you with a plethora of delicious food. A plethora of food? That indeed sounded enticing. But had they not nearly exhausted Earth's culinary delights? Was there truly anything more delectable? The table was laden with puddings, takoyaki, meatballs, and more, all of which they had savored and found delightful. Vegeta hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words, unable to conceive of anything tastier. Xue Tian prodded, Vegeta, doesn't Bulma possess something even more delectable? Perhaps you could let Weiss sample it? Wukong, intrigued, asked, huh? Bulma has something even tastier? As he leaned toward Bulma, he took a deep whiff, almost brushing against her curves, leaving Vegeta feeling quite flustered. Xue Tian, struck dumb by the turn of events, mused that perhaps it truly was something remarkable. Kakarot. Chapter 76. Delicacies Kakarot. Vegeta shouted. Bulma swung her hand, but Goku deftly dodged. Chi-Chi, with an expression of exasperation, stepped in to restrain Goku. Her husband, oblivious to the nuances of male-female relationships, remained unreserved in his actions. Often, Chi-Chi found herself having to guide him through the subtleties of their interactions, step by step. There was no need to delve into further details, lest it offend the sensibilities of the audience. Goku, perplexed by Bulma and Vegeta's fury, innocently inquired, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? Vegeta, seething with rage yet unable to confront Goku, was ultimately alleviated by Chi-Chi's intervention, who awkwardly remarked, Goku is just like that. Please don't take offense. The others, having witnessed Goku's lack of emotional intelligence and reasoning, chose to overlook his quirks, except for Beerus and Whis, who had not interacted with him long enough to form a complete judgment. Vegeta glared intensely at Goku, his mind racing to conjure up something delectable. Suddenly, a brilliant idea illuminated his thoughts. I've got it. With remarkable speed, he dashed into the cabin and, within mere seconds, emerged before Beerus and Whis, cradling several cylindrical containers adorned with the Dragon Ball brand instant noodles. Beerus eyed the unassuming container with skepticism and queried, "Can something so ordinary possibly rival octopus balls or pudding in taste?" His tone dripped with disdain and disbelief, a sentiment echoed by Whis. Vegeta promptly asserted, "Absolutely. This far surpasses pudding in flavor." Bulma, having anticipated Vegeta's choice upon seeing him rush into the cabin, muttered, "I knew it would be this." Vegeta then opened 3 containers of noodles, pouring in hot water, and confidently proclaimed, "In just 3 minutes, it will be ready to eat." Beerus remained unconvinced, having deemed pudding as the pinnacle of culinary delight. The notion that anything on earth could rival it was beyond his comprehension. "You shall soon see, Lord Beerus. If it pleases your palate, I hope you will allow us to train me," Vegeta declared. Beerus's expression darkened as he coldly warned, "If it does not taste good, I shall obliterate you." Vegeta was momentarily struck by fear, unprepared for such a stark ultimatum. What if he tasted it and found it lacking? Would that not signify his defeat? The stakes were perilously high, but he recognized this as a golden opportunity for Whis to take him on as a disciple. He glanced at Xue Tian, who was observing the unfolding drama, knowing he needed guidance to complete his task. If Whis accepted Vegeta, it would surely extend to Goku as well. Xue Tian nodded slightly in agreement, signaling his support. Vegeta's confidence surged. "All right, it's settled." As the designated 3 minutes elapsed, he presented the steaming bowls of noodles to Beerus, Whis, and Xue Tian, inviting them to partake. Goku, watching with eager anticipation, glanced at Vegeta but was met with a fierce glare. The previous incident had yet to be settled. Now was not the time to undermine his efforts. Beerus, as he peeled back the lid of the noodle container, scoffed, "How could something so trivial, soaked in hot water for 3 minutes, possibly be delicious? Prepare for destruction." Whis and Xue Tian followed suit, unveiling their bowls. Xue Tian had fond memories of instant noodles from his earthly existence, where they had accompanied him throughout the latter half of each month. The flavors were indelibly etched in his memory. Despite their questionable health benefits, the allure of instant noodles was irresistible, especially for beings like Beerus and Whis, who were impervious to minor toxins. With a slurp, Beerus took a bite, his expression shifting from skepticism to utter surprise. The delight he experienced was palpable, though he quickly masked it, adopting a cold demeanor and asserting, "It's not that remarkable." Xue Tian, amused, teased, "Is that so?" Yet just moments ago, Lord Beerus proclaimed it was incredibly delicious, a sentiment likely audible beyond the cosmos. Beerus's eyes nearly popped out, and he grimaced at the jibe. "You truly have a knack for undermining me," he grumbled. Xue Tian remained unfazed. His sole focus was the successful completion of his mission, ensuring neither Goku nor Vegeta would disrupt his peace. Whis chimed in. Indeed, Lord Beerus did express his enjoyment. Beerus shot him a glare. Having devoured an entire bowl of noodles, Beerus found himself craving more, yet all that remained was in Vegeta's possession. Sensing Beerus's desire, Vegeta quickly offered, "If you agree, Lord Beerus, I will provide you with an endless supply of instant noodles, ensuring you can savor them daily." The thought of a daily noodle feast made Beerus's mouth water. If it weren't for his role as a god of destruction, he might have succumbed to drooling. Caught in a moment of indecision, Beerus contemplated the implications of allowing Whis to train them. Their potential was immense, especially considering Whis's unparalleled teaching abilities. Even the most talentless could achieve greatness under his tutelage. Xue Tian, sensing the need for a little extra motivation, set down his noodles and jested, "Are you afraid, Lord Beerus, to let Whis train them? Are you worried they might surpass you?" The rivalry between Beerus and Xue Tian had never been resolved, both too proud to concede. The playful taunt ignited Beerus's ire. "Am I afraid? Whis, you shall instruct Vegeta." Upon hearing this, Vegeta's excitement surged, while Goku eagerly approached, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "What about me, Lord Beerus? What about me?" Beerus, having been provoked into a hasty response, turned to Goku with a cold stare and replied, "Vegeta can provide us with noodles. What can you offer?" Goku, taken aback, pondered aloud. "Chi-Chi, what do we have at home? Oh, I remember. Wait for me, Lord Beerus." Chapter 77. Who exactly is Xue Tian? Sun Wukong unleashed his full power, employing high-speed movement to soar towards his home. In less than a minute, he swiftly returned, cradling a dozen large cabbages in his arms. Beerus gazed at the peculiar items with a furrowed brow, questioning their edibility. The unassuming appearance of the cabbages did little to inspire confidence in their taste. However, recalling that many delectable foods on Earth often lacked visual appeal, he remained cautiously open-minded. Sun Wukong plucked a leaf from one of the cabbages and began munching on it, his expression radiating sheer delight. Intrigued, Beerus decided to sample a leaf himself, taking a few bites before remarking, "It's rather mundane, merely a slightly sweet leaf. What is so special about it?" Wukong, undeterred, insisted, "Lord Beerus, you must allow us to train me. I will gift you all these cabbages, and I promise to bring you even more in the future. What do you say?" Beerus fell silent. Xue Tian interjected, "Lord Beerus, Sun Wukong and Vegeta are quite the close friends. Since you have taken Vegeta under your wing, why not also accept Sun Wukong? Vegeta is honing his Ultra Instinct, while Wukong is practicing his autonomous Ultra Instinct. Wouldn't it be fascinating to see which of them proves superior? You and Whis are rather solitary in the God of Destruction realm. Having these two as companions could be beneficial." Sun Wukong, adept at charming others, especially regarding training, chimed in with high emotional intelligence, "Lord Beerus, you should just agree." Beerus glanced at Whis, inquiring, "Whis, would you be willing to guide him?" With a chuckle, Whis replied, "Certainly." Having Xue Tian speak on his behalf granted Whis the incentive to comply, as he was curious about the merits and background of Xue Tian, whose father seemed to offer him profound protection. By extending favor to Xue Tian, he could cultivate a closer relationship and glean vital information in the future. "Wonderful!" Sun Wukong exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Vegeta cast a sharp glare, scoffing of, "If it were just me being trained, it wouldn't take long before I could easily defeat Kakarot. But now that Kakarot is involved, my plans have been thwarted. Nonetheless, I am not overly concerned. With my effort and innate talent, I shall undoubtedly surpass him. After all, Kakarot is merely a lowly warrior while I am a noble scion prince, with talent that far exceeds his. Surpassing him will be a trivial matter." He had always refused to acknowledge Kakarot's superiority, dismissing him as an inferior warrior with a less astute mind. Sun Wukong, unfazed by Vegeta's disdainful huff, cheerily remarked, "We can train together again." Such camaraderie. Xue Tian couldn't help but think that these two were indeed great friends, one aloof, the other exuberantly warm, perfectly complementing each other. After some lively conversation, Vegeta procured 100,000 boxes of instant noodles, compacting them into capsules to present to Beerus. "I am fully prepared," he declared earnestly. Beerus nodded in approval, clearly pleased. "Well done, Whis. Once we are well fed, we shall depart." Whis acknowledged this and turned to Xue Tian with an invitation. "Would you care to visit the God of Destruction realm?" Beerus watched with curiosity, as a visit would provide an opportunity to inquire about the divine body and the reasons behind Whis' potential demise should Xue Tian perish. Naturally, he could also pose these questions directly to Whis. As night fell, Xue Tian felt weary and preferred to rest rather than venture out, politely declining. "I will visit at another time." "Very well. Farewell, everyone." Vegeta, Sun Wukong, place your hands on Lord Beerus' back. "All right." Seeing Sun Wukong preparing to leave her side, Chi-Chi wore a sorrowful expression. Gohan comforted her, and with a resigned sigh, Chi-Chi reflected on her growing accustomed to such farewells, grateful for the company of her two sons, especially her younger son, who always stayed close. Whis led the three of them away in a dazzling flash of light. After their departure, the others gradually took their leave as well. Xue Tian expressed his gratitude to Bulma for her hospitality and returned home with Lan Qi. In the cosmos, Beerus inquired telepathically, "Whis, how is it that if Xue Tian dies, you too shall perish? What is the nature of this connection? I have never heard of angels being life-linked with anyone. Are you perhaps?" He hesitated, fearing to articulate the blasphemous thought. Whis responded telepathically, "Not at all. It is simply that Xue Tian cannot die. Should he perish, not only will I die, but you shall too." Whis did not exaggerate. In his mind, he reasoned that if he were to meet his demise, his father would seek revenge on him, and he would certainly not spare Beerus, who had harmed Xue Tian. "Ah!" Beerus gasped in surprise, perplexed. "Why, who exactly is this Xue Tian? Is he the child of the Omni-King?" "No, that cannot be. The Omni-King possesses a child's mind. How could he have a son?" Could he be the illegitimate child of the Grand Minister? Yet, I sense no angelic lineage within him. Whis, what is truly happening? Whis, equally bewildered, replied. I wish I knew. I cannot divulge the details. Beerus discerned that Whis was genuinely unaware and muttered. It seems I must consult the oracle fish for a prophecy upon my return. Whis fell silent, evidently contemplating the strange attitude his father had towards Xue Tian. He found it baffling, as his father had always been a figure of calm and composure. In his recollection, he had never displayed such volatility. To hear him mutter that if Xue Tian died, he would follow suit was truly disheartening and perplexing. Upon returning to the God of Destruction realm, Whis settled Vegeta and the others before he and Beerus sought out the oracle fish. The oracle fish, a glutton, would only serve them if properly fed, and thus the two generously offered it a bucket of instant noodles. Oracle fish, reveal to us the true identity of Xue Tian. Beerus initially intended to ask why Whis was so protective of him, but reconsidered, recognizing that since Whis had stated he could not reveal certain information, it would be unwise to expose him by pressing the matter. Better to inquire about his identity directly, allowing him to draw his own conclusions later. Chapter 78. He is amidst the prophecy fish had gathered its thoughts and began to foresee. As seconds turned into minutes, 2 minutes elapsed. Yet the prophecy fish remained silent. This left Beerus in a state of anxious impatience. Even the usually composed Whis displayed signs of unease. Unable to contain himself, Beerus questioned, "What is happening? Why has the prophecy not emerged yet? Are you being lazy?" After another 2 minutes, the prophecy fish shook its head and explained, "I am unable to predict anything regarding this Xue Tian. My mind is a blank, and all I see is a haze. It is as if I have wandered into a forest shrouded in mist, where nothing is discernible." Such an oddity, Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. Whis, however, was not surprised. Considering Xue Tian had the protection of his father, it was evident that his identity was not ordinary. Even if he was not the illegitimate child of his father, he could very well be connected in other significant ways. Given the powerful background of such an individual, it was no wonder the prophecy fish could not foresee anything. Whis had harbored a flicker of hope that the prophecy fish might reveal something, but now it seemed his instincts were correct. There was no way to predict. Whis, what could be the reason for this? Beerus asked, perplexed. Whis shrugged, I am uncertain. Let us go with the flow. As long as we do not offend him, we should be fine. He then covered his mouth with a smile, adding, as long as Lord Beerus does not act impulsively against him, all will be well. Beerus narrowed his eyes, yawned, and casually stated, I am feeling a bit drowsy. I think I shall sleep. Whis smiled silently. Meanwhile, at Xue Tian's villa, after returning home with Lan-Z, they freshened up and settled on the sofa to watch television. Though Lan-Z was engrossed in the show, her gaze often drifted to the strikingly handsome and powerful Xue Tian, filling her heart with joy. You truly are remarkable, master, she eventually exclaimed, unable to contain herself. What prompted such sudden admiration? Xue Tian responded, slightly taken aback. However, as he noticed the admiration in her eyes, he couldn't help but smile shyly. It's nothing special. If Beerus were to unleash his full strength, I might not stand a chance. Lan-Z continued to express her admiration, saying, in my eyes, master, you are the strongest. Xue Tian smiled gently. As long as Beerus did not resort to destruction, the outcome of a prolonged battle remained uncertain, especially considering the rapid growth of his void lineage's combat capabilities, which was no trivial matter. If destruction were employed, he would indeed not be Beerus's match, as he had yet to decipher the intricacies of such power. Destruction was a form of trickery, even if Beerus lacked combat prowess. Just the act of using destruction would render Xue Tian unable to compete, provided he was targeted. If removed from the equation, however, it could all be cleared with a mere thought, an utterly bizarre phenomenon. Yet, currently, only the Omni-King possessed this ability, and he was bound to Xue Tian in a shared existence. Thus, it was impossible for him to erase Xue Tian. Master, do you think Sun Wukong and Vegeta will surpass you in their training? Lan-Z asked. Before Xue Tian could respond, she quickly added, they certainly cannot surpass you, but with their efforts, they will surely become the strongest after you and Beerus. Reflecting on their determination, Lan-Z felt a sense of respect for them. Whenever significant challenges arose, even if they initially faltered, they ultimately managed to turn the tide. Xue Tian replied earnestly, they can no longer surpass me. I am now capable of contending with Beerus. How could Sun Wukong and Vegeta hope to surpass me? Even if they master the Ultra Instinct, it would not matter. Who cannot achieve that? Their growth is aided by systematic rewards. Can it compare to the rapid enhancement of my void lineage? As for whether they are the strongest after me and Beerus, that remains uncertain. Why is that? Lam-Z inquired, puzzled. Are there not others stronger than them? Xue Tian smirked knowingly. What about you? With the speed at which your combat energy chamber enhances you, you may not be far behind. However, they started with a higher foundational combat power. In a short time, it is uncertain whether you can surpass them. Lam-Z assertively stated, I certainly cannot surpass them. They are inherently powerful, while I have only just begun my training. Do not belittle yourself. In no time, you could stand against them. Do not forget, you have the support of your master, Xue Tian encouraged. Thank you, master. You are truly kind. It is just that I tend to be a bit lazy and fear hardship, so my progress has not been swift. I feel like I am letting you down. If only I could have a disciple as talented as I aspire to be, I would surely surpass Sun Wukong and Vegeta quickly. Lam-Z expressed with a hint of disappointment, knowing well that without diligent training, significant improvement was difficult. Do not worry, you are already doing quite well. I do not expect you to reach an invincible level. As long as you can protect yourself, that is sufficient. As for taking on disciples, I have no such intentions. There is no one in this universe worthy of my tutelage. Suddenly, Xue Tian had a revelation. His brow furrowed in thought, and he asked, Lam-Z, if you wish to avoid the tedium of training, would you like to join me in a fight? A fight? With whom? Lam-Z questioned, puzzled. With someone who is about to become your junior disciple. A mysterious smile graced Xue Tian's lips, leaving Lam-Z perplexed. After a brief pause, Lam-Z replied, in my current state, I would not enjoy fighting, but I can transform into my golden-haired form. Her golden-haired transformation was incredibly fierce. Not only could she engage in battle, but she could also obliterate planets and wreak havoc across the universe. However, she had always wished to maintain a delicate, dependent image in front of Xue Tian. Especially after witnessing his fierce battle with Beerus today, she was deeply impressed. Now that Xue Tian was inviting her to fight, it felt like both a command and a request for her opinion. She would undoubtedly follow her master's wishes. Furthermore, since it was her master who suggested this, she felt assured that he would not mind her appearance. Unbeknownst to Xue Tian, if he had been aware of Lam-Z's thoughts, he might have found it both amusing and bewildering. Her golden-haired persona was strikingly alluring and powerful. How could he possibly harbor any negative impressions? Chapter 79, Broly, Planet Vampa. A figure clad in the standard Saiyan battle attire, adorned with purple spandex trousers and a green fur belt, bears a golden collar around his neck. This collar is not merely ornamental. It serves as a means of control. With a mane of explosive hair and a physique brimming with muscularity, this individual is none other than Broly. Upon his birth, he was exiled by King Vegeta to the remote and inhospitable planet Vampa. The reason for this banishment lay in the fact that he possessed an astounding battle power of 10,000 from the moment he entered the world, posing a grave threat to Prince Vegeta's status. In a bid to protect his own son, King Vegeta felt compelled to cast Broly away. Initially intending to eliminate him, he was swayed by Broly's father, Paragus, who fervently pleaded for mercy. Thus, the king opted for exile. In his heart, King Vegeta believed that a mere infant, abandoned in such a harsh environment, would surely perish. After Broly's secretive banishment, Paragus, consumed with worry for his son's safety, recognized Broly's immense potential. He surmised that once Broly matured, he would assist him in dominating the universe, thereby seizing the opportunity for his own ascendance. Consequently, he set out with his companion, Beerus, to locate Broly on planet Vampa. However, their journey was thwarted by a malfunctioning spaceship. In a desperate bid to conserve resources for the long trek to the distant planet, Paragus resorted to killing Beerus. Eventually, Paragus arrived on planet Vampa and found Broly. Though still an infant, Broly exhibited remarkable resilience, enduring the inhospitable conditions of Vampa until his father's arrival. Due to the continued malfunction of the spaceship, Broly and Paragus lived together for a span of 40 years. Lacking any human companionship on Vampa, Broly had only birds and beasts for company. Yet, Paragus envisioned Broly as a potential cosmic overlord, destined to become his formidable warrior. Such lofty aspirations, he believed, were incompatible with mingling with mere fauna. To prevent ridicule from spreading, Paragus would slay any creatures that befriended Broly. Over time, this left Broly in profound solitude. As Paragus toiled on the spaceship, he called out, "Broly, retrieve some fuel from the magma below." I need to test if the ship is operational. Broly acknowledged his father's command and soared into the volcano, enveloping himself in an energy shield as he entered the molten depths. Despite the terrifying temperatures, the shield rendered him unharmed. At that moment, a luminous streak flashed across the sky, revealing a striking duo at the volcano's summit, a handsome man and a woman of unparalleled beauty, resembling celestial beings. The woman stood slightly behind, clearly harboring a sense of reverence for her companion. They were none other than Xue Tian and Lam-Z. After agreeing to engage in battle, Xue Tian had utilized the Cosmic Instant Shuttle to bring Lam-Z to planet Vampa. Since the destruction of planet Vegeta, few knew of the existence of two Saiyans on the distant planet Vampa within the 7th universe, one being frail and elderly, the other a legendary Super Saiyan, a rarity that appeared once in a millennium. Master, what is this place? The air feels so thin. It seems unsuitable for human habitation, Lam-Z remarked, struggling slightly to breathe. However, she was no ordinary person, endowed with considerable combat prowess. She quickly adjusted to the discomfort. In truth, her lack of experience in real combat contributed to her initial struggle. Had she been more seasoned, she would have acclimated instantly upon arrival. It is not merely unsuitable. It is utterly inhospitable. Here lies your target for battle, Xue Tian replied with a smile. Lam-Z understood that her master would not bring her to such a place without reason. Scanning the surroundings, she spotted a figure in the magma, industriously harnessing its energy. Master, what is that person doing? She inquired. He is extracting the energy of the magma to serve as fuel for the spaceship, Xue Tian explained. Lam-Z quickly grasped the situation. So that's it. Is the target you mentioned for battle this individual? Xue Tian did not conceal the truth. Indeed, on this planet, there are but two individuals. One is frail and elderly, while the other is this explosive-haired man before us. Were Paragus to overhear Xue Tian's words, he would undoubtedly be incensed. Who is frail and elderly? How dare you? Though my battle power may not be formidable, it surpasses that of mere humans. I am not to be compared with the weak. Such a man would be furious to be labeled as feeble, but fortunately, Paragus remained unaware. Lam-Z was astonished. Master, if this planet is truly unsuitable for human life, how is it that two individuals exist here? Moreover, this person does not appear weak. These two were originally Saiyans from planet Vegeta, but due to Broly's overwhelming power at birth, he was exiled by King Vegeta. Realization dawned on Lam-Z. Though she remained shocked, aside from Vegeta and Goku, there were still surviving Saiyans from planet Vegeta. Lam-Z, prepare yourself. Battle is imminent. This Saiyan is named Broly. Although he has not undergone special training, he is an extraordinary talent, possessing the legendary bloodline of a Super Saiyan. His potential for growth is formidable, so do not underestimate him. However, do not kill him outright. As Xue Tian noted, Broly had not received specialized training. His battles thus far had been limited to skirmishes with the creatures of Vampa. Given his basic combat abilities, if Lam-Z were to unleash her destructive prowess from the outset, she could easily defeat him. Xue Tian, however, anticipated no issue with Lam-Z defeating Broly later in the battle, but rather began to worry for her safety. Understood, Master. At that moment, Broly emerged from the magma. Chapter 80. He is not a fool. He simply lacks worldly understanding. As Broly emerged from the molten lava, he was astonished to see Xue Tian and Lam-Z. Having lived on the planet Wampa for 4 decades, this was his first encounter with humans, prompting him to inquire, "Who are you?" His expression was one of calm curiosity, reminiscent of an eager student seeking knowledge. Xue Tian understood that the Broly from Dragon Ball Super was deeply loyal, gentle, and filial, disinclined towards combat, yet paradoxically yearning for it due to his bloodline. This made him a complex character, a stark contrast to the ruthless Broly from the theatrical adaptations, who was cold-hearted and merciless, even willing to kill his father Paragus. In this version from Super, however, Paragus would never contemplate harming his son. Xue Tian recalled vividly how, in the anime, Paragus had struck Broly with electric shocks multiple times, inciting the ire of Broly's friends, who chastised Paragus for his cruelty. Yet, Broly defended his father, a behavior inconceivable in the cinematic version, where Paragus would have faced a ki blast instead. Xue Tian greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Broly. I am Xue Tian, and this is my disciple, Lam-Z." Broly was taken aback, utterly surprised that someone recognized him and could articulate his name. "You know me?" Before Xue Tian could respond, Lam-Z proudly interjected, "Of course. My master knows both the past and the future. How could he not recognize you? Having spent the last 40 years in solitude, Broly had only interacted with birds and beasts, and later, with only his father, rendering his thoughts rather simplistic. Many of the concepts presented to him were beyond his comprehension. For instance, he struggled to grasp Lan-Chi's assertion of knowing the past and future, leaving him visibly perplexed. Lan-Chi, observing his confusion, wondered if he might be somewhat simple-minded, though she quickly dismissed the thought as impolite. Xue Tian, sensing her unspoken thoughts, calmly explained. He has not conversed with anyone besides his father for decades, which has left him unfamiliar with many ideas and terms. In truth, he is quite intelligent. With proper guidance, he could become a remarkable individual. Lan-Chi understood and surmised that her master might be considering taking Broly as his disciple. Xue Tian responded with a smile. If you wish to leave, I can certainly take you both along. I would never abandon your father Paragus on this desolate planet. I want to leave. I will tell my father now, Broly replied eagerly, his innocence preventing him from perceiving any ulterior motives. Xue Tian, still smiling, cautioned, but first, you must defeat my disciple. Lan-Chi complied, positioning herself in front of Xue Tian and scrutinizing Broly. Broly, having never encountered a woman, was unaware of the notion of fighting one. But he was resolute in his aversion to conflict. I do not wish to fight. I do not want to fight, he insisted. Xue Tian recognized his normal disposition and refrained from further comment, instead channeling energy into Broly's mind, conjuring an image of a young Kakarot, Son Goku, crying. In that vision, two children lay side by side. One was Broly, and the other was Kakarot. The latter, overwhelmed by Broly's formidable power, had succumbed to tears. The sound of wailing echoed in Broly's ears, igniting a tumultuous response within him. His body began to tremble, his fists and feet tensed involuntarily. Lan-Chi, perplexed by his sudden agitation, asked, Master, what is happening to him? He does not desire to fight, yet he harbors a deep-seated yearning for it. He struggles to break free from himself, and I have simply offered him a nudge. Be cautious, Lan-Chi. Remember my words, Xue Tian advised. Yes, master, Lan-Chi responded, aware of the gravity of the situation. Kakar, rot. Broly instinctively shouted, startling Lan-Chi and leaving her puzzled as to why he suddenly invoked Goku's name. Xue Tian chuckled and elucidated, Broly harbors animosity towards Son Goku. They were born on the same day, but Broly's battle power was an astounding 10,000 at birth, frightening Kakarot into tears. Thus, Goku's cries are indelibly etched in Broly's psyche, breeding resentment. Lan-Chi couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity of it all. It seemed a rather embarrassing episode for Goku. As Broly gradually lost rationality, his gaze turned vacant and soulless, resembling that of a mere shell of a being. Huh! He roared, his voice echoing for miles, causing the surrounding wildlife to flee in terror. Within the cave, Paragus, startled by his son's outburst, stood up, tools in hand, bewildered. What is happening? Why has Broly suddenly gone berserk? This shouldn't be. He quickly set down his tools and retrieved a remote control capable of administering electric shocks through the collar around Broly's neck to calm him. He activated the flight technique and soared outwards. Chapter 81. The rapidly ascending transmission Paragus swiftly emerged, his gaze falling upon Xue Tian and Lan-Chi. His face a mask of astonishment. What transpired? Why were there two individuals present? How had they arrived? Surveying the surroundings, he discerned no sign of any spacecraft, deepening his bewilderment regarding their arrival. Even Frieza, the Emperor, could not traverse the cosmos without a ship, could he? Noticing Broly, whose vacant eyes hinted at an impending rage, Paragus urgently called out, Hey Broly! Yet, Broly remained oblivious to his pleas, his body trembling violently as his muscles bulged ominously. Realizing the situation had spiraled beyond control, Paragus wasted no time retrieving the remote. With a sharp crack, he prepared to press the button, but the device erupted in a violent explosion, a thick cloud of smoke billowing forth. Paragus immediately turned to Xue Tian, demanding, What have you done? Why did you destroy my controller? Do you comprehend its purpose? Xue Tian merely nodded, responding nonchalantly, I understand. That controller is meant to control Broly, using electric shocks to prevent him from entering a berserk state. Paragus paused. Incredulity etched across his features. If you know this, why act so recklessly? Once Broly goes berserk, no one can restrain him, and we shall all perish. As he uttered these words, Paragus's expression darkened, fear glimmering in his eyes. The rampaging Broly would not hesitate to strike, even against him. He had nearly met his end at Broly's hands when the latter was merely a child. Now that Broly had matured, his battle power in a frenzied state was utterly terrifying, far beyond Paragus' capacity to contend with. He pondered where to hide until Broly regained his senses, planning to return and mend the destroyed controller. What was this person's logic? Knowing full well the controller's importance, he had chosen to obliterate it. Had Broly not been on the verge of rampage, Paragus would surely have confronted Xue Tian. Xue Tian, unfazed, offered a slight smile, his voice taunting Broly. Broly, don't you wish to leave? Then defeat my apprentice. If you cannot, you are nothing. Broly, already stripped of much of his reason, succumbed to madness upon hearing these words, unleashing a furious roar as he charged at Lam-Z. With a resounding crash, he unleashed a devastating punch aimed at her. Lam-Z effortlessly blocked it, retaliating with a strike that sent Broly hurtling hundreds of meters away. Hearing Xue Tian's words, Paragus asked, bewildered, what did you just say? Can you take us away from here? Xue Tian held little affection for Paragus. While he had cared for Broly over the years, fulfilling a fatherly role, Paragus' true intention was to exploit Broly's power to further his own ambition of becoming a cosmic ruler. To him, Broly was not merely a son but a valuable enforcer. Such a man, who sought to use his own child, was not someone Xue Tian could admire. Indeed, I can escort you away, but only if your son defeats my apprentice. Otherwise, I can take him while leaving you behind. Paragus was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the notion of leaving Broly behind. He wanted to protest, yet saw that Xue Tian had already shifted his focus back to Broly and Lam-Z, ignoring him entirely. Resigned, he chose to observe the unfolding battle, gradually realizing that this young man was far from ordinary. His awareness of Broly's impending rampage and his decision to destroy the controller indicated a profound confidence in managing Broly's berserk state. With a fierce determination, Broly regained his composure, lunging like a ravenous wolf, delivering punch after punch toward Lam-Z, all of which she deftly evaded. After dodging 10 successive blows, Lam-Z raised her right leg, delivering a powerful kick to Broly's chest, sending him flying. Broly bellowed in fury, his swollen right hand raised, launching a ki blast aimed at Lam-Z. With a thunderous roar, the ki blast surged forth at incredible speed. Lam-Z effortlessly deflected it, simultaneously retaliating with a ki blast of her own aimed at Broly. The impact resonated as Broly, unable to evade in time, was struck by her ki blast. Yet, it failed to inflict significant harm, as Lam-Z had moderated her power. Recalling Xue Tian's earlier instruction to avoid using full force against him, she feared that a single ki blast might prove fatal, but witnessing Broly's impressive defensive capabilities reassured her. Even if she amplified her energy, she knew she could not kill him. Broly, though momentarily slowed by the ki blast, charged toward Lam-Z with renewed vigor, unleashing a flurry of punches that distorted the very air around them with a crackling sound. Xue Tian observed the escalating battle from his vantage point in the air, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Just a few exchanges, and Broly's combat prowess had surged significantly, truly a testament to the legendary Saiyan physiology, a phenomenon akin to a glitch in reality. While Broly's power had indeed grown rapidly, it was merely a reflection of Lam-Z's capabilities. If Xue Tian were to serve as a benchmark, Broly's increment would seem trivial, for Xue Tian possessed the Void bloodline, far surpassing the potential of any legendary Saiyan lineage. Had Xue Tian been endowed with the legendary Saiyan bloodline rather than the Void bloodline, his combat power would have increased in a battle against Beerus, but it would never have reached its current heights. Consider the notion, could the legendary Saiyan bloodline, with its foundational battle power in the billions, ever match Beerus in a battle without the latter using his destructive abilities? Such a scenario was clearly implausible. Only the singular and unparalleled Void bloodline could achieve such feats. In midair, as Broly was once again sent flying by Lam-Z's kick, she did not relent, but instead surged forward, launching a relentless series of strikes while he was still disoriented, hammering his chest with blow after blow, forcing him to retreat yet again, delivering another ferocious punch. Chapter 82. Killing you will ignite him. With a thunderous crash, Broly descended upon the hill like an uncontrollable meteorite, causing the ground to tremble and the hill to collapse under the immense force. Lam-Z, hands clasped together, aimed at the crumbling hill and exclaimed, "Ha!" A powerful energy blast surged forth, striking the debris and enveloping the area in thick clouds of smoke, obscuring the view of onlookers. However, with Xue Tian's keen perception, he could discern the commotion within, adhering to a principle known in the Dragon Ball universe: the greater the smoke, the lesser the harm. Sure enough, amidst a furious roar, a disheveled Broly emerged from the shattered hill, his muscular hand reaching out towards Lam-Z as if to seize her like a chick. Yet, Lam-Z was not so easily caught. With a graceful sidestep, she evaded his grasp and retaliated with a series of punches that sent Broly reeling backward. In a flash, she appeared behind him, delivering a powerful kick towards another hill. On planet Wampa, hills were abundant. Paragus, witnessing Broly's struggle, was taken aback. If he recalled correctly, the mysterious young man had mentioned that this woman was merely his apprentice. If his apprentice possessed such strength, how formidable must the master be? Concerned that Broly might not prevail, thus trapping himself on this planet, he hastily explained, "Sir, Broly has never undergone any formal training. It seems a daunting task for him to defeat your apprentice. Perhaps we could deem it a victory if he survives without being defeated." Xue Tian, aware of Paragus's intentions, replied nonchalantly, "I have another method to enhance Broly's combat abilities, but I wonder if you would accept it." "What method?" Paragus instinctively inquired, only to feel a chill at the sight of Xue Tian's enigmatic smile, sensing that the suggestion might be rather unsettling. As anticipated, Xue Tian coldly stated, "That would be to kill you. Only by eliminating you will Broly be fully enraged, unleashing the wild potential within him and dramatically increasing his combat power." At this, Paragus felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly waved his hands in protest. No, let Broly fight as he is. He might still win against your apprentice without any provocation." Xue Tian, bemused by Paragus's cowardice, merely smiled faintly, finding the situation rather dull. His earlier statement was indeed truthful. Killing Paragus would undoubtedly incite Broly. However, he needed to take Broly as an apprentice, and if Paragus were slain, Broly would harbor resentment, complicating his intentions. As the battle continued, half an hour passed. Bang, bang, bang. Broly began to adapt to the fight, no longer being easily sent flying by Lam-Z's punches. Instead, he landed several blows that nearly injured her. Lam-Z, too, was gradually awakening to her potential, her strength surging as she reached the pinnacle of her foundational combat power. If Broly continued to grow stronger, Lam-Z knew she would soon be at a disadvantage even without transforming. Bang! Boom! The two exchanged punches, both retreating several meters. Before Lam-Z could regain her footing, Broly charged once more, seemingly unaffected by the previous exchange. Xue Tian observed this development, pondering that Broly's base combat power was nearing Lam-Z's level. The legendary Saiyan lineage was no jest, explaining his innate battle power of 10,000 from birth. Broly charged again, unleashing a devastating punch while a massive energy blast erupted from his palm. Lam-Z countered with a punch of her own, but upon seeing the energy blast, she realized she had been outmaneuvered. Attempting to evade, she found that Broly's speed matched her own. However, she managed to create an energy shield for defense. Boom! The energy blast shattered Lam-Z's shield, leaving her a bit disheveled but unharmed. Though gentle by nature, she felt a flicker of anger at this moment. Xue Tian seized the opportunity to encourage her. "Lam-Z, there's no need for restraint. His base combat power is close to yours. Now it's a matter of skill." Lam-Z, sporting a layer of dust on her beautiful face, felt a surge of determination. With her master Xue Tian's encouragement, she realized she need not hold back any longer. She clenched her fist, and at her command, the combat suit bestowed upon her by Xue Tian materialized. "Activate speed form." In an instant, her outfit transformed to a vibrant blue, significantly enhancing her speed while slightly reducing her strength. This was one of the suit's features, offering 3 forms: speed, power, and radiant. Naturally, the radiant form was the most powerful, albeit with greater energy expenditure. Lam-Z believed that while Broly had gained strength, transforming into speed form would leave him unable to match her velocity, allowing her to exploit her speed advantage to defeat him. Whoosh! Broly lunged forward, unleashing a torrent of punch energy that threatened to obliterate everything in its path. Lam-Z, now several times faster, deftly dodged Broly's attacks. In a heartbeat, she appeared behind him, delivering a swift kick to his back. As she prepared to charge, Broly opened his mouth, unleashing a massive green energy blast aimed at her. Supreme technique. Lam-Z swiftly evaded, and the colossal energy collided with a hill, reducing it to ashes. In that moment, Lam-Z positioned herself above Broly, hands joined together. Cumulative impact. Boom. A deafening roar echoed as the combined energy struck Broly's body, creating a massive crater hundreds of meters deep. Broly lay within, enveloped in wisps of smoke. Chapter 83. The mighty power of Broly's ape form. Lam-Z gazed at Broly, who lay in the vast pit, a serene expression gracing her features as she believed she had triumphed over him. Beerus, too, felt a sense of defeat regarding his son, Broly. A wave of despondency washed over him. It seemed he could not escape this desolate place. No, he could not remain in this forsaken land any longer. He must leave. Only by departing could he and Broly seize the opportunity to unleash their full potential. As he prepared to implore Xue Tian for help, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Broly, still confined within the depths of the pit, slammed his palm against the ground and soared into the sky, simultaneously unleashing a ki blast with his left hand. The force was overwhelming. In her speed mode, Lam-Z effortlessly evaded the ki blast's rapid approach. With relative ease, she dodged to the side, her hands coming together to prepare for another assault on Broly. However, Broly's speed had evidently increased significantly. A massive green ki blast materialized in his right hand, hurtling directly toward Lam-Z. She combined her hands, unleashing a counterblast. The two energy waves collided with a resounding explosion, sending shockwaves through the air. Beerus nearly stumbled from the sheer force of the released energy, retreating several hundred meters for safety. In that moment, he could not help but admire Lam-Z. Her strength was indeed remarkable, matching Broly's ferocity. After Broly's berserk transformation, his combat power soared to unimaginable heights. Beerus had always believed no one could rival his son, not even the tyrant Frieza. Yet witnessing Lam-Z's prowess opened his eyes to a new reality. She had almost vanquished Broly. The battle between Broly and Lam-Z raged on, but Lam-Z consistently outpaced him. She landed punch after punch, sending Broly hurtling backward, various ki blasts striking him with relentless force, leaving him with no room to retaliate. The advantage of speed allowed her to attack without sustaining harm, a testament to the superiority of her agility. Lam-Z's fists rained down upon Broly's head, inflicting excruciating pain and leaving him battered. Though Broly had lost much of his reason, the pain coursing through his body ignited a fierce anger within him. Suddenly, he halted midair, no longer charging recklessly at Lam-Z. Clenching his fists, he emitted a primal scream, unleashing a wave of sonic energy that surged skyward, his own power swelling within him. Broly's aura intensified, swirling around him in violent cyclones. Xue Tian observed this spectacle with a smile, recognizing the impending evolution. This initial stage would likely be his ape form. Unlike the transformations of Goku and Vegeta, Broly's transformation would not result in him becoming a colossal ape, but rather cause his body to expand 2- or 3-fold. Nevertheless, the strength of his ape form was formidable, surpassing that of Vegeta and Goku in their respective transformations, amplifying his power exponentially as it fused the might of the ape within him. Xue Tian's deductions were astutely accurate. Broly's muscles expanded visibly, his pupils turning golden, hair standing erect, and his aura shifting to a vibrant green. Xue Tian mused that in this form, Broly had once been stronger than Super Saiyan Goku and Vegeta, though weaker than the Super Saiyan God. Over time, he adapted and surpassed the Super Saiyan God, yet remained inferior to Super Saiyan Blue Goku. However, with mastery, Broly could potentially match or even exceed Goku's prowess. With a roar, Broly's eyes lost all semblance of reason as he fixated on Lam-Z. Akin to a predator fixating on its prey, he struck his chest and lunged forward, delivering a flurry of punches toward her. Lam-Z sensed the surge of power within Broly but felt no fear. She relied on her speed to evade his attacks. Lam-Z executed a swift kick toward Broly, expecting him to dodge, yet he showed no intention of evading. He seized her foot and hurled her downward. As she plummeted, Broly raised his hand high, conjuring a massive green ki blast. Without hesitation, he unleashed the devastating attack. For the first time, Lam-Z felt a genuine sense of danger as she beheld the colossal ki blast. Without a moment's hesitation, she pushed her speed to its limits, evading the blast's trajectory. The overwhelming force of the explosion reverberated across the planet, sending tremors through the ground as mountains crumbled, glaciers shattered, and volcanic eruptions ensued. The ocean surged, only to be swallowed by the cataclysmic force. Within moments, the landscape of Xiangpa Star transformed into a fiery inferno, resembling a scorched Mars. with flames and lava consuming all in sight. Paragus, witnessing the devastation, murmured to himself in despair, realizing that Wampa's star was doomed, leaving no chance for survival. He knew he must escape this place at all costs. The fierce battle between Broly and Lam-Z continued. Broly, enraged by his missed attack, directed his fury at her with renewed vigor. He unleashed a barrage of ki blasts, raining down like a storm of green energy. Chapter 84. The legendary Super Saiyan, Broly, explosive energy meteor. Lam-Z, observing the immensely dense energy blasts, understood that no matter how swift her movements, evasion was futile. Resolving not to hesitate any longer, she concentrated her thoughts. A gust of energy enveloped her in shimmering silver light, her hair transforming into a lustrous silver hue, and delicate silver tendrils danced around her, twinkling like stars. In this moment, she activated the Ultra Instinct technique. Xue Tian, hovering in midair, was not the least surprised by Lam-Z's deployment of this technique, for without it, evading Broly's explosive energy meteors would be impossible. Despite the myriad energy blasts, their formidable power was undeniable. Under her speed form, Lam-Z excelled in velocity but lacked robust defense. A direct hit from the meteors would be catastrophic. Given the circumstances, utilizing Ultra Instinct was undoubtedly the wisest choice. With graceful ease, Lam-Z dodged the rain-like onslaught of energy blasts, reappearing before Broly. A powerful punch struck Broly squarely in the chest, sending him crashing into the molten lava. The terrifying heat failed to melt him. With a resounding splash, lava erupted thousands of meters into the air. Broly, with a swift motion, redirected the molten rock into a barrage of energy blasts aimed at Lam-Z. Yet, empowered by Ultra Instinct, she effortlessly evaded once more, flashing back to Broly's front, delivering another fierce blow that overwhelmed him. Countless times, Broly was submerged in lava, yet he never succumbed to defeat, continuously rising anew. With a primal roar, Broly erupted from the lava, arms outstretched, shouting, "Energy, blast charge!" 2 energy spheres surged forward. Racing towards Lam-Z, she clasped her hands, merging her energy blasts into a singular, potent force. With a thunderous impact, her combined blast pierced through Broly's attack, striking him fiercely in the chest, causing his clothing to tear apart and reverting his primal state back to normal. Like a kite severed from its string, Broly's body plummeted downward. Paragus cried out, "Broly!" Exhausted, Broly closed his eyes, recognizing the formidable strength of his opponent. Suddenly, upon hearing his father's voice, his spirit surged, determined to defeat this woman and escape. As Broly descended, Lam-Z thought to herself, "At last, it's over. This wild beast is truly formidable. He appears untrained, yet grows stronger with each encounter. If this continues, I may not stand a chance." Just as she contemplated retracting her Ultra Instinct, a glimmer of awareness struck her. She sensed an alarming shift in Broly's energy, his resolve rekindling. Broly's pupils dulled once more, and his previously fallen form began to right itself. With a thunderous roar, he shook the very foundations of planet Vampa, causing the ground to tremble. The lava erupted violently, soaring hundreds of meters into the sky, transforming the planet into a spectacle of molten fireworks. Around Broly, swirling green vortices formed as he transitioned into his ape form, and then swiftly evolved into an entirely new state. His hair and brows gleamed gold. His pupils vanished, leaving behind a being devoid of reason. Paragus, astonished, inquired, "What form is this?" He had never witnessed Broly in this state, having only seen his muscular ape transformation, which was already terrifying enough to threaten cosmic destruction. Observing Broly's golden form, he felt an ominous pressure, as the air around him seemed to be suffocating, even from thousands of meters away. Xue Tian, with a satisfied smile, exclaimed, "This is the Super Saiyan form." Super Saiyan, Paragus echoed in confusion. Xue Tian, momentarily disregarding his disdain for Paragus, elaborated, "Indeed, Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, a combat genius who emerges once every millennium. His transformation into the Super Saiyan form will undoubtedly not disappoint." Seeing Xue Tian's lack of fear, Paragus, unable to contain himself, asked, "Aren't you afraid Broly will kill you? I know you are formidable, but Broly's growth is rapid. Your disciple managed to suppress him before, but I sense that in this form, Broly will not be significantly weaker than your disciple, and he may even turn the tide. Are you not concerned he might slay both your disciple and you? Take me away now. I have a way to stop Broly." Xue Tian scoffed dismissively, You have a method? What could it possibly be? The control device you used on Broly is already destroyed. What else is left? Paragus raised his hands in explanation. True, the control device is gone, but Broly is very obedient and a dutiful child. I believe that in my presence, he may regain some semblance of reason. At that moment, you could ambush him and render him unconscious, allowing him to return to normal. Xue Tian was taken aback, contemplating the possibility. Indeed, Paragus standing before Broly might restore his rationality. If that were the case, taking Broly as his disciple could lead him down an entirely different path, the path of Super Saiyan 4, diverging from the common route. Xue Tian had long been curious about the comparative strength of Super Saiyan God versus Super Saiyan 4, and whether the subsequent forms, Super Saiyan 5, 6, and beyond, were even more powerful. In his previous life, he had often pondered this while reading the Dragon Ball manga, yet he lacked concrete data to substantiate his curiosity. Now, however, he felt a genuine opportunity to discover the truth. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly, transforming into Super Saiyan 4, would undoubtedly possess extraordinary strength. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. Paragus, noticing Xue Tian's silence, couldn't help but ask, "What have you decided?" Chapter 85. The Ultimate Self-Excellence Technique Beneath the Golden Hair State. What are your thoughts? Paragus inquired, perplexed, assuming that Xue Tian was contemplating his words. Xue Tian replied with indifference, "Not much. If you wish for him to regain his composure, you may persuade him yourself. I have no inclination for ambushing others." Is it necessary to resort to stealth to subdue Broly? Not at all. Paragus's expression twitched. He indeed had confidence in calming Broly somewhat. But to render him entirely rational was a daunting challenge, requiring assistance to knock Broly unconscious. The ally in question would need to possess strength comparable to Broly's, lest they fail and worsen the situation. As Broly transformed back from his Super Saiyan state, an aura of golden flame enveloped him, pulsating with a dreadfully potent pressure. Lam-Z, aware of Broly's legendary status as a Super Saiyan, was not surprised by his transformation. However, she was utterly unprepared for the terrifying aura that accompanied it. According to her understanding, Broly's current form was merely the first stage of Super Saiyan. If the first stage of Super Saiyan exhibited such formidable power, what then of the second and third stages? Yet, now was not the time to ponder such matters. Once Broly completed his transformation, he lunged at Lam-Z like a streak of green light. With a whoosh, he struck at her with a punch. Utilizing the self-excellence technique, Lam-Z deftly evaded Broly's blow, but he did not relent, launching several rapid punches her way. Despite the swift onslaught, she continued to sidestep his attacks, seizing the opportunity to retaliate with a barrage of strikes against Broly. Although she managed to push him back, Broly appeared utterly unfazed, swiftly regaining his footing and charging at her once more, relentless like a tireless automaton. After thousands of exchanges, Lam-Z distinctly felt her stamina waning, while Broly remained as vigorous as ever, moving with boundless energy as long as he drew breath. Moreover, Broly's combat prowess was escalating rapidly. Though Lam-Z's self-excellence technique allowed for evasion, it was becoming increasingly arduous. Signs of an inability to continue dodging began to manifest. While the self-excellence technique significantly enhanced her evasive capabilities, it did not guarantee unconditional avoidance of every situation. If the opponent's speed surpassed hers, evasion would become increasingly difficult. This divine skill reduced the time required for the brain to process information, allowing the body to evade automatically, as if it possessed its own consciousness. However, if the time was curtailed and the opponent's speed remained superior, they could still strike her. After contemplating for a moment, Lam-Z realized she could not continue this way. She must defeat Broly before her energy was entirely depleted. With this in mind, she willed herself to abandon the self-excellence technique, transforming from her gentle blue-haired state into the fierce golden-haired state, embodying a more ferocious temperament. In that instant, her gaze turned brutal and merciless, radiating contempt and arrogance as she regarded Broly. Clenching her fists, she unleashed a thunderous shout, sending Broly flying as a wave of purple energy surged around her. A violet glimmer flickered within her eyes, and an aura of annihilation permeated the vicinity, flowing outward. Paragus felt this oppressive force and was compelled to kneel, not out of reverence, but due to the terror erupting from within. Lam-Z proclaimed boldly, "Little Broly, you think you can challenge me? Allow me to demonstrate the might of the self-excellence technique." Paragus paused, pondering the term self-excellence technique, which he had never heard before. This woman had appeared composed until now. Despite her fierce combat prowess, she had exuded a gentle, delicate aura. How had her demeanor transformed so drastically? Broly, enraged by Lam-Z's dismissive gesture, felt a surge of fury. Though devoid of rationality, he understood he was being mocked. The most infuriating aspect was her brazen expression. Boom. Raising his right hand high, he unleashed a colossal energy blast. Lam-Z showed no intention of dodging, a condescending smile gracing her lips as she interlaced her hands and declared, "Overlapping energy ball." The two energy blasts collided with a resounding explosion, sending shockwaves that reverberated through the already ravaged planet of Xiangpa. Yet neither combatant paused. They charged forward, Broly's massive fists clashing with Lam-Z's seemingly delicate strikes. Bang! Their fists met with an incredible force, unleashing an astonishing wave of energy that rippled outward. The ground quaked violently, lava erupting as the terrain shattered, plunging from hundreds of meters deep to over a kilometer. Paragus, witnessing the devastation beneath his feet, could not help but swallow hard, anxiously exclaiming to Xue Tian, "Esteemed sir, they cannot continue like this. The entire Xiangpa planet is on the brink of destruction." As for the potential destruction of Xiangpa, Xue Tian remained indifferent, focusing solely on the enhancement of Broly and Lam-Z's combat abilities. Though Lam-Z's growth was not as staggering as Broly's, she nonetheless reaped substantial benefits, enriching her combat experience and bolstering her strength. Despite the significant improvements she had undergone through Xue Tian's guidance, Lam-Z had never truly experienced a real battle. Without practical experience, even the highest combat power could not be effectively harnessed. This was one of the reasons Xue Tian had brought her here, as his disciple. She must not bring shame upon him. Paragus, frustrated by Xue Tian's silence, could only helplessly observe the clash between the two warriors. Bang! 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 Lam-Z and Broly exchanged blows, each strike generating tremendous upheaval across Xiangpa. Within mere minutes, the planet was engulfed in molten lava, leaving only creatures capable of withstanding the heat, while all others perished. Chapter 86. Who? Amidst the cacophony of battle. The clash between Lam-Z and Broly raged on, both warriors gradually acclimating to the chaos of combat. Explosive meteors cascaded from Broly, who unleashed a torrential downpour of energy blasts. Unfazed, Lam-Z enveloped herself in a layered energy shield and charged toward Broly, taunting, "Is that all you've got, little Broly? You're still too weak." In midair, Xue Tian observed Lam-Z's audacious demeanor with a smirk. In this golden-haired form, she bore a striking resemblance to the haughty nature of transformed Saiyans. It is well known that Saiyans, upon transformation, exhibit an extreme arrogance. And though Lam-Z is not a Saiyan, her golden-haired state imbued her with a similar ferocity. Her mastery of the self-control technique and the free control technique was impressive, particularly the former, which exuded a certain allure. Previously, Lam-Z had primarily employed the free control technique for evasion, seizing opportunities to counterattack. Whereas the self-control technique was a display of raw strength, indifferent to the nature of one's power. Both techniques had their merits, but Xue Tian found great pleasure in the self-control technique, as evasion, while practical in combat, was less satisfying to witness. With a resounding crash, Lam-Z effortlessly maneuvered through the barrage of energy blasts, closing in on Broly and delivering a decisive punch. Broly, naturally undeterred, retaliated. Their fists collided with a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves that rippled across the entire Xiangpa star. The planet could no longer withstand the tremendous pressure exerted by their duel, fracturing several meters deep. The explosions continued to erupt at an alarming rate, and the speed of destruction was nearly beyond the eye's ability to comprehend. Lava cascaded into an ominous abyss, disappearing from sight. In reality, this abyss was not a true chasm, but rather the cosmos itself, indicating the complete obliteration of the planet, like a sphere shattering, with the next phase being utter annihilation. Paragus, in a state of panic, realized that if Xiangpa star were to explode, he would perish alongside it. The fate of the mysterious young man was uncertain, but his own demise was assured. He shouted to Broly, "Stop! Xiangpa star is on the brink of destruction." However, Broly had succumbed to madness, lost in a frenzied state, and even though he heard Paragus's cries, he could not be swayed. Paragus, desperate, flew before Xue Tian and, kneeling midair, pleaded, "Esteemed sir, I beg you, make them cease. I know you have the power to do so, Wampa Star is about to explode. Xue Tian assessed the situation and confirmed that Wampa Star would soon meet its end, possibly within just a few exchanges of their formidable powers. The planet was simply too small to bear such energy, and the repercussions of their battle were beyond its capacity to endure. The two fighters continued their relentless assault, exchanging blows that reverberated through the cosmos, both retreating several hundred meters, yet showing no sign of halting. As they prepared to unleash their most potent strikes, Xue Tian materialized between them, extending his hands to halt their onslaught, calmly stating, "That is enough." Despite her fierce demeanor, Lam-Z respected Xue Tian's authority. Even in her reckless and savage state, she understood that before him, she was merely a disciple. The bond of a teacher and student transcends all. No matter how ruthless or arrogant one may be, one cannot betray their mentor. To do so would signify a moral collapse. With a mental command, Lam-Z reverted to her gentle blue-haired state, gazing at the surrounding lava and exclaiming, "Ah, do we do all of this?" Broly, frustrated by Xue Tian's grip on his fist, roared defiantly and launched another punch, aiming to strike Xue Tian. However, Xue Tian was not one to be easily thrown aside. Without flinching, he countered with a swift hand chop to Broly's shoulder, rendering him unconscious. Paragus, witnessing Xue Tian's prowess, was utterly astounded. To subdue Broly with a single move was nothing short of terrifying. He had initially considered distracting Broly to facilitate a sneak attack, but now realized that such tactics were unnecessary. Gratefully, Paragus ascended to express his thanks, silently vowing to avoid any confrontation with Xue Tian in his quest for supremacy in the universe. Even a seemingly simple strike contained a terrifying force. Xue Tian casually remarked, "Place your hand on my shoulder, and I shall take you both from this place." Paragus was puzzled by the instruction, but recognized that this was not the time for inquiries. He felt assured that Xue Tian had no intention of harming him, as a mere energy blast could easily end his life without such elaborate measures. Without further hesitation, he placed his hand on Xue Tian's shoulder. In an instant, the cosmos shifted around them. Paragus felt a disorienting rush as his surroundings transformed, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself within a villa, bewildered. Where's this place?" he inquired. Xue Tian offered no response, harboring little interest in Paragus. Lam-Z chimed in, "This is Master S' home." "Your Master S' home? What planet is this?" Paragus asked, perplexed. "This is Earth," Lam-Z replied with a smile, suddenly recalling something. "Oh, there are other Scions on Earth." "Other Scions on Earth?" Paragus exclaimed in astonishment. Xue Tian contemplated speaking, but ultimately chose silence. Unaware of the prior enmity between them, Lam-Z cheerfully continued, "Yes, Goku and Vegeta live here." At the mention of their names, Paragus's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. "Who?" Chapter 87. Who defeated Frieza? Paragus trembled with excitement as he inquired eagerly. "Vegeta and Son Goku. Yes, and their descendants. They have been on Earth for many years. Son Goku grew up here, while Vegeta arrived later," Lam-Z recounted. She had not even considered whether Paragus harbored animosity towards Vegeta. "Vegeta?" Paragus clenched his fists, his face contorted with rage as he murmured, "Vegeta? How dare you leave planet Vegeta and come to Earth?" This startled Lam-Z, prompting her to ask in confusion, "What is wrong with you?" Unfazed by Lam-Z's awareness of his feud with Vegeta, Paragus recounted, "Years ago, King Vegeta, upon witnessing my son Broly's extraordinary combat prowess, feared that my son would surpass him. Thus, he exiled Broly to the distant planet Vampa, nearly leading to our demise. I must avenge this grievance against King Vegeta. However, since his son is on this planet, I shall first seek retribution from him." At that moment, Lam-Z recalled her master Xue Tian mentioning this matter previously, but she had not connected the dots until now. King Vegeta was indeed the one who had banished Broly. She felt a wave of embarrassment, realizing she had inadvertently let slip critical information. Casting a hopeful glance at her master Xue Tian, she silently wished for his intervention, regretting her disclosure. Had she known, perhaps Paragus would have remained unaware of Vegeta's presence on Earth. Noticing the pleading look in his disciple's eyes, Xue Tian readily intervened, not with force, but with words. He glanced at Paragus and calmly stated, "There is no need for you to seek vengeance against King Vegeta." "What do you mean? Are you aiding King Vegeta?" Paragus asked in despair. He was aware of Xue Tian's formidable strength. If Xue Tian were to assist King Vegeta, his revenge against Broly would be futile. Yet, the thought of abandoning his decades-long quest for vengeance was unbearable. He aspired to become the ruler of the universe. And the first step toward that goal was to eliminate King Vegeta, demonstrating the folly of his actions in exiling Broly. Xue Tian, perceiving Paragus' turmoil, replied coolly, I harbor no intentions of aiding King Vegeta or his son. I merely wish to inform you that King Vegeta has been dead for many years. And your planet Vegeta has long since been destroyed. What? Planet Vegeta has been destroyed? Paragus exclaimed in shock. Xue Tian smiled knowingly. Do you not believe me? Do you remember Frieza? Paragus, recognizing the name, nodded vigorously. Of course, he is the tyrant of the universe. King Vegeta once served under him. Our Saiyan race conducted many affairs through Frieza, effectively his subordinates. Your planet Vegeta was annihilated by Frieza, and King Vegeta was also slain by him. Vegeta survived only due to a twist of fate, serving Frieza, Xue Tian elucidated. Though Paragus was taken aback, he could see the sincerity in Xue Tian's words. It did not seem like a deception, and there was no reason for Xue Tian to mislead him, especially since he was not seeking revenge against him. He exhaled deeply and clenched his fists. King Vegeta, I did not expect you to perish so soon. I had planned to exact my revenge upon you, but it appears I must now target your son Vegeta instead. Since you exiled my son, it is only fair that I take your son's life in return. Xue Tian remained silent, reclining in his chair. Hearing his mutterings, Lam-Z quickly interjected, Wait, you intend to kill Vegeta? Absolutely, Paragus affirmed. With his father dead, it is only right that he pays the debt. Vegeta has changed, he is no longer a villain. You cannot kill him. And you may not even be able to defeat him, Lam-Z insisted vehemently. Regret filled her heart. If it were not for her words, these events might not have transpired. She felt a deep responsibility to rectify the situation and prevent a conflict stemming from her slip of the tongue. Paragus immediately countered, not a villain? King Vegeta was the epitome of evil. His son must surely carry that legacy. I believe that with enough effort, Broly will be able to defeat him. And perhaps with his current strength, he could even kill him. Lam-Z fell silent, uncertain of how to respond. Given Broly's abilities, it was indeed plausible he could overpower Vegeta. She herself was unsure who was stronger between her and Vegeta, but based on her encounters with Broly, it seemed inevitable that with sufficient time, Broly would triumph. Would it not be the same against Vegeta? Certainly. Yet, she could not allow a confrontation between Broly and Vegeta to transpire. Your desire for revenge does not equate to Broly's wish for vengeance. You cannot impose your desires upon him. That would be utterly cruel and unfair. Furthermore, if Broly were to engage Vegeta, Son Goku would undoubtedly intervene, turning the odds against Broly in a 2-on-1 battle. Paragus, having heard of Son Goku before, inquired with curiosity. Who is Son Goku? Lam-Z, unsure how to explain, thought for a moment before earnestly stating, You know Frieza, right? He is the one who defeated Frieza. Paragus' eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of sheer astonishment. What? The one who defeated Frieza? Chapter 88. Resolving Broly's troubles. What? The one who defeated Frieza. Paragus was well aware of Frieza's formidable power. He was the veritable emperor of the universe. Now, after 40 years, was he not even more formidable? Yet, this individual named Son Goku managed to vanquish Frieza. How terrifying must this person be? For a moment, Paragus felt a sense of confusion. With Vegeta aided by this Son Goku, should he still seek revenge against them? Seeing him regain his composure, Lam-Z let out a sigh of relief. Ahem. At that moment, Broly, who had been lying on the ground, awoke, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings. Upon noticing his father nearby, as well as Lam-Z, he curiously inquired, Where is this place? He then stood up. Lam-Z explained that they were on Earth, in the home of her master. Only then did Broly notice Xue Tian reclining in a chair. He immediately greeted him politely. Hello, thank you for bringing us here. He understood that their arrival was solely due to Xue Tian, who had promised to bring him to Earth if he could defeat his disciple. Had he indeed bested the disciple? Upon reflecting, he recalled that he had merely fought Lam-Z to a standstill, and she had not initially exerted her full strength against him. If she had unleashed her full power, he would have stood no chance. It appeared that Lam-Z's master had instructed her not to employ her full strength from the outset. They had never intended to defeat him, merely testing his abilities. Gratefulness welled up within him as he pondered these thoughts. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he respectfully asked, May I become your disciple? Paragus looked on with keen interest, secretly contemplating that if this mysterious person took Broly as a disciple, he might have the potential to defeat Son Goku and Vegeta. Xue Tian sat up and calmly replied, of course. He did not put on airs, as his initial intention had always been to accept Broly as his disciple. If the latter had not expressed his desire, he would have sought an opportunity to propose it himself. Broly knelt down with a thud, exclaiming, Master. Upon hearing Xue Tian's affirmative response, Paragus felt a surge of joy. It seemed that revenge was now within reach. Killing Vegeta and Son Goku was no longer a distant dream. However, Xue Tian was well aware of Paragus's ulterior motives. To him, Paragus was merely a figure of ridicule, entirely ignorable. Moreover, Xue Tian had no desire to involve himself in their vendetta. After all, it was their affair, and he wished to keep his distance. As long as Broly was available to assist him when needed, that sufficed. Otherwise, what he had given to Broly could easily be reclaimed. Very well, rise. Ding. A notification from the system echoed in Xue Tian's mind. Hidden choice completed. Reward, 10 consecutive draws won. Hidden choice? Such a thing exists. I had thought all choices were overt. 10 consecutive draws? Quite promising. The last round of draws granted me the Void Bloodline. What might this round yield? The anticipation was thrilling. Without further ado, he initiated the 10 consecutive draws. Opening the draws. 3 Sins of Beans, 1 System Upgrade, 2 Thank You Draws, 1 Tranquil Heart Technique, 1 Super Saiyan Level 2, 2 Glass Clan Bloodlines. Xue Tian was taken aback by the rewards he had drawn. A system upgrade? What could that possibly entail? Would it allow his system to evolve? What transformations would follow an upgrade? He felt a wave of excitement wash over him. Yet, regarding the other rewards, he found himself somewhat perplexed. Among them, only the Glass Clan bloodline piqued his interest. Xue Tian distinctly remembered the 2 prominent figures of the Glass Clan, Ragus and Beidel. Ragus was the final warrior of the core area of Prison Planet, possessing the ability to glassify and generate glass. Trained rigorously from a young age due to this rare ability, he boasted formidable combat prowess, capable of effortlessly crafting glass into spaceships, blades, shields, and even colossal dragons. Beidel, similarly endowed with the ability to glassify and generate glass, could summon 2 clone avatars and a legion of glass soldiers. She was also one of the 4 black-clad warriors under the previous Supreme Kai of Time, Eos, and had participated in the grandiose time-space tournament. Upon first encountering the Glass Clan, Xue Tian had mused that this race was indeed remarkable. However, both representatives he had seen were female. He wondered if any male members still survived. Returning to the present, he turned to Broly and said, Broly, since you have pledged yourself to me as your master, I shall grant you the Tranquil Heart Technique. This technique will enable you to maintain clarity of mind upon transformation, significantly enhancing your combat prowess in a certain sense. Broly's heart swelled with joy. He recognized that upon transforming, his mind often became clouded. While his raw power surged, he lacked the wisdom and strategy to wield it effectively, relying solely on brute force. In such a state, it was challenging to realize his true potential. However, should he retain clarity of mind, the situation would be vastly different. He could fight according to his own strategies, thereby vastly amplifying his strength. Thank you, Master, Broly exclaimed in delight. Paragus was even more elated. This effectively alleviated a significant dilemma. He had thought he would be forced to rely on electric shocks to control the uncontrollable Broly for the rest of his life. Now, it seemed that with Broly's clarity of mind, he could also be managed. Nevertheless, a hint of regret lingered in his heart, for he could no longer expect Broly to obey him unconditionally. Previously, Broly had been entirely compliant with his commands, even if he had resisted. Paragus could have used electric shocks to enforce compliance. Now, without that means, Broly might very well defy him. He contemplated whether he should devise a way to create another electric collar for Broly. Yet, it appeared there was no longer an excuse. He could have used the justification of controlling Broly's rampage, but now that was no longer applicable. After pondering for some time, Xue Tian placed his hand on Broly's forehead and concentrated, murmuring, "Utilize the Tranquil Heart Technique on Broly." Ding. Success. In an instant, Broly distinctly felt waves of memories flooding into his mind, merging with his consciousness. He attentively absorbed the experience. The essence of the Tranquil Heart Technique unfolded in his mind. Clear as water, the heart is serene. A gentle breeze stirs not the stillness, in solitude among the bamboo. Long notes echo from the zither. Even without entering a rage, simply reciting the Tranquil Heart Technique brought him profound peace, enhancing his clarity. Xue Tian sensed the transformation and smiled, then turned to Lan Shi, declaring, "Lan-Z, you have performed admirably in this battle. I bestow upon you the Glass Clan bloodline." Chapter 89. System Upgrade. Lan-Z, your prowess in battle has earned you the Glass Clan bloodline. Although Lan-Z was unfamiliar with the nature of the Glass Clan bloodline, she instinctively understood that anything bestowed by her master, Xue Tian, must be of great value. With heartfelt gratitude, she exclaimed, "Thank you, master." In a similar vein, Xue Tian placed his hand upon Lan-Zi's forehead, channeling his intent to bestow upon her the Glass Clan bloodline. He possessed 2 fragments of this bloodline, one for himself to absorb into his void bloodline, and the other designated for Lan-Z. Xue Tian discovered that upon absorbing other bloodlines, his void bloodline could utilize their effects while simultaneously enhancing its own efficacy, proving to be exceedingly advantageous. Beep. The Glass Clan bloodline has been integrated into Lan-Z, the system announced. Following this, Lan-Z felt a gradual transformation occurring within her being. Fragments of glass manifested across her arms and thighs, yet she found she could manipulate them with her thoughts. Initially astonished, she soon learned to control the glass, retracting it effortlessly with a mere thought. With a flick of her wrist, she conjured a glass sphere, which then morphed into a dagger and subsequently transformed into a fan, its shape entirely at her command. "This is quite enjoyable," Lan-Z exclaimed with excitement. "You may now solidify your own enhancement," Xue Tian spoke calmly, intending to further investigate the intricacies of the system upgrade. Observing Paragus and Broly approaching the villa, Xue Tian pondered, "Paragus, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Broly wished to stay but was sent to the courtyard to train. Having recently emerged from a battle, he had significantly increased his combat prowess and needed to stabilize his body. With the acquisition of the Tranquil Heart technique, it was imperative for him to familiarize himself with it, enabling him to transform at will without the fear of losing control. Paragus, perplexed, inquired, "Sir, is there something you wish to discuss?" Confounded, he couldn't fathom why Xue Tian had summoned him. Was he to be persuaded against seeking revenge? Given that both he and Vegeta resided on Earth, there was a possibility of some connection, which could lead to persuasion. "Your quest for vengeance against Vegeta is of no concern to me," Xue Tian stated matter-of-factly. "Do not overthink it. If you wish to seek revenge, do so. If not, refrain. I called you here solely to inform you that your presence in my home is unwelcome. I brought you from planet Xiangpa only out of consideration for Broly. Thus, while Broly may reside here, it would be best for you to leave promptly." Paragus was momentarily stunned. He recognized that Xue Tian harbored little fondness for him. Yet he had not anticipated being asked to leave so soon. There is no need for surprise. Do not expect Broly to plead on your behalf. Just depart, Xue Tian commanded. With a pained expression, Paragus replied, "Sir, please, I wish to stay with Broly. I cannot bear to be apart from him. I implore you not to separate us." Xue Tian immediately gestured for silence, his demeanor icy. "Enough. Cease that repugnant fade. Am I unaware of your true intentions? For decades, you have cared for Broly, and you dare claim it is out of paternal duty? You merely desire him to conquer the universe for you, to become the cosmic emperor. The shock collar you placed on him was intended to control him through pain. Such crude tactics may deceive Broly, but they cannot deceive me." Paragus's face flushed with shame, clearly exposed for his true character. "I do not interfere with others' affections. If you are truly inseparable from Broly, you may take him with you," Xue Tian replied indifferently. While he held great satisfaction in Broly as his disciple, he was not inclined to the extent of desperation. Should Broly choose to leave with Paragus, it would simply be his decision, entirely independent of Xue Tian's influence. Paragus, regaining composure, realized that in order to have Broly assist him in conquering the universe, he must first ensure that Broly acquired sufficient skills. Without such abilities, even if he took Broly away, they would struggle to achieve dominion over the cosmos. Currently, he lacked the necessary resources and needed to understand Earth better, potentially establishing it as a base of operations. After contemplating these matters, he resignedly stated, "Very well, I shall leave, and Broly will continue his training with you. However, I wish to bid him farewell." "That is acceptable." Xue Tian dismissed Paragus, closing his eyes to commence communication with the system. "System, what is the nature of this recent upgrade I have received? Host may choose to upgrade or decline. Will the rewards be superior post-upgrade?" "Undoubtedly," the system responded. Without hesitation, Xue Tian commanded, "Initiate system upgrade." Beep. Upgrading system. Progress. 20. 44. 89. 100. Upgrade complete. Following the upgrade, enhanced reward notifications were implemented. For instance, upon reaching Super Saiyan Level 1, a reminder would alert the host of the transformation, significantly augmenting combat prowess. Furthermore, the system's random selection mechanism evolved into a hidden trigger selection process. In essence, the host would no longer have explicit choices. Rather, rewards might be triggered in a concealed manner, potentially even during sleep, or perhaps never in a lifetime. The quality of rewards obtained through hidden triggers would be elevated, with an increased likelihood of exceptional items surfacing. Upon receiving this information, Xue Tian realized, so that is how it is. My recent 10 consecutive draws were merely the completion of a hidden task? System, is that correct? Indeed, future choices will be less apparent, relying solely on the host's fortune. The system elucidated. Xue Tian mused, I can't shake the feeling of having emerged from a novice village. That sentiment is quite accurate. Xue Tian concluded, feeling indifferent. As long as the quality of rewards improved, the specifics of hidden triggers mattered little to him. He found it hard to believe that he could go a lifetime without triggering any rewards. Chapter 90. The need for additional funds the following day. Xue Tian awoke to find it was already midday. Stretching languidly, he relished the tranquility of the day. Lam-Z, noticing her master had risen from his chair, promptly brought over water for washing and breakfast, creating a delightful atmosphere. Xue Tian, not one to be impolite, indulged in the meal after freshening up. His master and junior brother had taken his father to find a new place to stay. After tidying up, Lam-Z stepped outside and spoke gently. Xue Tian was unconcerned. He imagined that, much like Broly's portrayal in Dragon Ball Super, he was an exemplary son. Even though he had sent his father away, he would surely assist in finding a new residence. However, given Paragus' nature, he would likely claim it was inconvenient here, as he intended to keep Broly close for training. This was of little consequence. Suddenly, Xue Tian sensed a spaceship in the outer space of Earth, deliberately releasing energy towards his villa, clearly intending to meet him. Lam-Z, I need to step out for a moment. All right, master. Using his cosmic shuttle, Xue Tian appeared in the outer reaches of Earth's atmosphere, where a massive spaceship hovered. Approaching the vessel, he was greeted at the entrance by a blue-skinned soldier. Are you Mr. Xue Tian? Indeed. The soldier replied respectfully, please come in. Xue Tian pondered the origins of these visitors. Their demeanor suggested they had intentionally sought him out, having already investigated his identity. Following the soldier, he entered the grand hall of the spaceship. Seated at the main position was a man clad in a red coat, with blue skin and hair tied upright. Flanking him were 3 individuals, 2 with blue skin, a man and a woman, and a handsome green-haired man with a patch over his right eye. Recognizing them instantly, Xue Tian identified the blue-skin trio as members of the SIDA organization. The man in the main seat was Elik, the leader of SIDA, while his 2 aides were named Jars and Maki. The green-haired man, the bounty hunter Granola, was not affiliated with SIDA but would work for money. Granola, possessing a unique disposition, would not be easily swayed if displeased. Having fulfilled Elik's contracted task, Granola had intended to leave but was invited to Earth by Elik to witness the prowess of Xue Tian, the one who had slain Oil. Elik, uninterested in mere spectacle, had nonetheless offered a generous sum to entice Granola to accompany him, merely to observe and not to engage. Elik approached Xue Tian with a broad smile, as if greeting an old friend, but Xue Tian was acutely aware of Elik's cunning nature and vast ambitions. To him, every relationship was transactional. He held a disdain for the power of Frisia and the Saiyans, believing that only a combination of intellect and strength could truly command the universe and ascend to its throne. Thus, he imagined a day when he might supplant Frisia and dominate the 7th universe. Consequently, his current demeanor was a fade, likely born from a need for Xue Tian's cooperation. Upon reaching Xue Tian, Elik cheerfully exclaimed, "Hello, my friend." Xue Tian, harboring no fondness for Elik, replied coolly, "I am not your friend. In fact, I should be your enemy. I killed Oil." Elik's expression shifted to one of surprise, taken aback by Xue Tian's directness, which threatened to sever any pretense of cordiality. His jovial demeanor grew cold as he responded, "Xue Tian, I extend my greetings, and you choose not to appreciate it. Daring to bring up such matters?" Elik's companions were aware of Xue Tian's deed. Initially, Jars and Maki had suggested eliminating Xue Tian. However, Elik believed that if Xue Tian could vanquish Oil, he must possess formidable strength. If he could be persuaded to join SIDA, he would become a valuable asset. After all, with Oil deceased, Eliminating Xue Tian would not resurrect him. Yet, Alec had not anticipated Xue Tian's complete disregard for his authority, openly challenging him in front of everyone. Xue Tian stated bluntly, "What are your intentions? Do you think I am unaware? You wish to use me as a pawn. Do you believe that is feasible?" Jars, who had remained silent until now, suddenly charged at Xue Tian, but Alec intervened. "Stand down." Reluctantly, Jars obeyed Alec's command, despite his simmering resentment towards Xue Tian. "Xue Tian, it seems our discussions have reached an impasse," Alec remarked coldly. Indeed, Alec then issued a stern warning. "Xue Tian, consider this carefully. You have killed oil, and should you refuse to join us, this matter shall not conclude so simply." "How will it conclude then?" Xue Tian dismissed Alec's threats with indifference. With a swift motion, Alec retreated to his seat, admonishing, "You possess quite the audacity. You blatantly disregard the authority of our SIDA organization. I once valued you as a talent, but it appears that is no longer necessary. Granola, I will pay you 50 cosmic jewels to eliminate him." Granola appraised Xue Tian, sensing no aura, as if he were an ordinary person. Yet, he understood that Xue Tian was anything but ordinary. Confusion clouded Granola's judgment. Could Xue Tian surpass him in power? This uncertainty made him hesitant to act recklessly, although he was not afraid. "No, I require more funds." Chapter 91, The Evolution of Granola. "No way. I need more money," Granola declared resolutely. Jas furrowed his brow, irritatedly retorting, "Granola, you're taking advantage of the situation. Do you really think we can't manage without you?" Just as Jas was about to continue, Alec gestured for him to remain silent. Alec then agreed. "Fine, I will double your payment, but you must kill him now." With that, he retrieved half of the payment from his waist and tossed it to Granola, adhering to the custom of first receiving half before completing the task. Once Granola accepted the payment, he stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Xue Tian, and said coolly, "Apologies, but I must fulfill my obligation. Granola, stop wasting time and kill him already. The double payment isn't meant for idle chatter," Jas exclaimed, his frustration mounting as Granola hesitated. He had never held Granola in high regard, and the delay only amplified his annoyance. Granola shot Jas a glare, thinking that if not for his financial need, he wouldn't be working for the Zeta Group. Yet, accepting the payment meant he had to complete the task. This was the fundamental principle of bounty hunters. If one was unwilling, they should not accept the payment in the first place. With a swift motion, Granola charged at Xue Tian, his fist gathering an overwhelming force, akin to a black dragon descending upon its prey. However, with a mere lift of his hand, Xue Tian effortlessly blocked the punch, as though it were nothing more than an ordinary person's strike. Granola's initial combat prowess was not particularly strong. He had only achieved his status as the universe's #1, excluding the gods of destruction, after acquiring the 2-star Dragon Balls and making a wish. At present, his strength was not significantly inferior to that of Jas, but certainly not comparable to the likes of Son Goku or Vegeta. Thus, how could he possibly harm Xue Tian? Shocked by the ease with which his punch was deflected, Granola was not alone in his astonishment. Alec and his companions were equally taken aback, fully aware of Granola's capabilities. He was just slightly weaker than Jas, yet here he was, thwarted so effortlessly. After his surprise, Granola swung another fist. The result was the same. Xue Tian blocked it with ease. Attempting to retract his hand, Granola found it ensnared by an immense force, rendering him unable to withdraw. He prepared to kick Xue Tian instead. But before he could strike, Xue Tian launched an attack first, thrusting his hand forward and releasing a powerful shockwave that sent Granola flying. He crashed heavily several dozen meters away, thanks to the spaciousness of the spacecraft. Otherwise, he would have smashed into a wall. It was fortunate for Granola that Xue Tian had held back. Otherwise, he would have been sent flying without restraint. Alec stood in astonishment, realizing how vulnerable Granola appeared before him. No wonder he could eliminate or he truly possessed formidable strength. If only the Zeta Group could recruit such talent, universal dominance would be within reach, and they would no longer have to fear Frisia. At that moment, Alec was already aware of Frisia's resurrection and the formation of the Frisia Force. This urgency fueled his desire to recruit Xue Tian. Had Frisia not returned, Alec would not have felt such desperation, as their current combat strength was already sufficient. Granola stood up, disbelief etched across his face. The power of the man before him exceeded his expectations. He had previously contemplated that he might not be a match, but he never imagined the disparity would be so vast. However, he still had a hidden card to play. He extended his hand, preparing to remove his eye patch. Alec intervened. Wait. Granola was perplexed by the sudden interruption. Wasn't he supposed to eliminate Xue Tian? Nevertheless, since his employer had called for a halt, he refrained from further protest and complied. Alec seized the moment to extend another enticing offer. Xue Tian, if you join the Zeta group, I assure you can become the Emperor of the universe, a being of supreme power. Inwardly, he thought, once I've used you, I'll find a way to dispose of you. Dreaming of becoming the Emperor of the universe. Naturally, Xue Tian had no intention of believing Alec's words. The notion of becoming the Emperor of the seventh universe was entirely within his grasp, yet utterly unnecessary. Alec, you are an ambitious man with a deep cunning. Do you truly think you would relinquish the position of Universe Emperor to me? Do you believe I would trust you? Alec was momentarily taken aback, wondering how Xue Tian understood the Zeta group so well, even seeming to know him intimately. Had he encountered him before? Or perhaps he had investigated him. Though these thoughts crossed his mind, he did not concede, as admitting such matters would not bode well. I have stated before, as long as you are willing, our Zeta group can assist you in becoming the universe's emperor. The entire cosmos would belong to you. This is my guarantee. Xue Tian scoffed dismissively, not interested. Seeing the disdain in Xue Tian's eyes, Alec realized that there was no way to persuade him to join the Zeta group. If he could not be an ally, then he would become an adversary. Granola, strike now with your utmost strength. Granola, heeding Alec's command, swiftly removed his eye patch, revealing a peculiar right eye, crimson and distinct from his left, exuding a mechanical aura. This was the innate ability of the Cerealians, known as the sniper eye. This right eye could lock onto an enemy's vital points from a distance, allowing for focused and precise attacks. Xue Tian assessed Granola's eye but remained indifferent. While the Cerealian's ability might pose a threat to others, it was inconsequential to him, as he bore no vulnerabilities. In fact, one could argue that he was riddled with weaknesses. Indeed, as Granola activated his right eye and focused on Xue Tian, he found numerous apparent vulnerabilities. Yet, these were not true weaknesses, but rather defensive points, a truly perplexing situation he had never encountered before. Chapter 92. A Test of Choices. Granola was taken aback. Alec observed as he opened his right eye, remaining silent and motionless for an extended period, leaving Alec perplexed. What was this individual up to? He understood that Granola's left eye was a specialized eye, capable of revealing the flaws in others, and activating it would provide significant assistance, potentially enhancing combat prowess severalfold. This was precisely why Granola had gained notoriety as a renowned bounty hunter, and why their organization, the Zeta Group, had consistently collaborated with him. Unable to contain himself, Alec exclaimed, Granola, what are you doing? If you wish to fight, then fight. What is with this hesitation? Prompted by Alec's words, Granola ceased his indecision. Regardless of the flaws he perceived, he had to face the challenge head-on. Otherwise, he risked losing his esteemed title as the best bounty hunter. He leaped high into the air, striking like lightning toward Xue Tian. Boom! He delivered a powerful punch. Xue Tian, however, remained unfazed, seemingly dismissive of Granola's presence. Indeed, given Granola's current strength, Xue Tian had little reason to regard him seriously. Perhaps once he wished to be the strongest in the universe, he would take him seriously. But for now, that was impossible. Bang! With ease, Xue Tian blocked the punch once more. He casually tossed Granola aside and remarked, Granola, your strength is insufficient. If you continue with these futile struggles, do not blame me for eliminating you. Although his tone was calm, Xue Tian infused a certain energy into his words, striking at Granola's heart. Granola instinctively shuddered, his face paling. He could not help but wonder, who was this person? How could his power be so terrifying? He had never heard of anyone like him in the universe. Alec and his companions now recognized the true strength of Lin Machin. It was formidable enough that even their combined efforts might not suffice. Although Granola was not as strong as them, he was close enough that such a person being so ridiculed was astonishing. The most critical point was that it was not merely mockery. Xue Tian genuinely possessed the capability to subdue Granola effortlessly. What a pity, Alec thought. Such a person could not be utilized by Zeta. Now, to kill him would be quite difficult. What should he do? What methods were available? These thoughts swirled in Alec's mind as he desperately sought a novel approach to counter Xue Tian. Yet, no solution came to him. If he truly could not handle him, he might have to seek Frisia's help. If Frisia were willing to intervene, the situation could be more manageable. He had heard that Frisia was already training. He wondered what results would emerge from that training. Typically, members of the Frost Demon race did not train. And Frisia had not trained until after he encountered those individuals on Earth. Now, Alec found himself torn. He hoped Frisia would become stronger, yet feared the consequences of such power. If Frisia became powerful enough to assist in eliminating Xue Tian, Alec would then have to contend with him afterward. Conversely, if Frisia remained weak, they would have no means to deal with Xue Tian. With a deep sigh, Alec turned to Granola, urging him to test Xue Tian's true capabilities. Granola, you accepted my payment. Are you really going to stop now? Have you forgotten the principles of a bounty hunter? Granola coldly replied, of course not. He understood that Alec harbored no good intentions. Despite knowing he was at a disadvantage, he could not backtrack after accepting the payment, unless something extraordinary occurred or he was compelled to act against his will. Xue Tian glanced at Alec. Are you attempting to push him into the fire? It was true. Granola was merely a pawn in Alec's game. Now that Alec deemed him no longer useful, he could easily discard him. Or perhaps he believed he could sacrifice Granola since there were other bounty hunters available. Alec responded icily, Xue Tian, do not speak so harshly. I am not coercing him. This is Granola's own principle. Once he accepts payment, he will fulfill his duty. That is the code of bounty hunters, unless he no longer wishes to be one. A playful smile danced on Xue Tian's lips. Oh, how intriguing. I look forward to seeing how Granola chooses to act next. Alec and Granola exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the implication. What choice was there? Accepting payment should mean he had to face the challenge head-on, right? Alec felt an unsettling premonition, though he could not articulate why. Were they truly at risk of being slain by Xue Tian? Surely not. Although they could not defeat him, he could not easily eliminate the three of them. They still had their trump cards. Xue Tian fixed his gaze on Granola and stated earnestly, Granola, a Cerulean. 40 years ago, your planet fell to the invasion of Frisia's army, and the transformed Scions devastated it. At just 10 years old, you found your separated mother, Musley, only to be pursued by the rampaging Scions, causing you to faint from fear. Granola stared at Xue Tian in shock, incredulous as he asked, how do you know this? Not only Granola, but Alec was also taken aback. This person before them knew such details. Did he also know the hidden truths lurking in the shadows? If so, would Granola turn against him? Inhaling deeply, Alec resigned himself to the situation. Even if Granola discovered these truths, it mattered little now. Xue Tian maintained his composure as he continued. I know this because I possess knowledge of the past and future. The reason you became a bounty hunter, Granola, is due to your need for currency, for you had to care for the one who raised you, Monette. Had it not been for Monette, you would have perished long ago. You have always believed that Frisia and the Scions destroyed your planet, which has fostered a deep-seated hatred towards them. You have longed to defeat Frisia and those Scions of the past. However, once you learned that the Scions were dead and planet Vegeta destroyed, your focus shifted entirely to Frisia. Am I correct? Granola affirmed. Indeed, you speak the truth. His eyes shimmered with a fervent light, as if he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Do you truly know the past and future? Absolutely. Chapter 93. The truth. If I were unaware, would I engage in such lengthy discourse with you? How could I possess such clarity? This pertains to your planet. Xue Tian responded with a calm demeanor. Granola, too, felt the weight of truth in those words, his belief solidifying. Meanwhile, Alec, seated in the high chair, sensed an ominous turn. Although he was aware that any attempt to impede would be futile, he still desired to intervene. For he needed Granola to gauge Xue Tian's true strength. Alec, while he speaks some truths, he also weaves many falsehoods. He is deceiving you. Do not trust him. Xue Tian scoffed. Whether I deceive him or not is a matter for him to discern. It is not your place to meddle with his thoughts. In all honesty, Granola found himself believing Xue Tian, for his assertions bore an unsettling accuracy that was difficult to dismiss. Turning to Xue Tian, he inquired further, what else do you know? You wish to know? Very well, allow me to enlighten you. You are likely unaware that the organization you currently pledge allegiance to, the Sith organization, has been in cahoots with the Frisia force, Xue Tian stated calmly. Granola shifted his gaze toward Alec, seeking an explanation. Alec, momentarily at a loss for words, feebly protested. We have not. Do not believe his words. Who is Frisia? I know him better than you do. How could we possibly associate with them? Our objective is to restore our planet, to provide a new home for those without one, just like your kin. Hearing this, Xue Tian erupted in laughter, causing Alec to bristle with irritation. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Alec's eyes, yet he recognized that he was no match for the man before him, anger notwithstanding. He had to endure. He could only hope Granola would not fall for Xue Tian's manipulation. Yet, given the current developments, halting Xue Tian seemed an impossible task. Xue Tian continued, "Was it not your alliance with Frisia that led to the destruction of Cyril? The annihilation of the Cyril people, was that not your handiwork?" Boom, boom, boom. Each word reverberated through Granola's thoughts. Alec's expression shifted as dread filled him. The very scenario he feared had come to pass. Xue Tian truly knew of past events. How could he possess such knowledge? Was it possible he had insight into both the past and the future? This seemed implausible, yet as he recalled a certain individual, he found solace in the idea that perhaps such beings did exist amidst the vastness of the universe. Granola cast another glance at Alec, his eyes aflame with hatred. Alec understood that Granola had come to believe Xue Tian's claims. Reluctantly, he ceased his concealment. "Since you have embraced his words, I have no reason to hide the truth. He is correct. We were complicit in the destruction of Cyril alongside Frisia." Granola's fury ignited. His fists clenched as he bellowed, "Why would you do such a thing?" With the cards laid bare, Alec revealed his chilling indifference. "Do you not comprehend the nature of Frisia? Our cooperation with him serves a purpose." Granola grasped the reality. "It appears you are indeed a despicable lot. You speak the truth. We are indeed vile. Only through such depravity can one seize control of this universe and wield dominion over countless planets." Ha ha. Alec took pride in his shamelessness, for in his mind, to achieve greatness, one must be ruthless and cunning, traits that he believed were essential to true strength. He looked down upon Granola, who was mired in sentimentality. "I shall slay you." Granola roared in rage. Xue Tian interjected, "Do not rush. There are matters you remain unaware of. Allow me to elucidate further." Granola suppressed his anger, awaiting Xue Tian's words. "In truth, your mother was not slain by the Scions. Rather, both you and your mother were rescued by them," Xue Tian stated with serene conviction. This revelation shattered Granola's long-held beliefs. He had always assumed that his mother was killed by the heartless, monstrous Scions who mercilessly ravaged their home. When he regained consciousness, his mother lay dead. Surely, it was at the hands of a Scion. Yet now, Xue Tian contradicted that narrative, claiming they were saviors instead. This revelation was profoundly disorienting. Had it not been for Xue Tian's previous statements, which he found credible, he would have dismissed this claim outright. Xue Tian perceived Granola's skepticism and pressed on. "The Scion who saved you and your mother was named Bardock, and the one who took your mother's life is none other than Alec." Hiss. Granola felt as if his consciousness were being siphoned away. The news was staggering. Alec had always insisted that a Scion was responsible for his mother's death. Deep within, Granola had accepted this as fact, yet now, someone was asserting that Alec, not the Scions, was the true culprit and that the Scions had instead been his saviors. "Are you deceiving me?" Though the question was directed at Xue Tian, Granola's gaze was fixed on Alec, who wore an unperturbed expression, offering no explanation, seemingly unwilling to clarify. This silence bolstered Granola's belief in Xue Tian's claims. Alec refrained from explaining, fully aware that he had already admitted their collusion with Frisia in the destruction of Cyril. He understood that Granola's temperament would not allow him to forgive such treachery. Therefore, there was no need to waste words on further explanations. Xue Tian, feigning interest, remarked, "Do you think I have any reason to deceive you? Can you not see Alec's demeanor? Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, that Scion named Bardock once faced off against Jace. Bardock triumphed." Upon hearing this, Jace cast a cold stare at Xue Tian, surprise flickering in his eyes. The knowledge of such an event was indeed unexpected. Yet it was also a source of humiliation. Remembering his defeat at the hands of a Scion, he clenched his fists in rage, vowing that should he ever encounter that Scion again, he would ensure a fate worse than death. Chapter 94. Because it is interesting, Granola observed the furious expression on Jace's face and instantly confirmed that Xue Tian was indeed correct. If Alec's demeanor had been somewhat ambiguous, lacking in certainty, Jace's expression was unequivocal. Jace, possessing an immensely proud character, would undoubtedly perceive such matters as an affront. If it was indeed a humiliation, then his demeanor would reflect that sentiment entirely. Should one still harbor doubts, they could inquire with Monet, who was privy to all these matters. Granola's heart jolted with surprise as he stared blankly at Xue Tian, swallowing hard. "Monet knows everything? You will find out if you ask." Xue Tian refrained from elaborating further, asserting that the truth would be revealed upon inquiry. Yet he was aware that Granola had already begun to believe his words. It was merely that the influx of information was overwhelming, rendering him momentarily speechless. After all, in Granola's mind, it had always been Frisia and the Scions who had destroyed his family, while Alec played the role of the benevolent. Now, the virtuous had turned villainous, and the wicked had donned the guise of the good, leaving his thoughts in disarray. After a brief period of reflection, Granola fully regained his composure. Glaring furiously at the three members of the Ceto organization, he bellowed, "I will kill you all." Xue Tian conveyed telepathically, "Granola, do not act impulsively. With your current strength, you are no match for them. It is wiser to return and train diligently. When your power is sufficient, you can eliminate them at your leisure, having waited for decades. Why rush now?" Granola turned to Xue Tian and inquired within his mind, "Why are you helping me?" "Simply for the amusement of it." Xue Tian replied with a mysterious smile. This left Granola somewhat perplexed. What could possibly be amusing about this? "I shall grant you 10 seconds to ponder. Will you choose to confront them now or retreat to train and return stronger? Should you fail to respond within 10 seconds, I will depart, and whether or not you choose to strike, they will certainly seek your end. If you wish to leave, I can escort you back to Planet Cereal." Currently, Planet Cereal was inhabited by the Hugwa people, a race that had lost their planet due to the machinations of Frisia and Alec of the Ceto organization. Contemplate wisely. Granola considered Xue Tian's words, recognizing the truth in them. With his present abilities, he could hardly contend with even Jas, let alone the trio. Training was indeed essential, otherwise, he might seek vengeance only to lose his own life. "I will follow you," he declared. "Good, come along." Under the watchful eyes of Alec and his companions, Granola approached Xue Tian. "Place your hand on my shoulder." Granola complied, leaving Alec's group in confusion. What was happening? Granola glared fiercely at Alec, stating, "Alec, it won't be long before I return to exact my revenge. Prepare to meet your end." Jas, unable to tolerate Granola's arrogance despite his evident inferiority, raised his hand and launched a ki blast. However, before it could strike, Xue Tian and Granola had vanished. "Where did they go?" Marky asked, bewildered. Alec, sensing Granola's aura, could not detect him any longer. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. They must have left, likely aided by that Xue Tian using some special technique. "What should we do now? Granola is aware of our plans and will surely become our enemy." Marky questioned. Jas scoffed, "What else? We should head to Granola's planet and eliminate him and his grandfather to prevent any future troubles." Alec pondered for a moment, sensing something amiss. "We cannot act just yet." "Why not? Are we to wait for Granola to grow stronger? While I see him as a worthless being, I do not wish to see him live another day, let alone another minute." Jas exclaimed in frustration. Alec rose and descended the steps, calmly explaining, "I too wish to slay him, to eradicate the root of the problem. But given the current circumstances, Xue Tian is intent on aiding Granola. Considering that individual's strength, do you truly believe the three of us could prevail? Speak honestly." Alec added. Knowing Jas's temperament, Jas, understanding his leader's intent, reflected seriously before shaking his head. "Given his displayed strength, it is indeed challenging for us to triumph at this moment. However, I am confident that it will not be long before I surpass him. I will train with all my might. You know my rate of growth." Alec ruffled Jas's hair. "Of course, but I have a more effective strategy that will allow us to eliminate Xue Tian with minimal effort." Marky smirked. "What is this plan?" She was aware that her leader's ideas were always astute, never disappointing them. As Alec revealed that Frisia had been resurrected, they could use him as a means to vanquish Xue Tian. With both Frisia and Xue Tian at odds, they risked mutual destruction, which would be ideal. If they both perish, that would be even better. Thus, the tense atmosphere transformed into one of levity under Alec's guidance, as they believed they had discovered a means to eliminate Xue Tian while simultaneously achieving a dual purpose. On Planet Cereal, in the blink of an eye, Xue Tian had returned with Granola. Upon witnessing the Hugwa inhabitants of Planet Cereal, Granola was filled with nostalgia. Initially, he had felt averse to these individuals, but after years of coexistence, he had grown accustomed to them. Xue Tian, aware of his sentiments, remarked, "They, like the Cerealians, are victims, merely ensnared by the Ceto organization. Return now and consult your grandfather Monet for the full story. Perhaps you will gain insight." Granola was left in a haze, and just as he sought to inquire further, Xue Tian had already vanished. Chapter 95. 4 months later, time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 4 months have passed. During this period, Xue Tian's combat prowess has advanced remarkably, acquiring a plethora of unique abilities, items, and bloodlines. As the system had predicted, following its upgrade, the rewards have significantly increased. Since the upgrade, the items and capabilities he has obtained, along with bloodlines, rank among the upper echelons of those found in Dragon Ball, including the bloodline of Majin Buu and the fabled Super Saiyan bloodline. However, nearly all of the bloodlines he received have been absorbed by the Void bloodline. Each time he absorbs a bloodline, although his combat power does not visibly increase, it enhances the effects of the Void bloodline, which is already formidable. With the enhancement, it becomes even more powerful. With Xue Tian's current strength, as long as Beerus does not utilize destruction, he can undoubtedly defeat him. Destruction, akin to a bug, while not as devastating as the King of All's erasure, remains an overwhelmingly dominant force. This leaves Xue Tian somewhat troubled, pondering why he has yet to attain true immortality. Once he achieves genuine immortality, destruction would no longer pose a threat to him. Fortunately, he is bound to the King of All, ensuring that he will not encounter any life-threatening dangers in the near future. As for Lam-Z and Broly, they have also made significant progress, especially Broly. Under Xue Tian's guidance, and after 10 years of rigorous training in the Room of Spirit and Time, his combat power has soared. Except for the Destroyer God Whis and Xue Tian himself, he can be considered the strongest warrior in the 7th universe. Throughout these 4 months, Xue Tian has taught him how to transform into Super Saiyan forms from level 2 to level 4. With his full-powered Broly transformation, he is an imposing force, overwhelmingly powerful. Even Lam-Z, at her full strength, is no match for him. The Room of Spirit and Time was a reward Xue Tian obtained during a mission, and its effects are not significantly different from the original, though it far surpasses the latter in every aspect. At this moment, Xue Tian reclines in his chair, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, calmly stating, "For months have passed. Frieza should be arriving soon." He distinctly remembers that after 4 months of training, Frieza would come seeking revenge against Goku. Lam-Z approached Xue Tian with a bowl of grapes, respectfully offering, "Master, please enjoy some grapes." She peeled the fruit and fed it to him. "Master, Brother Broly has been training diligently. With his current combat power, he should be able to defeat Goku and Vegeta, right?" Xue Tian smiled earnestly. "Your brother Broly is a legendary Super Saiyan. Such a bloodline cannot be compared to the ordinary Saiyan bloodlines of Goku and Vegeta. Defeating them would be quite easy, but there is one caveat." Lam-Z asked curiously, "What caveat?" Even she lacked confidence in defeating Broly. Throughout these 4 months, she had nearly mastered the techniques of Ultra Instinct and Self-Mastery to their fullest potential. Lying in the energy chamber for just 10 days to half a month would undoubtedly allow her to perfect these divine skills. Yet, she knew that even at her best, she would not stand a chance against Brother Broly, whose growth and combat power were terrifyingly rapid. Xue Tian explained, "If Goku and Vegeta were to fuse, your brother Broly might indeed find himself at a disadvantage. Their fusion would grant them a substantial increase in combat power. While Broly's growth is impressive, Goku and Vegeta are also progressing. They are not merely playing in the realm of the Destroyers. Within that realm lies an inner space akin to the Room of Spirit and Time. Go summon your brother. A trial awaits him shortly," Xue Tian said with a mysterious smile. Lam-Z did not fully grasp what kind of trial awaited her brother, but trusting her master's wisdom, she immediately utilized high-speed movement to fly to Broly's location. A short while later, Broly and Lam-Z arrived. Broly looked at Xue Tian, inquiring with confusion, "Master, Lam-Z mentioned that a new trial awaits me. Where is it?" Although Broly was not particularly eager for combat, he held a keen interest in training. He was uncertain why he felt this way, but found that during training, his pores would open, filling him with exhilaration. This sensation was akin to what he experienced in battle, albeit less intense since it was not actual combat, merely simulated fighting, which left him feeling as if everything was merely an illusion. Xue Tian had previously assured him that he could seek him out whenever he needed to fight, but Broly had never done so. He understood that approaching Master Xue Tian for a fight would be akin to seeking trouble for himself. He had no masochistic tendencies. Had he not received the cleansing heart technique before training with Xue Tian, he might have considered it, but now it was out of the question. Xue Tian was his master, who had imparted to him the methods of the cleansing heart, allowing him to control his combat power and consciousness post-transformation. How could he possibly harm his master in a state of tranquility? "Patience, let us wait. He shall arrive shortly," Xue Tian said, closing his eyes, observing her master's demeanor. Broly ceased to speak and patiently took a seat nearby. Although Xue Tian had closed his eyes, his thoughts extended beyond the earth, sensing the conditions of the cosmos, alert to any unfamiliar presence. Moments later, a smile graced his lips as he recognized the unfolding events. Indeed, just as in the comics, Frisia's army was on the move. Not far from Earth, a colossal spaceship sped towards their planet, surrounded by numerous smaller vessels, all escorting Frisia's imposing craft, creating a formidable spectacle. Though Frisia's army had fragmented after his demise, losing its former glory, upon his resurrection and under Sorbet's reorganization, it swiftly regained its reputation. This restructuring was not intricate. It simply involved spreading the news of Frisia's revival, prompting many to return while also recruiting a number of newcomers. Frisia swiftly regained his feared reputation. Yet many understood that being by his side also came with substantial benefits, as danger and fortune often coexist. They have arrived. Chapter 96. The Arrival of Frisia, Here He Comes. Xue Tian remarked with a hint of amusement. Broly and Lam-Z also looked up towards the expanse beyond Earth, sensing something amiss. However, having never encountered Frisia's aura before, they mistook it for someone else's presence and curiously inquired, Master, whose energy is this? It feels quite potent. In response to Lam-Z's confusion, Xue Tian chuckled and explained, It is someone you are familiar with, though at that time, you were unable to sense his presence. Now that you can, it feels unfamiliar. Lam-Z shook her head, unable to recall who it might be. The name eluded her, but Xue Tian's words sparked a sense of recognition, albeit vague. Broly, perplexed, asked, Master, should we go and take a look? No need. Let us wait for them to descend, Xue Tian replied, stretching lazily. He exchanged a knowing glance with Lam-Z, who promptly offered him grapes. In less than 5 minutes, a colossal spaceship appeared above Earth, accompanied by a multitude of smaller vessels, swarming like mosquitoes in the sky. Frisia's grand entrance was marked by a show of force, capturing the attention of the populace below, who were filled with curiosity. Reporters swiftly contacted Satan, who was in a room playing with Beerus. Upon hearing the news, he glanced upward and indeed spotted the swarm of small ships. He declared he would investigate immediately and called his son-in-law, Gohan, to inquire if he knew what was happening. Gohan, equally in the dark, understood that these visitors were likely hostile. Without hesitation, he took flight towards the direction of the ships, realizing that with his father absent, it was his duty to protect Earth. Even as a scholar, he felt an unwavering obligation to safeguard the world he had grown up in and the people he cherished. With a rush of wind, he sped forward. Along the way, he encountered Piccolo, Krillin, and others, forming a gathering of key figures. They greeted one another cheerfully, with Krillin particularly enthusiastic. Soon, they arrived at an open mountainous area, where the spaceship hovered above, releasing smaller ships. The attire of those emerging seemed vaguely familiar, sparking curiosity among the group. Krillin couldn't help but ask, these outfits, they seem familiar. Piccolo's expression turned grave, his skin taking on a greenish hue as he coldly declared, they are members of Frisia's army. At this revelation, the group was thrown into disarray, fear gripping them as they exclaimed, what? They are Frisia's soldiers? Krillin, in particular, was unsettled, haunted by the memory of his own demise at Frisia's hands, a nightmare that still plagued him, waking him in terror even with 18 by his side. Master Roshi's demeanor grew serious. If these were indeed Frisia's forces, they would be formidable, especially given the sheer number, which had surpassed 10,000. Relying solely on their small group would be futile. Attempting to reassure himself, Krillin said, Piccolo, it's true they are Frisia's soldiers, but Frisia is dead. He cannot be alive, so they are not that terrifying. Piccolo pondered, sensing the gravity of the situation. If no powerful leader had orchestrated this gathering, Frisia's army would not have come. But what could their purpose be? If they were being led by Frisia, they must be here to invade Earth and seek revenge on Goku. Yet, if not Frisia, then who could it be? Just then, a group led by Sorb emerged, casting sinister glances at Gohan and the others. Following their arrival, a chillingly familiar yet foreign voice echoed through the air. Ha ha ha. The sinister laughter sent shivers down their spines. Krillin instinctively closed his eyes, trembling as he muttered, Father. Frisia, 18, noticing Krillin's distress, offered comfort, it's all right. I'm here with you. Krillin looked at her with grateful eyes, swallowing hard. Thank you, 18. I must have saved a few galaxies in my past life to have found such a beautiful and understanding partner. 18 smiled, fully aware of her husband's turmoil. Her hope was for him to confront his fears, but deep down, She recognized that Frieza would forever be a haunting specter in his life. Nonetheless, she had faith in Krillin. After all, that was why she had married him. Ha ha ha. Frieza emerged from a diminutive spacecraft, and the sight of him struck dread into the hearts of Piccolo and the others. He was alive. How could this be? Was it the Dragon Balls? Yet, aside from Xue Tian's recent use of them, none had made a wish that could resurrect Frieza. Despite their confusion, they could not fathom that Frieza's return was not due to the Dragon Balls, but rather a divine resurrection. Observing their astonishment, Frieza let out a smug, derisive laugh. Surprised? Are we? Piccolo demanded. Frieza, how did you come back? Frieza coldly retorted. How I returned is of no concern to you. Just know that today marks your demise. With that, he scanned the group, failing to spot the one he sought, Goku. He inquired, where's Goku? Gohan swiftly responded, my father is not here. Leave Earth at once, or we shall not show mercy. Frieza's gaze shifted, momentarily taken aback. Though he recognized Gohan, he had not looked closely, as his focus remained on Goku. Upon closer inspection, he remarked in astonishment, oh, you were the child Saiyan from back then? Goku's son? While Gohan's current strength may have been lacking, he stood his ground, declaring, indeed, I am that child. Ha ha ha, how amusing. And to think, there's still that noseless wonder from back then. Chapter 97. The Formidable Zasami and the Return of the No-Nose Man. Frieza, spotting Krillin, could not help but taunt him. As Krillin felt Frieza's gaze sweep over him, he trembled uncontrollably, as if confronted by an unspeakable horror. Indeed, Frieza represented a profound terror within him, the very embodiment of his deepest fears. His first death had come at Frieza's hands, and he could never forget that moment of explosion. Even now, the memory haunted him, often manifesting in nightmares. Now, facing Frieza again, those memories of fear surged back to the forefront of his mind. His body shook with dread as he stammered, Frieza? Seeing the palpable fear in Krillin's eyes, Frieza reveled in satisfaction. This was precisely the reaction he desired. He aimed to instill terror in the hearts of all on Earth, to make them acutely aware that the cosmic Emperor Frieza had arrived, heralding their doom. But what of Goku? Frieza scanned the surroundings and noted the absence of Goku and Vegeta, which left him perplexed and somewhat disappointed. How could Goku not be present? Piccolo, observing Frieza, sensed that the tyrant was no longer as easily dealt with as before. Perhaps their chances would improve once Goku and Vegeta arrived. With these thoughts in mind, he declared, Goku and Vegeta will be here shortly. If you seek them, then let us wait for their arrival. Frieza chuckled. Indeed, I wish to await their presence. However, before they arrive, I can indulge in a little game. Piccolo, sensing something amiss, inquired, what sort of game? That would be to eliminate you all. The group shuddered at his nonchalant tone. Was it truly so simple to kill them? Yet, given Frieza's formidable strength, they dared not underestimate him. Especially Krillin and Piccolo, one paralyzed by fear, the other convinced that this Frieza was no ordinary foe. If Goku and Vegeta did not arrive in time, they could very well face annihilation. Frieza turned to his subordinates, Zasami and Tagma, and Salb, asking, which of you will take on the task of killing them? Salb shrank back, aware that he was not cut out for combat. As Frieza's advisor, he merely offered strategies. Fighting was beyond his purview, particularly in such an open confrontation. Frieza had no faith in him, and instead focused on Tagma and Zasami. Zasami boldly stepped forward, declaring, Lord Frieza, allow me to take on these foes. Excellent. Frieza replied with a satisfied grin. He was eager to ascertain the combat prowess of these Earth warriors after all these years. As for power scouters, they were utterly useless. While they might serve to gauge other races, they failed miserably against the Saiyans, who possessed immense potential beyond the reach of such devices. Zasami approached Krillin and the others, boasting, will you face me together, or how shall we proceed? The group regarded the imposing red, bull-headed figure with grave expressions and simmering anger. They were proud warriors, and the thought of banding together against a single opponent was beneath their dignity. Gohan prepared to step forward, realizing that without his father and Uncle Vegeta, he was the strongest fighter present. He felt compelled to shoulder this burden. Just then, Piccolo interjected, Gohan, let me handle this. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan protested. Piccolo understood Gohan's eagerness to fight, yet he was determined to protect him. To Piccolo, Gohan was like a son, and he could not allow him to face danger alone. Seeing Gohan about to speak, Piccolo reassured him, do not worry, Gohan. I am confident in my ability to handle this opponent. Zasami scoffed at this proclamation. a flicker of flame igniting in his red eyes. Was he truly so arrogant? Without hesitation, Piccolo charged at Zasami, who retaliated in kind. The clash of their fists resounded with a deafening boom, and Piccolo was sent staggering back several meters, leaving the onlookers astonished. How could Frisia's subordinate be so powerful? If Zasami was this formidable, one could only imagine Frisia's true strength. Piccolo, with his current might, could rival Frisia from years past, perhaps even vanquish him effortlessly. Yet here he was, pushed back by Zasami's single blow. Clearly, the years had seen not only their growth, but also that of Frisia's minions. Before Piccolo could regain his footing, Zasami surged forward, unleashing a barrage of punches like a tempest upon him. Piccolo fought back fiercely, using his arms to block the onslaught, but he continued to retreat under the relentless assault. In that fleeting moment, it became evident that Piccolo was at a disadvantage. The others marveled at Zasami's combat prowess. Gohan felt a pang of concern, yearning to assist, but he reasoned that Piccolo could handle it and would not be defeated by this brute. With a fierce shout, Piccolo unleashed a surge of energy, propelling Zasami back several meters. "You are indeed strong, but I am not weak either." He tore off his cape and discarded it onto the ground. With a resounding thud, his cape and shoes landed heavily, creating a significant crater at least a meter deep. Yamcha remarked, "Indeed, Piccolo has not neglected his training. He has been honing his skills all this time." Seeing this, the group felt a sense of reassurance. Shedding such burdens would surely enhance Piccolo's combat capabilities, particularly his speed. Zasami glanced at the discarded cape and shoes, surprised that Piccolo had such a trump card. After their initial skirmish, he realized that Piccolo was no ordinary opponent, and he undoubtedly had grown stronger. Still, Zasami felt no fear. Piccolo had not yet revealed his full strength, and neither had he. Chapter 98. The terror of Tagma. With a swift rush, Piccolo and Zasami collided, their fists striking together, sending shockwaves through the surroundings. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, yet Piccolo gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Spectators gasped in astonishment. Zasami was indeed formidable, proving to be a match for Piccolo. In the air, Sorbiai remarked approvingly, "Lord Frisia, what do you think of Zasami? He is comparable to the former members of the Jinyu force." Frisia, with a sardonic smile, replied, "He is adequate, but still too weak. He requires further training." "Indeed, Lord Frisia, Zasami is currently our strongest warrior in the Frisia force." Upon hearing this, the gaunt Tagma, standing beside Sorbiai, became visibly displeased. He glanced at Sorbiai, then at Zasami engaged in combat with Piccolo, and suddenly raised his hand. A beam of light shot through Zasami's chest. He screamed in agony, turning to face Tagma. Disbelief etched across his features. Why are you attacking me?" With immense confusion, he plummeted from the air, lifeless. Frisia, Sorbiai, and Piccolo were utterly astonished, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Krillin, filled with curiosity, speculated, could he have been a good person, a spy lurking within Frisia's ranks? His words ignited doubt among Gohan and the others. It was indeed plausible. If Tagma were not a traitor, why would he slay Zasami, a supposed comrade? Piccolo, hovering above, felt otherwise, sensing something amiss. Sorbiai confronted Tagma directly. "What are you doing? Why did you kill Zasami?" The Tagma of old would never have harmed his own allies. Months prior, upon Frisia's resurrection, Tagma had advised against provoking the Saiyans. Frisia, upon hearing this, nearly executed him on the spot, only spared due to Sorbiai's intercession. In the end, Tagma was left incapacitated, but, with the Frisia force's technology, he could be restored. Frisia observed quietly. If Tagma had indeed betrayed him, he would have no hesitation in eliminating him. Tagma, unhurried, declared, "The title of the Frisia force's strongest warrior belongs solely to me, Tagma. Zasami is merely the second. He is insignificant in my presence." Infuriated, Sorbiai shouted, "Tagma, how dare you kill one of your own?" Tagma, undeterred by Sorbiai's rage, gracefully descended before Frisia and respectfully stated, "He may have been one of us, but not the strongest. I trust Lord Frisia will not fault me for disposing of such trash. In fact, I am merely assisting Lord Frisia in eliminating the weak." Realization dawned on Sorbiai. His words had sealed Zasami's fate. A fleeting moment of guilt flashed in his eyes, but it quickly vanished. As members of the Frisia force, they had long accepted the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. Sorbiai, a strategist, had rarely faced threats to his position, ensuring his stability. Those engaged in battle were primarily warriors of combat prowess. Frisia, hearing Tagma's words, expressed mild approval. Haha, well said. Your confidence intrigues me. I wish to see the extent of your abilities. In truth, the death of Zasami was of little consequence to Frisia. He would not mourn Tagma's demise either, as long as he survived. Frisia acted purely on his whims. Observing Tagma's behavior, he felt a twinge of recognition in Tagma. He saw a reflection of himself, acting on instinct and self-assuredness. Tagma assured, I will not disappoint you, Lord Frisia. With that, he approached Piccolo. A look of disdain on his face, folding his arms. With your current strength, you are no match for me. Are you truly the strongest among these warriors? If not, bring forth someone more formidable. Unbeknownst to them, while Tagma spoke, a toad hopped nearby, seeking refuge beneath a rock. Piccolo, incensed by Tagma's arrogance, felt a surge of determination. This opponent seemed indeed stronger than Zasami, yet his condescension would come at a cost. With a huff of indignation, Piccolo launched a powerful punch towards Tagma. Tagma, still nonchalant, effortlessly extended one hand to block Piccolo's mighty attack. The onlookers gasped, recognizing Piccolo's strength, which was not inferior to their own. He had always ranked among the elite fighters, second only to Gohan. Yet here was Tagma, easily deflecting his full-force blow, proving to be a terrifying adversary. They had thought Zasami formidable, but Tagma surpassed all expectations. Sorbiai, astonished by the display, murmured, what? Even Zasami could not so easily withstand Piccolo's assault. What has happened to Tagma? How has he become so powerful? Frisia chuckled heartily, satisfied with Tagma's combat prowess. Ah, indeed, you are stronger than Zasami. After blocking Piccolo's punch, Tagma clenched his fist and, with a sudden forceful tug, yanked Piccolo's right arm off, eliciting a horrifying scream. Green blood gushed forth as Piccolo was sent crashing to the ground. Uncle Piccolo. Chapter 99. The Radiance of the Toad Uncle Piccolo. Gohan cried out in alarm upon witnessing Piccolo's arm being torn off and subsequently kicked away. The others were utterly astonished. Piccolo's formidable strength had faltered before Tagma, unable to withstand even a single encounter, and the sight of his severed arm was indeed terrifying. Frisia, reveling in the moment, chuckled sinisterly. Tagma desired precisely this reaction. He coldly addressed the onlookers. The Tagma of today is no longer the Tagma of the past. My combat prowess has surpassed that of you Earthlings, and this transformation is largely thanks to Lord Frisia. Intrigued, Frisia responded, oh. Tagma elaborated, over the past 4 months, I have been chosen as a training partner for King Frisia. Enduring 4 months of brutal training, I have faced relentless assaults, which have significantly enhanced my speed, strength, and resilience. Thus, I stand as the foremost warrior of Frisia's army. Is that so? Frisia laughed heartily, secretly astonished that Tagma had survived 4 months of his rigorous training. Indeed, his resilience was remarkable. Initially unable to evade Frisia's attacks, Tagma had gradually learned to dodge and even counter a few blows, indicating his progress, though he had not anticipated such substantial improvement. Piccolo, regaining his composure, gazed at his severed arm, summoning his strength and shouting, ha! With a resounding crack, a new arm sprouted forth, showcasing the innate ability of the Namekians to regenerate lost limbs. Prepared to charge once more, Piccolo was halted by Gohan, who flew in front of him and calmly declared, Uncle Piccolo, leave this to me. Understanding that Piccolo was no match for Tagma, Gohan resolved to confront him himself. Reluctantly, Piccolo acknowledged the truth. He could not contend with Tagma, and only Gohan possessed the capability to face this foe. Stepping back, Gohan fixed his cold gaze upon Tagma. You invaders, I shall defeat you and send you back where you belong. Tagma burst into laughter. Defeat me? Your energy is weaker than that Namekian's. Do you not find this laughable? Gohan's expression darkened as he clenched his fists and bellowed, ha! Instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. A golden aura enveloped him, though it soon dissipated, leaving only his golden hair. Frisia, upon witnessing this transformation, was reminded of Goku's own Super Saiyan transformation. Noting the striking resemblance between the two, he felt an irresistible urge to intervene but restrained himself, curious to see if Tagma could handle Gohan. Tagma was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Gohan's transformation. The intensity of Gohan's aura surged tremendously, leaving Tagma feeling the weight of his newfound power. His expression grew serious. With a thunderous roar, Gohan lunged forward with blinding speed, akin to a lightning bolt. Tagma attempted to evade, but found himself unable to escape the onslaught. Bang! Ultimately, Tagma could not avoid the impact and was sent crashing to the ground by Gohan's punch. A collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers, despite Tagma's strength. He was no match for Gohan, the true Super Saiyan. Piccolo, observing Gohan at this moment, was reminded of Gohan's valiant youth, when he single-handedly wielded the Kamehameha wave to vanquish the formidable Cell. Regrettably, after that battle, Gohan had grown increasingly complacent in his trainings, focusing instead on living up to Chi-Chi's expectations. Each time Piccolo reflected on this, he felt a pang of regret. With Gohan's potential, surpassing Goku and Vegeta was well within reach. He resolved to awaken Gohan's fighting spirit, believing that he could not allow him to languish in complacency any longer. In the absence of Goku and Vegeta, the group appeared disheartened, lacking the courage to confront their adversaries. If Goku and Vegeta were present, their expressions would undoubtedly be more resolute. Ultimately, the absence of a powerful presence left them feeling vulnerable, devoid of the requisite bravery. Just as Krillin and the others rejoiced at Gohan's triumph over Tagma, the fallen Tagma prepared to rise. Suddenly, a toad leaped onto a rock and bounded toward Tagma. Croak! A radiant white light emanated from the toad. Tagma, bewildered, wondered how a mere toad could emit such brilliance. As he locked eyes with the creature, the white light enveloped him. In that fleeting moment, Tagma felt his very soul being wrenched from his body, as if it were being violently extracted. Soon after, he discovered himself confined within an exceedingly small form. He had transformed into a toad. Ribbit, Ribbit, he croaked in a frenzy, bewildered and questioning the absurdity of his transformation. Everyone around was equally perplexed. What had transpired? Why was the toad emitting a white light and frantically croaking? Unbeknownst to them, this was no ordinary toad. It was Jinyu, possessing a formidable ability to swap bodies with his target, thereby assuming control of their form. Previously, Jinyu had attempted to switch bodies with Vegeta, but Goku had intercepted an alien toad, this very one, and hurled it toward Jinyu. The body-switching light struck the toad, resulting in Jinyu's unexpected transformation. Little did he know that after wandering the earth for so long, this toad would now find itself in such a fortuitous circumstance. Chapter 100. I am Jinyu. Amidst the confusion, people were at a loss, sensing that something significant had transpired, yet feeling as though nothing had occurred at all. Just as questions swirled among the crowd, Tagoma soared before Frieza, exuberantly exclaiming, "Lord Frieza, I have returned." This declaration left Frieza utterly perplexed. "What do you mean you have returned? Haven't you always been here? Did you go somewhere?" Noticing Frieza's bewilderment, the others were equally baffled. Tagoma hurriedly clarified, "I am Jinyu, the leader of the Jinyu force." Frieza momentarily froze, gazing incredulously at Tagoma. "You are Jinyu?" Upon hearing this, the other members of Frieza's army paused, particularly Sorbet, who recognized Jinyu. Wasn't Jinyu supposed to be dead? And yet, the individual before him was clearly Tagoma. Why was he claiming to be Jinyu? In response to their confusion, Jinyu swiftly performed his signature pose, a distinctive gesture belonging to the Jinyu force. The absurdity of his movements confirmed for Frieza that this Tagoma was indeed Jinyu. "Indeed, you must be Jinyu. Who else would exhibit such ridiculous antics?" Below, Gohan watched Jinyu's antics and was reminded of his own time as a masked hero, feeling a pang of embarrassment. He comforted himself, thinking, perhaps my movements were more graceful. Sorbet, now convinced that Tagoma was Jinyu, asked, "How did you become Jinyu?" Jinyu, feeling utterly aggrieved, wailed "Wah," and proceeded to recount the entire saga of his misfortunes. Listening intently, Frieza felt a pang of sympathy for Jinyu, recognizing the unfortunate events he had endured. However, upon reflection, Frieza realized he had faced similar humiliations himself, having been killed multiple times. As Jinyu grew increasingly agitated, he declared, "Lord Frieza, allow me to deal with these individuals first, and then I shall regale you with my tales." Frieza nodded in acquiescence. With permission granted, Jinyu darted towards Gohan, casting a cold glare. "You must be Goku's son. I shall eliminate you first, and then your father." He clenched his fists, feeling the immense power coursing through this new body, far superior to his previous form. Defeating Gohan would be a trivial task. However, this was merely Jinyu's inner monologue. With a fierce shout, he unleashed his power, significantly stronger than when Tagoma had controlled his body. As he descended with the speed of a meteor, Gohan, maintaining his Super Saiyan form, was undeterred and chose to confront him head-on. A fierce exchange ensued, and within mere moments, Gohan had the upper hand, overpowering Jinyu. Regardless of Jinyu's training, he could not match Gohan, who possessed unparalleled potential as the mightiest Saiyan on Earth. Tagoma, an ordinary alien, could not hope to defeat Gohan, who had the innate ability to reach the Beast Gohan form without extensive training. With a flurry of punches, Gohan sent Jinyu flying, followed by a powerful ki blast that detonated upon impact, sending plumes of smoke into the air. As the haze dissipated, Jinyu, panting heavily, gazed at Gohan in astonishment. How could Goku's son possess such strength? This body was formidable, yet he could not best Gohan. Had the times truly changed, leaving him behind? Frieza, observing Jinyu's shock, inquired, "Jinyu, are you alright?" Recognizing his own inadequacy against Gohan, Jinyu swiftly approached Frieza, respectfully stating, "Lord Frieza, I have yet to fully master this body. I humbly request that you intervene for now. Once I have gained control, I shall return to eliminate these foes." Frieza, feeling a sense of camaraderie for his former subordinate, responded with a smirk, "Very well, I shall take care of this." He gazed at Gohan with a malevolent grin. "Your strength is indeed impressive, but it remains insufficient." Raising his finger, he unleashed a beam of light that pierced through Gohan's chest. The speed of the attack was so swift that Gohan had no time to react. The onlookers gasped in shock, while Piccolo turned pale, realizing Frieza's power exceeded their wildest expectations. They had anticipated Frieza's return with enhanced strength, yet none could have imagined it would be to such a degree. Jinyu's lips twitched. Truly, Frieza was a force to be reckoned with, effortlessly injuring one who had proven to be his own adversary. "Thank goodness he is my lord and not my enemy," Jinyu thought. "If he were my foe, it would be a nightmare." In an instant, Gohan reverted from Super Saiyan to his base form, trembling yet managing to remain upright. Frieza, amused, remarked, "Interesting, you still stand." With a swift motion, 2 more beams of light shot forth, piercing through Gohan's legs. Gohan screamed in agony as his legs gave way, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 101. Simply due to a change in mood, with a thud, Son Gohan collapsed to the ground, his legs unable to support him, gasping for breath as blood poured from his wounds. Panic-stricken, Piccolo called out, "Gohan." Without a moment's hesitation, Piccolo rushed to his side, rescuing him and bringing him to Krillin, who understood the urgency and promptly retrieved a Senzu bean, feeding it to Gohan. In no time, Gohan's vitality returned, his wounds on his legs and chest healed. Frieza, witnessing this, raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, a Senzu bean?" He recalled that Goku and his companions possessed such an item which could restore them after severe injuries. Once revitalized, Gohan fixed his gaze on Frieza, clenching his fists, ready to transform and charge into battle once more. Piccolo cautioned, "Gohan, don't be reckless. You are no match for Frieza. We must find a way to contact Goku and Vegeta." Gohan was aware of his limitations against Frieza, knowing that only Bulma could reach out to his father and Uncle Vegeta. "I wonder if Aunt Bulma has managed to get in touch with Dad. What if she can't? With our current strength, no one can contend with Frieza." At that moment, Yamcha suddenly interjected, "Actually, there's one more person." "Huh?" Everyone turned to Yamcha, instinctively asking, "Who?" "Xue Tian." Yamcha replied calmly. Realization dawned on everyone. Of course, Xue Tian is on Earth, and he is far more powerful than both Vegeta and Goku. If he intervenes, he could certainly defeat Frieza. The thought ignited a spark of hope within them. Just then, Xue Tian arrived with Broly and Lan Chi. Their presence eased the tension in the group, bringing a sigh of relief. Frieza, upon seeing Xue Tian, momentarily froze. He remembered this enigmatic figure, whose strength was unfathomable. But he believed that was in the past, for months ago. After months of rigorous training and mastering a new form, dealing with Xue Tian would be a trivial matter now. Krillin exclaimed, "Xue Tian, you made it." Xue Tian, understanding Krillin's intent, shrugged and replied, "I have arrived, but I will not intervene." This statement left everyone in shock, confused as to why he would come yet refused to act. Was he allied with Frieza? That seemed implausible. Frieza, with a sinister grin, remarked, "Have you made up your mind? Are you considering joining the Frieza force?" "What?" The group gasped in disbelief. The notion that Xue Tian would join Frieza was unthinkable. If that were true, Earth would face utter devastation. Neither Goku nor Vegeta could rival Xue Tian, and even the God of Destruction would be hard-pressed to assist them. Noticing the bewilderment and fear on their faces, Frieza gleefully proclaimed, "You may not know, but my resurrection was orchestrated by Xue Tian." If not for him, I would still be trapped in that wretched paradise, listening to those insufferable angels sing. The very thought infuriates me. Frisia's visage twisted with rage, revealing his deep-seated hatred for the celestial beings. The group's shock only intensified as they processed Frisia's words, realizing that Xue Tian's revival of Frisia implied a potential alliance. They turned to Xue Tian, eager to uncover the truth behind Frisia's claims. Xue Tian, unfazed by their apprehension, simply replied to Frisia, "I have stated before. The Frisia force is merely a quagmire that cannot accommodate me. Reviving you was merely a matter of my mood, and now it serves another purpose, to provide my apprentice with some training." What do you mean? Frisia questioned, perplexed. His confusion was overshadowed by Broly, who had taken to the air, demonstrating his flight technique as he positioned himself opposite Frisia, calmly observing him. Frisia inquired, "Are you suggesting that reviving me was solely for the sake of training?" One could say that. However, it was initially just due to my good mood. In reality, reviving Frisia had also been a task to complete, as Xue Tian wished to witness Frisia's might in this Dragon Ball Super world. Though Frisia was a villain, his character had garnered some positive traits, especially as the narrative progressed, with several fans even beginning to admire him. Xue Tian's words ignited Frisia's fury. To think he was revived simply because of someone's whim, and now he was to be treated as a training subject. This thought reminded him of Tagoma, akin to how he had once viewed Tagoma as a training partner. With a furious roar, Frisia exclaimed, "You underestimate me." He prepared to strike, but at that moment, Jinyu stepped forward, volunteering, "Lord Frisia, I have mastered this body, and I shall deal with these individuals, especially that arrogant one." He fixed his gaze on Xue Tian, knowing he must first defeat Broly to have a chance against him. Frisia smirked in approval, "Very well. You shall handle him." His rage subsided slightly, as he contemplated how Jinyu defeating Xue Tian's apprentice would bring him glory. He was eager to see what Xue Tian would have to say then. Jinyu cast a smug look at Broly, a chilling smile forming on his lips. "Prepare to meet your end, brat." Without any unnecessary movements, he lunged at Broly with all his might. Chapter 102. A single strike to vanquish Jinyu. As Jinyu charged forward with fierce intent, Broly remained unfazed. He raised his hand and unleashed a vibrant green energy blast. The projectile surged forth with astonishing speed, leaving Jinyu in a state of shock. "This is bad," he exclaimed, hastily attempting to flee or evade. However, the velocity of the energy blast was far beyond his capacity to escape. Upon collision, it erupted with a deafening roar, and Jinyu was instantly reduced to a mere puddle of blood, utterly defeated. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers felt their jaws tighten in disbelief. This is terrifying. To defeat Jinyu in a single move. Although Jinyu may not have been a match for Gohan, he could still hold his own for a while. Yet, he had just claimed that he was still unfamiliar with this body. The truth of that statement remained uncertain, but one thing was clear to all: Broly was undeniably formidable. Frisia, too, was taken aback. A disconcerting thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Xue Tian's apprentice intended to use him as a stepping stone? The notion irked him. To be regarded as a mere training target by someone else was a disgrace for an emperor of the universe. Descending before Broly, he inquired coldly, "Who are you?" "Broly," came the straightforward reply. Frisia pondered this unfamiliar name, continuing his icy demeanor. "Your master mentioned that you would treat me as a training stone." "Indeed," Broly affirmed without hesitation. Frisia's face contorted in surprise. He had anticipated a more modest response, perhaps a denial of such claims. The seriousness of Broly's answer was jarring, especially for one so accustomed to superiority. His expression twisted with rage. Frisia bellowed, "Since when do common creatures speak to me, Frisia, in such a manner?" In an instant, Frisia transformed into his final form, launching a deadly beam towards Broly. He recognized that, given Broly's displayed strength, he could not afford to engage without transforming. Thus, he wasted no time. Broly deftly sidestepped the attack, evading Frisia's strike with ease. Frisia's eyes widened in astonishment. This Broly possessed remarkable skill and combat prowess. Yet he believed his own strength surpassed it. With a rush, Frisia advanced upon Broly, who reciprocated without hesitation. The two engaged in a flurry of punches, with Broly's speed increasing to a point where Frisia struggled to keep up. Eventually, they exchanged a powerful blow, sending Frisia hurtling 100 meters away, while Broly stood steadfast, unyielding. The spectators were once again astounded. Broly was indeed powerful. Frisia's ultimate form had proven no match for him. Meanwhile, Sorb, realizing the precarious nature of the situation, stealthily maneuvered behind Broly. Frieza, having been blasted away, gazed at the immovable Broly with a mix of shock and fury. Before even encountering Goku, he found himself outmatched by Broly, an indignity he could hardly bear. With another furious roar, he charged at Broly like a falling star. Frieza unleashed a barrage of punches, all of which Broly effortlessly deflected. Even Frieza's tail struck at him, but once again, Broly absorbed the impact without sustaining any damage. In fact, it appeared Frieza was becoming fatigued. From the sidelines, Xue Tian chuckled, "Broly, do not worry about killing him. This Frieza is quite resilient." Frieza's eyes flared red with rage. "What? Do not worry about me dying? So this Broly is holding back?" After receiving his master's guidance, Broly had indeed augmented his power. He launched a punch at Frieza, who raised his arm to counter. The impact reverberated through Frieza's arm, sending waves of pain coursing through him. What sort of monster is this? Why is his strength even more terrifying than before? Yet, Frieza, known for his stubbornness, scoffed. "Ha ha ha, is this truly your full strength? It feels rather unimpressive. You may have unleashed all your might, but I have yet to reveal mine." Xue Tian chuckled at Frieza's bravado, reminded of a humorous saying. "He is dead, already dead. The symptoms? Soft all over, yet his mouth remains hard." The others, believing Frieza's words, felt a sense of foreboding. If Broly could not triumph over Frieza, they would have to rely on Goku and Vegeta's arrival. Xue Tian had previously stated he would not intervene. However, they failed to consider a critical point. If Broly could not contend with Frieza, the arrival of Goku and Vegeta would be futile, barring any fusion. Frieza's words irked Broly, who felt slighted in front of his master. With renewed determination, he amplified his power, culminating in the transformation into his Oozuru form. His muscles swelled dramatically, exuding an aura of explosive might. With a resounding impact, he struck. Frieza, without hesitation, crossed his arms in defense, but Broly's punch shattered his guard. Letting out a pained scream, Frieza found his arms weakened as Broly relentlessly pummeled him with blow after blow. Frieza was utterly defenseless, blood spilling from his mouth with each devastating hit. Both his army and the others stood in stunned silence. Frieza was clearly no match for Broly. Had he not just claimed to be holding back? How could he be so thoroughly beaten without unleashing his full power? Yet, some speculated that perhaps he simply lacked the opportunity to counterattack amidst such relentless assaults. Suddenly, a specially designed alien bullet whizzed towards Broly. Chapter 103. Your golden hide could fetch a pretty penny, could it not? A sudden gunshot rang out. Salb, who had been lurking behind Broly, had fired. The bullet struck Broly's back, but it was as ineffective as if it had hit an indestructible iron plate. Xue Tian cast a fleeting glance at Salb, who trembled in fear, yet Xue Tian had no intention of intervening. He was curious to see how Broly would handle the situation. Initially, Xue Tian had been fully aware of Salb's actions, but he was eager to ascertain if Broly could indeed withstand such a bullet. He recalled the time when Son Goku had battled Frieza. Goku had decisively pushed Frieza back, yet a single bullet from Salb had felled him. This left Xue Tian bewildered. How could someone of Goku's formidable strength be brought down by a mere bullet? It seemed utterly absurd. Thus, upon witnessing Salb's move, he chose to disregard it, wishing to see if this alien bullet was truly as formidable as it appeared. If it was, perhaps he could harness such technological marvels to form his own legion. In that case, anyone he deemed unworthy could face a barrage of these bullets. However, the current experiment clearly indicated that the bullet was of little consequence. As for why Son Goku had succumbed to it, Xue Tian speculated it might have been due to various factors, perhaps his heart condition or other reasons that eluded him. Broly turned around upon hearing the commotion, and upon spotting Salb, raised his hand and unleashed a powerful energy blast. The deafening explosion echoed as Salb let out a horrific scream, obliterated by the attack, leaving nothing but ashes behind. Witnessing Salb's treachery, the others felt a profound disdain. While they fought honorably, Salb had resorted to a cowardly ambush. A true testament to the shamelessness of Frieza's army. His demise was well-deserved. Nevertheless, Salb's betrayal afforded Frieza a moment to regroup. He paid no heed to Salb's fate. Rather, he deemed the sacrifice worthwhile for the precious moments it bought him, an opportunity. Quickly distancing himself from Broly, he fixed his icy gaze upon him and declared, "Broly, what you witnessed was merely a fraction of my power. Now, I shall unleash my full strength, and make you acquainted with true suffering." As he spoke, he clenched his fists, energy swirling around him as he ascended into the sky. Xue Tian observed this transformation with a hint of sarcasm, noting, "Is he about to transform into Golden Frisia? Yet, it seems a futile endeavor, merely making him tougher to beat." Suspended in midair, Frisia's energy surged dramatically, drawing forth the energies of the world around him. A tempest of fierce winds began to swirl, causing the very ground to tremble. In an instant, the sky darkened ominously, transforming from clear blue to a tempestuous storm filled with thunder and lightning. A deafening roar split the heavens as a bolt of lightning tore through the clouds, causing the sky to convulse violently. Following the tumult, the oppressive clouds surged back, centering around Frisia, who erupted in a blinding golden light that rendered Piccolo and the others unable to open their eyes. The radiance cut through the air like a blade, forcing them to shield their eyes with their arms. The surrounding landscape was devastated, and all creatures, human or otherwise, fled in terror. A thunderous crash resonated as the golden light detonated, its previously sharp edges vanishing into thin air. In the aftermath, a solitary golden figure hovered in the sky. At a glance, it was unmistakably Frisia, transformed into a dazzling golden hue, his entire form shimmering. Krillin, terrified, stammered, "Is this Frisia?" His innate fear of Frisia intensified upon witnessing this formidable incarnation, rendering him unable to suppress his nervous gulp. Meanwhile, Android 18 glanced at him, gently patting his back in a gesture of reassurance, urging him to remain calm. Xue Tian observed this interaction and reflected. It seems that this Lin's wife has saved several galaxies, captivating even a beauty like Android 18. He chose not to dwell on Krillin any longer, fearing that continued observation might provoke feelings of jealousy that could mar his expression. Piccolo, equally astonished, remarked, "Is this truly Frisia's ultimate power? Indeed, it is formidable." He could sense the overwhelming aura surrounding Frisia, realizing that if Frisia desired his demise, that very aura alone could keep him at bay, sealing his fate. The thought stirred feelings of resentment within him. Frisia had been dead for years, yet now, mere months of training had bestowed upon him such terrifying strength. Meanwhile, Piccolo had trained for far longer, yet he found himself at a disadvantage. Despite his frustrations regarding his training, Piccolo recognized that Goku and Vegeta had dedicated significantly more effort. He held no grievances against them, but the inability to surpass Gohan weighed heavily on his heart. Nonetheless, he took solace in his camaraderie with Gohan, feeling no jealousy towards him, only regret that such potential had been forsaken. Frisia floated majestically in the air, spreading his arms wide, exuding an aura of omnipotence as he surveyed the onlookers below. With unabashed pride, he proclaimed, "This is my latest transformation, the culmination of 4 months of training. I, Frisia, have never trained in my life, yet with just 4 months of effort, I can easily vanquish all of you. Ha ha ha. I have bestowed upon this form a fitting name, Golden Frisia." The others murmured among themselves, "Golden Frisia? Quite an apt description." However, Xue Tian pondered aloud. Is that truly gold adorning his body? If so, it could fetch quite a sum if sold. After all, it is a veritable treasure trove of gold. With a resounding thud, Krillin and the others collapsed to the ground, and even Frisia, momentarily losing his balance, plummeted heavily, creating a massive crater upon impact. Emerging from the pit, he clenched his fists and bellowed, "Is this all you can focus on? Is it not my power that captures your attention?" Chapter 104. Frisia Xue Tian. May I take you as my master? Upon standing, the golden Frisia soared into the sky, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd before resting on Xue Tian, pride radiating from his words. Your focus is rather intriguing. However, do you not think such a focus is fundamentally misguided? Piccolo, Krillin, and the others trembled at Frisia's fierce gaze, their faces pale, overwhelmed by the presence of such a formidable foe. Xue Tian shrugged nonchalantly, dismissing the gravity of the situation. What is so fundamentally wrong with that? Do not indulge in arrogance just yet. Try your hand against my second disciple, Broly. If you can defeat him, then come boast to me. Frisia glared, incredulous. What? You dare to underestimate me? With my current strength, defeating Broly would be an effortless task. Turning his attention to Broly, he continued, Broly, I acknowledge your formidable power. But to defeat me? That remains to be seen. Before Frisia could finish, Broly ascended rapidly, transforming into Super Saiyan form mid-flight. delivering a powerful punch to Frisia's abdomen, nearly shattering his golden exterior. Frisia spat out a mouthful of foam. The onlookers gasped in astonishment as they witnessed Broly's overwhelming strength, unable to fathom that the once dominant Frisia had been so easily incapacitated by a single blow from Broly. With a series of punches, Broly continued his assault, and Frisia, unable to defend himself, was caught by the tail and swung through the air, ultimately thrown aside with a cry of agony. A green explosive sphere was hurled towards Frisia's position. The ensuing explosion was cataclysmic, shaking the very ground and inflicting immense damage. Frisia, momentarily stripped of his composure, plummeted to the earth, creating a massive crater upon impact. Everyone stood in shock, eyes wide, marveling at Broly's unprecedented strength. How could Frisia, having transformed only minutes prior, be defeated so swiftly? The duration of their battle scarcely exceeded a minute. Lying in the deep pit, Frisia stared at the darkened sky. Utterly bewildered, how could his prideful golden form be so easily vanquished? Though accusations of a sneak attack lingered in the air, he had not even managed to retaliate. Why? Was it merely because Broly was Xue Tian's disciple? If Broly was this powerful, how formidable must Xue Tian be? Pain coursing through his body. Frisia struggled to rise from the pit, but ultimately collapsed to his knees, rage burning in his eyes as he glared at the crowd. How could the mighty Emperor Frisia be defeated by them? How could he be bested by Broly in less than a minute? He pounded the ground in frustration, causing the earth to tremble beneath him. Xue Tian, perceiving his intent, raised a hand and calmly declared, "If you wish to destroy the earth, then I shall put an end to you now." Though this earth was not the one from his previous life, after residing here for some time, he had grown somewhat attached and had no desire to relocate. Realizing Frisia's true intentions, the onlookers understood that his fury was not merely born of humiliation, but a ploy to obliterate the planet. Frisia's gaze fell upon the purple energy sphere in Xue Tian's hand, a flicker of fear igniting within him. This energy felt pure, unlike anything he had encountered before. Was it possible that he too wielded destructive power? Xue Tian's destructive abilities had evolved. Previously, his energy stemmed from rigorous training, limited in scope. Now, however, it was a reward for his actions, a manifestation of true destruction. Frisia halted his assault, suddenly struck by a realization. Looking at Xue Tian with excitement, he exclaimed, "Xue Tian, may I take you as my master?" Gasping, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, stunned by his audacity. What? If Frisia truly became Xue Tian's disciple, how could they contend with him in the future? Lam-Z, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Xue Tian, please do not agree. Frisia is a villain, intent on destroying Earth." Xue Tian regarded Lam-Z calmly and replied, "If I were to accept a disciple, I would not concern myself with whether he is good or evil. In this world, there is no clear distinction between the two." This was his philosophy. In the Dragon Ball universe, while ordinary people existed, to him, it was a realm where only the strong survived. The protagonists, like Gohan, possessed a sense of morality, striving to protect Earth, thus labeling all external threats as villains. The crowd listened, tension mounting, while Frisia's expression brightened. If he became Xue Tian's pupil, he could acquire his powers, making it trivial to deal with Gohan and Vegeta. However, Xue Tian then stated, "But I am quite strict with my disciples. Anyone who wishes to train under me must pass a test, and that test is to defeat my second disciple." Frisia paused in disbelief, glancing at Broly. His second disciple was indeed Broly. If he could defeat Broly, why would he even need to seek a master? He could have vanquished Broly and then Xue Tian long ago, avoiding this humiliation. Chapter 105. The delayed arrival of Vegeta and Goku. Upon hearing the news, Piccolo and the others breathed a sigh of relief. If there were such stringent requirements, it was indeed a good sign. They had genuinely feared that Xue Tian might acquiesce to Frisia's demands. After all, Xue Tian's earlier words did seem to imply a willingness to comply, which had caused them considerable anxiety. However, a wave of disappointment soon washed over Piccolo. Having witnessed Broly's formidable power, he had already contemplated training under Xue Tian after this ordeal. He did not aspire to surpass Goku and Vegeta, but at the very least, he wished to match their strength. The thought of being relegated to the sidelines in the face of future adversaries was intolerable. He had never desired to be a mere spectator. Otherwise, he would not have dedicated himself to training so fervently. Yet now, upon hearing Xue Tian's stipulation about taking on disciples, he felt numb. If Frisia could not defeat Broly, how could he? Surely, Broly could dispatch him with a single energy blast, as evidenced by Broly's effortless annihilation of Jinyu. Piccolo knew he was even weaker than Jinyu. Xue Tian turned and spoke indifferently. Forget about becoming my disciple. However, I can offer you an opportunity to leave. If you wish to avoid death, you should depart immediately. The others immediately turned to Xue Tian, astonished. What? Are we releasing Frieza? Why is that? Yet, understanding that this was Xue Tian's decision, they remained silent, despite their confusion. After all, it was Frieza who had been defeated by Xue Tian's disciple, and they had no right to voice their opinions. Frieza, realizing that the opportunity to become a disciple was lost, ceased his pursuit. He thought to himself, I will train and return. I will surely defeat you all. With that, he dragged his weary body onto his spaceship and swiftly departed, his subordinates following suit in haste, not daring to linger. At that moment, Xue Tian received a notification from the system. Ding. Hidden mission completed. Allow Frieza to leave and gain true immortality. Upon hearing this, Xue Tian was filled with elation. What? True immortality. For the past 4 months, he had yearned for this very ability, and now it was finally within his grasp. He understood that as long as he did not attain immortality, he could never hope to defeat Beerus. Now that he had achieved it, Beerus's destructive capabilities would no longer pose a threat to him. Suddenly, he could not help but smile. If Beerus's destruction held no power over him, what of his own? Did Beerus possess immortality? Should he seek an opportunity to test this theory? In the God of Destruction realm, Beerus sneezed unexpectedly. Whis glanced at him, puzzled. Lord Beerus, is something amiss? Are you unwell? Beerus shot him a glare. A God of Destruction falling ill? How absurd. He casually explained. Perhaps Bulma has created some new delicacies, and I find myself longing for them. Whis produced his staff and saw Bulma holding up a box of delicacies, calling out his name. He chuckled. Ah, indeed. Shall we go and take a look? On Earth, after obtaining true immortality, Xue Tian wasted no time in mastering it. Accompanied by Broly and Lam-Z, he prepared to depart. Suddenly, the space around them rippled, and Goku, Vegeta, Whis, and Beerus materialized. Beerus, perched high above, inquired, Bulma, do you have any delicacies? Bulma shot him a glare and replied no. Confused, Beerus sensed something was amiss. Had Whis not just mentioned food? What had changed? Goku and Vegeta noticed the surrounding landscape had shifted, craters marred the ground, evidence of a recent battle. What just happened? Piccolo explained. Frieza invaded Earth, and we just fought a fierce battle. Bulma wanted to communicate with Whis through her cooking, hoping he would relay the message to you and Vegeta to return and confront him. Unfortunately, she could not get through. Fortunately, Xue Tian and Broly were present, and Broly defeated Frieza. Upon hearing this, Beerus quickly grasped the situation. No wonder Bulma was displeased with him. Goku and Vegeta, astonished, asked Frieza, wasn't he dead? How could he return? Piccolo clarified, Xue Tian resurrected him. Why? Because he was in a good mood, Krillin replied helplessly. Goku appeared bewildered, while Vegeta remained indifferent. To him, Frieza was of no consequence. Dealing with him was as trivial as swatting an insect. Piccolo continued, not only was Frieza resurrected, but his power has significantly increased. He should be on par with you too, and he has mastered a new form, the Golden Frieza. Unbeknownst to him, Goku and Vegeta could now transform into Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan, Super Blue, so his assessment of Frieza's power was misleading. Goku and Vegeta perked up. What? He has a new form? Golden Frieza? Indeed. Krillin beamed with pride, but he was still defeated by Broly in just 1 minute. It was as if Broly had easily vanquished Frieza. I defeated Frieza, not Broly. The two were once again taken aback and turned their attention to Xue Tian and his companions, recognizing Lam-Z and immediately identifying Broly. Upon seeing Broly, Vegeta's pupils constricted involuntarily. What? What is this aura? Goku regarded Broly with a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered him before, but could not place it. He scratched the back of his head and said, Broly, you seem so familiar. Have we met? As he approached, Vegeta swiftly blocked him, exclaiming, Kakarot. He is a Saiyan. Goku froze momentarily, then, realizing the significance, beamed with joy. Ah, he's a Saiyan too. That's wonderful. Vegeta, let's go greet him. No. Wait. Kakarot. Chapter 106. Vegeta recognizes Broly. No. Don't. Kakarot. Vegeta uttered, trembling. Goku, perplexed by his demeanor, wondered what was happening. Why did it seem that Vegeta was somewhat afraid of him? Vegeta, what is wrong? You appear to be quite frightened. The others also noticed Vegeta's fear and were equally confused. Bulma, intrigued, inquired, Vegeta, what is the matter with you? From her understanding, her husband would never behave in such a manner. This was a first. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Vegeta spoke deliberately. He is the legendary Super Saiyan. The group fell silent, taken aback, and questioned, what of the legendary Super Saiyan? Goku, especially bewildered, could not comprehend. Broly, glancing at Gohan, felt a tinge of annoyance, but managed to suppress it through the calming techniques taught by Master Xue. He reverted to a normal state. Vegeta elaborated. The legendary Super Saiyan represents the pinnacle of Saiyan power, rumored to appear once every millennium. I recall my father mentioning that shortly after my birth, a legendary Super Saiyan emerged, and he feared for my position as Prince Vegeta. Thus, he exiled him to another planet. Years have passed, he should have perished, but it appears that this legendary Super Saiyan has not died. His implication was clear. The Broly before him was indeed the legendary Super Saiyan spoken of by his father. Yet, he was left puzzled, for if his father had banished Broly, he should have died. Why was he alive now, and a disciple of Master Xue? Ha! Vegeta, you have finally arrived. At that moment, a chilling laugh echoed as Broly's father, Paragus, descended from the shadows, having concealed himself during the battle. He knew that such a formidable conflict was beyond his control, so he remained hidden, observing the skirmish. He was eager to witness his son Broly's current strength. And upon seeing Broly effortlessly defeat the tyrant Frieza, he was overcome with joy, believing that universal domination was imminent. Once his son returned home, he would persuade him to leave Master Xue and embark on their grand conquest of the universe. He had already devised a plan to avoid encountering Xue. They would refrain from ruling the galaxy and focus on other territories. As long as they kept their distance from Xue, he would remain oblivious to their dominion over the cosmos. With Broly's strength, even Frieza would bow before them. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He even considered that if Master Xue obstructed their plans, he would find a way for his son to eliminate Xue. For Broly's recently displayed terrifying combat prowess would surely be sufficient to defeat him. Spotting his father, Broly inquired, "Father, what brings you here?" Paragus gazed at Broly with affection. After all, he was an essential instrument for his quest for universal domination. "I was concerned for your safety, so I came." Xue thought to himself. This man speaks without a hint of shame. If Broly were truly in danger, his presence would be of no consequence. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others were astonished, worrying about Broly's safety. But he is so powerful. Is Paragus stronger than Broly? If that were the case, should he consider taking Paragus as his master should Xue refuse to accept him? Yet, he saw no signs of prowess in the old man. Perhaps he had misinterpreted his words. A father's concern for his child seemed reasonable. Piccolo decided to reserve judgment and observe the situation. If Paragus truly possessed great strength, he might contemplate the master issue, but only if Xue did not accept him first. Broly, meanwhile, felt touched. His father truly cared for him. "Father, I'm fine. Let us go home." Broly smiled. Paragus, however, showed no intention of leaving. "Broly, what are you saying? Leave? Did you not hear Vegeta's words? His father fears you may threaten his position, which is why we were exiled to the inhospitable planet, Vampa, left to fend for ourselves. And now you wish to leave? Is it you who is mistaken, or am I mishearing?" Broly, indifferent to the exile, thought little of it. After all, it had been so long. He felt that life on Vampa had its merits, though he lamented that his father had not allowed the beasts to play with him, resulting in fewer friends. With friends, he would have been even happier. Vegeta, observing Paragus's arrival, recognized him as a formidable opponent and remained vigilant. After realizing Broly was the legendary Super Saiyan, he held no dismissive notions about him. He no longer doubted the claims that Broly had effortlessly defeated Frieza, who was on par with them. Paragus, seeing Broly unfazed, commanded, "Broly, I now order you to immediately kill Prince Vegeta's son, Trunks. We must erase the shame and suffering we have endured." Broly replied meekly, "But I don't feel any pain." "You." Paragus exploded with rage, shouting, "Broly, are you listening? I command you to kill Vegeta. Kill him. They are the ones who banished us to that wretched Vampa." Broly remained unmoved, instead attempting to reason. "Father, let the past remain in the past. Aren't we living on this beautiful earth now?" Goku scratched his head and remarked, "Broly seems to be a good person. His father, on the other hand, does not appear to be so good." Even someone with limited emotional intelligence like Goku could see that Broly was benevolent, and others soon agreed. Realizing that Broly harbored no malice or desire for bloodshed, Paragus, relentless, shouted, "What do you mean let the past be the past? Have you forgotten how we lived for decades? It cannot be ignored. It must not be forgotten. Kill him. Kill him now." Xue stepped forward, his demeanor cold and profound, and stated, "Paragus, since Broly is unwilling to commit this act, why do you persist in coercing him? You are indeed his father. But he also possesses the right to make his own choices. He is not merely your puppet." Chapter 107. Xue Tian. I do not indulge you. Upon seeing Xue Tian emerge, Paragus immediately vented all his anger upon him, exclaiming, "It is all your fault. You must have instructed my son to disregard my words. He used to heed my every command, but ever since you appeared, everything has changed." With a swift motion, Xue Tian struck out, sending Paragus sprawling over 10 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground like a dog. "Father!" Broly rushed forward in concern. Xue Tian replied coolly, "Broly may indulge you, but I will not. It is best for you to speak to me with a calm demeanor. I do not appreciate hearing your roars, especially directed at me. Furthermore, you claim Broly listens to you. But let me ask, why does he obey your commands? Is it not due to the shock collar? If you had not installed that device around his neck to threaten him with electric shocks, would he truly comply with your wishes without question? Or have you merely viewed him as a tool to dominate the universe all along?" At these words, Broly cast a downward glance at his father. Paragus' gaze flickered with panic as he hastily urged, "Broly, do not listen to his nonsense. Go and kill him. He intends to harm your father." However, Broly noticed the change in his father's expression. The Broly before him was not the savage creature of old, but rather one who had cultivated a serene mind, capable of contemplating matters with composure. Though he discerned disappointment in his father's eyes, he bore no ill will, simply feeling a tinge of regret. Nonetheless, Paragus remained his father. Broly stood up and pleaded, "Master, Paragus is my father. I ask for your forgiveness for his rashness. I apologize on his behalf." Xue Tian regarded Paragus with indifference, while the latter, feeling shame at Broly's apology made on his behalf, endured the pain on his face and rose with difficulty. He kicked Broly in frustration, shouting, "You worthless fool! I commanded you to kill him, and yet you dare to apologize to him. I, Paragus, have no son like you." Xue Tian furrowed his brow, a wave of murderous intent surging forth, pressing down on Paragus, who instinctively trembled. Not daring to linger, Paragus huffed heavily and swiftly departed to his dwelling. Unnoticed by the others, a caterpillar on the ground observed Paragus' retreat and, without hesitation, pursued him. Despite being a mere caterpillar, its speed was remarkable, easily keeping pace with Paragus. Once the commotion subsided, Broly approached Vegeta and calmly stated, "I apologize for my father's earlier recklessness." Extending his hand, he awaited a response. Vegeta gazed at Broly's outstretched hand, swallowing nervously, momentarily hesitant to reciprocate due to a flicker of fear. Goku, however, boldly reached out and shook Broly's hand, exclaiming, "Broly, you are commendable. You are a good person." Broly felt an unfamiliar discomfort in Goku's grasp and quickly withdrew his hand. Although his cultivation had tempered his ferocity, his aversion to Goku was not something that could be alleviated in a day, requiring time and interaction to ease. Seeing Vegeta's reluctance to extend his hand, Broly thought little of it and turned to his master, requesting, "Master, shall we return?" Xue Tian shrugged, "Very well." Bulma, concerned that Vegeta might accompany Whis back to the God of Destruction's realm, quickly proposed, "Everyone, we have triumphed over Frieza and safeguarded the Earth. I have decided to host a celebration." She glanced at Beerus and Whis, adding, "There will be plenty of delectable treats, including your favorite octopus balls, Lord Beerus. A special edition." Upon hearing of the delicious food, both Beerus and Whis became instantly intrigued, particularly Beerus, whose mouth nearly watered. "Excellent. I concur." Beerus readily agreed. Bulma, delighted by his approval, realized it had been too long since she had spent quality time with Vegeta. They had been distant for far too long, and it was time to rekindle their intimacy, especially since she had previously mentioned plans for a second child. The celebration would take place tomorrow, and she could arrange it with just a phone call, being the wealthiest person in the world. "Xue Tian, do remember to join us." "Certainly." With that, Bulma took Vegeta home, while Goku headed back to find Chi-Chi, and 18 and Krillin returned together. In no time, everyone had gone their separate ways. Watching their departing figures, Xue Tian stroked his chin, feeling a twinge of envy at their pairs. Should he also seek companionship? Seemingly reading his thoughts, Lan Shi gently took his arm and said, "Master, let us return." In that moment, Xue Tian's empty heart felt a sense of fulfillment. If he were to find a partner, how would he manage this gentle disciple? It appeared this matter required further contemplation. "Let us go." With a flash, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Only Beerus and Whis remained at the scene, neither in a hurry to leave, their gazes fixed upon the spot where Xue Tian had departed. Beerus turned to Whis and inquired, "Whis, did you sense that? Are you referring to the destructive power emanating from Lord Beerus?" Whis replied calmly, typically adorned with a gentle smile, yet at that moment, his demeanor was unsettlingly serene. Indeed, it is the true essence of destructive power, not merely the energy cultivated through self-mastery. How does he possess such power? Beerus questioned, perplexed. Whis shrugged, equally bewildered. The sources of destructive power were limited. Either it was innate to the god of destruction lineage or bestowed by the Omni-King. However, Xue Tian did not belong to the god of destruction race. If he did, Whis would have sensed it long ago. Thus, there remained only one possibility. Beerus's eyes widened in terror as he stared at Whis, his voice trembling with disbelief. Could it be that the Omni-King has bestowed it upon him? But why would the Omni-King choose to do so? Is he to be appointed as the god of destruction for Universe 7? What does this mean for me? Chapter 108. Beerus, am I being replaced? Could it be that the Omni-King intends to appoint him as the god of destruction for Universe 7? If so, would I not find myself out of a job? Contemplating this, Beerus wore a mournful expression, nearly moved to tears in Vados's presence. Vados chuckled softly and remarked, "Lord Beerus, you are overthinking this. If the Omni-King truly meant to designate Xue Tian as the god of destruction for Universe 7, he would have issued the decree long ago. The absence of such a command until now suggests that he will not appoint Xue Tian as the god of destruction. However, why would the Omni-King bestow destructive power upon Xue Tian? What connection could there possibly be between them? Or perhaps, due to Xue Tian's ties with the Grand Priest, the Grand Priest requested the Omni-King to grant him this power? As Beerus spoke, he turned his gaze toward Vados, who merely shook his head in response. Beerus continued, "Vados, why not inquire with the Grand Priest about Xue Tian's true identity and their relationship?" Vados shot Beerus a stern glance. "Regardless of his identity, you must not engage in conflict with him." Though Beerus felt dissatisfaction at this, he recognized the truth in Vados's words. He could not afford to oppose Xue Tian, unless he was willing to disregard Vados's well-being entirely. But if he were to dismiss Vados's safety, would Vados then care for him? It was certain that Vados would ally with Xue Tian against him, and given Vados's formidable strength, that would not bode well for Beerus. Thus, after careful consideration, the most prudent course of action was to avoid Xue Tian altogether, as provoking him would lead to unnecessary complications. The best strategy was to steer clear of him. If one could not confront him, they should at least maintain a safe distance. Yet, based on their observations, Xue Tian did not seem like the sort to act irrationally or provoke them without cause. He appeared to be a rather reasonable individual, perhaps even more so than the Beerus he served. "Let us stay on Earth for the night. Tomorrow we shall attend the gathering. I anticipate that Bulma will treat us to a feast tonight," Vados said cheerfully. However, unbeknownst to them, Bulma had no intention of entertaining them that evening. Her focus was solely on welcoming Vegeta. The following morning, Vegeta arose early to train. Bulma observed him with admiration, thinking, "Truly, he is a scion, possessing formidable combat prowess. This is quite reassuring. At least I need not worry about him exhausting himself." As for Vados and Beerus, upon their arrival at Bulma's home the previous day, she had not offered them much hospitality, merely instructing Trunks and the Pilaf gang to provide them with an array of delicacies. The presence of good food was sufficient for them. They cared little for the host's identity. After enjoying a splendid meal, they reclined comfortably in the yard, only opening their eyes when Vegeta emerged. Vegeta greeted them amicably, to which they responded with smiles. However, Beerus appeared somewhat displeased, likely due to some strange sounds he had encountered the previous night. At that moment, the cosmic courier Monaka arrived, piloting his spacecraft. "Bulma, your delivery has arrived. I'll carry it in. Just sign for it when I'm done." Monaka was of diminutive stature, with slender limbs, red skin, and a vacant expression. Beerus observed him for a moment and remarked, "This delivery man seems rather daft. Perhaps he could be of use in the future." Vados chuckled softly, opting not to elaborate further. However, Monaka's arrival piqued the curiosity of Trunks and Goten, who were playing nearby. The two boys climbed aboard Monaka's ship, rummaging about until they inadvertently pressed a red button, which sealed the cargo door. They found themselves trapped in darkness. Monaka, oblivious to their predicament, continued unloading cargo before piloting the ship toward Fire-Boiling Star. Upon arrival, he opened the cargo door, freeing the boys, who gasped for breath. Monaka, bewildered, asked, "How did you end up here? When did you hide in my cargo hold?" A blue-skinned man with 2 tufts of hair and a bushy beard, known as Bodeju, spotted Monaka and exclaimed with joy, "Monaka, you've finally arrived." He rushed forward. Monaka recognized him immediately. Bodeju was the last survivor of Fire-Boiling Star and a dear friend. They shared a similar disposition, both notably timid. Yet Bodeju was also endowed with a strong sense of justice, having safeguarded a treasured item on Fire-Boiling Star. Referred to locally as the miracle water, it was also known as superhuman water. Drinking it could augment one's strength exponentially and grant the ability to replicate others' powers. Seeing Bodeju, Monaka promptly retrieved the item he had brought. "Bodeju, I have brought what you needed." Just as Bodeju was about to respond, a group of blue-skinned space pirates appeared, led by a particularly burly figure. "Ha! Bodeju, where do you think you're running? Hand over the miracle water, and I may spare your life." Trunks and Goten, ever curious, inquired, "What is miracle water?" Bodeju explained, "Miracle water is a unique liquid from Fire-Boiling Star, originally a treasure meant to protect us from alien invaders. However, over time, as the water absorbed the deep-seated hatred and resentment of those it encountered, it developed a malevolent nature." Trunks and Goten exchanged puzzled looks, clearly bewildered by the explanation, and shook their heads in unison. "We don't understand." Chapter 109. How powerful is your father? Bodeju spread his hands, exuding a sense of helplessness as he said, "I cannot comprehend, and there is little I can do. Moreover, it seems this is not the time for lengthy explanations." The pirate in midair, filled with rage, bellowed, "Bodeju, I will ask you one last time. Will you comply? If not, we shall take your life." Having safeguarded the miraculous water for so long, Bodeju could not possibly surrender it to these individuals. Otherwise, he would not have been able to protect it for so many years. He immediately took Monaka and the others and fled towards his secret base. The cosmic pirates, witnessing the four escape, were consumed by fury. They raised their hands and unleashed a ki blast aimed directly at them. A short while later, the four arrived at Bodeju's hidden sanctuary, the very place where the miraculous water was stored. Trunks, still curious, inquired, "Uncle, what exactly is the miraculous water?" Without further ado, Bodeju approached the wall and revealed a stone slab. Within it lay a container resembling a thermos, as he proclaimed, "This is the miraculous water. Consuming it can amplify one's strength by several hundred times and grant the ability to replicate the powers of others." Ah, how extraordinary. If I were to drink this miraculous water, I could effortlessly vanquish those cosmic pirates. Trunks exclaimed with excitement, feeling as if he were on the brink of an adventure akin to that of Uncle Goku or Father Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Bodeju immediately interjected, "No, that is not permissible. This miraculous water was once a boon, safeguarding our firepot star, but as more and more individuals consumed it, it developed a malevolent consciousness of its own. This is precisely why the people of Firepot Star feared it might threaten the universe and other planets, leading us to unite and seal it away. Indeed, while drinking this miraculous water can enhance one's combat power tremendously, it also dilutes the essence of the individual, gradually leading to their disappearance until they are ultimately replaced by a mere copy." "Ah," Trunks gasped, taken aback by the horror of it all. "If I were to consume it, wouldn't I be supplanted by a replica? The true Trunks would cease to exist." Seeing the fear on Trunks' face, Bodeju imparted a lesson. "Now you finally comprehend the significance of my vigilant guardianship over this miraculous water. Its effects are formidable if it is not eradicated. It will replicate others, rendering them immortal. Come, let us secure the miraculous water." After realizing the peril associated with it, Trunks no longer dared to hold on to it, and handed it over to Bodeju. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the cave, and the mountains trembled, sending boulders cascading down. The cosmic pirates had located them and unleashed several ki blasts, bombarding the mountainside. As the ground shook, Bodeju, after receiving the miraculous water, lost his grip, and with a thud, it nearly plummeted to the ground. Witnessing this, The cosmic pirates wasted no time in charging forward, seizing the thermos. Ha! At last, I have obtained the miraculous water. Soon, the entire universe shall belong to me. The cosmic pirate erupted in maniacal laughter. Bo Daijiu's face turned pale as he exclaimed, "What do we do now? The miraculous water has been taken. This is a catastrophe. The entire universe is doomed." In truth, Bo Daijiu understood that the cosmic pirate who had seized the miraculous water would not survive long, unless he refrained from opening it. However, these pirates had come to acquire it, and how could they possibly resist opening it? Despite this, Bo Daijiu cared little for the life of the pirate. His primary concern was that the miraculous water could endanger the safety of the entire universe. He could not help but warn, "You must return the miraculous water to me at once. I shall seal it away. It is a harbinger of calamity. Do not remain obstinate." At that moment, the cosmic pirates were blinded by greed and refused to heed his words. Having sought the miraculous water, they were unwilling to relinquish it now that it was within their grasp. The pirate captain, unable to contain his anticipation, swiftly unscrewed the lid of the thermos. Upon witnessing the lid being opened, Bo Daijiu realized it was too late and muttered, "We are doomed. It has been unleashed. The universe is finished." Trunks and Goten, unaware of the true power of the miraculous water, were perplexed by Bo Daijiu's incessant murmurs, questioning, "Uncle, is the miraculous water truly as formidable as you say? Even if the pirate's power increases 100-fold, it does not seem overly intimidating." Bo Daijiu, incensed by Trunks' audacity, retorted, "What? You deem an increase of several hundred times in combat power insignificant? What then would you consider formidable?" Goten, with earnestness, added, "Indeed, even if this pirate were to amplify his strength, he would still be no match for Uncle Vegeta or my father." Bo Daijiu could not contain his frustration. "You two arrogant children, how powerful do you think your fathers truly are?" Unfazed by Trunks and Goten's words, the cosmic pirate captain reveled in his newfound strength. He was convinced that with a 100-fold increase, he would be unrivaled in the universe, even capable of subjugating the tyrant Frisia. The entire cosmos would belong to him. With another burst of maniacal laughter, he lifted the thermos, preparing to drink the miraculous water. Yet, to his surprise, the water did not require his consumption. It erupted forth, enveloping him in a swirling purple haze. In an instant, a figure identical to the cosmic pirate captain emerged. Unaware of the dire situation, the pirate captain laughed maniacally, believing he could control this new being, exclaiming, "You, go and eliminate them." The purple-clad replica merely smirked at this command. With a swift motion, it seized the original pirate by the throat, channeling a ki blast that obliterated him in an instant. The remaining cosmic pirates were left in shock, their faces etched with disbelief. How could this happen? Why had the replica killed its original? Trunks, Goten, and their companions, having understood the nature of the replicated being, were not surprised by this turn of events. They sensed that this replica was even more malevolent than its predecessor. The replicated cosmic pirate surveyed Trunks and the others, coldly stating, "Will you submit to me, or shall I extinguish your lives?" Chapter 110, Replication. Broly, the gaze of the cosmic pirate leader, now a mere imitation, shifted towards the other cosmic pirates. These brigands, known for their propensity to prey on the weak while fearing the strong, would side with anyone who exhibited power. In their eyes, the current cosmic pirate leader was no different from the previous one. They merely recognized this as a transformation brought about by the miraculous water. They readily declared, "We are with you. We are with you." At this moment, the purple cosmic pirate leader gradually morphed into the true color of the pirate leader, completely supplanting him. Should the original perish, the copy would entirely replace it and become the new entity. However, if the original remained alive, the copy would merely retain its purple hue. The cosmic pirate leader watched this scene with satisfaction, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he turned his gaze towards Trunks and his companions, awaiting their response. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Bo Daijiu immediately urged the others to flee. The only viable course of action was to escape, to buy time, and then seek aid from the Cosmic Patrol. Yet, the cosmic pirate leader seemed to discern their intentions, obstructing their path and commanding his subordinates, block their escape completely. If they refuse to submit, then they shall face death. Haha. Trunks and Goten exchanged glances and simultaneously shouted, "Ha!" Instantly, they transformed into Super Saiyan Level 1, their battle powers surging dramatically. The cosmic pirate leader was momentarily taken aback. These children could transform, and their power increased so significantly. If he could replicate them, he too would acquire such capabilities. Greed glinted in his eyes as the desire to copy the two intensified. With a whoosh, a ki blast hurtled towards them. The duo swiftly dodged to the side, evading the attack, and charged forward. A flurry of strikes ensued, clashing with the cosmic pirate. For a moment, it was impossible to discern victor from vanquished. Botajiu froze, glancing at Manaka beside him, questioning, are they really that formidable? Manaka, who often delivered items to Bulma, recognized the family's prowess, particularly the formidable strength of the patriarch, Vegeta. However, he was unaware of just how formidable. He nodded slowly, still in a daze. Botajiu immediately retorted, then why didn't you say so? Manaka, still bewildered, finally replied, I wanted to say something, but I never had the chance. You kept dragging me along. Botajiu pondered this and realized it was true. However, wasn't he merely anxious, worried they might be slain by the pirates? Were they merely performing for him? And now he had revealed the miraculous water. He sighed, absolving Manaka of blame, hoping that the two could defeat the cosmic pirate leader transformed by the miraculous water. Just as he spoke, a loud bang echoed. Both were sent flying. Botajiu's expression darkened. He had just hoped for their victory over the cosmic pirate leader, and now this outcome made him wonder, was he cursed? Or were the two truly incapable? The cosmic pirate leader hesitated, contemplating whom to replicate. Both children possessed similar battle powers and could transform, making the choice exceedingly difficult. After deliberation, he decided to replicate the larger one, Trunks, believing that by copying the stronger, he could grow rapidly and enhance his battle power. Directing his focus towards Trunks, he vanished from sight, appearing next to him. Haha. Trunks, noticing the malevolent grin on the pirate leader's face, felt a rush of fear. No, Dad. At that moment, the space rippled as Goku, accompanied by Vegeta, Whis, and Beerus, arrived. 50 meters behind the cosmic pirate, the space rippled again, revealing Xue Tian, Broly, and Lam-Z. They had been attending a gathering when they realized Goten and Trunks were missing. Bulma, in a panic, inquired if Vegeta had seen them. Naturally, he had not, nor had anyone else. Xue Tian, calm amidst the chaos, reminded everyone that the children had likely gone with Manaka to the fire-boiling star, suggesting they could trace their energy signatures. Prompted by Xue Tian, Goku sensed the children's energy and indeed located them, leading Vegeta, Whis, and Beerus to the scene. Xue Tian speculated about a potential hidden quest, bringing Lam-Z and Broly along. Upon arrival, Vegeta heard his son calling for him, his pupils dilating in alarm as he spotted a towering alien preparing to strike his child. Without hesitation, he charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the cosmic pirate leader's chest, sending him crashing. The pirate flew directly towards where Xue Tian and the others stood, landing perilously close to Broly. The miraculous water, in agony, felt as if the cosmic pirate's body might explode. Without a moment's hesitation, it disintegrated and rushed towards Broly. Taken aback, Broly thought, I've only just arrived. Unaware of what was happening, he was enveloped by the miraculous water. With a heart-stopping bang, a purple Broly, identical to him, emerged. Vegeta, Goku, Beerus, and Lam-Z felt an uncontrollable tremor in their hearts. What was happening? How had another Broly appeared? Once the replication was complete, the clone of Broly launched a fist towards the original, aiming to seize control of his body as he had done with the cosmic pirate leader. However, it was not so simple. Broly retaliated, sending the copy flying hundreds of meters away. Upon regaining his balance, the replicated Broly instinctively assessed the power coursing through his arm, erupting into ecstatic laughter. Haha, this body is simply perfect, utterly invincible. I thought I had replicated a worthless form, but instead, I have acquired a flawless vessel. Ha ha ha, so magnificent. Lam-Z, puzzled, inquired, Master, what is happening? How could a duplicate of my junior brother appear? Xue Tian explained. This is the miraculous water from the fire-boiling star, also known as superhuman water. This substance can replicate others, and upon successful replication, it inherits all of the original's powers and abilities. In essence, he has now acquired Broly's strength and abilities. If he is not defeated within 3 minutes, the true Broly will vanish. However, I know of another method to rescue Broly. Shattering the core essence of the superhuman water will cause it to dissipate entirely. Chapter 111. The arrogance of the replicated Broly regarding an alternative method to confront the miracle water. Xue Tian chose to remain silent. as he desired to observe the extent of the collaboration between Sun Wukong and Vegeta against Broly. It was certain that they would not surpass Broly. Yet the precise gap in their capabilities remained uncertain. Observing Sun Wukong and Vegeta, he inquired, "Do you two possess the confidence to defeat him within 3 minutes?" The miracle water has the ability to replicate any individual, acquiring their memories and character traits in their entirety, rendering them a perfect duplicate. However, there exists a singular distinction. The replication is imbued with an even greater malevolence, as the miracle water is inherently tainted with evil intent, transforming from a sacred relic protecting the Fire Star into a malevolent entity. At this moment, the replicated purple Broly exuded an aura of sinister arrogance. And before Sun Wukong and Vegeta could respond, he scoffed. "You two worthless beings believe you can defeat me in 3 minutes? How utterly absurd. One of you weeps in terror at my overwhelming power, while the other fears for his status, exiling me to distant planets. Do you truly think you can defeat me?" Vegeta's face flushed with indignation as he clenched his fists, retorting, "That was not my decision. It has nothing to do with me." Sun Wukong interjected, "Please, do not speak in such a manner." Xue Tian reminded them, "What are you two hesitating for? Are you truly afraid of him?" In response, Vegeta wasted no time. Instantly transforming into Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue, propelling himself towards Broly with incredible speed. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Vegeta to transition into Super Blue so decisively. He had planned to engage in a more gradual fight, yet quickly realized the pressing time constraint of 3 minutes. Should that time elapse, the original Broly would be replaced. Without further hesitation, he shouted and transformed into Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan as well, launching a powerful punch. The purple Broly remained unfazed, exclaiming, "Come at me. Let me truly experience the strength of this body." Instantly, he transformed into Super Saiyan Level 1, effortlessly blocking Vegeta's right punch and Sun Wukong's left with ease, absorbing their assaults. The three engaged in a flurry of strikes, each exchanging blows without gaining an advantage. Vegeta, astonished, recognized Broly's formidable strength. He had anticipated a challenge, yet was unprepared for the intensity of the battle. Even in Super Saiyan Level 1, Broly was evenly matched against both of them. Continuing this way, they would undoubtedly be unable to vanquish Broly within 3 minutes. Determined, Vegeta clenched his fists once more and unleashed a thunderous shout, enveloping himself in a violet aura, radiating destruction. He activated his Ultra Instinct sign. Sensing Vegeta's transformation, Sun Wukong, unwilling to lag behind, swiftly activated his Ultra Instinct sign as well. Though their mastery of these divine techniques was rudimentary prior to training in the God realm, their recent experiences had enhanced their understanding significantly, owing much to Whis' exceptional guidance. As Whis had once remarked, even a dog could achieve greatness under his tutelage, let alone humans. With a resounding crash, the purple Broly launched a punch at Sun Wukong, who deftly evaded it in his Ultra Instinct state, providing Vegeta with an opportunity to deliver a powerful blow to Broly's chest, sending him sprawling. Without pausing, Vegeta unleashed a rapid barrage of punches, each strike akin to a torrential downpour, swift and devastating. A series of impacts reverberated as Vegeta's fist struck the purple Broly repeatedly, forcing him to retreat. As Broly attempted to counterattack, Sun Wukong appeared at his side to intercept, granting Vegeta a more advantageous position for offense. Clenching his fists together, Vegeta formed a colossal hammer and brought it crashing down upon Broly's head with a thunderous roar. The ground quaked as Broly plummeted, leaving a massive crater in his wake, accompanied by a shockwave that transformed the landscape into a desolate wasteland devoid of life. Sun Wukong, sensing the moment, prepared to unleash a decisive strike. With his hands positioned at his waist, he gathered energy, embodying the stance of a blooming lotus, and shouted, "Kamehameha!" A brilliant azure energy erupted, radiating a power that could shake the heavens and compel the spirits to weep, surging towards the purple Broly in the crater, intent on obliteration. Yet, just as the azure Kamehameha was about to descend upon Broly, an overwhelming force erupted from within the crater. A blinding golden light exploded outward, devastating the entire planet, which had already been stripped of greenery. In its wake, it appeared as though an apocalypse had befallen the world. Whis had anticipated the devastation and quickly erected a protective blue barrier to shield everyone. Monaka, witnessing the terrifying energy, stood frozen, trembling, utterly at a loss for words. Meanwhile, His friend Padaku gazed at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, both enveloped in their respective auras, and suddenly conceived a bold idea. He inquired, "Are those two in the sky your fathers?" Trunks proudly responded, "The one shrouded in violet aura is my father, Vegeta, and the one surrounded by silver aura is my father, Sun Wukong. I told you, our fathers are incredibly powerful. Now do you believe me?" Though Padaku had already suspected as much, hearing Trunks confirm it left him in awe, nodding vigorously. Indeed, they are extraordinarily powerful. They seem even mightier than the Galactic Patrol. Trunks, upon hearing the mention of the Galactic Patrol, instantly thought of Gak and disdainfully remarked, "The Galactic Patrol is certainly no match for our fathers. We are well aware of them." If the apprentice Angel Mels were to overhear such remarks, it would undoubtedly leave him speechless, as Gak's actions had tarnished the entire image of the Galactic Patrol. Nonetheless, Padaku was thoroughly convinced that these two children were not speaking falsely, reflecting that perhaps he should have sought their father's assistance earlier to avoid such complications. Chapter 112. Withstanding the power of destruction, Vegeta and Son Goku beheld a radiant golden light erupting, engulfing the entire planet and transforming it into a desolate wasteland. In their hearts, they understood that the purple Broly had not perished. On the contrary, he had ascended, or perhaps it was merely the unveiling of his hidden potential, which he had refrained from revealing until now. Whoosh! A figure emerged from the depths of the crater, a purple Broly, his golden hair cascading down to his waist, his physique extraordinarily robust. Super Saiyan 3. He fixed his gaze upon Goku and Vegeta. A mocking smile etched across his face. "Is this truly the extent of your combined might? Do you not realize I have yet to unleash my full strength?" Upon hearing these words, Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance, their hearts gripped by disbelief. The power of this Broly was indeed unfathomable, despite their utmost efforts. They had failed to vanquish him. Moreover, his assertion that this was not his full strength left them pondering the true extent of his capabilities. As the trio conversed, Lam-Z, standing beside Xue Tian, exclaimed, "Master, look at Junior Brother." The crowd turned their attention to the original Broly, whose form appeared increasingly translucent, a clear indication of impending disappearance. Without needing to look, Xue Tian calmly remarked, "No need to rush." Though Broly felt a twinge of fear regarding his potential vanishing, he understood that when the time came for action, his master would undoubtedly intervene. Simultaneously, he harbored an intense desire to ascertain whether he could triumph over Goku and Vegeta. Currently, it seemed they had exerted their full strength, yet he knew he had not yet revealed his complete power. In midair, the purple Broly burst into triumphant laughter. "Ha ha ha! It has been over a minute now. If you fail to defeat me in another minute, I shall completely vanish, and I will take Broly's place. I will become the true Broly." He then turned his gaze to Xue Tian. "Master Xue Tian, should I become Broly, I will honor you as well. So, I hope you will not impede my ascension. Let's talk." Vegeta, infuriated by Broly's incessant chatter and his blatant disregard for both himself and Goku, surged forward. The mere thought of teaming up with Goku against a single adversary irked him, feeling it was a grave insult to his prowess. Yet, the fact that this foe did not regard them as worthy opponents only deepened his indignation. Bang! Ah! Vegeta lunged, his fist warping the very fabric of space, yet the purple Broly effortlessly evaded the blow. Just as Vegeta sensed the precariousness of his situation, a sharp pain radiated from his abdomen. Almost instantaneously, he was propelled uncontrollably backward, crashing heavily to the ground. He felt something surge within him, a metallic taste flooding his throat as he coughed up blood. Thankfully, he had not reverted to his base form. Had he done so, he would have sustained grave injuries. It was impossible to regain his composure in that moment, unless he had a sense of being, but they had arrived in haste, completely neglecting to prepare for the unfolding situation. Goku watched in astonishment as Vegeta, in his Ultra Instinct state, was sent sprawling by a single punch. He could not afford to be complacent and initiated his own assault. Whoosh! The purple Broly launched a fist, imbued with twisting and formidable power. However, Goku, utilizing his Ultra Instinct, prioritized evasion and speed, successfully dodging several of Broly's punches. The purple Broly was unfazed. Having copied Broly, he possessed his memories and understood the intricacies of both Ultra Instinct and its perfected state. Drawing from his battle experience with Lam-Z, he realized that as long as his speed surpassed that of Goku's Ultra Instinct, he could land a hit. With this thought, he accelerated his punches, his evasive maneuvers equally swift. Goku found himself increasingly beleaguered, his dodging growing more sluggish. Whis observed and commented, "Goku is on the verge of collapse." No sooner had he spoken than a resounding crash echoed as the purple Broly struck Goku squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling thousands of meters away, buried in the ravaged earth. Whoosh! Boom! At that moment, a sphere of purple destructive energy surged forth. Though small, akin to a basketball, the purple Broly recognized its potency. If struck, it could obliterate him unless he possessed sufficient strength to counter it. The purple Broly scoffed derisively. "Vegeta, you believe your destructive power is formidable? Allow me to face it head-on." Vegeta was stunned, incredulous at the notion that Broly intended to withstand his destructive energy, as doubt clouded his mind. The purple Broly made no attempt to resist. Instead, he allowed the destructive energy to envelop him, seeking to annihilate him. Witnessing this, a smirk crept across Vegeta's face as he declared triumphantly, "You are exceedingly arrogant. This is destructive energy, a unique force. Do you truly think it can be so easily overcome? Prepare to be obliterated. Is that so?" The purple Broly, ensconced in the energy, displayed no fear or pain. Rather, he appeared entirely at ease. After retorting, he unleashed a mighty roar. Ha! The energy within him erupted, shattering the encompassing destructive force, scattering it into myriad particles of purple energy that vanished without a trace. To an observer, it would seem as though the destructive energy had never existed. Vegeta found himself momentarily speechless, gazing at the purple Broly as if he were a bizarre creature, unlike anything he had ever encountered. Having only heard tales of destructive energy's capability to obliterate all, he was astounded to witness it being withstood. At that moment, his understanding of power began to unravel, and he grasped the true might of Broly. Whoosh! Just as he stood entranced, the purple Broly vanished from sight, reappearing beside Vegeta before he could react, delivering a crushing blow to his abdomen. Bang! Ah! Vegeta screamed, blood spewing forth as he reverted to his base form, then was unceremoniously cast aside by the purple Broly as if he were a discarded ragdoll. Father. Chapter 113. Purple Broly, what of Xue Tian? Dad. Trunks cried out in desperation, never imagining that his father could be defeated by purple Broly. Whoosh! Bang! A silver figure darted like a fleeting shadow towards purple Broly, who swiftly extended his right hand to block. The assailant was none other than Sun Wukong in the state of Ultra Instinct. After his punch was thwarted, purple Broly seized him and delivered a heavy blow to Sun Wukong's head. Like Vegeta, Wukong let out a wretched scream and collapsed to the ground in his normal state. Dad! Sun Goten shouted, muttering under his breath, Dad has lost. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. Seeing this, Beerus could not help but marvel at Broly's formidable strength. Truly worthy of being Xue Tian's disciple. In such a brief period, he had surpassed both Vegeta and Sun Wukong. Although neither Wukong nor Vegeta had attained true divinity, they possessed some qualifications of the divine. In stark contrast, Broly seemed devoid of any divine aura. It appeared his evolutionary path did not intend to embrace divinity. Could it be that Xue Tian intended to have him return to his ancestral roots? The Saiyan race, in its origins, was the epitome of glory, a pinnacle moment now long past. Countless races throughout the universe share this fate. Many reach their zenith in their ancestral times, only to dilute over the ages. Today's Saiyans cannot compare to their primordial ancestors, a disparity akin to an insurmountable chasm. Even I must treat the original Saiyan bloodline with utmost respect, unlike the current Saiyans, who are pathetically weak, having seen their entire planet annihilated by Frieza. Wukong lay on the ground, pain etched across his face as he gazed at Vegeta, a smile breaking through. So powerful, he truly is powerful. Vegeta, however, could not find humor in the situation. He seethed with anger and resentment. As fellow Saiyans, even if the opponent was the legendary Super Saiyan, this was beyond all reason. Had he truly been training all these years? But without real combat, what could training achieve? Power levels would not rise merely from practice. After vanquishing Wukong and Vegeta, purple Broly grew increasingly arrogant, trampling upon their dignity. Ha ha ha, I told you both. You are nothing. One cried in fear while the other wanted to banish me. Do you really think such individuals can defeat me? Vegeta attempted to retort, but his body was drained of strength, and he could barely muster the energy to complain to Wukong. Kakarot, I told you to carry some senzu beans. Yet you neglected to. Wukong chuckled, seemingly unconcerned. It's fine, we have Xue Tian. He is Broly's master. He will not sit idly by. This statement held a kernel of truth. As Broly's master, Xue Tian would undoubtedly intervene. Yet Wukong's words were overheard by Broly, who immediately mocked. Kakarot, how naive you are. You speak the truth. Xue Tian might intervene, but it has already been 2.5 minutes. Only half a minute remains. No matter how formidable he is, he cannot eliminate me in that time. With that, Purple Broly provocatively gazed at Xue Tian. Xue Tian, accept this reality. I shall be your disciple from now on. Fear not. I shall treat you well and will never imitate you. With a sinister smile, he looked at Xue Tian, who was visibly displeased. I apologize, but I prefer the former Broly. I do not appreciate your malevolent demeanor. Whoosh! Upon finishing his words, Xue Tian's figure vanished. Realizing the danger, Purple Broly attempted to flee, only to find Xue Tian standing before him, blocking his escape. Ah! Master Xue Tian! Purple Broly exclaimed in panic. Xue Tian grasped his hand, not allowing him to escape. Upon being seized, Broly ceased his attempts to flee, rapidly gathering energy to transform into Super Saiyan 4. I stated that I do not like your malevolent form of Broly. Do you believe you can transform into Super Saiyan 4 before me? Everything you know, I taught you. What gives you the right to flaunt your skills before me? Divine confinement. A radiant spectrum of light enveloped Purple Broly. Master, I was wrong. I was wrong. I will be whatever you desire. Please do not kill me. Purple Broly realized that his master was not someone he could resist. Though he had replicated Broly's consciousness, thoughts, and personality, he was inherently malevolent, rejecting many of Broly's ideals. He believed that while Xue Tian might be stronger, he could not annihilate him in half a minute. As long as he could evade Xue Tian, he would escape into the universe and return when his strength was sufficient. Though the thought of evading someone displeased him greatly, it was preferable to becoming a puddle of liquid sealed within a thermos. Boom! Xue Tian did not respond, aiming his right hand at Broly, focusing destructive energy. You managed to withstand Vegeta's destructive force. Can you withstand mine? Beerus and Whis were momentarily taken aback by the destructive power, which was no less formidable than Beerus's own, true destructive energy, not merely the energy cultivated through Ultra Instinct. With such power, Broly's strength was utterly inadequate to withstand it. Boom! As the 3-minute mark approached, Purple Broly was completely obliterated, dissipating into starlit fragments in the void as though he had never existed. In that instant, the original Broly returned to his former self, devoid of any translucent hue. Beerus flew to Xue Tian's side, perplexed. Xue Tian, where did this destructive force come from? Xue Tian anticipated their curiosity and their various speculations. He chose not to explain, instead responding with a smile. What do you think? Since you have already speculated, why bother asking? His words caused Beerus's heart to flutter. Could this truly be a gift from the Omni-King? But why would the Omni-King do such a thing? Was he to be granted some position? Yet, he had received no notification. Meanwhile, on Earth. Chapter 114. The invitation from Marcinda. Meanwhile, on Earth. Within the cave where Paragus resided, he seethed with indignation, cursing both Xue Tian and Broly. The essence of his tirade revolved around the notion that Xue Tian had corrupted Broly, who, in his eyes, was an ungrateful wretch that disregarded his father's words in favor of Xue Tian's. In a fit of rage, Paragus proclaimed, Xue Tian, mark my words. One day I shall end your life. And Broly, you will come to regret your choices. Without me, you are nothing. Just as his fury reached its peak, a hearty laugh echoed from outside his cave. Paragus, taken aback by the sound, quickly regained his composure and, on high alert, shouted, Who goes there? What manner of person hides in the shadows? At that moment, a portly man, standing at approximately 5 feet tall and clad in a red suit, strolled into the cave, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Accompanying him was a tall, lanky figure dressed in a matching suit, his long, curly hair lending him a somewhat comical appearance. The latter stood attentively beside the rotund man, clearly serving as his bodyguard. Observing the pair, Paragus inquired with skepticism, Who are you, and how do you know my name? The plump man smiled affably, presenting himself as a gentleman. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Marcinda, the president of Red Pharmaceutical. We recognize your potential, Lord Paragus, and I am here to extend an invitation for you to join us. Unfamiliar with Marcinda, and in no mood for pleasantries due to his current agitation, Paragus curtly replied, I am no pharmacist. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Marcinda shook his head, taking a deep puff of his cigar. No, we seek you specifically. Lord Paragus, You are the father of Broly, are you not? The mention of Broly ignited Paragus' fury once more, as he retorted, I have no such ungrateful son. What do you want from me? If you have no business here, then be gone. Paragus sensed that these individuals, despite claiming to be affiliated with a pharmaceutical group, were likely involved in matters far beyond mere medicine, as they had evidently investigated his connection with Broly. Marcenda, unhurried, responded, whether you have a son or not is of little consequence. We simply require your participation. We share a common objective, to dominate the universe. Paragus' expression shifted to one of disbelief as he scrutinized Marcenda, noting the absence of any significant energy emanating from him, suggesting he was not a practitioner of martial arts. He estimated that Marcenda's combat power could hardly exceed 100. The impressive scores he had achieved, Paragus deduced, were solely due to his advanced armor, which was clearly a weapon rather than ordinary protective gear. With a disdainful smirk, he remarked, even with your fancy armor, your strength is but a fraction of what is needed to conquer the universe. Do you not find that laughable? Marcenda, undeterred, replied, indeed, you are correct. My combat prowess is lacking compared to your scion kin. However, I possess technology and a brilliant scientist, Dr. Hyde. Paragus, completely unfamiliar with these figures, wore a perplexed expression. Marcenda, having divulged his information, continued, I shall not keep it from you. My father was the notorious Black Marshal, who founded the Red Ribbon Army. Under his command was a scientist named Dr. Gero, who created androids rivaling the strength of Goku and Vegeta. He nearly defeated them both, but ultimately fell short. Later, Dr. Gero developed the formidable Cell, who effortlessly triumphed over Goku and Vegeta. Yet, due to his overconfidence, he allowed them a chance to recover, leading to his demise. One misstep led to another. Paragus' heart raced at the revelation, and he queried, are you implying that Dr. Gero's creations could defeat Goku and Vegeta? Although he had never seen Cell, the idea of a being capable of vanquishing Goku and Vegeta was daunting, as their powers were indeed worthy of cosmic dominion. Precisely. Though Dr. Gero has passed, his grandson, Dr. Hyde, surpasses even him in intellect. He is currently developing a new iteration of Cell, dubbed Cell Max. The research is nearly complete, and upon its success, we shall conquer the universe. Ha ha! Marcenda exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable as he envisioned a bright future. Paragus, invigorated by the prospect, still harbored doubts. I do not quite understand. If you are on the verge of success, why seek my assistance? I possess no expertise in research. Marcenda elucidated his intentions. We do not require your scientific skills. We merely need you to provide us with Broly's combat information. Once we input that data into Cell Max, it will surpass Broly in strength. In return, I shall appoint you as my chief advisor, overseeing the entire universe. Paragus' instinct was to refuse, for he had no desire to serve anyone but himself in his quest for supremacy. However, a realization dawned upon him. If Cell Max truly harbored such power, he might leverage it to eliminate Xue Tian. A scenario where both Xue Tian and Broly fell would be advantageous. Furthermore, with the assistance of Dr. Hyde, he could have a device crafted, a collar to control Broly, ensuring the young warrior would heed his commands. Thus, he could achieve dominion over the universe, rather than be subservient to these newcomers. With these thoughts in mind, Paragus declared, I am willing to negotiate. However, aside from the position of chief advisor, I have additional demands. Whatever your requirements may be, I am open to consideration, provided you join us. Marcenda replied, fully aware that Paragus would not dismiss his proposal, for they were kindred spirits, both aspiring to rule the cosmos. Paragus asserted, once Cell Max is complete, I require him to eliminate Xue Tian and Vegeta. As for Goku and his allies, do as you please. Marcenda grinned with satisfaction, dismissing the request with ease. I expected more from you, but rest assured, even without your prompting, Cell Max will deal with those who threaten my ambitions, including Xue Tian. Paragus was elated. Very well, I accept your terms. Yet I still wish for Dr. Hyde to create a collar that can deliver electric shocks to control individuals. Only by reigning in Broly can I adequately provide you with this combat data. That is a trivial matter, Marcenda assured him. Chapter 115. Granola's wish. No one was aware of the clandestine agreement between Marcenda and Paragus. On another planet, Cyril, Granola, upon discovering the truth, found his feelings towards Monate, who had raised him, had significantly diminished. No longer did he venture out to earn a living. Instead, he dedicated his days to training. However, He soon realized that his progress was excruciatingly slow, so much so that it filled him with disdain. With such meager strength, he was hardly a match for Frisia, let alone the members of the Sita group. Upon entering his home, Granola noticed that Monate was absent. His gaze fell upon a transparent glass orb resting on the table, within which lay a 5-pointed star. He recalled Monate mentioning that this object was called a Dragon Ball, of which there were 2 in total, one in Monate's possession and the whereabouts of the other unknown. Once both Dragon Balls were gathered, one could summon the Eternal Dragon, capable of granting any wish. Yet, this was not without its ominous consequences, as the fulfillment of a wish could bring about certain misfortunes, the specifics of which Monate had not divulged to Granola. He had only cautioned him against contemplating the use of the Dragon Balls for any purpose. At that moment, a news report blared from the television. A certain explorer had discovered a peculiar glass orb in the mountains. Despite being merely a glass orb, it seemed impervious to destruction, as if imbued with some mystical power. The orb had since been surrendered to the state. Upon hearing this news, a glimmer of joy flickered in Granola's eyes as he murmured, "My opportunity for vengeance has arrived." He swiftly seized the Dragon Ball from the table and ascended into the air, racing towards the National Museum, muttering, "If it has been surrendered, it must be housed within the museum." By now, night had fallen, and the museum was devoid of visitors. Granola, agile and stealthy, easily infiltrated the museum. The Dragon Ball was displayed in the center, encased in a protective glass dome. Upon seeing the orb, adorned with 2 stars, his heart soared with delight. However, in his moment of elation, he inadvertently triggered the museum's infrared alarm. The sirens blared, and guards rushed in, urging him to surrender. Yet Granola, resolute in his determination, refused to yield. With a powerful punch, he shattered the glass dome and retrieved the Dragon Ball. The guards wasted no time in opening fire, but Granola, clutching the Dragon Ball, swiftly took flight, evading entanglement with them. The guards were taken aback, astonished that their adversary could fly, and hurriedly pursued him in their spacecraft. However, as they emerged, they discovered Granola had vanished, and the Dragon Ball, scarcely in their possession for a day, had been stolen. Half an hour later, news of the theft aired on television. Meanwhile, Monate returned home, and upon seeing the report, glanced at the table where the Dragon Ball had been, only to find it absent. Realization struck him. Granola must have taken it. He pondered where Granola might appear next, determined to prevent him from making a grave mistake. Having acquired the Dragon Ball, Granola ascended to the mountains behind his home. He placed the 2 Dragon Balls upon the ground and repeatedly attempted various incantations for summoning, drawing from Monate's previous words. However, after more than half an hour, his efforts proved fruitless. He began to doubt whether Monate had deceived him, suspecting that the Dragon Ball held no special power and was merely an ordinary orb. Yet, unwilling to accept this possibility, he shouted in frustration, "Arise, Eternal Dragon, and grant my wish." In that instant, the heavens transformed, shrouded in dark clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as a golden light burst forth, soaring into the sky and unfurling amidst the storm. The clouds, sensing its arrival, parted to make way. Monate, witnessing the celestial phenomenon, was struck with alarm. Granola had indeed activated the Dragon Balls. With a heavy sigh, he hastened towards the mountains. Within the mountains, a brilliant golden light manifested, revealing a 4-clawed dragon. Compared to the Eternal Dragon from Earth, this creature was far less majestic. It resembled more a serpentine dragon than a true dragon. It gazed down at Granola from its lofty perch. Granola, momentarily speechless with excitement, was addressed by the 2-starred dragon. "Speak, summoner of the Eternal Dragon. What wish do you desire? Articulate it, for I can fulfill any wish you have." After regaining his composure, Granola swallowed hard and declared, "I wish for Frisia and the leader of the Sita group, Elec, along with several key members of the Sita group, to perish." The 2-starred dragon shook its head. "This wish is beyond my power. It exceeds the rules." "Exceeds the rules?" Granola inquired, perplexed. "Indeed, it surpasses the rules. The Eternal Dragon cannot cause any being to die directly. You may make other wishes, or you could enhance your own strength to defeat them. These are permissible. However, to request the Eternal Dragon to slay them is beyond the realm of possibility." Understanding this, Granola contemplated for a moment before resolutely stating, "Then I wish to become the strongest in the universe." He reasoned that if he became the universe's strongest, eliminating Elec and the others would be effortless, and even Frisia would be no match for him, as he would have attained the pinnacle of strength. The two-star dragon replied, "This wish can indeed be granted, making you the strongest among all living beings, excluding deities of destruction and angels. With its divine power, this was within reach." "Excellent," Granola exclaimed with exhilaration. However, the dragon did not immediately fulfill his wish, but instead remarked, "This wish requires a condition for exchange, or rather, you must sacrifice something of value to have it realized." Chapter 116. The Mantis Stalks the Cicada. Unbeknownst to the Oriole, however, this wish of yours requires a conditional exchange, or perhaps a sacrifice on your part to bring it to fruition. Granola, perplexed by the words of the two-star dragon, inquired, "What must I sacrifice? Given that your body cannot withstand such immense power, you must forfeit a significant portion of your lifespan to bear it." The dragon replied, "If you agree, I shall grant your wish at this very moment." Granola immediately asked, "How many years of my lifespan must I give up?" The two-star dragon calmly responded, "Based on your current lifespan, should you accept this condition, you will have merely 3 years remaining." Granola's heart raced, and he felt a tingling numbness in his limbs. 3 years. As a member of the Cyril race, whose average lifespan is 200 years, he was only 50 years old now. If he followed the average, he could potentially live to 200. Yet, the two-star dragon indicated that accepting this condition would leave him with only 3 years, implying a sacrifice of 147 years of his life. Such a price was indeed steep. "Have you contemplated this thoroughly?" the two-star dragon inquired, driven by a desire for vengeance. Granola understood that if he continued training, even by the age of 200, he would still fall short against formidable foes like Frisia and the elite of the Ceta group. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, he looked up at the dragon and declared earnestly, "If it means I can become the strongest in the universe, I accept the terms." "Excellent." The two-star dragon radiated a brilliant golden light, and simultaneously, Granola was enveloped in a luminescent aura. He felt his battle power surging, his body undergoing a profound transformation. Meanwhile, Monette witnessed the dragon's light splitting into 2 beams, soaring in opposite directions, and he instantly comprehended that Granola had made his wish. A wave of sorrow washed over him. After a brief moment, he spotted Granola and exclaimed, "Granola, why have you done this?" "Why?" Taken aback by Monette's arrival, Granola responded nonchalantly, "You're here." Monette sighed in exasperation. "Granola, you have ultimately resorted to the Dragon Balls. I have warned you that while they may bring you benefits, they can equally bestow grave consequences. Why do you refuse to heed my counsel?" Granola retorted coldly, "As long as it allows me to exact my revenge, I am willing to pay any price." Monette, filled with resignation, sighed deeply before asking, "What wish have you made?" "To become the strongest in the universe. I am now the strongest, capable of easily dispatching the likes of Elec from the Ceta group. I will annihilate them all and then hunt down Frisia. I seek vengeance for my mother, for my entire race." Granola's eyes glinted with madness, his fists clenched tightly, blinded by hatred, indifferent to the cost, as long as he gained power. Seeing Granola's state, Monette realized that further persuasion was futile. The price had already been paid, and to deter him from revenge would be impossible. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to caution Granola, "Granola, while you have wished to be the strongest today, it does not guarantee you will still hold that title tomorrow." Granola furrowed his brows, puzzled by Monette's statement. "What do you mean?" "The title of strongest belongs to today as strongest. Should the original strongest train diligently, they may surpass you," Monette advised, his tone significantly softened. "Thus, Granola, be wary. Additionally, your wish to become the strongest must have come at a considerable cost." Granola, momentarily chilled by the thought of the sacrifice, soon quelled that feeling with the prospect of revenge. "I still have 3 years left." Monette's eyes widened in shock, his hand trembling as he grasped his cane. Such a cost was indeed staggering. This price. Alas, he refrained from further comment, silently praying that the Dragon Balls would not resurface, thus sparing others from a similar fate. Granola replied coolly, "Monette, you speak truthfully. Today I am the strongest, but I cannot be certain of tomorrow. Therefore, I must seek vengeance now. You should return." With that, he propelled himself towards his spaceship, intent on confronting Elec from the Ceta group for retribution. Meanwhile, on another planet, Elec, the leader of the Ceta group, was utterly astonished. "The Dragon Balls. How intriguing. I never anticipated they would elevate Granola to the pinnacle of power. And now he seeks vengeance against us." Maki smirked ominously. "Little does Granola know, we have already implanted listening devices on him. His every move is entirely within our grasp. Elec chuckled darkly. I knew Granola would betray us one day. Installing those devices was prudent. Now that he has become the strongest, we may not stand a chance against him. It's best to evade him for now. Jas, standing nearby, scoffed in defiance. As the leader, Elec understood Jas's temperament well. Jas, do not be hasty. I know you disdain Granola, as do I. However, he has attained the Dragon Balls and the title of the strongest. We too shall gather the Dragon Balls and transform you into the new strongest. In doing so, your power will surpass his, for that old man has said. Granola may be the strongest today, but tomorrow is uncertain. Upon hearing that he could become the strongest, Jas's anger subsided considerably. Elec rose and addressed several key members of the Sita group. Let us proceed. With Granola now in pursuit of vengeance, we shall venture to Cyril Star to collect the Dragon Balls. Maki chuckled sinisterly. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole lurks behind. Chapter 117, Stronger Than You. A week later. This week, Xue Tian's life has been quite pleasant. Ever since he returned from the gathering, he completed a hidden choice and acquired the angelic bloodline. Without a moment's hesitation, he allowed the angelic bloodline to devour the void bloodline. The void bloodline has been significantly enhanced, and his combat power has been increasing daily. In terms of daily life, he is enjoying a carefree existence, with Lan-Z taking care of him entirely, making his life as easy as having meals served to him. This led him to reflect that accepting this disciple was indeed a wise decision, as she is truly considerate. As for Broly, he has been spending considerable time at home these days, and judging by his demeanor, he appears quite happy, seemingly getting along well with Paragus. This puzzled Xue Tian. Logically, after their previous unpleasant encounter, Paragus should be furious with Broly. Yet, he had not heard Broly mention any anger from Paragus, nor any resentment directed towards himself. There must be something unusual at play. Xue Tian sensed something was amiss, but chose to ignore it. After all, what trouble could such a fool cause? Instead of wasting time on him, it would be far more rewarding to enjoy life and deepen his bond with Lan-Z, perhaps leading to something more in the future. As for Sun Wukong and Vegeta, after the gathering concluded, they followed Whis and Beerus to the God of Destruction's realm for training. After being defeated by Broly, they realized the vast disparity between themselves and him, prompting them to train diligently in hopes of surpassing him. They also discovered that they could not even defeat Broly in his Super Saiyan 3 form, and the fact that he could transform into Super Saiyan 4 was alarming. If he were to do so, it would mean certain defeat for them. Contemplating these thoughts left them feeling quite unsettled, motivating their rigorous training. Meanwhile, Bulma and Whis had agreed that after a week of training, they would return to check-in, allowing both her and Chi-Chi to see their husbands. Bulma's desire for a second child was quite strong, necessitating her to be close to Vegeta. If anyone else were in her position, they might take the entire year off. But Vegeta, on the other hand, was always reluctant, preferring to focus on training. This was a source of frustration for her. Today, as Sun Wukong and Vegeta returned to visit their two beloved wives, Whis and Beerus naturally joined them at Vegeta's home to indulge in a feast. After a week of enjoying delicious meals, they were quite content. At this moment, Beerus and Whis were feasting heartily when they suddenly looked up at the sky above Earth. Oh, how intriguing. When did the seventh universe acquire such powerful beings? Whis inquired with a smile. Not interested. Beerus replied, continuing to eat. Whis continued. Based on their speed and trajectory, they seemed to be heading towards Earth. Beerus had also sensed the same but, as he stated, was uninterested in investigating such matters, preferring to savor more delicacies. Such concerns were better left to the Kais. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kai, engrossed in his studies, sensed a terrifying aura and abruptly dropped his materials, sitting upright. How could this be? The East Kaioshin observed seriously. Having been diligently studying since the last time he was criticized for his lack of knowledge, he had learned a great deal, resolving many previous questions from his readings. Noticing the old Kai's sudden action, he curiously asked, "What is it, ancestor?" The old Kai gazed towards Earth, expressing concern. "Haven't you felt it?" Upon hearing the old Kai's words, the East Kaioshin immediately focused on Earth, carefully sensing the aura. Suddenly, he detected several terrifying presences, exclaiming in shock, "Ah, ancestor! What is happening?" Bang! The old Kai struck the East Kaioshin on the head, reprimanding, "How should I know why this is happening? All I know is that this is due to your negligence." The East Kaioshin was utterly bewildered. How did this become his fault? "It was you who said my knowledge was insufficient. urging me to study more about the gods. Now that I have, you blame me. Can we not live in peace? However, he dared not voice his grievances, knowing it would only lead to more trouble. Instead, he said, Ancestor, based on my observations, they are heading toward Earth. I will contact Sun Wukong and Vegeta immediately to alert them. That is more like it. The old Kai felt relieved upon hearing his plan and resumed his studies without further worry. As the East Kaioshin observed the old Kai's demeanor, he could not help but think how excessively lecherous he seemed. Yet, there was nothing he could do. After all, the old Kai was his ancestor, and he was not. If he were the old Kai, he would have taught him a lesson daily. Not dwelling on his thoughts, he quickly contacted Sun Wukong. Wukong, can you hear me? However, at that moment, Sun Wukong was preoccupied with Chi-Chi, completely unaware of the call. After several attempts to connect with him yielded no results, he turned to Vegeta. Vegeta, can you hear me? I am the East Kaioshin. Vegeta, sitting on the bed waiting for Bulma to finish her bath, frowned at the East Kaioshin's voice. Is he spying on us? Yet, considering the East Kaioshin's timid demeanor, he dismissed the thought and coldly asked, What is it? Vegeta, several powerful auras are approaching Earth. I suspect they pose a threat to our planet, so you must be vigilant. Who are these powerful beings? How strong are they? Vegeta inquired, his tone laced with urgency. The East Kaioshin replied anxiously, I do not know their identities, but based on their power, they are stronger than you. Chapter 118 Master. Are these individuals here for you? Vegeta was momentarily rendered speechless, astonished that the approaching powers were even stronger than his own. After a brief moment of surprise, disbelief took hold of him. Impossible. In this universe, aside from deities like Beerus, and those such as Xue Tian and Broly, who could possibly surpass me? Could they be gods? He pondered silently. If they were indeed divine beings, it would hardly concern him, as Beerus and Whis would handle the situation. Surely, matters of the gods should not require his intervention. No, they are not gods. They are merely ordinary aliens. This revelation left Vegeta agitated. The East Kaioshin cautioned him once more, regardless of the circumstances, exercise caution. With that, the East Kaioshin severed communication with Vegeta. At that moment, Bulma entered the room, wrapped in a towel, drying her damp hair. Despite being a mother, her skin remained exquisitely maintained, fair as snow, with a curvaceous figure. However, Vegeta was far too preoccupied with the East Kaioshin's warning, extending his senses to detect the shifts in energy beyond Earth. Initially, he sensed nothing, but after a few seconds, he vaguely discerned several forces rapidly approaching Earth. How many were there? 2, 3. The details were unclear, and he felt a growing unease. Did these energies not seem weaker than his own? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he realized his error. As the energies drew nearer, he distinctly felt that they far surpassed his own. Hey Vegeta, what's wrong? Bulma, now seated on the bed, noticed Vegeta lost in thought. After calling out to him several times without response, she approached and gently nudged him. Vegeta snapped back to reality, his previously calm demeanor now transformed into one of gravity. With a sudden burst of urgency, he dressed at lightning speed and exited the room, leaving Bulma in a state of confusion. What on earth is happening? Vegeta. Upon witnessing his abrupt departure, she vented her frustration, Saiyan. After leaving the room, Vegeta joined Whis and Beerus, gazing up at the sky above Earth. Beerus, in his usual indifferent tone, remarked, Did you sense that? He was somewhat surprised, as it was unusual for them to be so distracted just before a significant task. Vegeta replied, The East Kaioshin contacted me, and I can feel it now. Beerus quickly grasped the situation. It was no wonder, then. He resumed enjoying his pudding, savoring each bite, exclaiming, Delicious. Meanwhile, Xue Tian lounged in a chair, indulging in grapes peeled by Lan Chi, his gaze fixed on the vastness of space beyond Earth. A glimmer of amusement in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Granola would make his wish using the 2-star Dragon Ball so swiftly. The plot had certainly advanced ahead of schedule. Yet, this fool was too naive, easily manipulated by Elec, a rather unfortunate soul. Their journey to Earth was likely motivated by his actions, for he had dealt them a significant blow last time. With their newfound strength, it would be uncharacteristic of the Sita group not to seek retribution. While others may not discern the identities of the approaching forces, Xue Tian sensed 4 distinct energies outside Earth. One was notably weak, on the brink of collapse, Granola. The other 3 belonged to Elec, Gas, and Maki of the Sita group, who had all undergone a remarkable transformation in power. Granola was the first to wish to become the strongest in the universe, followed by Gas and then Maki, although Maki's potential did not match Gas's. Thus, even as the third to make the wish, Maki might not be able to contend with Gas. What was certain, however, was that either Gas alone or the two of them together could easily handle Granola. After subduing him, they would leave him alive to come to Earth, seeking retribution against Xue Tian. Suddenly, Broly arrived with haste, landing before Xue Tian, respectfully stating, "Master, 3 energies are flying towards Earth." For Broly and his companions, they only sensed 3 energies, as Granola's presence was too feeble for them to detect. Xue Tian nodded gently. "No worries. Let us depart this villa when they arrive. I cannot afford to have it damaged, nor can I recompense for their remains." Since it was clear these individuals were targeting him, fighting at home was out of the question. Broly, filled with curiosity, asked, "Master, are these individuals here for you?" "Most likely," Xue Tian replied nonchalantly. Broly was taken aback, realizing there were individuals seeking to confront his master, a reckless endeavor indeed. Minutes later, Xue Tian lazily stretched. "They are nearly here. Let us find a suitable location for battle." The 3 of them vanished, appearing in a vast field. Xue Tian intentionally released his energy. Upon sensing his aura, Gas immediately declared, "His energy is over there," pointing towards the field. Elec also felt it, his mind racing with questions. Why was Xue Tian here? So far from the city, in a place most suitable for combat? Had he anticipated their arrival and been waiting for them? If so, the situation could prove dire. He attempted to voice his concerns, but Gas had already accelerated ahead, launching himself towards the ground. With a resounding thud, Gas landed dramatically, facing Xue Tian and the others, coldly stating, "You've certainly chosen an intriguing place for your grave." Seeing Gas descend, Elec hesitated no longer and followed suit. Chapter 119. What distinguishes you from him? Xue Tian scrutinized Jiaz, ultimately shaking his head in disappointment. It seemed that the power of the 2-star dragon was rather unimpressive. He recalled how the 2-star dragon had granted Granola's wish, stating that it could make him the strongest in the universe, yet only beneath deities like Beerus and the angels. Surely, he believed he did not belong to that category of gods. However, Jiaz's strength fell significantly short of his own, failing to surpass him. Was it a deficiency in the 2-star dragon's power, or did he simply perceive himself as belonging to the same echelon as Beerus? Regardless, Xue Tian felt a tinge of disappointment. He wished to test his strength against another, to gauge how far he had truly come. Yet, observing Jiaz's combat prowess, which surpassed Broly's only slightly, left him disheartened. Without himself, Broly was indeed the strongest in the 7th universe before any wishes were made by Beerus and Whis. Hence, their wishes merely elevated them slightly above Broly. In reality, while their combat metrics may have exceeded Broly's, should a confrontation arise, they would undoubtedly falter against him. Even if they banded together, Broly's potential far surpassed their imagination. Just then, Vegeta, Whis, Beerus, and others arrived, including Son Goku. Halfway through matters concerning Son Goku and Lam-Z, he halted all actions upon sensing the presence of Jiaz and his companions, promptly ceasing his endeavors. Upon witnessing the standoff between Jiaz and Xue Tian, Vegeta and the others began to comprehend that their arrival was likely aimed at Xue Tian. Suddenly, Elec and Marky appeared. Marky dragged Granola, who resembled a lifeless dog. Upon spotting Beerus, Elec was taken aback, realizing the god of destruction was also present. He courteously inquired, "Lord Beerus, I did not expect to see you here." "My apologies." Elec was well acquainted with Beerus. As a member of a group frequently traversing the universe, could hardly remain ignorant of the god of destruction. He understood that although Frieza was deemed the emperor of the universe, he ultimately operated under Beerus' shadow. If Beerus were displeased, Frieza would face dire consequences. Anyone residing within this universe had to heed Beerus' temperament, for aspiring to truly rule the cosmos while managing it effectively was an unattainable dream. However, they soon realized that Beerus preferred not to involve himself in cosmic affairs. As long as he was not provoked, he observed from a lofty vantage point, witnessing all that transpired below. Thus, to be an emperor of the universe was indeed a commendable feat. Even beneath Beerus, one could still stand above the masses. Beerus merely nodded slightly, his demeanor cool and detached. Elec could not suppress his curiosity, asking, "Lord Beerus, you will not intervene in my matter with Xue Tian, will you?" "Xue Tian's affairs?" Beerus inquired, puzzled. Yet he quickly responded, "No, that is not within my purview. Whatever transpires between you is of no concern to me. I am merely passing through to observe the spectacle." Upon hearing Beerus's words, Alec breathed a sigh of relief. This was indeed a favorable outcome. His greatest concern was whether Beerus would meddle in his conflict with Xue Tian. If so, he would retreat and refrain from troubling Xue Tian in the future. Vegeta and the others regarded Alec and his companions with peculiar expressions. To seek trouble with Xue Tian required considerable audacity. With arms crossed, they settled in to watch the unfolding drama. Alec turned his gaze to Xue Tian, a cold smile gracing his lips. He shot a glance at Marky, conveying an unspoken message. She understood immediately, discarding granola onto the ground. Then, Alec slowly spoke, "Xue Tian, what do you think? Even if you have awakened him, what difference does it make? This fool believes that having gained a modicum of power, he can seek vengeance upon us. Do you not find that laughable?" Xue Tian smirked playfully. "Do you not see that your actions now are no different from his?" Jiaz and Marky were momentarily taken aback. However, Alec, being astute, quickly grasped the implication, furrowing his brow and retorting, "Arrogant. Xue Tian, you are exceedingly presumptuous. Are you aware of our current strength?" Xue Tian gestured towards granola on the ground. "Isn't it true that he wished upon the two-star dragon to become the strongest in the universe?" He then pointed at Jiaz. "He too wished to be the strongest. Then this Marky, and finally you. According to your aspirations, you, Alec, are the strongest in the universe, while Marky holds the second position and Jiaz the third. Oh, wait. While Jiaz's combat power may not match Marky's, his potential surpasses hers. Thus, Jiaz should be considered the second strongest in the universe. Would you not agree?" Upon hearing this, Alec inhaled deeply. How could Xue Tian know all this? It was akin to their own revelation about Granola's wish upon the two-star dragon to become the strongest. Had he placed listening devices on them? When could that have occurred? No, even if he had, what of it? The members of the Sita group already occupied the upper echelons of the universe. If he were not the last to wish upon the two-star dragon, he could not possibly surpass them. Moreover, the two-star dragon balls were currently in his possession. How could he make a wish? As these thoughts raced through his mind, he checked his pocket to ensure the two-star dragon ball was indeed with him, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, Son Goku, who had remained silent, was astonished and could not help but ask, "What? You utilized the Dragon Balls to wish for the title of the strongest in the universe? Since when did the dragon possess such power?" Based on Son Goku's understanding, the dragon on Earth lacked such capabilities. They had made numerous wishes far less grand than that, which had failed to materialize. How could they achieve the wish to be the strongest in the universe? Vegeta shot him a withering glance. They speak of the two-star dragon. It must be a different type of Dragon Ball, not the ones from Earth. Xue Tian replied nonchalantly. The two-star Dragon Balls from Cyril Star have no cooldown period. They can be used indefinitely. In the realm of reality, upon encountering this notion, Xue Tian initially perceived it as a fascinating twist, but subsequently regarded it as a flaw. For such a premise directly undermined the diligent training efforts of Son Goku and Vegeta. While the wishes granted by the two-star Dragon Ball came with a price, this cost might not be significant to certain individuals or circumstances. Yet, within this Dragon Ball multiverse, the occurrence of extraordinary events and entities was hardly surprising. Chapter 120. Trembling with fear. What? No cooling time for the Dragon Balls. Vegeta's heart quivered uncontrollably, his face a mask of horror as he swallowed hard. Unable to believe it. On Earth, the Dragon Balls required a year to cool down, yet this two-star Dragon Ball astonishingly needed no such time, equating to limitless usage. If one had a dragon radar, one could feasibly make dozens of wishes in a single day, an utterly remarkable prospect. It was no wonder that several formidable experts had appeared in an instant. Goku, however, was perplexed by the term cooling and inquired, "Vegeta, what does cooling mean?" Vegeta shot him an exasperated glance. The Dragon Balls on Earth can only be used again after a year, whereas that Dragon Ball requires no such wait. Once collected, it can be utilized immediately. Goku was equally astounded. That's just too outrageous. Leader Alec of the Sita clan, noticing how well Xue Tian understood the situation, cautiously asked, "Indeed, you seem quite knowledgeable. Does this mean you have installed a listening device on us?" Xue Tian scoffed. "I lack the leisure to meddle with you, nor do I see myself as so significant. These matters are merely deduced with a bit of calculation. Alec, of course, was unconvinced. Jas, uninterested in further banter, quickly declared, "Let me take him down." "Very well." Alec nodded